Science transforms lives, and thus it can also alter the realm of magic. Brilliant minds from the blue planet traverse into the magical world of Harry Potter, embarking on legendary careers at Hogwarts. Lacking innate magical talent, they shall wield science to dismantle the Dark Lord's pure blood ideology. Chapter 1. The Journey Through Time. In Surrey, at 4 Privet Drive, a small private car crawls to a halt before a quaint two-story house. The door swings open as a middle-aged man, eager yet portly, attempts to exit the driver's seat. In his haste, he stumbles and falls to the ground, dusting himself off hurriedly before rushing to the passenger's side, flinging the door open. "My dear Petunia, let me behold our child. Look at that chubby little boy in your arms. He must surely be my own flesh and blood." Upon hearing her husband Vernon's exclamation, Petunia shoots him a glare. "What did you just say?" Vernon, momentarily taken aback, chastises himself for his impulsive words. Realizing his excitement has led to a muddled expression that he hastily clarifies, "Darling Petunia, I meant to say, look at our hefty little lad. He undoubtedly inherits the esteemed bloodline of the Dursleys. Just observe those bright, lively eyes. I foresee he will grow to be a great entrepreneur." Petunia, unimpressed, hands the infant to her husband while retorting, "Our child is merely 2 days old. And you're already drafting his future plans? I heard that a new circus has opened downtown, featuring clowns, acrobatics, animals, and magic shows. Perhaps we should take the child to see it tomorrow." Vernon, slightly displeased, responds, "I believe we ought to avoid such outings. Acrobatics, performances, circuses, clowns, these are mere tricks to amuse the wealthy. What if our Dudley develops an affinity for such frivolities? That would indeed be a source of great distress for me." Petunia frowns. "Vernon, are you still fretting over that peculiar letter that appeared at our home?" Vernon's corpulent figure quivers with annoyance. "Petunia, how many times must I reiterate that letter was not peculiar, but a prank orchestrated by a thief? What rational person would write such illogical statements? Besides, you witnessed the contents of that letter. Do those 8 lines sound like something a sane person would communicate? A person capable of vanquishing the Dark Lord is about to appear. It is highly likely that they will be born into a family that has opposed the Dark Lord 3 times. Their birth date will be the last day of July. The Dark Lord will view them as a formidable rival. The child of prophecy possesses powers unknown to the Dark Lord. The two must meet. One will perish at the hands of the other. Both cannot coexist. In a new era, the child of prophecy and the Dark Lord shall meet their end within the jaws of an ancient creature." Petunia, exasperated, interjects, "Vernon, the recipient is my sister Lily. This letter may hold something she wishes to convey to us." Vernon dismisses her with a wave. "Enough, Petunia. You promised me not to mention your 2 haughty relatives in our lives. They have shown us no kindness." Petunia opens her mouth, ready to argue, but seeing her husband's stern expression, she sighs and begins to tidy up the infant's belongings in the car before following him home. Along the way, she continues to argue that one should not determine a child's life's ambitions at such a young age, but rather allow their interests to dictate their future. The 2 adults debate animatedly, oblivious to the extraordinary glimmer in the infant's eyes, which sparkle with awareness. Could it be that I have transcended into another realm? He gazes at the oversized objects surrounding him, raising a small hand with fingers as delicate as a child's. Dudley is compelled to accept the surreal reality before him. He has truly been reborn. Listening to the distinctly British accents around him, he deduces he must be in London, likely during the late 1970s or early 1980s based on the car's decor and the surrounding environment. Sighing, Dudley reflects as memories of his past life flit through his mind like phantoms. He was born in the distant East, excelled academically in his youth, and was recommended for the prestigious Genius program at Harvard in the magical city. His passion for the biological sciences led him to receive a government-funded opportunity to study at Cambridge University in the UK, where he pursued biology from undergraduate studies to a doctorate. On the eve of submitting his doctoral thesis, he was still under the age of 26. To better integrate into his mentor's social circle, he adopted the English name Dudley. Yet, on the night before his Cambridge graduation, he awoke to find himself transported into another existence. No car crash, no poisoning, no foul play. As a distinguished biological researcher, he was respected by his peers. Yet, the undeniable truth remained. He had traversed into a different world. However, perhaps this is not a misfortune after all. In his previous life, he was solely focused on academia, advancing swiftly in biology, yet neglecting interpersonal relationships, resulting in a scant circle of friends. Even when faced with the affections of admirers, he remained aloof. After all, from the perspective of human evolution, studying the reproduction of cells or the metamorphosis of insects into flying creatures seemed far more intriguing than accompanying a girl on a shopping excursion. Chapter 2. Infancy. Possessing extraordinary wisdom is indeed a blessing, yet it cannot shield one from the constraints of biological instincts. In the early days of life, nursing mammals require ample sleep to facilitate their physical growth. During these 2 days, Darius spent most of his time either eating or sleeping, with only a fleeting moment to explore his surroundings and gather clues. Having traversed to London in 1980, armed with a knowledge system from the 21st century and a macro perspective on future economic development, he could potentially emerge as a new progenitor of fruit, akin to a modern-day Jobs, impacting London and the world 2 decades hence. A man who drives the forefront of technological advancement shall undoubtedly be immortalized. However, Derry does not aspire to such a path. Whether in academia or the commercial realm, what does it matter? One's lifetime is finite, and investing significant energy in certain pursuits inevitably leads to the neglect of others. The family of certain Jobs stands as a testament to this reality. Thus, Derry, a former elite in biological research, deems his studies in genetics, heredity, and paleontology to be set aside. It is often said that great talents remain hidden in plain sight. Among billions of people, geniuses abound. Time spent in mental repose passes swiftly. In a state of drowsy confusion, Derry feels himself being lifted, and before his eyes is his mother, Petunia Dursley, her expression tender as she cradles him gently. Yet, Derry's eyes widen in disbelief as he notices the streetlight near the glass window. The incandescent bulb, which was once glowing, seems to detach from its shade. To be precise, an orange-hued light has flown out from within the lampshade, converging in one direction. Derry briefly wonders if he is hallucinating. The second and third lights exhibit the same strange phenomenon, confirming the surreal nature of the scene. A knock resounds, 10 minutes earlier, in a little whinging district of London. At number 4, Privet Drive, 2 figures stand on the tarmac, facing the 2-story house where Derry currently resides. A woman clad in black, her hat obscuring her features, cradles an infant in her arms, worry etched across her face. Professor Dumbledore, are you certain you wish to entrust this child, Harry, to the Dursleys? She queries. Based on my observations, and those of the Ministry of Magic staff, this does not seem a prudent choice, especially considering Vernon Dursley's staunch realism and adherence to Muggle doctrines. Dumbledore shakes his head, interrupting her. Professor McGonagall, this is the child's best option. The dark alleys of Britain are rife with remnants of dark wizards. Even the protective charm cast by the child's parents has been dismantled by the Death Eaters. This so-called absolute secrecy charm can only be broken from within in the event of a traitor. Professor McGonagall is taken aback. Are you suggesting that dark wizards still linger among us? The child who survives the deadly curse of Avada Kedavra will undoubtedly attract the attention of certain individuals. Aside from her mother, Lily Potter, who sacrificed herself to forge a blood bond fortified by lineage and love to protect this child, I have also reinforced this layer of guardianship. Now, Harry must be distanced from the world of the Philosopher's Stone, and the blood bond that can sustain this protection is none other than that of Petunia Dursley, Harry's aunt. Oh no, she should be referred to as Petunia Evans. At this moment, Dumbledore stood before the door of the 2-story Dursley residence, gazing at the label on the door. Professor McGonagall, seemingly unable to contain herself, finally spoke. Professor Dumbledore, there are 2 children who fit the prophecy, one being Harry Potter and the other Neville Longbottom, both born in late July. Why did the pureblood wizards choose only the Potter family? Dumbledore paused, his hand hovering before knocking, his voice slightly hoarse. The child of the Longbottom family is indeed a descendant of pureblood wizards, while Harry shares a similar background and can also be considered half-blood. With that, Dumbledore ceased further discourse, gently tapping on the door before he and Professor McGonagall vanished from sight. The knocking ceased. Dudley, cradled by his mother, approached the door, and upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of a baby swaddled in blankets, accompanied by a letter bearing the insignia of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Signed by Albus Dumbledore. Dudley's eyes widened in disbelief, for the lightning scar on the child's forehead was strikingly prominent. Piecing together parts of the letter, he realized this child was none other than Harry Potter. Was this truly a world of magic? The influx of information was overwhelming, and the infant's body could hardly endure such intense mental exertion. Weariness overcame him, and Dudley, somewhat frustrated, succumbed to sleep. When he awoke again, it was to the sound of a fierce commotion. His father, Vernon Dursley, a corpulent man clad in a standard suit, was bellowing as he slammed his hand onto the dining table. Petunia, look at your relatives. I've told you time and again to cease contact with your disreputable sister. Instead of securing a stable job, I could have even promoted her husband, yet she insists on regaling us with tales of magic, fairies, and dragons. I've earned more from my business than they could ever hope to make selling a single potion. Petunia, this is nothing more than a daydream. Without hard work, how can one enjoy the fruits of material life? Petunia's expression darkened as she couldn't help but chide her husband. Vernon, you should tone it down. Tone it down? My heavens, Petunia, look at your sister and her husband. After having a child, they shirk their parental duties and instead weave some fantastical tale about magic and a dark wizard who killed him. I suspect they're off on some holiday. Vernon felt utterly disheartened. He was the most successful businessman in the Dursley family. Yet now he found himself burdened with the responsibility of caring for a child abandoned by his wife's sister. Though what is his legal obligation? Might one not consider the feelings associated with raising another child? After all, this child is not his own. Meanwhile, Dudley, who lies quietly in his stroller, feels a flicker of thought stirring within him. In his previous life as a doctoral candidate in biology, his research encompassed the realm of biological genetics, tracing from cells to tissues, organs, the circulatory system, and the very architecture of living beings. Presently, a living, breathing wizard lies beside him, and the long-buried desire for research begins to resurface. His gaze intensifies as he observes the infant with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Chapter 3. Harry Potter. As his eyes sweep across the scene, Dudley experiences a surge of excitement at the proximity of a famed wizard. His prior studies in biology clearly articulated the evolutionary processes of various species on Earth. For instance, humans, gorillas, pigs, and corn can all be traced back to their ancestral roots on a genetic level. We are all of the same species, while the ancestors of birds hail from reptiles. Over millions of years of evolution and species selection, the familiar world of the 21st century has emerged. In scholarly pursuits, time is an indispensable cost if one aims to achieve significant academic results. Ample evidence and repeated validation require substantial time to complete step by step. At times, a misdirection could render decades of effort futile. However, things are different now. Although his former self was solely focused on research, immersed in the vast ocean of genetics, heredity, and paleobiology, this did not equate to a complete severance from the outside world. He had long been aware of the Harry Potter films, but he had always preferred observing cellular proliferation over the intricacies of fantastical narratives. He lacked detailed knowledge of the plot. Yet this did not alter the undeniable existence of a wizarding world. The peculiar phenomenon of lights being absorbed outside his window and the emergence of Harry Potter signified a shift towards the magical. If he were to become a wizard, would the world as he perceives it undergo a monumental transformation? This longing to explore the unknown and expand his knowledge is an instinctive response of a biologist. However, ideals often clash with the arduous nature of practical action. Much like Dudley must now confront his own physical frailty. Researching wizards feels remote. Sleep seems far more pragmatic. Vernon, look at our child. He is remarkably lively today, and he appears quite fond of Harry. To see the joy in my lovely child's eyes, Petunia remarked, gesturing toward her husband. Vernon's initial annoyance melted away into warmth and affection upon seeing Dudley. Naturally, as a child of the Dursley family, he possesses exceptional genes. I shall provide him with the finest educational resources and the best gifts, ensuring his childhood is vibrant and colorful. As for Harry, Vernon pondered before speaking. I think I shall call the orphanage. I trust that the London Rescue Center will take good care of him. Penny's expression changed as she clenched her teeth and spoke. My dear, perhaps my sister has truly passed away. This letter is genuine. There may indeed be a dark lord in this world. Vernon frowned, ready to erupt in anger. But seeing Penny's serious demeanor, he forcibly suppressed his desire to criticize. Penny glanced at Harry, who stood beside Dudley, and explained, before we wed, I mentioned to you that my sister was somewhat peculiar. She had the ability to conjure many things out of thin air. However, before Penny could continue, Vernon slammed his hand on the table, declaring, enough, my dear. I understand Harry is your sister's only son, and I consent to him residing in our home and raising him until he turns 18. But you must promise me, from this moment on, to refrain from speaking those bizarre, wizarding notions in my ear. It is utterly ridiculous. In my view, wizards are merely the tricks of circus clowns. Do not let them consume our precious time at home. In June 1987, a small figure slowly emerged on the tarmac in front of number 4, Privet Drive, Surrey. The morning of June was not cool. The sweltering heat of summer was destined to linger for a considerable time. Clad in high-end sneakers, imported athletic shorts, and a black t-shirt, Dudley glanced at his wrist. It was 6:30 in the morning, the time for his daily ritual. Since learning to walk 3 years ago, Dudley had consciously begun to train his lower body strength, overall muscle groups, weight-bearing capacity, and endurance. Through his previous biological studies, Dudley understood that the genetic sequences of different species were vastly different. Take humans and gorillas, for instance. Gorillas confined in cages at the zoo, receiving ample food without exercise, possess muscle mass far exceeding that of the average human. In contrast, for humans, mere consumption without activity results in the accumulation of fat. The only way to alter internal conditions is through external environmental stimulation. By consciously controlling his diet and combining it with training, Dudley aimed to induce automatic adjustments in his body's internal genetics to adapt to his surroundings. At this moment, his 6-year-old physique could perform 20 push-ups and 60 sit-ups, with well-defined and proportionate muscle lines. Given the limitations of current equipment, self-discipline was one of the best pathways to alter one's genetic makeup. "Good morning, Dudley." As he paused his steps, Dudley noticed a small, slender boy, significantly shorter than himself, emerging from their home with a plastic bag in hand. "Morning, Harry. Have you been assigned the chore of taking out the trash again?" Harry smiled shyly. "There's no choice. Uncle Vernon says those who do not labor are unworthy of food. If I don't work, I want to have breakfast." Dudley chuckled and approached to help lift the garbage bag, noting that Harry's frail frame looked as if it could be blown over by a gust of wind. "You don't need to worry about me, Dudley. If Uncle Vernon sees you helping, you'll just get scolded again." Having lived in the Dursley household for over 6 years, it seemed that his parents harbored a deep-seated prejudice against Harry. Dudley once believed that perhaps residing in an orphanage would be far preferable to staying in his own home. After all, an orphanage at least provided a bed, while at home, he was relegated to sleeping in a cluttered corner of the staircase. Due to the constraints of his age, he refrained from urging his parents to alter their attitude towards Harry. As it stands, aside from their unkind demeanor, they at least ensured that his basic needs were met. After concluding his morning exercise and changing into fresh attire, he made his way to the dining room. Petunia had prepared slices of bread, sausages, eggs, and some cheese. Dudley pulled out a chair and sat down, shortly after which a portly man clad in a black suit stumbled into the room. The limited space made movement cumbersome, yet his face was meticulously groomed and his demeanor composed as he laboriously settled into a chair. Vernon casually remarked, "Dudley, the professor of the children's biology journal you asked me to contact has made some progress." Chapter 4. Wizardry Research. The Cambridge University Wizardry Research Project, or perhaps the plan to seek out professors in the biology department at Cambridge University. Memories flashed rapidly through Dudley's mind, and he could only manage a faint smile. This matter traced back to last year, when he first learned of the existence of wizards in this world. Each time he accompanied his parents on shopping excursions, he would implore Vernon and Petunia to purchase trinkets related to magic and tricks, yearning to uncover something extraordinary. It was evident that his growing interest in magic had become increasingly pronounced, which filled him with a quiet sense of urgency. Dudley had long discerned his father's thoughts. The years spent gathering clues about wizards had yielded little in the way of useful information. As he matured and his body transformed, Dudley felt it was time to embark on the long-stalled endeavor. In the dining room, his father appeared somewhat showy, seeking his son's admiration. Dudley recalled how he had promised his father, and Vernon, with his characteristic squint, faced his beloved son, reluctant to scold him, instead resorting to peculiar phrases. "Yes, I remember. I shall uphold our agreement. From now on, I will become an independent biologist. I've already asked Mother to pack up the books on magic and send them to the neighbor's child." "Dudley, I knew it. This is precisely how a Dursley should be. Magic is merely a frivolous distraction. Such tricks bear no practical value. Even the workers hauling garbage outside are far superior to those who squander their days in the circus." Clearing his throat, Vernon paused, realizing from his wife's fierce glare that he had perhaps overstepped. He chuckled to mask his embarrassment, stating, "Dudley, my drilling company has been performing well lately. Having secured a hospital project, a friend introduced me to the renowned biologist Morrison Hill in London, and after a friendly conversation with him, he agreed to allow you to visit his private laboratory. Moreover, his assistant will teach you the fundamentals of biology during their free time, crafting a detailed plan for your future interests and professional development." Vernon spoke animatedly, yet beside him, Penny nudged her husband gently. "Vernon, do not forget, today is the child's birthday. You promised to give him 7 distinct gifts for his 7th year." Upon hearing his wife's words, Vernon chuckled awkwardly. "Dudley, allow me to explain. A significant portion of my father's liquid assets has been allocated to support the laboratory of the biologist Morrison Hill. Next year, I assure you, Father will gift you 13 presents, compensating for this year's shortcomings." Dudley expressed his gratitude with a smile, and the family enjoyed a harmonious breakfast together. However, at the corner of the restaurant's exterior wall, A slender figure was stealthily observing the jovial trio at the table. Harry's face betrayed a hint of envy. Dudley had long noticed Harry beside him, but all he could do was wait until he could ask his mother for a few more sausages and slices of bread to quietly share with him. Although the concern was limited, the 6-year-old Dudley was unable to fend for himself. Born into a family where his father owned a company and his mother was a full-time homemaker, he enjoyed considerable financial stability, with daily allowances aplenty. If he were to abscond with Harry, the capital market would hardly show mercy to the weaker labor force. After all, Harry was not his biological child, and societal assistance would be restricted. If memory served correctly, in a few years, Harry would receive an acceptance letter from School of Magic, which would significantly enhance his life. With this thought, Dudley's contemplations slowly began to take shape. In his recollections, the School of Magic only admitted students with magical talents. As it stood, Dudley felt entirely ordinary, with no connection to the mystical. The crux of the matter was that Harry was his cousin. His mother was Dudley's mother's younger sister. According to the principles of genetic inheritance, if Harry could become a wizard, Dudley should be capable of the same. What had gone awry? To uncover this mystery, he had leveraged his father's connections to reach the renowned biologist Morrison Hill at the University of Cambridge. In 1987, Britain stood at the forefront of the world, particularly in biotechnology, equipped with cutting-edge technology and facilities regarded as the pinnacle on a global scale. Biologist Morrison Hill would later publish numerous influential papers on biological genetic factors and their complex evolution, garnering widespread attention. Dudley's objective was to utilize Morrison's laboratory to facilitate a crucial analysis. He had designated his inaugural academic project as an overview of the genetic differences between wizard cells and ordinary humans. Though somewhat lengthy and awkward to pronounce, true scholarship often defies comprehension. Over the years spent with Harry, Dudley had discreetly collected Harry's fallen hair, nails, and even some dead skin from his chapped lips during winter. The forthcoming visit to the laboratory would mark his first attempt at analyzing Harry's biological composition. This plan is not particularly arduous. He merely requires the aid of the laboratory's high-precision microscope to magnify and observe. "Dolly, listen to me," he said. "When we arrive at the laboratory, it would be wise to exhibit a modicum of politeness. Although Professor Morrison has acquiesced to my request, this is merely an opportunity, not a binding commitment." Vernon, driving his silver sedan, cast a glance in the rearview mirror at Dolly, who sat in the back seat, and spoke earnestly. To be honest, he considered himself merely a businessman, and in the presence of truly knowledgeable individuals, he felt somewhat inadequate. After all, knowledge resides in the minds of others, and even money may not procure it. Furthermore, even if one were to acquire knowledge, many, constrained by their innate abilities, would struggle to grasp it. Nonetheless, he held a firm belief that the Dursley lineage possessed not only a flair for commerce, but also the potential to excel in the realm of academia. As he observed Vernon, who rambled on incessantly, Dolly feigned attentiveness, nodding in agreement. Chapter 5. Learning. Seated in the back of the silver sedan, Dolly's gaze drifted towards the scenery beyond the window. One cannot deny that 1980s London, judged solely by the exterior of its architecture, bore little distinction from the 20th or even 21st centuries. The smooth asphalt roads, the vibrant array of advertisements and neon lights lining the streets, and the young men and women occasionally emerging from their cars all painted a lively picture. They appeared healthy, clad in short sleeves and hot pants, beverages in hand, seemingly relishing in their carefree existence. "Dolly, are you even listening to me?" Vernon, gripping the steering wheel at a traffic light, pressed the brake and glanced at the rearview mirror, catching sight of his son's distracted demeanor. Virum. The engine roared deliberately twice, causing the previously clustered group of blue-haired, blue-eyed youths to frown in discontent. What was so impressive about an ordinary silver sedan? As the words fell away, the group turned and departed. Vernon raised his slightly wrinkled brow, asserting, "Dolly, heed my words. Those young people are the epitome of idleness. On a weekday morning, instead of attending to work, they gather to indulge in frivolities. It is a sheer waste of time. You must not follow in their footsteps." "Yes, father, you are right," Dolly replied, echoing Vernon's sentiments. As the traffic light changed, the car resumed its journey. Vernon's lips curled upward as if he had found a new source of inspiration, and he began to speak once more. "Dolly, do not mistake my admonitions for nagging. Consider this. You are en route to engage in discourse with the esteemed British biologist, Professor Morrison Hill, while those fashionably attired youths squander their time in meaningless revelry, contributing nothing of value. I believe they will inevitably come to regret their choices." Observing his father's somewhat corpulent physique, Dolly was acutely aware of the contrast. In his previous life, he had specialized in biology and genetics, delving into the primal instincts of humanity. Among the youthful crowd, there were undoubtedly a few strikingly attractive individuals, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, with alluring figures that evoked a visceral response within him as a fellow male. Observing the companions beside them, Vernon undoubtedly engaged in a private comparison. The young men were muscular and clad in short-sleeved vests, while he found himself to be corpulent and unfit. Given his lack of physical appeal, one must seek superiority in other realms, he mused. Dolly sighed. Just then, he noticed a compact car entering a cluster of buildings that bore a slight resemblance to the office structures of a past era, though the overall design leaned towards a European aesthetic. From a distance, it was evident that the hallways contained spacious and well-lit rooms. As the private vehicle came to a halt, Vernon removed the car key and struggled to extricate himself from the silver sedan. The exaggerated movement nearly led him to topple, but fortunately, Dolly was quick to provide support. "Oh, how heavy," he lamented. At merely 6 years of age, had it not been for his commitment to fitness, he would likely have fallen alongside his father. "This is truly dreadful. I've long believed this car's dimensions do not suit my stature." "Dolly, you need to worry. I know you prefer larger vehicles. Like me, you've always thought bigger is better. Rest assured, once the hospital project is completed, I shall acquire for you a family-sized SUV." Dolly watched his father as he adjusted his slightly wrinkled black suit, retrieving hair gel from the interior of the car door and applying it to his hair, ensuring the golden strands regained their glossy sheen. Vernon closed the car door and fiddled with the positioning of his black bow tie. "Quite perfect, wouldn't you agree?" "My dear son." Dolly chose to ignore his father's inquiry. He was aware that one's reflection in a mirror tends to enhance perceived attractiveness by 30%, and he had no desire to engage in such insincere discourse. Vernon strode ahead, marveling at how his son, at such a tender age, already exhibited remarkable intelligence and maturity. 10 minutes later, at the Morrison laboratory, a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, donned a white lab coat and held several volumes detailing the fundamentals of biological science. "Greetings, Mr. Dolly. It is a pleasure to see you once more. In your absence, you have grown even taller and more handsome than I had imagined. Let me take a look. This dashing young lad must be your son, Dolly, am I correct? From a genetic standpoint, I could tell from the moment we met that you two share an 80% resemblance, especially in your facial features, which are strikingly identical." Upon hearing this, Vernon's round face nearly squinted into a narrow slit of delight. Unconcerned with the veracity of the professor's words, he simply felt elated. "Professor Morrison, your perceptiveness is remarkable." I happen to be in the midst of replanning the hospital in the London district. As he observed the exchange of compliments between his father and Professor Morrison, Dolly fully grasped the essence of uttering the most insincere remarks with a smile. He even found himself questioning whether the professor he once knew was indeed the same individual. However, upon seeing the contours of his features reminiscent of his memories, Dolly shook his head in resignation. Pondering what could have transpired over the past 30 years that led Professor Morrison to abandon trivial social niceties in pursuit of breakthroughs in the biological field, Vernon and Morrison have been engaged in a discussion regarding the cultivation of their child's educational expenses. One asserts that knowledge of biology must be nurtured from a young age, consuming a considerable amount of energy. The other contends that the investment made by the Dursley family is already substantial. This sum is entirely sufficient for a child's educational resources over 15 years, effectively amounting to an advance payment for these. Dudley, however, did not partake in the conversation. During this time, he followed the assistant at Morrison's Biological Research Institute, Evans, casually exploring the premises. Upon observing the basic arrangement of the laboratory, Dudley nodded in satisfaction, noting that the overall layout bore no distinction from that of his previous life. The lavishly constructed laboratory, being a specialized building, was indeed more cost-effective to reconstruct than to renovate from a commercial standpoint. "Uncle Evans, it seems my father is calling for you," Dudley said earnestly, gazing at the young man before him. He intended to concoct an excuse to secure a bit of freedom for himself to investigate the biological tissues of the wizard, Harry. Chapter 6. The Importance of Bloodline. Evans did not hesitate. A 6-year-old child with such innocent eyes could not possibly lie. The area was currently unoccupied, posing no danger, and they were within the confines of the laboratory, so the child could not go astray. Once Evans was dismissed, Dudley immediately surveyed his surroundings. The laboratory was fundamentally divided into 4 zones: the cultivation area, the observation area, the experimental area, and the storage. This time, Dudley's primary aim was the observation area. Time was of the essence. and he had come to utilize the laboratory's observation area to closely examine the effects of a portion of Harry's bodily tissues under a high-powered microscope. Observing the tall tables and chairs before him, Dudley moved a chair closer, placed his hands upon it, and jumped up. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a plastic bag containing the dry, cracked skin that had fallen from Harry's lips during winter. Grabbing a test tube, he dropped a single drop of chemical solution, used tweezers to grasp the dead skin, then covered it with a glass slide and placed it under the high-powered microscope. The fundamental elements of biological exploration are observation and discovery. This time, the target was the cellular structure of Harry's biological tissues. Leaning closer, Dudley scrutinized the specimen on that evening in June 1987 in London, Surrey County, at 4 Hollowhawk Lane. As night descended, the two-story house was illuminated with bright lights, and bursts of hearty laughter occasionally emanated from within. Penny, listen to me, this is all true," Vernon exclaimed, his face glistening with excitement as he spoke at the round dining table in the Dursley household. "Dear, you must believe me. Today we visited Professor Morrison's laboratory, and he personally told me that our child, Dudley, possesses an extraordinary aptitude for biology. With his guidance, he could very well become a new biological researcher before the age of 25. Penny, dressed in a lovely dress, adjusted her voluminous black hair and replied, "Enough, Vernon. You've been rambling for the past 2 hours. It's mealtime now. Please consider our son's mood and appetite." With that, Penny gestured for her husband to notice Dudley sitting beside them. "There is nothing particularly strange about this. I had previously encountered the use of microscopes in a popular biology magazine. This time, it was merely a fortunate coincidence that I was able to observe cells so distinctly." Dudley shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. "Oh dear Petunia, listen to this. Such intuition is truly the mark of a genius. I believe my great-grandfather would be immensely proud to see the remarkable Dursley lineage manifest in my son. Our family is finally on the brink of producing a scholar." Vernon's incessant chatter had maintained this excited fervor since leaving the biology lab that afternoon. Dudley remained silent, picking at his dinner, sensing he might have been a tad too ostentatious. "Harry, what are you dawdling about? Hurry and bring your cousin some more steak and bread." Vernon glared at the diminutive Harry. "Be mindful. The temperature should ideally remain at 50 degrees Celsius. If you dare to burn my nephew, you will be punished with 2 days without food." Petunia, listening to her husband, furrowed her brow but chose to remain silent, not wishing to disrupt the harmonious atmosphere with trivial matters while Vernon was in such high spirits. "All right, Uncle, I'll be careful," Harry replied, his small frame maneuvering around the stove as he prepared the steak, his mouth watering at the thought of the beef. He patted his meager stomach, fully aware that he would only have access to the leftovers after the Dursleys finished their meal. "Harry, hurry up and clear the table. If I find grease on it in the morning, you will know the consequences." With that, he stomped upstairs, the creaking wooden stairs protesting under his weight. Fine dust settling on Harry's hair. "Okay, Uncle, I'm going right now," he called out. "Damn it, I said immediately right now." Bang! The door slammed shut. Rubbing his somewhat emaciated stomach, Harry approached the center of the dining room, towel in hand, ready to wipe the table. Just then, a plate appeared before him. Within the white dish lay a generous portion of freshly cooked steak, neatly sliced into small pieces. Gulp! Harry swallowed hard. "Dudley, I can't take this." "If Uncle Vernon sees," Dudley smiled and gestured for Harry to be quiet, pointing upstairs before turning away and exiting the dining room, leaving Harry with a grateful gaze. Back in his private room, Dudley gazed out at the night sky, his eyes bright and alert. He felt a sense of sympathy for Harry and would help him within his means. In the past, he would have assisted Harry, albeit by sharing some of his own food. However, from this day forward, Dudley recognized that Harry's role as a useful ally had become even more significant. A frail physique hindered analytical observation. Ample food and a healthy mental state were fundamental prerequisites for biological research. Without these, the plans based on today's observations could not proceed effectively. Dudley was acutely aware of the standards upheld by the Biology Research Center in his previous life. The human body is primarily composed of a multitude of proteins, which, nourished by sustenance and environment, develop into cells, under high magnification through a microscope and in specific reagents. Derry observed that the cells within Harry's dead skin bore an identical appearance to those of a healthy individual. Yet, his discoveries transcended this initial finding. Typically, the dead skin of a normal person, when removed from the body and deprived of moisture and oxygen, succumbs to decay, ceases to function, and transforms into either crystalline forms or other organic materials. However, the dead skin cells from Harry, after being detached from the body for a span of 3 years, exhibited remarkable vitality. They displayed movement. His prior biological knowledge informed him that, should he choose to, he could implant these singular cells into an artificial growth medium, prompting them to proliferate and divide. This initial observation instilled in him a sense of groundbreaking discovery, akin to a revelation from his 30 years of biological study in a previous life. At that moment, Harry had elevated in Derry's eyes to a treasure of immense value. The quest for understanding and deciphering the unknown realms of knowledge became the true pursuit of a scholar. His next step involved utilizing the electron microscope within the Morrison laboratory to conduct a more profound examination of the cells taken from Harry. The second research topic focused on the differences between wizard cells, their membranes, cytoplasm, nuclei, and the molecular structure of amino acids compared to those of ordinary humans. Gaining insight into even a fragment of this domain could pave the way for further explorations in other biological fields. The third topic in genetics anticipated the observation plan for the implantation of viruses into wizard cells. Chapter 7. The Scientist's Diary. London, England, January 1991. Derry glanced at the clock on his desk. It was now 6 in the morning. As per his routine, despite the frigid weather, he felt compelled to maintain his regimen of rigorous physical exercise. Once a pattern of discipline is established, any deviation from it can feel rather disconcerting. Looking out at the darkened streets, Derry resolved to forego his morning workout. He had more pressing matters at hand, namely, organizing his research notes on wizard cells. It had been approximately 4 years since his initial exposure to the private biological laboratory at Morrison Hill, Cambridge University, in 1987. Throughout these years, Derry had consistently arrived at the laboratory 3 afternoons a week, employing various excuses to observe and document his experimental data during his mentor's attentive instruction. To be candid, Derry's perception of Professor Morrison had shifted. Initially, he had anticipated that, having accepted his father's financial contributions, the professor would merely assign him a lackluster assistant to dismiss him. Yet, upon discovering Derry's unique biological aptitude, it seemed the professor genuinely intended to cultivate him towards becoming a professional researcher. This realization brought Derry both frustration and considerable solace. After all, being in the company of a renowned biologist allowed him to pose curious professional inquiries, to which the professor invariably provided insightful perspectives. Derry reached into the drawer of his desk and retrieved a leather-bound notebook, opening it to the first page, which contained records of wizard diaries along with specific plans and parameters. Wizard Cell Experiment 1. On a Wednesday in London, 1988, after concluding a day of study, I had hoped that the stolen moments I seized would soon allow me to observe the wizard cells, including their membranes, cytoplasm, and nuclei, delving even deeper into amino acids and other molecular structures. Alas, I was mistaken. The laboratory equipment was not as sophisticated as I had envisioned. My memory lingered in the 21st century of the United Kingdom, and in my fervent research, I failed to notice that high-precision electron microscopes had yet to become commonplace. Even the renowned Morrison Biological Laboratory required a lengthy wait for equipment, needing to place an order with a Japanese consortium, a plan that would take approximately a year to materialize. On a Monday in London, 1988, I was genuinely elated for under Professor Morrison's guidance. The high-precision electron microscope had finally entered regular operation. This might yield new insights. By Saturday in London, 1989, I found myself in distress. The electron microscopes of this era were still antiquated, producing monochrome projections. From the limited features discernible, I could ascertain that the cytoplasm, nucleus, and certain proteins within the cells of Harry's lips were almost identical to those of an ordinary human. While this was not particularly encouraging news, it nonetheless bore a silver lining. It suggested that the fundamental structure of wizards could still be categorized within the human realm. After all, the cells continued to divide in chemical reagents, implying that the proteins constituting wizard cells had not undergone any unexpected transformations, with phenomena excluded. And based on the optimization of the first theory, the reason for the wizard cell-sustained vitality despite 3 years of nutrient deprivation likely resided within the nucleus. Currently, Professor Morrison's laboratory lacked the means for an in-depth study of the nucleus. Advanced instruments were necessary, and I overheard him discussing with his assistant plans to procure a batch of nanoscale injection needles in the near future. If my guess was correct, Professor Morrison must have uncovered new information in the realm of biology that prompted both American and Japanese entities to willingly offer technical support. Soon, these experimental apparatus would be delivered. By November 1990, over 3 years had elapsed since I began my research on wizard cells. During this time, I had been formulating a viral implantation plan targeting these cells. This was not a challenging endeavor. Under an electron microscope, It was almost effortless. A single virus exists in a realm between life and non-life as an organic entity. They cannot survive independently. Genetic studies clearly indicate that upon entering a cell, viruses infect or compel the nucleus to proliferate and produce more of themselves. Should this hypothesis hold true, the wizard cells would continuously divide, generating new strains of influenza within the culture vessels. On November 30th, 1990, I found myself uncertain whether to classify this experiment as a success or a failure. The ordinary influenza virus, upon infecting the wizard cells, causes the resulting wizard cells to cease further proliferation and division once a certain threshold is reached. Currently, there is no observed limit to the division and proliferation of normal wizard cells. However, the wizard cells infected by the virus only undergo a brief series of divisions, with the maximum recorded being no more than 50 times. Such an occurrence should not transpire without external interference. What distinguishes the influenza virus in this world from that of a previous existence, or what other factors could be at play? In December 1990, I had grown weary of this suspicion. Aimless research is the greatest waste of time. Having not consumed any water for a day, my lips exhibited visible cracks. As I touched the dead skin at the corner of my mouth, a novel approach dawned upon me. I resolved to personally validate the theoretical premise. I extracted cells from the dead skin on my own lips and simultaneously collected cells from Harry's lips, placing them together and injecting them with the local influenza virus. The virus entered the cell membranes almost simultaneously, making its way toward the nucleus, driven by an instinct to seize the center and commence replication. In January 1991, I discovered that in this world, the influenza virus cells successfully induced my cells to divide incessantly, continuously producing new influenza viruses. Provided there was no external interference and sufficient nutrients, theoretically, the division could continue indefinitely. Meanwhile, the wizard cells remained stagnant after a mere few dozen divisions, halting the production of new viruses. I found myself at a loss for words to describe the scene before me. A week later, having been removed from the cultivation medium and infected with the novel virus, my cells did not decompose into organic matter, nor did they crystallize or perish entirely. Under the microscope, they still brimmed with vitality. This was simply astonishing. Thus, let us boldly hypothesize. If I were to inject the newly proliferated influenza virus from Harry's cells into my own body, what transformations might I undergo? Would I acquire the fabled magical powers? This remains an enigma. However, a plethora of data suggests that should I proceed with this course of action, I would become the first experimental subject to perish from a mere cold. This is predicated upon the condition of being afflicted by influenza, a malady for which no remedy currently exists. After perusing the entries in my wizard cell experiment diary, I glanced at the time on my desk. Over 2 hours had elapsed. The last recorded date of a relevant wizard cell experiment diary was 6 months prior, and up until now, Dolly had yet to take that final step. Any biological experiment necessitates a wealth of evidence and repeated operations for validation. Science is meticulous. The consequences of recklessness are often uncontrollable. I opened the window, allowing the cold air to brush against my skin. In London, April 1991, at 4 Yew Tree Road, a 2-story house in the county of Surrey. Dudley, why are you still in the house? It is already 7:30 in the morning. Hurry down for breakfast. Penny's voice filtered through the crack of the door. Inside, Dudley stirred awake, feeling a twinge of frustration. Any scientific endeavor or biological theory that encounters a bottleneck requires a balance of work and rest. Fixating on a single point can be counterproductive. All right, Mother, I'm coming, Dudley replied, hastening down the stairs. As he descended the final flight, he deliberately softened his footsteps, for he had become aware of this necessity ever since the last time he saw Harry, disheveled and emerging from the cupboard. Good morning, my dear son. You don't seem to be in good spirits today. You usually go out for your morning exercise on time, Vernon remarked, adjusting his black suit. With half-eaten dry bread and red tea before him, Penny shot a disapproving glance at her husband, retorting, "Oh, come on. It's just a matter of waking up a bit later. Besides, life requires a balance of work and leisure. A little relaxation is beneficial." Rather than insisting Dudley rise early for exercise every day, perhaps you could address your snoring problem at night. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his wife's defense of Dudley, Vernon rolled his eyes. "I was merely making an observation, nothing more." Dudley accepted the plate from his mother, which held steak, egg whites, and some milk cereal. "Mother, your culinary skills remain as exceptional as ever." Pleased by her son's compliment, Penny beamed. "Of course. You engage in such rigorous exercise daily and adhere to strict dietary standards. Listen, Dudley, you're not even 11 yet. There's no need to be so hard on yourself. At your age, you should play more and explore the world. Penny continued her gentle admonitions, aware that they might be futile, and unable to understand why her son was so committed to exercising. Sitting at the dining table, Dudley savored his steak while listening to Penny and Vernon chatter, a warm feeling enveloping him. Although his cousin, Harry Potter, remained confined in the cupboard under the stairs, he resolved to have a heart-to-heart with him later, to avoid neglecting the boy. "All right, Penny, that's enough. I acknowledge my mistake. I intend to make it up to you both," Vernon declared, wiping his mouth with a napkin, and, noticing the curious expressions on Dudley and his wife's faces, he raised his hand with a hint of pride. "What do you think this is?" As he spoke, he extended the object in his hand. "These are anonymous zoo tickets, a gift from my business partner. I intended to surprise you, but it seems they will serve as a meager compensation instead. I hope my dear son finds them satisfactory." Vernon took a sip of the red tea, already envisioning Dudley leaping with excitement and showering him with praise. However, as Dudley's voice reached his ears, Vernon nearly dropped his cup of tea in shock. London Zoo appears to be a splendid destination, and it would be delightful to take Harry along, as he rarely engages in leisure activities. Upon hearing this, Vernon's expression darkened, and he was about to refuse when he caught sight of Petunia's sharp gaze, compelling him to clear his throat. "Ahem, this proposal is quite commendable. It seems that even young Dudley understands the joy of sharing, so let us invite Harry as well." At the entrance of their two-story house, Dudley, clad in a brand-new branded shirt and shorts, assisted his mother in loading some personal items into the trunk of their silver car. Vernon's steps deliberately slowed, his corpulent figure resembling a formidable wall, obstructing the doorway. "Uncle Vernon, you're in my way," Harry, following closely behind, timidly spoke up. At that moment, Vernon turned around, his large hand pressing down on Harry's shoulder. "Listen here. Today is a day of enjoyment for the Dursley family. You best suppress any of your little thoughts. Especially refrain from mentioning any tricks or such lowly nonsense in front of Dudley. If I catch wind of anything unusual, you can forget about leaving the cupboard under the stairs for a week." "What are you doing, Vernon? We'll be late." Petunia's voice rang out. Vernon cast a fierce glare at Harry before responding. "All right, Uncle, I understand." With great effort, Vernon squeezed his ample frame into the driver's seat. Glancing back at Dudley in the rear seat, he wore a broad smile. "Here, as to a delightful zoo excursion for our family." Dudley smiled in return as the car's engine roared to life, and they drove along the asphalt road. Seizing a moment, Dudley reached out and patted Harry on the shoulder, slipping a cream candy into his hand, preventing Harry from expressing his gratitude as his gaze turned to the window. This trip to the zoo held its own significance for Dudley. He harbored a personal agenda, uncertain if he would succeed, as he felt time was fleeting. It was the weekend, and the zoo was bustling with families. Under the guidance of Vernon and Petunia, Dudley and Harry successfully entered the London Zoo. After several minutes, noticing that his father was becoming slightly breathless, Dudley suggested, "Father, there's a resting area nearby. Why don't you and Mother take a seat here while Harry and I explore a little further ahead?" Vernon, feeling that this was indeed a sensible suggestion, replied, "All right, Dudley, but don't wander too far. Your mother and I will join you shortly." With a smile, Dudley took Harry's hand and led him forward. As they walked, they observed the animals, and Dudley's memories of biology from a past life began to resurface. His eagerness to visit the zoo stemmed from a desire to clarify the intricate recollections through detailed observation. Then, Dudley halted abruptly, noticing that Harry was oddly fixated on a massive glass enclosure. Inside was a large, yellowish-brown python adorned with dark spots. Chapter 9. The Parents of the Serpent. The zoo featured a simulated habitat for the python. Near the glass window, a puddle of water stains lay, behind which trees and intricate rock formations thrived. A python languidly coiled its body upon the surface of the rocks. "Harry, do you have an affinity for these cold-blooded creatures?" Dudley inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Harry, who was fixated on the snake. With his head bowed, Harry, clad in an oversized checkered shirt, hesitated before responding. "This is my first encounter with a living python outside of television, though it seems rather discontent." Dudley furrowed his brow at Harry's observation, questioning how one could discern discomfort from a motionless snake resting on the rocks. Although internally perplexed, he refrained from pressing further, shifting his gaze to the species display. Black python. How about that, Brazil? Was it merely a black python hailing from Brazil? Dudley stroked his chin, despite his youth. His past life as a biologist led him to instinctively analyze certain biological traits. Age, habits, birthplace. These factors could yield valuable insights. Yet Dudley preferred not to dwell solely on this. From a caterpillar to a butterfly, it transcended the basic tenets of genetics. Perhaps the biological laboratory at Cambridge under Morrison could aid in resolving some of his dilemmas. Just then, a series of thuds caught Dudley's attention as a group of teenagers approached Harry. "Hey, stinky python, are you just a caterpillar? Get up, coiled here like a lump of cotton. Move, hurry up." Observing the ruckus caused by the children, Dudley shook his head in exasperation. Even in London, unruly teenagers were a universal phenomenon. Poor Harry, frail and slight, was unceremoniously shoved aside from the center. At that moment, Dudley noticed the scales of the black python shimmering oddly under the spotlight. Compared to his recollections, the scales appeared more delicate and translucent. Dudley's eyes flickered with realization. This could elucidate why the python remained undisturbed amidst the commotion of the blonde, blue-eyed children. After a while, the children, finding the python unresponsive, were soon drawn away to another section of the animal exhibit. "All right, Harry, let's depart from here. I suspect the insect section will prove more intriguing." As Dudley spoke, he reached to pat Harry's shoulder. Yet just then his hand stiffened. The coiled black python slowly lifted its head, its black slit-like pupils fixated on the two outside the window. Dudley heard Harry's almost entranced whisper, "Hello, what is your name? You don't know your name? How unfortunate. Do you have a father and mother? Ah, how truly unfortunate it is that you are unaware of your own parents. Do you long for home? Are you aware of its whereabouts? Brazil is indeed quite distant." Observing Harry muttering to himself beside him, Dudley felt a chill creep down his spine. Harry, a wizard, was cognizant of the existence of magic in this world, and though he was prepared for it, witnessing a scene where one could directly converse with a cold-blooded creature imparted a surreal sensation within him. With each utterance from Harry, the python either flicked its tongue or nodded in acknowledgement. Eventually, Dudley heard Harry's seemingly melancholic whisper, "It turns out you are as pitiable as I am. I too have no parents." At that moment, a soft pop echoed through the air. Instinctively, Dudley took a step back as the enormous glass wall of the python exhibit vanished into thin air. A rustling sound ensued. Chapter 10. Imprisoned. Dudley, still observing Harry's soliloquy, felt a shiver run down his spine. Harry, being a wizard, had an understanding of magic's existence. Yet the experience of witnessing direct communication with a reptilian creature felt somewhat unreal. With every word Harry spoke, the python either flicked its tongue or nodded. It was then that Dudley heard Harry's seemingly sorrowful murmur. "It turns out you are as pitiable as I am. I too have no parents." Just then, a faint pop resonated. Dudley instinctively retreated, witnessing the immense glass panel of the python exhibit vanish before his eyes. The rustling intensified. He saw the python raise its head and swiftly glide over the railing. The triangular head of the snake inclined slightly towards Harry, a gesture of gratitude. Dudley paid little mind to the python's departure, fully aware that everything was connected to Harry and that the python posed no threat to him. His focus lay on the snake's shed skin, now revealed in the crevice where it had coiled. Without a second thought, fueled by years of athleticism, he leaped over the railing with a powerful thrust, landing deftly on the rocks while avoiding the water. He quickly grasped the head of the snake's skin, applying just enough force. He knew that this python was several meters long, and he could not carry it all. He merely needed a small portion. After all, a snake capable of intelligent conversation with a wizard was hardly ordinary. He tucked the head of the skin into his pocket and, with a swift push, leaped back over the railing. Thud! Crack! Splash! What in the world? Why did this cursed glass appear so suddenly? Dudley felt utterly disoriented. Most concerning was the realization that, to his eyes, this glass must have been imported from some foreign land. Such impact without shattering must indicate it was bulletproof. The commotion soon attracted a throng of onlookers. Among them, a rotund, middle-aged man pushed his way through, nearly fainting at the sight before him. "Vernon, hurry, and summon the park staff. Dudley is trapped inside. Goodness. This is the snake exhibition area. For heaven's sake, call for help quickly. Dudley, please remain calm. Attracting the python's attention could lead to disaster." Penny, in a state of disarray, watched her precious son confined behind glass, consumed by anxiety and concern for Dudley's safety. 2 hours later, at 4 Privet Drive in Surrey, a silver sedan came to a halt. On the other side, as the crowd dispersed, Vernon Dursley roughly seized Harry by the neck, pinning him against the car door frame. "You little brat, I am genuinely furious this time. If you don't learn a lesson, you'll never remember." Vernon's aggressive demeanor utterly intimidated Harry. After all, his son Dudley had nearly fallen into a puddle due to the suddenly vanished glass. As for how the glass disappeared and why Dudley inexplicably found himself behind it, Vernon stubbornly insisted that Dudley had been tricked by Harry. Although such an excuse was absurd, it was preferable to admitting the existence of magic in the world. "Listen here. I am serious. From now on, you shall go hungry. Perhaps the pangs of hunger will teach you a lesson." As Vernon spoke, he yanked Harry toward the staircase leading to the storage cupboard. Dudley was right beside me. He can attest that the glass on the snake exhibit vanished in a thin air. It was just like magic. Harry pleaded incessantly, but Vernon's grip was too strong, causing pain in his neck. Magic? Damn magic. You've truly gone too far. Do not let me hear such illogical nonsense again. Get in there. Vernon forcefully shoved Harry into the cupboard. Bang! The door slammed shut and through the crack. Harry continued to argue. Vernon rolled his eyes in exasperation. I cannot fathom how, after 6 years of education at a prestigious London school, your mind is still filled with such rubbish. Perhaps you should take a cue from your cousin Dudley and focus on your studies so that you can become a useful person. Muttering to himself, Vernon was infuriated. Dealing with such matters was truly vexing, and even if Dudley fell into the Python S-pool, claiming mental compensation from the zoo would be a disgrace, especially to the Dursley family's reputation. Chapter 11. The Bullied Young Wizard. This was an unusual state of affairs. His previous studies in biology had allowed him to perceive the underlying issues clearly. Amidst the prejudice, there was a palpable fear, such that even the stout Vernon had to adopt a menacing facade. However, none of this was of any consequence. After finding an excuse to send his mother Penny away, Dudley changed into a new outfit and sat by the window on the second floor. He rummaged through the pocket of his trousers, his heart racing with increasing fervor. Carefully, he laid a hard object flat on the table. At last, it was a palm-sized piece of snake skin, specifically the cranial section of the black-spotted python from a zoo. Although it bore some wear from being tucked away in his pocket, the majority remained remarkably intact, showcasing its intricate scales, the delicate membrane over the eyes, and the textured structure of the jaw, all clearly visible. As for Harry's situation, he would assist him once Vernon's anger had subsided a bit. For now, he reached into the drawer to retrieve his treasured biological experiment notebook. Diary of Wizarding Cell Experiments, Volume 9. London, early 1991. I have finally acquired what I desired. However, I discovered an even better specimen at the zoo, a python capable of communication, one that comprehends human speech. This python, originating from Brazil, was bred in captivity. London, February 1991. Although it was already February, the atmosphere here mirrored the world as he remembered it. The greenhouse effect from heavy industry was not as dire as anticipated. The cold air still caused shivers, and the streets were blanketed with snow. With a kick, he sent a pebble skittering aside and continued on his way. Along the road, he spotted children frolicking on the icy pavement, their black backpacks slung over their shoulders and tall boots laced tightly. Alas, despite his meticulous calculations, he still had to partake in the daily rigors of primary education in England. Crowded amongst a group of children, he observed as the teacher on stage clapped, sang, and danced, implementing a so-called interest-driven teaching approach. Though tedious and uninspiring to him, one could not deny the enthusiasm of the children in this environment. There was hardly a sight of those shrinking back in fear or crying to their parents about school. "Dudley, wait for me," Harry called, breathlessly catching up with his cousin. Dudley stood still, glancing at Harry's cheeks, reddened from the cold, and furrowed his brow. "What happened to your cheeks? Did someone bully you again?" Harry rubbed his cheeks and replied, "It's nothing, cousin. I just accidentally brushed against something." Observing Harry's evident dishonesty, Dudley sighed, knowing full well that Harry was merely avoiding trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Dudley turned and walked ahead, while Harry followed him with a shy smile. Since the strange incident at the zoo, Vernon's treatment of Harry had grown increasingly harsh. He refused to buy him new clothes, leaving Harry to attend class in a filthy state. With dirty clothes and broken glasses held together with tape, even walking beside Harry, Dudley could faintly detect an unpleasant odor. In the summer, it would likely be far worse. Suddenly, Dudley stopped, and Harry, caught off guard, bumped into his cousin's back. Being smaller in stature and lacking in physical strength, the impact nearly toppled him to the ground. "Dudley, what's wrong?" Harry asked, observing his cousin with his hands in his pockets, gazing up at the sky, puzzled. "You are aware that excessive timidity and acquiescence will only amuse the bullies in your class." Harry opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. "Why do you not harness your strength to resist?" Dudley's tone grew, slightly more emphatic. Harry, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, "It's futile. They are significantly larger and more numerous than I am." "Harry, you know that is not what I mean." Dudley repeated once more. "Cousin, I fail to comprehend your words. When did you become so enigmatic?" Observing Harry's demeanor, Dudley shook his head and chose to say no more, instead taking Harry's hand and leading him towards the station from his memories. A wizard capable of magic, yet unaware of his own potential in that regard. Is it perhaps that, deep down, he believes the existence of magic in this world to be improbable? Or does he subconsciously sense that if he were to wield magic, it would alert Vernon and Petunia, leading to his expulsion and a residence in an unmonitored orphanage? Disregarding these speculations, I could add an entry to the Wizard Observation Diary. Wizard Observation Diary. Wizards may, when emotionally stimulated or in unique circumstances, inadvertently and aimlessly activate magic, resulting in extraordinary events. Chapter 12. The Development of Magical Power. London, April 1991, Surrey County, 4 Privet Drive. Within the two-story house, Dudley sat organizing stacks of documents. Glancing at the time, he rose, donned his sneakers, and ventured out for a morning jog. Ever since he observed the remarkable activity of the cells on Harry S. lips through the electronic microscope in Morrison S. lab, he had employed a nanoscale syringe to infect wizard cells with a common flu virus, subsequently extracting the newly generated flu virus exhibiting wizard-like activity. Consequently, Dudley classified this novel virus as Magic Virus I Flu. According to his plan, in a short span, he would inject this Magic Virus I into himself, anticipating that, based on the cellular activity characteristics, a transformation might occur. However, whether this transformation would grant him magical abilities remained uncertain. Wizard Cell Experiment. London, Wednesday, February 1991. I found myself once again in Professor Morrison S. biological laboratory. This time, I extracted a small portion of a shed skin from a zoo python, placed it into a reagent, covered it with a slide, and meticulously examined it under the latest electronic microscope. Regrettably, the Python S cells did not exhibit the characteristics I had imagined. They were merely ordinary Python cells. Once detached from the body, the cells crystallized, displaying neither life nor activity. I felt considerable disappointment, but biological experimentation is inherently a process of relentless exploration and practice. Wizard Cell Experiment. London, Saturday, February 1991. I remained unsatisfied. The python in the zoo was capable of communication with wizards, which should suffice to substantiate its uniqueness. After all, the cognitive capacity of animals is limited, and the brain of a snake is pitifully small, hardly able to store any substantial information. With a spirit of experimentation, I cast a small portion of the molted python skin into the culture medium, simultaneously injecting my latest extraction of the Magic Virus No. 1, influenza. 3 days later, as I retrieved the sample, I was astounded. The minuscule piece of python skin, initially no larger than a fingernail, had grown by approximately 1 centimeter. I questioned whether my vision was deceiving me. I placed the specimen under the electronic microscope once more. I felt that my prior studies in genetic science were being profoundly challenged. The once inert, crystallized python cells had inexplicably been rejuvenated. The cells were functioning, initiating the division of new proteins. Wizard Cell Experiment. On a Monday in February 1991, London time, after 3 days of observation, I resolved to embark on a new experimental endeavor. This inspiration stemmed from a genetic experiment I conducted during my previous life while pursuing a master's degree in biological genetics on the Blue Planet. This revelation sparked a bold notion within me. I recognized the fundamental differences between oviparous and viviparous species. According to documented observations in genetics and biology, the cells within the irises of snakes exhibit a remarkable 70 similarity to those found in the irises of mice. Their intrinsic amino acid structures and shapes are nearly indistinguishable under a high-resolution electron microscope. I plan to procure a docile mouse for the next phase of my experiments. On the asphalt road, Harry's pace quickened, his small frame having undergone deliberate training for over a decade, now able to run for an hour with minimal perspiration. His body was gradually acclimating to this low-intensity aerobic exercise, with his lung capacity steadily increasing. To ensure the success of the wizard cell experiment envisioned in his mind, he had devised a strategy early on. Common field mice, groundhogs, gray mice, and even laboratory mice possess certain aggressive tendencies. Biological experiments demand rigor, and an organism's genetic makeup inherently inclines it towards particular temperaments. Should he indeed conjure a formidable organism, he would need to select a relatively gentle breed. The chinchilla, with its gentle disposition and soft, fluffy fur resembling that of squirrel's tail, was not a member of the feline family, but rather a type of long-haired rodent. As for how to introduce the charming chinchilla to his parents, Petunia and Vernon, Harry had meticulously planned. "Harry, come down for breakfast." Petunia's voice rang out at the opportune moment. At the table, the corpulent Vernon had already settled into his seat, causing the bench to creak under his weight. Rarely did he refrain from speaking while eating. He sat fidgeting in his chair, his palms rubbing together anxiously. Petunia, taking the initiative, helped Harry pull out his chair, gesturing for him to sit. As Harry settled in, Vernon could no longer contain himself. "Harry, guess what?" "All right, Vernon, Just tell us already. You've been so mysterious this morning. Petunia interrupted her husband, clearly displeased with the peculiar anticipation. Then I shall speak plainly. This morning, I received a phone call from the editor of the Children's Biology Journal, informing me that your submission has been accepted. There is no cause for astonishment. Even Professor Morrison has remarked upon our child's innate aptitude for biology. Vernon shook his head, his expression exaggerated. Penny, you often chide me about my excessive early investments. Yet it is evident that Derry's biological talent has garnered validation from others beyond Professor Morrison. This alone affirms that our educational direction is indeed correct. Speak, Derry. What is it that you desire? Your father shall strive to fulfill your wishes. As I mentioned previously, I wish to have a pet. I have a particular fondness for a gerbil. Let it become a member of our family. Chapter 13. The Future of the Python and the Gerbil. A gerbil? Vernon's hand trembled slightly upon the table, his expression betraying unease. Derry, I think you might want to reconsider. My business partner operates a pet store. We could contemplate a loyal Labrador or perhaps a golden retriever. If not, a smaller breed like a Persian cat might suffice. I believe these would be relatively easy to care for. As for a gerbil, Vernon awkwardly lifted a cup of sweetened tea to his lips. Seeking clarity for his mind with the morning ritual, he instinctively cast a glance at his wife. Upon noticing the beseeching look in her husband's eyes, Penny, however, did not side with Vernon this time. She turned to Derry and spoke. Vernon, as a father, it is imperative to honor promises made before one has child. After all, you promised just 3 weeks ago. Seeing Penny poised to dredge up past grievances, Vernon hastily waved his hand. All right, I understand. A gerbil it is, then. Here, the £1,000 I promised in advance. Derry, use it to prepare a separate room for the little creature. After all, it will be a member of our family. Derry smiled as he accepted the funds from Vernon's hand, clearly aware that his father had recently negotiated a lucrative project with a developer, hence this unexpected generosity. It seemed Vernon recalled something and spoke again. If I am not mistaken, the Children's Biology Journal called this morning, so we should expect the postal carrier to deliver the manuscript fee and acceptance letter this afternoon. Such a significant moment must be experienced by you, Derry. Listening to his father's words, Derry merely smiled faintly. Everything had been meticulously planned. The true gerbil had already been introduced into an experiment alongside the python at Professor Morrison's laboratory. After breakfast, Derry glanced at the cluttered room beneath the stairs where Harry resided. The door remained locked, a precaution evidently taken after the previous incident at the zoo, which had left Vernon somewhat skittish. In an attempt to mask his inner fears, he had forbidden Harry from having breakfast for 2 consecutive weeks. However, this did not trouble Dudley. After all, Harry was his invaluable source of wizarding observation material. He had long secretly procured a substantial amount of dry bread and canned goods for his companion. Today, he had no time to attend to Harry's feelings. With £1,000 given to him by Vernon tucked away, Dudley stepped out of the house and hailed a taxi, hastily making his way to Morrison's laboratory. He was eager to witness the new species he had created, a chinchilla endowed with active cells resembling those of a python's eyes. Once the taxi came to a halt, Dudley paid the driver £10 and arrived at the towering office building that was familiar to his memory. This was the entrance to Morrison's biological laboratory. Before he could even step inside, he spotted a young man in a white lab coat waving at him with a cheerful smile. Dudley, I didn't expect you to arrive so early today. Dudley paused, recognizing Evans, who had previously guided him through the laboratory. My dear Dudley, you truly are a genius. The hypothesis regarding the genes of dragonfly larvae and the eyes of the Mongolian gerbil is so whimsical. How did you ever conceive such an idea? Chapter 14. The Embryo of the Dragon. Uncle Evans, you seem to be in great spirits. It appears that there have been new breakthroughs in the genetic research at Morrison's. Evans waved his hand dismissively. We're not at the final stage yet, but it is indeed thanks to your imaginative conjectures. Dudley smiled and indicated that it was of no concern. The notion of the genes related to dragonfly larvae and gerbil eyes was merely a passing thought. I never expected you to uncover a correlation. Evans, touched by Dudley's modesty, responded, what you consider a mere thought often serves as the spark of inspiration in biological research. If you think of it, you think of it. If not, it may forever remain undiscovered. Oh, by the way, you must be heading to observe the laboratory as well. I just need to check on the progress of my experiments and discuss something intriguing with you. Dudley nodded in agreement and followed Evans up to the 2nd floor of the laboratory. All the while, Evans animatedly shared his insights. Dudley, to be candid, after examining through the electron microscope, I did find that the cellular structure of the Mongolian gerbils is remarkably similar to that of the dragonfly. To verify the characteristics of biological genetics, I specifically extracted the protein from the cells of the gerbil's eye and injected them into the embryo of a dragonfly larva. After 2 weeks of observation, although I cannot disclose the experiment's results to you, I did indeed observe new eyes developing on the dragonfly larva, which is sufficient proof in itself. As they reached the second to third floor of the laboratory, Evans hurriedly departed, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Watching his retreating figure, Dudley shook his head in resignation. However, none of this mattered. Dudley's initial design was to find a plausible excuse for Evans to submit a request to import chinchillas into the laboratory. After all, the exquisite creature known as the Angora mouse possesses luxurious fur and a gentle disposition, making it quite costly. Should he choose to purchase it himself, it would undoubtedly invite inquiries from Vernon or Petunia, and he was reluctant to weave yet another falsehood. He arrived at a cluttered storage room he had cleared out in the Morrison laboratory, where, encased in a glass dome, lay a chinchilla roughly the size of a human palm. Upon observing the date, he noted that 2 weeks had elapsed since then, during which this chinchilla had remarkably survived. Nourished by a nutritional reagent, the glass cover bore a clear label in black font, number 33. Darrell stepped forward, casually retrieving a notebook from a nearby compartment, and began to write on the most recent page. So far, this chinchilla appears to have lost its visual observational abilities, exhibiting only basic physiological traits and displaying no aggression. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the chinchilla, which had been lying dormant within the glass dome, suddenly opened its eyes. Darrell continued to focus on the records in his hand. Daily observations of the chinchilla. Observation of subject number 3 commenced with the introduction of the magic virus I, influenza, protein from the eyes of spotted python as early as the embryonic stage. Direct observation could typically only be conducted through the offspring of female chinchillas. Yet, an extraordinarily anomalous occurrence defied biological norms. From the desquamated skin cells of Harry's lips, the magic virus I, influenza, was replicated, successfully stimulating the ocular cells of the spotted python. This indicated that the magic virus I, influenza, could infect the cells of species other than humans. In the biological realm, another virus possesses the natural ability to suppress the influenza virus, namely bacteriophage. Could the injection of bacteriophage into ordinary organisms infected with the magic virus I, influenza, yield a suppressive effect? Darrell's gaze instinctively drifted toward the 3 glass vessels nearby, each containing chinchilla embryos. The first had been injected directly with the magic virus I, influenza, during the embryonic stage without any interference. The second had received the magic virus I, influenza, followed by the introduction of ordinary bacteriophage. The third had been injected with the magic virus I, influenza, and subsequently infused with newly cultured bacteriophage derived from wizard cells. Chapter 15. The Art of Cuteness. A letter from a magical school. The trio of chinchillas differed significantly from expectations. Typically, a single litter of mice can yield dozens of offspring. Yet since the introduction of the magic virus I, influenza, into the embryos, all female Angora mice had birthed only 1 offspring. The first embryo exhibited no changes and perished shortly after birth. The second embryo bore at least 8 peculiar bulges, with crystalline structures discernible upon closer inspection. The third chinchilla embryo, which Darrell observed firsthand, displayed remarkably stable vital signs. The creature before him appeared entirely unremarkable, save for the inability to open its eyes. It was, in every respect, a typical chinchilla. Could it be that the differences between species rendered the eyes of this chinchilla incapable of opening? Just as Dolly pondered this, the chinchilla, nestled within its glass vessel, stirred slightly. Its eyelids gradually parted, and its palm-sized body wobbled upright. Upon catching sight of the creature's eyes, a shiver coursed down Dolly's spine. Instead of the familiar black pupils typical of rodents, its eyes resembled those of a serpent. Pale blue crystals with a flat, slender line within. Had he succeeded? Dolly's hand trembled slightly. This was his first foray into the practical application of genetic inheritance theory. The nearly certain 99 odds of death or mutation he had anticipated had, against all odds, not materialized. Was this mere coincidence or some unseen interference? His breath quickened, and his vision blurred with excitement. Yet, he was compelled to confront a disquieting reality. This chinchilla might possess an anomaly. The notion of a rodent adorned with serpent-like eyes was unsettling. At that moment, he distinctly observed the pupils of the chinchilla suddenly dilate and then constrict. The glass vessel that contained it inexplicably vanished. Before Dolly could react, he felt a flash before his eyes, and the chinchilla standing before him had simply disappeared. He soon discovered the little creature nestled in the palm of his hand, curled up in a ball, its head nuzzling against his skin as it dozed off, half-lidded eyes closing in slumber. Adorable? A display of charm? By the time Dolly departed the Morrison laboratory, the clock had struck 4 in the afternoon. Throughout the day, he had devoted himself to observing his pet chinchilla. One thing was certain. This chinchilla had acquired abilities beyond the realm of ordinary imagination, as evidenced by its earlier performance in the wizard cell observation experiment. Its astonishing ability to render the glass cover into thin air bore a striking resemblance to the bizarre occurrences created by Harry at the zoo. Yet it also exhibited remarkable speed. Whether this speed was a result of rapid movement or simply the capacity to vanish was unclear, given the limitations of his equipment. Nevertheless, within a confined space, whenever he placed the chinchilla on the ground, it would mysteriously disappear, only to reappear atop his head. Its temperament mirrored his expectations. Chinchillas are known for their gentle nature, lacking in aggression, yet it seemed to have inherited some traits from serpents, as it consistently curled up to sleep. Feeling the warm, rounded presence in his pocket, Dolly understood that this chinchilla perceived him as the first being it had encountered since birth, akin to a parental figure. His chaotic thoughts raced as the taxi sped along the potholed road, soon halting before a quaint 2-story house. After paying an £8 fare, Dolly furrowed his brow, wondering if the morning taxi driver had taken a longer route, inadvertently costing him 2 extra pounds. In front of the 2-story villa, a plaque inscribed with "Dursley graces the door," accompanied by an antiquated mailbox. A cursory glance reveals a few titles: the London Journal of Biology for Children, the Daily Financial News, and Charlie's Daily Greetings. Dudley, with casual indifference, barely registered the correspondence from the London Journal of Biology, for his attention was captured by an unusual letter he discovered within the mailbox. Upon a fleeting glance, he realized it was a letter addressed to Harry. Recovering from his initial surprise, he scrutinized the envelope. Surrey, Little Whinging, 4 Privet Drive, the cupboard under the stairs of the Dursley residence, from Mr. Harry Potter. A letter for Harry Potter? Dudley was certain he wasn't imagining things. He flipped the envelope over to examine the sender's details more closely. Sender: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Could it truly be a genuine school of magic? Chapter 16. The Royal Private School of London. Dudley stared at the letter in his hand, furrowing his brow. Although he was not well versed in the original Harry Potter storyline, aside from a vague awareness of the existence of wizardry, this letter arriving at his home indicated that the magical world, long disconnected from Harry Potter for a decade, was poised to enter his life with undeniable clarity. The envelope bore a seal of red wax, yet the front was clearly marked with Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, adorned with a crest at its center. It was the first time Dudley had encountered such a symbol, featuring 4 creatures: a serpent, a lion, an eagle, and the remaining emblem obscured by the dark design. Was this an acceptance letter from a magic school? Dudley murmured, refraining from handing the letter to Harry, not out of a desire to thwart Harry's opportunity to attend the magical institution. Considering the typical timeline, it was now February, and this letter had arrived nearly 7 months in advance, leaving him with little time to ponder. With this thought, Dudley pushed the door open and changed his shoes, only to be met by Vernon's discontented voice. "Penny, how many times must I tell you not to chat blindly with those elderly women before confirming the facts? They do nothing but peddle anxiety, and it is you who will bear the consequences." Penny found Vernon's words utterly absurd. Peddling anxiety? Are you serious, Vernon? While those elderly ladies may harbor no malice, it is undeniable that they have experienced much. Vernon, finding humor in the situation, slammed his hand on the table. "Penny, we are now in the 19th century. Those antiquated minds are stuck in the past. We must meticulously plan our approach to educating the children." Penny listened to her husband's remarks and turned to sit in the chair behind her. "Very well, Vernon Dursley, I must reiterate that any decision-making should involve the children's opinions. Although Dudley is a biological prodigy, I believe that every genius deserves a joyful childhood. Your previous suggestion was nothing short of an intense exploitation of Dudley's talents." Vernon sighed helplessly, spreading his hands. "Penny, you have been working from home, and you're unaware of what public schools are truly like. Once Dudley enters middle school, he will encounter a variety of students, some from affluent families, others from impoverished backgrounds, and some from the middle class. When such diverse individuals congregate, it is easy for disagreements, conflicts, and bullying to arise. Our Dursley family seldom witnesses a child with academic gifts. I believe the Royal London Private School's middle school section is the best choice for him, where he can focus on his studies and research with dedicated mentors crafting a 3-year knowledge plan." As the couple debated, Dudley's gentle cough broke the tension. Vernon and Penny immediately ceased their discussion, wearing smiles as they gazed at their beloved son. Vernon exchanged a knowing glance with Penny, shifting his bulky frame to approach Dudley. His curious eyes scanned the fluffy creature perched atop his son's head. Instinctively, Dudley reached into his pocket, only to find that the previously concealed creature had vanished. Now, resting atop his head, "Dudley, why does this little fellow seem so lethargic? You weren't deceived by the pet store clerk, were you? Those wretched salespeople always seem to siphon off substantial profits from children and women." Chapter 17. Nonsense at Hogwarts. Vernon's expression darkened, although he himself was a businessman. Witnessing such a situation unfold with Dudley unsettled him. "Father, this is our family's new member. You can call it Totoro from now on." Penny, upon hearing her son's words, was taken aback. "Is this a cat? It certainly doesn't resemble one. It looks more like a mouse. Nevertheless, my dear son, if you wish to call it Totoro, then it shall be Totoro." As Penny spoke, she prepared to approach, only to notice a familiar emblem peeking from the folded letter in Dudley's hand. Her steps faltered, and her fingers trembled as she pointed toward Dudley's palm. "Dear, can you tell me where this came from?" Dudley raised an eyebrow, surprised by his mother's reaction. He had intentionally placed the Hogwarts acceptance letter on top to gauge how much they knew about Harry Potter's origins. Now it appeared that his mother was not as averse to magic as she had always pretended to be, nor did she view it merely as a trick. Did they truly know something? Upon witnessing this scene, Dudley casually handed the letter from Hogwarts to Petunia, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. "I haven't had the chance to read this letter yet. I just brought it in after opening the mailbox." "Is this letter yours?" Dudley continued. "This letter is from a friend. In the future, if such letters arrive, do not take them yourself. Inform me, and I shall address it personally." At this juncture, Petunia sensed that her tone might be slightly off. She promptly crouched down to meet Dudley's gaze, her expression serious as she said, "This letter is a personal item of mine. Should anything similar arise again, please do not open it without my permission." Dudley could detect the tremor in Petunia's voice, yet he maintained his facade of indifference. "All right, Mum, I will." Vernon, with a wave of his hand, beckoned them to the dining table in the living room. As the head of the household, he felt it essential to convene for a discussion of this historically significant matter, especially considering the weighty issue of education. However, his words abruptly faltered as he sensed he had something to articulate. Dudley furrowed his brow. He still had not completed his diary of observations regarding wizarding cells, and he had plans to attend Hogwarts with Harry to experience the wonders of the magical world. The prospect of informing Vernon of his intent to study magic filled him with apprehension, fearing his father's potential outrage. "Compared to my junior high school, I think you should consider Harry first. After all, I believe you should attend the same school as I do," Dudley casually remarked. "Harry? That little brat. Does he even intend to go to junior high? The tuition for 6 years of primary school has already left me feeling pained by the time he reaches 12. I think it best he take a year off at home, and after that he can assist Petunia with household chores full-time. By 18, he can leave our Dursley household independently," Vernon replied, his gaze narrowing disdainfully at the cluttered staircase nearby. At this moment, Petunia's actions interrupted Vernon's speech. She casually handed over the envelope embossed with the Hogwarts insignia. Vernon's words ceased abruptly. In Dudley's eyes, the once domineering demeanor of his father evaporated, his corpulent frame instinctively trembling. Damn it, why did this have to arrive now of all times? At this point, Vernon realized Dudley was still present, and his facial expression underwent a dramatic shift. Dudley smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The situation was abundantly clear. His parents, Petunia and Vernon, evidently understood the implications. As he turned to exit the living room, he had not ventured far when he overheard Petunia and Vernon engaging in a hushed, trembling discussion. A few words drifted to his ears: magic school, sister, and deception. Half an hour later, Petunia hesitantly spoke. "Vernon, do you think we can truly prevent this?" Vernon's voice was hoarse as he replied, "Penny, do not fear. This household is under my protection. Regardless of the circumstances, we are Harry's sole guardians. Without our consent, he cannot venture anywhere, including that nonsensical Hogwarts. Even if wizards truly exist, they would never brazenly defy the laws of London. Trust me, if they attempt to coerce us, my grandfather bequeathed me a shotgun. The taste of gunpowder will make those wretched beings think twice. They are nothing but a band of jesters." Penny's voice trembled slightly. "I am truly grateful to you. I am a loss. The world of wizards must be fraught with peril. My sister met a mysterious demise, and her only son is Harry. He must not be allowed to enter such a place." Vernon, seeing the sadness etched on his wife's face, whispered resolutely into her ear, "Penny, listen to me. Recently, some individuals I deal with in business seem to possess a compendium of wizarding taboos. I have resolved to procure some from them. Believe me, everything will unfold positively. London, June 1991. At 4, Privet Drive, the two-story house of the Dursleys in Surrey. Dudley sat at his desk, fervently scribbling away. Ever since he discovered the acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry addressed to Harry in the mailbox, he felt a sense of urgency. His parents, Vernon and Penny, continued to treat Harry as they always had. However, on occasion, as Dudley passed Vernon's study, he noticed an additional book related to magic on his desk. The Complete Guide to Expelling Wizards, What Wizards Fear Most, and Taboos and Mysticism. Dudley distinctly recalled that from February onwards, Vernon's room had only housed 1 or 2 books pertaining to magic. Yet, merely a week later, he unexpectedly discovered a letter from Hogwarts on the dining table during a meal, and the expressions on Vernon and Penny's faces were quite remarkable. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of indifference, which greatly relieved them. Subsequently, Dudley observed that Vernon's study had accumulated several more books targeting wizards. 2 weeks later, after finishing dinner at the Dursleys, Dudley and Penny prepared to take a walk when the front door emitted 2 peculiar sounds, followed by another letter from Hogwarts dropping to the floor. This time, Vernon was extremely irate. He opened his drawer, revealing dozens of the suddenly appeared Hogwarts letters. Clutching these letters, Vernon approached the family's fire pit and one by one tossed them into the flames, muttering words like God and prayer absent-mindedly, but to no avail. From this moment forth, letters from Hogwarts would sporadically emerge from various corners of the household. This peculiar phenomenon, which had persisted since its inception, exuded an air of strangeness. Vernon and Petunia had relinquished any attempts to explain it to Dudley. As long as the child remained silent, they would pretend not to have noticed the anomalies. Dudley, however, was not oblivious. The frequent arrival of Hogwarts letters genuinely astonished him, marking the 3rd instance he had personally witnessed the traces of magic. The first instance was with Harry, the second with the creatures he had nurtured, and the third was the multitude of letters now cluttering their home. During this period, Harry had also become aware of these letters, yet he was forcibly deprived of his freedom by Vernon. Unable to reach the letters from the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, watching helplessly as Vernon tossed them one by one into the fire. The situation at home was deteriorating, and Dudley understood that the time remaining before the official start of school in September was alarmingly scant. Currently, he was fully focused on cultivating a virus that could be applied to himself, the Magic 2 bacteriophage virus. Theoretically, with the experience gained from nurturing creatures, this bacteriophage, capable of suppressing the first virus, could also be validated within his own cells. However, direct application to his body could still yield unpredictable outcomes. After all, animal physiology differs significantly from human anatomy, increasing the likelihood of unforeseen complications. During the experiments, when a Magic 2 bacteriophage virus eradicated the Magic I influenza virus, there was nearly a 30% chance of crystallization occurring within his cells. In humans, cell transformation into crystals or organic matter would signify necrosis. The progress of the experiment was far from satisfactory. Just as Dudley contemplated these matters, an exclamation of shock erupted from downstairs, accompanied by Vernon's furious voice. "Harry, you little brat, what on earth are you doing? Stop this at once." The blend of astonishment and anger in Vernon's voice compelled Dudley to abandon his plans for organizing the wizard's cell's observation diary. Beyond his father's enraged outburst, a cacophony of noise surged upward. Dudley rose, opened his door, and descended the staircase to the hall below. What greeted him was the sight of Vernon's corpulent figure careening about the room, while Harry crouched low, utilizing the dining table and chairs as obstacles for concealment. Harry's typically frail frame now exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading Vernon's pursuit with apparent ease. "You little pest! Stop right there!" Vernon gasped, his heavy frame struggling under the burden of long-term sedentary habits as he spoke, panting heavily. Harry, shaking his head slightly, replied, "Uncle Vernon, I can stop, but you must promise not to lay a hand on me." Upon hearing Harry's voice, Vernon felt as if he might explode with rage. "Curse that boy! What on earth do you intend to do? Return the letter in your possession immediately. It is not for your eyes," Harry asserted, pushing his glasses back on his nose with a serious expression on his youthful face. "Uncle Vernon, you cannot deceive me. I just saw that the back of this letter clearly states it is addressed to Mr. Harry Potter. This letter was sent to me. It belongs to me." Although Harry insisted on his claim, the Hogwarts letter he clutched was already crumpled in his grip. "Enough, Harry. Listen to your uncle. You cannot read this letter. It truly does not belong to you," Aunt Petunia interjected, observing Harry's stubborn demeanor and unable to restrain her urge to intervene. "No, this is mine. It is clearly addressed to Harry Potter." Harry retorted, but before he could continue his defense, Vernon pushed aside the chair blocking his path. You need to understand your position. Boy, you are merely an orphan without parents. And in this world, apart from the Dursleys, who knows you? Who would take you in? Listen here, you little brat. Acknowledge your reality. Everything that enters the Dursley household is my personal property. You shall not claim it. Such behavior, when viewed seriously, amounts to theft. Before I change my mind, you had better hand over that letter. Vernon's face contorted with rage as he glared at the Hogwarts acceptance letter crumpled in Harry's fist. Harry's face tightened, flushing crimson. Dudley stood at the top of the stairs, shaking his head in resignation. It must be said that Vernon's parenting skills were woefully inadequate. Adolescence is a time characterized by defiance and stubbornness. As Harry's emotions threatened to erupt, Dudley quickly approached him and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Harry, listen to me, Dudley said with an unexpected warmth. Since Uncle and Aunt don't want you to see this letter, it likely contains something important they wish to keep from you. Besides, perhaps it truly is as my father said. This letter may not even be meant for you. Just as Harry opened his mouth to argue, Dudley leaned closer and whispered, just like before, wait until they are asleep. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. All right, cousin, I will heed your advice. He silently thanked his fortune that the letter's contents had not been discovered by Vernon. Otherwise, all would have been lost. Just as expected of my Dursley son, Dudley. You must keep an eye on Harry. Stubbornness is not a virtue, Vernon remarked, tossing the Hogwarts letter into the roaring flames of the fireplace, watching as it was consumed by the fire, reduced to ashes. Humph, what a nonsensical form of magic. A deceitful trick that, when faced with flames, must inevitably succumb and transform into ashes. Vernon stared intently at the fireplace, lost in thought, the nature of which remained a mystery. Chapter 20, Rigorous Scientific Experimentation Combined. Alas, it is perplexing to fathom what precisely Vernon is contemplating. Meanwhile, Dudley let out a soft sigh. He briefly explained his plans for the day to his parents before turning to leave the house. Upon stepping outside, Dudley inhaled the fresh air, and his gaze fell upon a white owl in the distance. An owl? How peculiar. This sight stirred a sense of confusion within Dudley. He glanced at his wristwatch. It was just past 8 in the morning. Typically, such creatures are nocturnal. What could it possibly be doing out in broad daylight? Could it have traveled from the eastern hemisphere to the western? Watching the owl, whose talons grasped the nearby fence, tilting its head to scrutinize him, Dudley's thoughts began to wander. While the creature appeared quite adorable, he regrettably believed he lacked the time to investigate this anomaly, as he intended to closely observe his pet chinchilla today. After all, the appearance of this little fellow was rather coincidental, which made Dudley momentarily bewildered. On the other hand, the white owl was fixated on him, and he realized his chinchilla was likely still perched atop his head. Was it possible that this owl intended to prey upon his pet? That simply could not happen. The thought of his young chinchilla becoming the owl's meal was enough to bring him to tears. However, before Dudley could reach up to retrieve the chinchilla, the nearby white owl suddenly seemed startled, emitting a series of panicked cries. Hoot, hoot, hoot! It left a flurry of feathers behind as it took flight. Feeling the soft sensation atop his head, Dudley cradled the chinchilla in his hands, observing it curled up and dozing. He was uncertain if the recent commotion had been caused by this little creature. He raised a finger and gently poked its fluffy cheek. The chinchilla shook its head and shifted into a more comfortable position, resuming its nap. Well, it was best to make the most of his time and attend class. At the Morrison Hill Biological Research Institute in London, after a tedious day of remedial basic biology lessons, Dudley found an excuse to send away his persistent teaching assistant, Evans. He then ventured to the storeroom of the hidden chinchilla breeding laboratory he had visited previously. This was his secret research facility. The expansive biological laboratory housed only a handful of researchers, making it surprisingly spacious and sparsely populated. In comparison to the observations on wizard cells, Dudley had recently been organizing data on genetic inheritance of new species. This particular document was a result of his discovery of unusual phenomena surrounding the chinchilla. He glanced at the sign, Morrison Biological Laboratory Storeroom. Without hesitation, Dudley closed the door behind him. As he turned on the light, a row of glass containers appeared before him. Container I, Container 2. The glass vessels marked as 3 were meticulously cleaned, devoid of any extraneous items, particularly the first and second vessels. Darley casually placed the chinchilla atop the glass cover, retrieving a piece of cheese from his pocket. The creature, previously in a state of half-slumber, suddenly appeared revitalized, its fluffy form rising to attention. It leaned forward, sniffing curiously as its tightly shut eyes gradually opened a sliver, revealing a hint of change within. The chinchilla extended its tiny paws, grasping the morsel of cheese and devouring it with a delightful crunching sound. Thus, the experimental observations commenced. As Darley watched the chinchilla feast, he casually extracted a notebook from a nearby cabinet, chronicling the daily observations he had made over the past 4 months. Beyond trivial details, he noted several intriguing phenomena. Throughout this period, the chinchilla predominantly remained in a drowsy state, awakening only when food was presented. This behavior could be classified as characteristic of its juvenile phase. During the rare moments of alertness, the chinchilla kept its eyes half closed, as if perpetually caught in a dream. Through a series of fascinating tests, Darley discerned 2 peculiar traits that had emerged thus far. The chinchilla's eyes exhibited a vertical slit pattern akin to that of a snake, deviating from the original dark, round pupils. This alteration could be attributed to the introduction of python genes during the chinchilla's embryonic development, resulting in a cellular transformation within the ocular region. One could surmise that the genetic material of the python had successfully supplanted that of the chinchilla, giving rise to this new ocular morphology. Hence, it was not surprising that the chinchilla possessed eyes reminiscent of a serpent, as both organisms are fundamentally composed of identical protein-based cellular structures. However, a month prior, Darley was astounded to discover that his chinchilla had begun to shed its teeth. The incisors, resembling those of a rabbit, typically necessitate grinding to prevent continuous growth and natural loss. Yet, to his amazement, this chinchilla exhibited the phenomenon of naturally shedding its teeth, with 2 backward-facing spurs emerging from the upper jaw. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge of biology, Darley recognized these as the nascent fangs of a snake. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Not only did the chinchilla possess serpentine eyes, but it had also developed the fangs of a snake. This unexpected occurrence filled Darley with both confusion and delight. Within the cellular structure of the python's eyes, the smallest units consist of life as chemical molecules formed from amino acids. These amino acids combine freely to create specific structures, subsequently generating proteins. Given an abundant environment for growth and reproduction, these proteins eventually evolve into cells, which continuously divide in a regulated manner to form the eyes of the python. Darley was well aware that biology refers to this consistent and uniform state of division as grafting, akin to cultivating a yellow-fleshed watermelon. However, why did the chinchilla suddenly grow serpentine fangs during its molting process the day after tomorrow? This phenomenon is perplexing, and Darley is unable to provide a definitive conclusion. Such an unscientific occurrence is indeed troubling. As Darley was compiling his notes, the half-asleep chinchilla underwent yet another transformation. Its gaze shifted toward another petri dish, which housed the results of Darley's latest experiment in concealing magical power. Chapter 21. The Praised Harry. Darley meticulously organized the genetic heritage records of the new species in his hands. Meanwhile, after consuming the cheese provided by Darley, the chinchilla's body suddenly vanished, reappearing atop Darley's head. Curled up, it nestled there, half closing its eyes, preparing to doze off. Sated in content, it seemed even a metamorphosis into a new species could not liberate it from the shackles of its juvenile stage. Having concluded the daily observations of the chinchilla, Darley exited the cluttered laboratory and, guided by memory, made his way to the pharmaceutical storage area, another of his experimental domains. Glancing at the clock, he realized he had ample time for analysis. Within the low-temperature refrigerator, 2 vials of his newly formulated reagents awaited: Magic Virus I, Influenza Virus, and Magic Virus II, Bacteriophage Virus. Habitually donning white gloves, he placed the 2 vials into his pocket and procured a disposable syringe. With time to spare, Darley returned to the electron microscope, switching out for the pre-prepared wizard virus samples and filling the glass slide. After a brief wait, he observed the detailed conditions on the screen. Darley's brow furrowed. The situation appeared quite grim. This underscored the harsh reality that ordinary individuals might pay a hefty price, yet still find themselves devoid of the opportunity to acquire magical powers. This marked the 5th iteration of his experiment. Opening the wizard virus experiment report, Darley had previously extracted a small sample of skin from his lips. He then injected the Magic Virus I, Influenza Virus, into his lip cells, adhering to the experimental protocol and subsequently observing the cellular conditions. Which virus experiment report I? For the first trial, he waited 1 day. His cells exhibited vitality, automatically dividing in the nutrient solution. After separating from the solution, 70 crystallized into organic matter, devoid of special activity. Which virus experiment report 2? For the second trial, he waited 3 days. His cells again demonstrated vitality, with 40 crystallizing into organic matter after separation, remaining without special activity. Which virus experiment report? 3. For the third trial, he waited 5 days. Following the self-separation from a solution, 35 crystallized into organic matter. Again, lacking special activity. Which virus experiment report? 4. For the fourth trial, he waited 1 week, and after the cells separated from a solution, 30 crystallized into organic matter. Still without special activity. On the fifth occasion, after a 10-day wait, today has arrived. Dudley observed the cells on his lips through the electron microscope. Following the injection of the magic 2 bacteriophage virus, a distinct crystallization re-emerged, while the probability of them transforming into organic matter diminished to a mere 20%. This revelation sparked a new opportunity for Dudley. According to his findings, if he were to inject the magic eye, influenza virus, theoretically, the longer he could endure, the more likely he would achieve the desired outcome. Administering the magic 2 bacteriophage virus before reaching the critical threshold could reactivate the cells. However, all of this remained theoretical. To master this magic, it was imperative that his body could withstand the torment of illness for an extended period or bravely resist the influenza virus. Did this imply that the longer one persevered, the greater the strength acquired? The data was still insufficient, and time was running short. He had not even validated what changes would occur after injecting the magic eye, influenza virus, for over a month. Yet it was already June, and with only 2 months left until the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry commenced in September, time was indeed of the essence. To seize this opportunity to join Hogwarts, he had to possess magical talent, as stipulated by the school's regulations. The only way for him to acquire magic was through this method. Concealing the 2 vials of reagent close to him, Dudley recognized their significance as his invaluable experimental essence. After tidying the laboratory and ensuring everything was in order, he finally departed. In London, July, Surrey County, for Privet Drive. It was a Sunday in London, and Dudley continued his disciplined physical regimen as usual. Over a month had passed since he obtained the 2 vials, and he was still conducting various tests and observations, refraining from rushing into an injection. After all, he had but one life. Should any mishap occur, he would have to bid farewell to this magical world. His pace quickened, and the sight of the 2-story house ahead grew clearer, alleviating the anxiety of Vernon and Petunia. The once tense atmosphere surrounding the family had dissipated. As he opened the front door, Dudley slipped on a pair of slippers, just in time to see Harry placing a tray of cookies on the dining table. "Good morning, Cousin Dudley," Harry greeted. "Good morning, Cousin Harry," Dudley replied. Vernon, shaking his ample body, reached over to grab a cookie from the tray. Chewing it as he seemingly casually remarked, "Ah, my dear son Dudley, do you sense anything different about today?" With a cheerful wave of his hand, Vernon continued, "Oh no. This matter is infinitely preferable to the dreary, sporadic rain in London. Wouldn't you agree, Harry?" Vernon smiled at Harry. Harry nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, Uncle Vernon is absolutely correct." "Excellent," Vernon exclaimed. "That is the most accurate statement I have ever heard from you." He snapped his fingers in affirmation. At that moment, Dudley felt a sharp pain at the crown of his head. Chapter 22. The Humanization of the Cat Bus. Ah, what sheer delight. The Dursley family has been free from those wretched nuisances lately. In the living room on the first floor, Vernon extended his hand to grasp a cup of red tea from the table, bringing it to his lips for a small sip, emitting a contented groan. "Look at this. No bothersome knocking at the door, no inexplicable letters appearing, and certainly no absurd individuals whispering nonsensical things about magic in my ear." Moreover, as Vernon continued, he picked up a biscuit from the table and waved it in front of Harry. "What's this?" "No, this is your breakfast. But you're not as clumsy as you appear. At least you know what you ought to do." In Harry's gaze, Vernon's plump cheeks seemed to squish his features together. His double chin particularly pronounced, and his narrowed eyes bore down on Harry while he clutched a biscuit. Harry shrank back slightly. "Uncle Vernon, what is it that I should do? I find it hard to understand. And isn't it just like before?" Harry's voice held a note of confusion, sensing there was more to Vernon's words. I hope you truly don't understand. During this peaceful time, I have graciously allowed you to have breakfast," Vernon said, reaching for another breakfast biscuit and offering it to Harry with a nod. Faced with the food, Harry instinctively took a step back, swallowing a lump in his throat. It had been a long while since he had breakfast, ever since the last time he sneaked a letter. Gazing at the delicious food while feeling the pangs of hunger, Harry hesitated briefly before speaking. "Thank you, Uncle Vernon." He took the biscuit from Vernon's hand and began to chew. The crisp sound accompanied by the scent of milk filled the air. How delightful! Harry experienced a fleeting sense of happiness, contrasting sharply with the enigmatic world between his father Vernon and himself, shrouded in silence. Those unaware of the situation would undoubtedly be curious about the story behind the two. Above him, the The cat bus extended its small paws, tugging at his hair while emitting a series of squeaks. Dudley was astonished, for this was the first time the little creature had engaged in such behavior since they had met. Previously, the cat bus either lay motionless atop his head or nestled in his pocket, requiring ample sleep during its youth. Its newfound vigor piqued his curiosity. "Little one, be gentle. You're hurting me." No sooner had Dudley spoken than the sharp pain at his scalp vanished, replaced by a soft sensation in his palm. A fuzzy shadow appeared above. The cat bus was no longer lying flat or curled up, but stood upright, half closing its eyes, raising one front paw, and poking forward. Goodness, it's come alive. Although he had been mentally prepared, Dudley was still quite startled. After all, the scenes that were once confined to the realm of animation have now been so humanely mirrored in reality. The typical person's initial reaction would likely be one of astonishment. Indeed, the sight of a wooden figure suddenly breaking into a dance is a jarring experience that requires time to accept. Fortunately, after this whimsical act, the Totoro shook its fluffy body and crawled into Dolly's pocket, resuming its slumber. What lay beyond the window? Dolly took a deep breath and walked toward the direction that Totoro had previously indicated, extending his hand to draw back the curtains. The scene that greeted him through the glass made his pupils contract. Owls. A multitude of owls. White, yellow, tawny, gray, and mottled gray at a glance. His small yard was nearly filled with them. A rough estimate suggested that, including the lawn, the yard's fence, and the roof of the silver sedan parked at the door, there were at least 100 or more. Owls, creatures of the night, gathered in such an unusual manner. What could this signify? Even more bizarre was the fact that these owls, though seemingly chaotic, purposefully remained within the confines of their own homes, with hardly any present at other residences. Witnessing this scene, a sense of foreboding surged within Dolly. When abnormal events occur with such frequency, it portends something ominous. Before he could react, he felt a weight on his wrist. The Totoro that had been hiding in his pocket reappeared, its small head peering out toward the window. Its half-closed eyes now widened slightly. Dolly glanced over and felt as if his vision had momentarily blurred. Vaguely, at the end of the street outside, a tall, robust figure flickered past. This illusion even led him to question the possibility of its reality. Who was that? Just as Dolly pondered this, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. Chapter 23. Expelling Harry. In the dining room of the small house. "All right, Dolly, hurry up and come eat breakfast," called Petunia, seated near the fireplace. "It's getting late, and after breakfast, your father and I have arranged to take you to visit some renowned private secondary schools in London, so you can make your own choice. We are confident that you will find one you like." While Petunia spoke, she prepared to rise, urging Dolly to come over, for she had made a prior appointment to visit the Royal Academy of London, and any further delay would mean that the prestigious institution would not wait. At that moment, Petunia sensed something amiss. The rustling sound grew louder from behind her. Vernon glanced at Harry, who sat beside him, and curiously inquired, "Harry, did you hear that noise?" "No, I didn't hear anything, Uncle Vernon." Harry was more concerned with the biscuit in his mouth than the oddity at hand. The rustling intensified. The fireplace had a chimney. If he wasn't mistaken, the noise was emanating from there. Suddenly, a letter shot out, followed by a deluge of white envelopes cascading down from the chimney. Letters addressed to Mr. Harry Potter filled the living room in the blink of an eye. A flurry of envelopes cascaded through the air, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a torrential downpour. Within the restaurant, the astonishment of the family was palpable, yet Harry's face radiated pure delight. "Letters. These are all my letters. They are addressed to me," he exclaimed, joyfully dancing amidst the mountain of envelopes. Petunia sat motionless on the sofa, her eyes glazed over, murmuring absently, "They have come. They have come." Vernon's expression was one of sheer disbelief. His fleshy cheeks contorted in shock. His hands, resting on the dining table, gradually clenched into fists. Is this magic? A wizard who can toy with ordinary people at will? Dudley, on the other hand, was in a foul mood, for this was his home. In July, in Surrey, at 4 Privet Drive, the night had fully enveloped the sky. Inside the two-story house, Vernon and Petunia sat at the dining table, where a feast of roast meat and pineapple soup lay before them, the aroma wafting through the room. Yet, neither of them had any desire to eat. "Petunia, how do you perceive what transpired this morning?" Petunia glanced at her husband, unsure of how to respond, her expression complex. After much hesitation, she chose to remain silent. Vernon's jaw twitched as he glanced at his wife, then at the locked door of the utility room at the bottom of the stairs. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Petunia, listen, I can no longer endure this. From now on, it must be according to my rules. I demand that we expel that troublesome Harry Potter. Immediately. Right away." Petunia looked up, Astonished, disbelief etched on her face as she stared at her husband. Expel Harry? Are you serious, Vernon? Taking a deep breath, Vernon replied, Petunia, I am aware that my request may seem excessive. However, please understand that we are a family, and my foremost responsibility is to maintain the harmony of our household. I can tolerate your peculiar relatives, regardless of whether they are impoverished or condescending. I could even accept adopting Harry and caring for him. That is of no consequence to me, but all of this must ensure that we can continue to live our lives normally. Petunia, you must realize that we are a family, not just us, but also our son Dudley. He is a biological prodigy, destined to be the intellectual of the Dursley lineage, and he should not be subjected to disturbances beyond our control. I believe you share this sentiment, do you not? Vernon's corpulent frame trembled slightly. His small eyes filled with determination. However, this time, Petunia seemed to recall something, and her demeanor shifted. Vernon, you must heed my words. Sending Harry to an orphanage is absolutely out of the question. Vernon, shocked and frustrated, pounded the table. Petunia, are you jesting? We are family. Dudley is your biological son. And your actions? Penny interjected, interrupting Vernon's argument. Vernon, I understand your perspective, but precisely because of Dudley, we cannot drive Harry away. What do you mean? Vernon took a deep breath and sat back down, sensing something amiss in his wife's demeanor. Penny fixed her gaze upon her husband, ultimately resolute. Before we were married, I informed you that my sister is a witch. When she turned 11, our family received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts School as well. But, Chapter 24, Escape from London, the End of Science combined. Vernon, you must believe me. From this, I can confirm that in the unseen corners of our world, numerous wizards exist with their own communities and organizations. Have you communicated with them, the wizards? Vernon asked, incredulous. Yes. Penny nodded gravely. The expression on Vernon's face was remarkable as he exclaimed, Who? Penny hesitated before responding slowly. Albus Dumbledore, who claims to be the headmaster of Hogwarts. He explicitly stated that in their world, there is a group of dark wizards ruthlessly killing, and they gave Harry to us because we can protect him. Half an hour later, after hearing Penny's account, Vernon felt as if he had become a deflated balloon. Penny, are you saying these demons care nothing for the lives of ordinary people? Just as today, they can conjure letters flying through the air. They can also summon blades that dance menacingly. With a mere flick of their wrist, we could perish in a tragic accident. As Vernon spoke, his voice took a sharp turn, and he slammed his hand on the table, shouting furiously, Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What kind of entity have we provoked? Listen, Penny, I found out from Friend that in the wizard's taboo, they fear water. The vast ocean is the only barrier that can impede their advance. They will never find us. They absolutely will not find us. Penny opened her mouth, looking at the terrified Vernon, feeling utterly helpless. Leaving home might be the wisest choice. Then I shall go prepare. Yes, we must escape to a place where they could never locate us. Vernon squinted, called Dudley and Harry. We shall depart tomorrow night. London, Morrison Biological Laboratory. Recently, strange occurrences have transpired at home. It is said that only seawater can thwart the impending danger. Such mystical utterances, even if spoken in the distant East, would hardly be believed. Facing wizards with extraordinary magical abilities, the notion that seawater could serve as a deterrent sounds utterly absurd. They are wizards capable of soaring through the skies. They are not like the devil fruit users from One Piece, who falter in the presence of seawater. Furthermore, pirates have ships. These wizards, being human, would not be foolish enough to tread directly into the sea, would they? Taking a boat is indeed a prudent choice. Having never encountered a true wizard, all is mere conjecture. Yet Harry had once been taken to the beach by the Dursleys, where he frolicked freely in the sea. It remains unclear why Vernon and Petunia blindly believed in the so-called wizarding taboos, exhibiting signs of anxiety. However, for Dudley, this was not necessarily a misfortune. An isolated island, surrounded by water, signified that the living conditions here were rather primitive. Lacking electricity, signal, and with sluggish communication to the outside world, it could be deemed a secluded paradise. This, in turn, presented an opportunity for him. Dudley, I just received a call from your father. It brings me some regret. A middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat emerged, his expression one of pity as he gazed at the child. Dudley, you must advise your businessman father that learning such matters requires consistent effort over time. Aimless holidays and entertainment will only cause you to forget the knowledge you have acquired. Listening to Morrison's incessant rambling, Dudley understood that the man genuinely cared for him, yet there were many matters he could not express openly. All right, Professor, I shall convey your sentiments to my father. Morrison sighed in resignation. After all, this was a family matter, and he was not Dudley's guardian, thus lacking the authority to intervene. Recalling his memory, Dudley made his way to the biology laboratory, meticulously clearing away traces of relevant research. He was uncertain when he would return again. Glancing at the magic virus I, influenza, and magic virus 2, bacteriophage, he realized time was slipping away. No more hesitations. He swiftly took a disposable syringe to extract a small portion of the reagent, placing it into a compact medical cooling box. The experimental data was incomplete. The overall plan was disorganized. The urgency weighed heavily upon Dudley's heart. 2 days later, on the night of July 30th, London time, a towering dome-shaped tower stood on an unknown island. The surrounding waves roared and crashed, creating a thunderous sound as they struck against the rocky outcrops. On the second floor, near a glass window, Dudley sat, watching the oil lamp flicker in the distance. His body had begun to react adversely. After much hesitation, he struggled to rise from the bed, dragging his weary form to the desk. Noticing a faint red dot near his lower lip, he reached for a notebook titled Clinical Observations of the Magic Virus. Just as he prepared to open it, a tremendous rumble echoed from the living room below. The tempest raged, lightning flashed, and the fierce bolts illuminated Dudley's face, rendering it cold and pale. A question emerged in his mind. Is the end of all science a matter of equivalent exchange? Chapter 25. Harry's loneliest birthday. The boundless sea stretched before him. The sky overcast. In the center of the island, surrounded by water, stood a towering spire. Boom! Once again, a rumble of thunder reverberated through the air. The sea churned violently, and outside, the tempest raged. On the second floor of the tower, Petunia, clad in her nightgown, sat upon a chair, her countenance somewhat haggard. She cast a glance at her somewhat portly husband and spoke. "Vernon, are you truly certain that everything your business partner has told you is accurate? Is there any credibility to the notion that wizards fear water?" Vernon turned in bed, sitting upright, listening to the concerns expressed by his wife and observing her weary visage. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him, directed at those accursed wizards. "Petunia, you must trust me. My business associate has been negotiating projects with our Dursley Drilling Company for over a decade. We have had ample private interactions, and he claims to have encountered similar situations, resolving them safely with this approach. Rest assured, everything will be fine." Seeing her husband's repeated assurances, Petunia's anxious demeanor softened slightly. "Vernon, to be honest, I've been feeling quite unsettled lately. While I do not believe in the existence of sixth sense, our life on this small island has been unsettling." Vernon sighed, observing Petunia's hesitation. "In truth, we should have anticipated this. This island, surrounded by water, lacks electricity, signal, and even food and water, which were delivered here in advance. I apologize, Petunia. The living conditions are indeed subpar. The crashing waves have kept me awake at night, and during the day, we live in trepidation. However, the true culprits behind our current predicament are those wretched wizards. Had they not appeared, I believe our family would be enjoying slices of bread and butter at the dining table right now." Hearing her husband still mention food, Petunia shot back with annoyance. "Vernon, have you not noticed?" Vernon, intrigued, asked, "Notice what?" Petunia replied, perplexed. "Your son, Dudley." Sighing, she continued, "But this is to be expected. He has not experienced hardship in his life. The current environment on this island is devoid of a cozy bed, milk, or meat. Even the space he once utilized for his morning runs is now absent. With so much lost, it is natural for him to feel a tinge of negativity. As a mother, life is about enduring trials. Enough, Vernon. You must cease this. It seems I need to awaken you to reality." Petunia interrupted her husband's imaginative musings, her eyes darting anxiously to the window. "Do you not notice that Dudley's complexion has been deteriorating? Just days ago, he would come downstairs to join us for lunch, but recently, he has hardly left his room. He insists that I leave his meals at the door, only retrieving the plates the following day. Today, I approached Dudley's door and discovered that the food I prepared yesterday had gone untouched. A normal child would not behave this way. He has always been such a polite boy." At this point, Petunia's words prompted Vernon to rise from the bed and approach the table. "All right, Petunia, do not overthink it. Dudley's situation bears resemblance to the rebellious psychology discussed in educational literature. Tomorrow, I shall personally deliver his lunch. It is time for a heart-to-heart conversation. Indulgence, under the guise of freedom and education, is certainly not a beneficial approach." As Vernon's words echoed, a tremendous noise reverberated from downstairs once more. The dull thud furrowed his brow. In contrast to the previous rumblings of thunder, the sound of a hard object striking the door was particularly jarring. Petunia, pale with fear, shrank behind Vernon. He grasped a hunting rifle that had been prepared in advance from beneath the wall. "Do not worry, Petunia. Stay close behind me as we investigate what has transpired. As Vernon spoke, he advanced forward, with Petunia following him down the staircase, holding a lantern. The ground floor of the tower was relatively spacious. At that moment, a small figure lay prone on the floor. Since relocating to this island, Harry had been confined to the ground floor, lacking a proper bed. There was only a carpet, under which lay a cold floor, rendering his sleep quite uncomfortable. Harry raised his wrist to glance at the digital watch. July 30th, 11:59, 10 p.m. Only 50 seconds remained. He observed the birthday cake he had drawn in the sand with his finger and murmured to himself, "Happy birthday to me, Harry." Chapter 26. Get Out. The Hogwarts Keeper of Keys. Once more, he opened his eyes. July 30th, 11:59, 10 p.m. Only 50 seconds remained. Harry gazed at the birthday cake he had etched in the sand before him. Midnight was approaching. In 50 seconds, it would be his birthday. All that had transpired was now history. From this moment forward, he resolved to maintain a cheerful disposition as he welcomed his new age. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds, 1 second. July 31st, 1991, midnight. Happy birthday, Harry. Just as Harry raised his hand to make a wish, a loud bang echoed. The wooden door of the tower emitted a resounding crash. With a second thud, the door fell entirely to the ground. A robust, imposing shadow had forcefully pushed the door down. Immediately following was a gruff, somewhat disgruntled voice. "Damn this wretched weather. It was perfectly fine earlier. Now suddenly it rains. How unfortunate." The figure, speaking, bent down to lift the fallen door and attempted to reattach it to the frame. Turning to survey the room, he could barely make out 3 individuals in the dim light, 2 huddled at the staircase and 1 lying on the floor. The figure raised his foot, intending to step inside. "Stop right there. You trespasser. I command you to leave immediately, or I shall be forced to use my weapon," Vernon declared, brandishing the double-barreled shotgun, his gaze menacing upon the intruder. "There's no need for such hostility, Mr. Vernon. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rubeus Hagrid, but you may call me Mr. Hagrid. Ordinarily, you would have been informed of my visit today. After all, today marks the birthday of Mr. Harry Potter." Hagrid, with his words, retrieved a cake box from the pocket of his coat and handed it to Harry. "Happy birthday, Harry. I hope this cake hasn't been ruined by my backside." Harry, clearly startled, instinctively reached out his hand, clumsily accepting the birthday cake, murmuring, "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid." However, Hagrid paused and said, "I believe I have mistaken you for someone else. Perhaps you are not Harry." Mistaken?" Harry inquired, perplexed, as he noticed Hagrid pointing behind him. "Dudley, when did you appear behind me?" "Dudley? Harry?" Before Dudley could respond, Hagrid's lips twitched as he glanced at the robust, well-proportioned Dudley and then at the small, frail Harry before him. With a resigned smile, he exclaimed, "You are Harry? But it seems you have not fared well living with the Dursleys. You are so thin, and your clothes are in tatters. It's hard to imagine you are the child of the illustrious James, a remarkable graduate of Hogwarts. He was a genius throughout the school. But fret not. From this day forth, you shall bid farewell to those around you. No one shall bully you again, Harry." Observing Harry's stunned expression, Hagrid continued, "Happy birthday, Mr. Harry Potter." Amidst Hagrid's peculiar remarks, Harry found himself more intrigued about his parents. "Wait, Hagrid, do you know about my parents?" Hagrid paused for a moment, but eventually nodded. "I heard that my parents died in a car accident. Is that true?" Harry asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. "A car accident? Don't be absurd, my little Harry. In a world of ordinary people, what kind of power from an engine could possibly kill an accomplished wizard? What a joke. If that were true, it would be a tale for the ages. The greatest wizard struck down by a car. Clearly a fabrication." Harry furrowed his brow. "Wait, what did you just say? Wizard? What is that?" Hagrid, equally astonished, replied, "You don't know what a wizard is? Your father was an exceptional wizard, and you were their child. You are a wizard too, Harry. Magic? Don't jest, Mr. Hagrid. I think discussing such things on my birthday is rather inappropriate. I could never be a wizard." Harry took a small step back, incredulity washing over him. His small world could not accommodate such shocking revelations. Hagrid opened his mouth, turning with a mix of astonishment and irritation. "You wretched Dursleys, what kind of ideology have you instilled in Harry? I have lived for 63 years, welcoming many new students to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and you've made him doubt the existence of wizards." Frustrated, Hagrid bypassed Harry, directing his gaze toward a corpulent, middle-aged man not far ahead. Vernon trembled, asserting, "I command you to be silent, you nonsensical fellow. Get out of here at once. Your current actions resemble an unlawful intrusion into private property, accompanied by incessant slander and malicious rumors. Cease the dissemination of such absurd notions as sorcery and the like. These appalling ideas epitomize sheer ignorance." Vernon was exceedingly enraged. Gripping his shotgun, his voice trembling with trepidation. Hagrid's expression turned grave. "Mr. Dursley, I believe you have ventured too far. One should refrain from speaking of matters not personally witnessed." Hagrid's imposing stature exerted an extraordinary pressure upon Vernon, causing his finger to involuntarily pull the shotgun's trigger. Bang! A flash of fire erupted. Chapter 27. The Rescue of Harry. Oomph. Dursley, do you truly believe such trivial antics would affect a wizard? In the split second before the shot was fired, Hagrid thrust his hand forward, forcibly bending the barrel, redirecting the bullet skyward. "What on earth do you intend to achieve, you wretched man?" Vernon bellowed, suppressing his fear with fury. "Do not fret, Dursley. I shall do nothing. I merely wish to provide this child with the truth. He has the right to know his heritage. His kin are wizards. They are heroes within the realm of magic." Hagrid articulated each word with conviction. Meanwhile, a somewhat uncertain Harry timidly inquired, "Uncle Vernon, is this true?" He glanced at Petunia, but before he could voice his question, she, with a clenched jaw, declared, "Yes, Harry, your mother was indeed a wizard." Stunned by Petunia's revelation, Harry stammered, You both knew all along, but why didn't you tell me?" Petunia, somewhat irked, retorted, "What could I possibly tell you? That your mother, my own sister, was a legendary wizard? Or perhaps that she was a sorceress? Such an unbelievable notion would simply disgust anyone." Vernon, equally incensed, shot back, "Yes, Harry, wizards are nothing but a bunch of freaks. Their existence is repulsive. You have no idea what wizards are truly like." Hagrid could no longer contain himself. "Dursley, do you comprehend the words you utter? This is prejudice, a symbol of ignorance. The world of wizards is beyond your understanding as a mere muggle." "I do not understand." "You do. You lot, who manipulate your limited abilities to disrupt the lives of others, unbound by laws, morals, or even government, are a blight upon society. I will not permit Harry to join your ranks," Vernon asserted vehemently, harboring no fondness for the wizards who disrupted his existence. Hagrid's eyes widened in disbelief. "It is laughable. Conversing with you muggles is utterly futile. Our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has nurtured countless exceptional wizards since its inception, achievements far beyond your mundane imagination." As Hagrid's voice faded, Vernon sneered, "Hogwarts? A school of magic? What kind of place is that? What qualifications does it possess?" "Hogwarts, the illustrious gathering place of wizarding elites, is presided over by the esteemed headmaster, Mr. Albus Dumbledore." Vernon, with an expression akin to that of a fool, scoffed, "Hogwarts? A school of magic? The great headmaster, Albus Dumbledore? Just listen to the nonsense you are spouting. He is merely an old conjurer, accompanied by a band of trickster children. What kind of exceptional talent could emerge from such a charlatan? The wizards produced merely bring chaos to the world." Hagrid's face flushed with indignation. He felt deeply insulted. "I will not permit you to slander the headmaster of Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore is not someone you can so easily belittle." Hagrid raised his hand, concealing a wand within his umbrella, his fury nearly boiling over. He resolved to teach this detestable muggle a profound lesson. No one could insult the head of Hogwarts in his presence. He would not hesitate to breach the Ministry of Magic's constraints if necessary. A surge of magic coursed through him as he prepared to cast a spell. At that moment, a tremendous force bore down upon him. As if a speeding truck had collided with his very being, Hagrid's massive frame was lifted off the ground, hurtling backward. With a thunderous crash, he slammed into the doorframe, the wall fracturing and debris cascading down to entomb him in rubble. On this pitch-black night, amidst the howling winds, at the center of the island stood a towering structure, its candlelight flickering while the waves roared against the rocks. A figure emerged from the shadows, its gaze fixed ahead, its voice rasping and grating like a shattered bellows. Dudley, who had been lurking in the corner, stepped forth before Vernon and Harry, standing tall with a glimmer of something almost luminous in his eyes. "Rubius Hagrid, without my permission, you shall not harm anyone present." Chapter 28. The Advantages of Bloodline and Innate Talent. "Why you are, Dudley? Cousin Dudley?" Harry was startled by the sudden approach of the figure behind him. Had it not been for the familiar rasp in the voice, he might have thought he encountered a ghost. The Dudley before him bore little resemblance to the polite and well-mannered cousin he remembered. He was swathed in a gray sheet, fashioned into a hood that obscured much of his face, with the fabric enveloping his body completely below the neck. Hermione, feeling the oppressive presence of Hagrid, found herself unable to remain behind her husband in this moment of crisis. The shattered wall and swirling dust were beyond her comprehension. Wizards were indeed terrifying. Before she could advance, Vernon seized her, pulling her forcefully backward. "Calm down, Petunia. Let us not act impulsively." Hagrid is merely here to escort Harry Potter. Overreacting will only provoke the wizards into more extreme actions. They may harm those who resist. Please, allow me a moment to speak with them. Let them release our family. The Dursleys, Vernon muttered, providing solace to his wife while nervously fixating on the pile of rubble. He fervently prayed that the towering wizarding beast would never emerge from the debris. Amidst the cacophony of chaos, Dudley found himself devoid of the capacity to attend to his parents or Harry. His state was exceptionally dire. Describing it as merely bad would be an understatement. For this dreadful experience was infused with an odd sensation. This peculiarity emanated from his mind, granting him an unusual illusion of comfort. If one were to select an appropriate descriptor, it would be exhilaration. From a medical perspective, it bore a striking resemblance to the aftereffects of hallucinogens or certain illicit substances injected into the body. Gazing intently at the rubble before him, Dudley felt as though he could distinctly see Hagrid buried beneath the debris. Hagrid struggled fiercely, but was met with yet another overwhelming force bearing down upon him. With a resounding crash, the colossal figure of Hagrid, towering at nearly 2 to 3 meters, was violently hurled from a mound of stones. His body spun through the air, completing 3 full rotations before crashing heavily onto the ground not far from the island. The impact was evidently more forceful this time. However, Hagrid merely brushed his hand against his head and, swaying slightly, stood up from the ground. "You little brat, do you realize that your actions have violated the Ministry of Magic's regulations concerning Muggles?" Hagrid admonished, for in the ordinary life of a Muggle, the use of magic was strictly prohibited. Yet Dudley, hidden beneath his hood, fixated on Hagrid with an unwavering gaze, entirely dismissive of the words spoken. His eyes, almost as if under a spell, witnessed a wondrous spectacle. Each time Hagrid was struck by magical force, a barely perceptible ripple would undulate across his body, mitigating a significant portion of the impact. The force applied to his exterior dissipated, with most remaining suspended just outside his physical form, while only a slight fraction penetrated within. Seemingly causing no harm, Dudley was momentarily perplexed, pondering whether his eyesight had failed him. This was his initial thought, but the intense, burning sensation within his chest quickly followed, leaving him distressed. Drawing a breath, Hagrid, beneath his thick, unruly beard, fixed his gaze on the shadowy figure ahead. "Isn't it curious that I remain unscathed? That is because I possess a trace of giant blood. But I suppose your Muggle family knows little of what giants truly are." Observing the young man before him, standing still, Hagrid, with his hands clasped behind his back, elaborated in a voice laced with temptation. "Giants are ancient beings from a distant magical realm." However, before he could elaborate further, Hagrid swiftly raised his umbrella, pointing it forward, concealing his wand within. Channeling magical energy, he rapidly uttered a series of incomprehensible incantations, and the tip of the umbrella radiated a brilliant white light. At the moment Dudley beheld this luminous glow, an epiphany struck him. Spell, Petrificus Totalis. The wand shimmered. Dudley felt his body rigidly immobilized, his limbs restrained to the point that even his head could not turn. Yet this sensation lasted but a fleeting moment. His feet gently advanced forward, and the force that had bound him inexplicably dissolved. However, Dudley did not take any further action. The situation had reached a sufficient climax. It was reasonable to assume that this wizard, the escort from the world of Harry Potter, would have subsequent actions in store. The wizarding world is entirely segregated from that of ordinary people. Therefore, for children endowed with the innate talent for magic, a specific response should be anticipated. After casting the spell, Hagrid exhaled deeply, casting a cautious glance at Dudley beneath his gray hood, and with a hint of trepidation, he spoke. "Fortunately, half of my lineage is from ancient giants. Had it been any other escort, they might not have even had time to utter the spell under such impact. This matter requires me to report back to Professor Dumbledore at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Chapter 29. The First Outburst and the Last Glimmer Before Death. "Do not be alarmed, young man. My lineage descends from ancient giants. However, it seems you have yet to fully control your magical powers. Rest assured, the petrification curse will render you immobile for 2 hours, after which the spell will automatically lift." As he spoke, Hagrid glanced apologetically at Harry, who was not far away. "I'm sorry, Harry. I must leave for a brief period. I shall return within 2 days at the latest. During this time, you will have to continue staying at the Dursleys." Having said that, he disregarded the reactions of everyone present and strode directly to the other side of the island, mounting a motorcycle that roared to life. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he accelerated into the sky, vanishing into the night's embrace. "Dudley, what on earth has happened to you?" Harry inquired with concern. "Get lost. You wretched little brat. Hogwarts, that dreadful place. If you wish to go, then go. Do not bring the filth of your world into my son's life. Vernon advanced menacingly, raising his hand to seize Harry by the nape of his neck. In his mind, he instinctively attributed the bizarre occurrences to this abnormal child before him. Harry quickly stepped back, shaking his head in denial. Uncle Vernon, what are you saying? The events that just transpired have nothing to do with me. Vernon's face twisted with incredulity. Nothing to do with you? Spare me the lies. Your parents were wizards, and you were their child. What unreasonable act could you possibly refrain from? He bellowed in anger. Harry found himself at a loss for words. Aye, truly enough. Stop the noise. Vernon stared in disbelief at his son, realizing this was the first time Dudley had ever expressed anger towards him. The fury etched on his face quickly faded, giving way to guilt and self-reproach. After a brief pause, once he was certain that Harry's escort had departed, Dudley exhaled deeply. Very well, the plan had been remarkably successful thus far. However, there was still one pressing matter at hand. Dudley's body began to stir, gradually fading from sight. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Vernon stepped back in disbelief, collapsing onto the ground. Penny, her eyes rolling back, fainted into her husband's embrace. Cough, 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 cough. Back in the room, Dolly began to cough violently, gazing at the large patches of crimson blood in his palm. Had he failed? In a room within the tower on the island, beneath the cloak of darkness, an oil lamp flickered slowly, casting a wavering light that revealed the silhouette of a young man, gradually coming into focus. Dolly stood frozen in place. The gray sheet draped over him lifted gently, floating aside before settling back onto the bed. The black sky outside the glass window served as the backdrop, reflecting his entire form within the glass. His once well-defined musculature now appeared diminished, the contours of his bones starkly visible beneath skin that clung tightly, almost like parchment. The outlines of his ribcage, tailbone, and even pelvic bones were unmistakable. His complexion was an unhealthy pallor, tinged with gray, especially around the deeply sunken abdomen where his ribs protruded sharply. His facial structure was gaunt, his eyes hollow, pupils dilated, and the sclerae exhibited a deep gray hue. Was this truly a human being? Dolly stared blankly at his reflection in the glass, yearning to extend his fingers to touch his cheek, yet he found himself devoid of strength. A tumult of emotions churned within him. Based solely on biological characteristics, he could be likened to a cadaver in this state. He felt a profound depletion of vitality coursing through his body, in stark contrast to the acute clarity of his mind. His heart beat slower and slower. Perhaps in just a few hours, he would succumb entirely to death. Was his decision to inject the magic virus number 1, influenza, recklessly hasty? Dolly glanced at the notebook before him, instinctively adhering to the practices of a biologist and researcher. Routine entries were made for future reference. This contained his wizard's genetic heritage record. With a mere thought, the genetic record was opened. Wizard's genetic heritage record. Island Experimental Base 1. London time, July 10th, 3 p.m., overcast. After several days of recovery, I arrived on this small island. As I had imagined, there was no communication with the outside world, no electricity, only the sound of waves and thunder. Or perhaps a storm. Within 5 minutes of the injection, I felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. I longed for the arrival of extraordinary beings like superheroes or Ultraman. I approached the situation cautiously, convinced that something miraculous might occur. I anticipated the emergence of superpowers or phenomena beyond scientific explanation. Yet I was mistaken. On the night of July 10th, nothing transpired. My body exhibited no anomalies, aside from the red mark left by the injection beneath my lip. I could find no trace of anything related to magic. Chapter 30. Wizard's Genetic Heritage. Wizard's Genetic Heritage Record. Island Experimental Base 2. London time, July 13th, 8 p.m. 3 days have elapsed since the injection of the magic virus I, influenza, yet my body remains devoid of any conspicuous changes. The supernatural and bizarre, akin to Harry's magical outbursts or the rapid movements of Totoro, have not materialized. What would be the reason for this? I find myself growing somewhat impatient, even questioning the authenticity of my previous experiments. When confronted with the incomprehensible, one often resorts to rigorous validation to gather clues. However, this island lacks advanced electron microscopes and even basic observational conditions. Currently, I am limited to a solitary glass window with scant locations available for observation. Does the magic virus I, influenza, hold any significance for the average individual? My skepticism lingers. Since the injection, I have maintained my distance from my family, refraining from sharing meals, and only allowing my parents to place food at my door at designated times. I can only comfort myself with hypotheses. Every virus, upon entering the human body, possesses a certain incubation period, which varies in response according to individual physiological conditions. I hope my conjecture proves to be accurate. Genetic heritage records of Wizards Island Experimental Base 3, London time, July 17th, 9 a.m. A week has passed since the injection of the magic virus I, influenza. My sincerest apologies for not documenting my observations in the past few days. I have been meticulously monitoring the changes in my body. I am pleased to report that approximately 5 days post-injection, the virus has safely navigated the conventional incubation period. The offensive has commenced. Occasionally, I experience a tingling sensation in my lower lip. Yet, I have resisted the urge to scratch. Should my nails inadvertently create a wound, the resulting variables would be unknown. The itchiness likely indicates that my body's macrophages have recognized the invading virus, urging my hands to scratch the affected area in search of external assistance to combat the intruder, the magic virus I, influenza. However, I must refrain from such actions. I need to allow my body to accelerate its assimilation by the virus. Genetic heritage records of Wizards Island Experimental Base 4, London time, July 20th, around 9 p.m. Since the last unusual bodily reaction, I have been sustaining myself with formidable willpower. As a precaution, I have placed the magic virus 2 bacteriophage in a conspicuous location. In moments of peril, I must ensure timely administration. This is merely an experiment, not a reckless gamble of life and death. Yet for the past 2 days, I have intermittently felt a chill. Despite it being summer, with the air sweltering, my hands and feet are inexplicably cold. This indicates a state of hypothermia. It appears that the first line of defense from the macrophages is not as effective as anticipated. They require the body's functions to cooperate appropriately, attempting to utilize the lower temperature to suppress the viral cell's division and proliferation rate. How could the immune system of an ordinary individual possibly contend with the formidable magic virus I, influenza? The sensation is profoundly unsettling. The experience of having a runny nose in the sweltering summer is indeed perplexing. London, July 22nd, 7 a.m. I find myself engulfed in a haze, an unfamiliar sensation. It reminds me of a time in my previous life when I was gravely ill. The potency of the magic virus I, influenza, has surpassed my wildest expectations. Over the past 2 days, my body has instinctively initiated several emergency measures. First, a chilling state, followed by an intense heat. This oscillation between extremes is a novel experience for me. Were it not for the physical resilience cultivated through years of disciplined fitness, I fear I would have succumbed to despair. Thus, it becomes evident that, in the absence of external interference, self-discipline serves as an excellent means of maintaining health. London, July 24th, 5 p.m. I'm at a loss for words. It has been 2 weeks since I was injected with the magic virus I, influenza, and I feel my body has reached its limits. I can no longer speak normally and am plagued by intermittent coughing. My body is not in a state of low temperature. Rather, it remains persistently elevated. I can sense perspiration seeping from my pores, yet the sweat feels unnaturally cold. I fear I am on the brink of collapse. I can feel my immune system straining under immense pressure. The final bastion of my immune defense is rallying. As a multitude of white blood cells converge around my neck, lower lip, and even near my chest, my body yearns to conclude this war against the virus. It resorts to the most extreme measures. The white blood cells begin to indiscriminately annihilate and consume both viral and healthy cells in vast quantities. Some of them are faltering. I am compelled to open the window, as a significant number of cells and the magic virus I, influenza, are perishing within my mouth and lungs. Each cough serves to expel these deceased cells. My immune response has reached its zenith, accompanied by an increasing array of abnormal symptoms. Cough, cough. I shall conclude here for today. I apologize for coughing once more just now. I can no longer wait until evening. Delaying further may lead to dire consequences. I urgently need to inject the magic virus 2 bacteriophage. Just now, I distinctly observed blood on the paper after coughing, a phenomenon typically associated with cancer or tuberculosis. It is evident that my immune system is severely weakened and has no chance of victory. If this continues, a calamity is inevitable. I cannot perish. I hope to awaken the following day to good news. Chapter 31, Science and Magic, a Convergence. Dolly gazed at the wizard's genetic heritage records on the table. Yet, the page that should have represented the Island Experimental Base 7 lay blank. Gazing intently at the glass window, Dolly's thoughts flickered. It was the early hours of July 29th. London time, around 2 o'clock in the morning. Nearly 5 days had elapsed since the last time. After administering the Magic 2 bacteriophage virus, Dolly anticipated a gradual restoration of his bodily functions. Yet such a scenario failed to manifest. He abruptly recognized a dire predicament. The Magic Eye, influenza, virus had been waging a fierce battle against his immune system for 2 weeks since its introduction into his body. The virus, utilizing his flesh as its battleground, continued to die, divide, and proliferate, perhaps transforming in the process. Survival of the fittest, they had adapted. A significant portion of the Magic Eye, influenza, virus had undergone unknown mutations, striving to persist within him. It was akin to a pesticide, even amidst a swarm of locusts. A few would inevitably develop resistance. These resilient Magic Eye, influenza, viruses had stubbornly survived within him. The scant amount of Magic 2 bacteriophage virus he carried had not achieved the anticipated effects. It could not eradicate the mutated Magic Eye, influenza, viruses. Meanwhile, new lines of text quietly emerged on the page of the wizard's genetic heritage record island experiment base 7. What should I do? The virus is mutating, and the bacteriophage cannot eliminate the magic virus. I can only observe the changes in my body through the glass each night. I am utterly helpless. My body is too weak to move. My skin, once pale, is gradually turning gray, then dark brown in a slow progression. Breathing has become increasingly arduous, and my heartbeat has significantly slowed. 3 days later, my emaciated body, sunken eyes, and faint breathing nearly extinguished my will to struggle. Survival seems nearly impossible. If there is to be another chance, any experiments on the human body must not be so reckless. Notes from Dolly, the eldest son of the Dursley family. Yet, on the wizard's genetic heritage record island experiment base 7, new lines of text appeared after a brief pause. Just as his bodily functions were on the brink of total exhaustion, he felt an extraordinary clarity in his mind. This state was peculiar. He could not control his body. Yet with mere intention, he could lift his arm, not through normal means, but as if some external force were raising it. He realized he could control certain things in a mysterious manner, which might be called magic, though he did not fully comprehend its nature. To his astonishment, he found himself standing, not because he was capable of standing, but because he desired to stand. And so he stood, suspended in the room, floating. It was utterly incredible. This was nothing short of a miracle. Gazing at my reflection in the glass, aside from the inevitable decay of my body, which cannot be reversed, I am overwhelmed by a whimsical notion that I could achieve anything I desire. It seems rather absurd. Nevertheless, I choose to embark on this endeavor. Is it not worthwhile to glimpse another world at the end of life? Thus, I made an attempt. Teleportation. Indeed, I succeeded, appearing outside the window of a tower on an island without any forewarning. With my eyes closed, I could sense my parents, Petunia and Vernon, as well as my cousin Harry, gazing at my reflection within the glass. The surrounding waves crash against the shore, and I am convinced that I have now harnessed magical powers. Yet, a sense of joy eludes me, for the reflection that stares back is increasingly frail. If the body perishes, the mind follows suit. What use is such power if I cannot sustain my existence? Though I can now part the sea with merely a thought, I am acutely aware that the price I pay may result in my body losing all vitality in the next moment. On July 31st, at 4 in the morning London time, I eagerly awaited Harry's guiding wizard, who finally arrived. I swiftly concluded my confrontation with Hagrid and revealed to him the awakening of my magical talents. During this time, as I had envisioned, magic manifested at my will. I did not comprehend why, but it assists me in actualizing the desires of my consciousness. Merely imagining a truck colliding with Hagrid twice inflicted a tremendous burden upon my body. Upon returning indoors, my physical state had reached its limit. I could even see my fingernails turning black, an ominous sign indeed. The tissue beneath was beginning to necrotize. Reluctant, as I am to admit it, constrained by various factors. The envisioned combination of Magic Virus I, influenza, and Magic Virus 2, bacteriophage, has been deemed a failure. The human body is a sophisticated instrument. Viruses may appear inconspicuous, yet possess tenacious vitality. However, perhaps this is not the ultimate outcome. In my previous studies of genetic inheritance, I delve into latent knowledge. Yet, those were merely hypotheses. Should my conjectures prove accurate, it would validate past assumptions. Lily, Harry Potter's mother, was an exceptional witch. Her sister Petunia, my mother, though an ordinary woman, should inherently possess latent magical abilities as her descendant, according to the principles of genetic inheritance. I too share the same biological conditions. As my body continues to deteriorate, Normal cells can no longer divide and proliferate. The magic virus I, influenza, has nearly seized dominion over most of my body. The miraculous abilities I possess may very well stem from this pervasive viral takeover. My body is under full assault by the virus. To break free from this predicament and have a chance at survival, I must rely on instinct and latent potential, if one does not wish to succumb to death. Even cells, in the midst of such brutal conflict, will evolve. Viruses can adapt, and likewise, our very own cells are in a constant state of learning and evolution. Even amid the crushing chaos of war, there may be survivors. Given enough time, white blood cells or specialized antibodies capable of vanquishing the magic eye, influenza, virus could potentially emerge. Theoretically, this is feasible. Alternatively, it may be possible to activate and proliferate cells that can restrain the magic eye, influenza, virus. I firmly believe that within some organ or tissue in my body, there lies such cellular material, perhaps scarce, simply awaiting stimulation, remaining dormant. Though the prospect seems dim, I have faith in science and the principles of genetic inheritance, the genetic record of wizards. However, before I could begin to document this anew, Dolly abruptly lifted his head, feeling his heart, on the verge of ceasing, begin to beat with renewed vigor. The rhythm quickened. This sensation, an exhilarating rebound. The body is yearning for survival. Even the most rudimentary cells, viewed under a microscope, can instinctively react to danger, a primal urge imprinted in their very genes. The heartbeat accelerated, body temperature rising. I found it, right here. Though emaciated and resembling a mere husk, the gleam of excitement shone in Dolly's eyes. If the culmination of science is equivalent exchange, then applying scientific principles to the realm of magic will yield an extraordinary spectacle. This marks a breakthrough from the realm of the binary, a significant advancement in the application of microscopic genetic science to wizards. The wizarding genes, long concealed within his body, have finally been actively uncovered. Chapter 32, Dumbledore and the Prophet. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster's office. A venerable old man clad in a light red robe, with a high hat and a white beard, gazed at a piece of parchment before him. It bore lines of dark, inked text. This was the future trajectory of the prophet professor he had once employed. A person capable of vanquishing the Dark Lord is soon to emerge. He is likely to be born into a family that has confronted the Dark Lord 3 times. His birth date will fall on the last day of July. He will be regarded by the Dark Lord as a formidable adversary. The child of prophecy possesses extraordinary powers unknown to the Dark Lord. They are destined to meet, and one shall perish at the hands of the other. Both cannot coexist simultaneously. In this new era, the child of prophecy and the Dark Lord shall be laid to rest in the maw of ancient beasts. A white shadow flickered before Dumbledore. An owl suddenly appeared. The owl, while preening its feathers, occasionally tilted its head, scrutinizing the elderly figure before it. The eagle-eyed creature reflected Dumbledore's visage, with a couple of sharp flaps. It concluded its presence. Dumbledore rose from his chair, and a plume of white smoke erupted from the spot where the owl had stood, its form vanishing from sight. Having calculated the time, it was evident that Hagrid should have located Harry within the stipulated time frame. Now I could entrust subsequent secret missions to him, hoping that those stingy Gringotts goblins would adhere to their agreements. Dumbledore, while voicing his thoughts, advanced forward, circumventing the desk before him, and approached the metallic door on the opposite side. His gaze lingered for a moment on the ancient, intricate patterns above, before taking another step forward. With a sudden whoosh, Dumbledore's form seamlessly passed through the iron door, entering the confined space beyond. In this chamber, devoid of candles, the walls were shrouded in darkness, encompassing an area of merely 4 square meters. Yet, amidst this cold and shadowy environment, a faint azure light illuminated the center. From Dumbledore's perspective, it appeared as a broad, hollow basin. At the very center of this basin, something akin to water flowed. Dumbledore understood that what the basin contained was not water, but an immense reservoir of magical power. Within that magical essence flowed the information expelled from his mind. It was time for contemplation. Dumbledore murmured to himself, extending his hand to retrieve a wand from his sleeve, directing its tip towards his temple. With a firm motion of his wrist, the wand's tip flickered with light, and a small wisp resembling smoke was drawn from his consciousness, guided by the wand's direction, cascading into the azure source of magic beneath him. Vital memories were extracted. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was acutely aware of the multitude of matters demanding his attention each day. Even a wizard as formidable as he was not immune to lapses in focus. He sought to uncover what he had overlooked. Why had he perceived an eerie smile in the owl's gaze? This time, he was determined to bring it to light. Reciting an obscure incantation, Dumbledore felt his body lighten, plummeting downward as everything around him transformed. The pensive, the world of memories. The sky was pitch black, scattered with twinkling lights in the distance. Beneath him lay deep brown rocky cliffs, with a precipice ahead and a narrow winding path behind. Dumbledore stood still, observing a figure resembling himself at the edge of the cliff, hands clasped behind his back, utterly motionless. This was indeed his memory. Yet, Dumbledore did not dwell on his past self for long. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the rear. In the shrouded night, a figure cloaked in gray moved cautiously, vigilant of the surroundings, stumbling past him. This person was Severus Snape. Snape, Dumbledore murmured, following in the footsteps of Snape, inching closer to the figure standing at the cliff's edge. In this realm of memory, Dumbledore recognized it as a clandestine meeting with the minions of Voldemort. As Snape approached the precipice, his footsteps faltered, and his face bore an expression of profound struggle. I have come, he stammered. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, I have conveyed the prophetic information I stole from you to my master. You must understand, I cannot deceive him. For any of his loyal followers, betrayal would be a fate worse than death. Yet Dumbledore, standing on the edge of the cliff, merely snorted in disdain, paying him no heed. Taking a deep breath, Snape implored, Professor Dumbledore, whether you believe it or not, my master has already set his sights on the Potter family. He intends to end their lives, personally. For the child of the prophecy fills him with trepidation. Suddenly, Dumbledore spun around, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Snape. Do you truly think I would believe you? When you informed Voldemort about the wizard born on July 31st, you knew full well that the child's mother was Lily. Did you not attempt to plead for her before him? Snape's complexion turned ashen under Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze, and he could only stutter, I beseech my master. As the price for revealing this information, he agreed only to kill the child who poses a threat to him, Harry Potter. My master consented to spare Lily. Dumbledore's expression morphed into something peculiar, even hinting at amusement. If your master has granted you such a promise, then why have you come to me? I would not hesitate to cast you, a Death Eater, into Azkaban. I believe many would relish the prospect of a prisoner residing in the dungeons of Hogwarts. Chapter 33. The Spell of Spirit Dispersion. Undercover Snape. Snape trembled, hastily shaking his head. No, that is not the case, Professor Dumbledore. I believe no one understands my master better than you. He is the most formidable schemer of Slytherin, the leader of the Death Eaters. And Voldemort never leaves room for mercy. Even if he has promised me not to harm Lily, that is merely his word. His loyal Death Eaters are not bound by such a promise. A change of heart can occur in an instant. The Death Eaters would personally resolve any such hidden threats. You know well that treachery is their daily fare. As Snape spoke, his voice grew hoarse, and his body slowly bent as he sought to kneel before the man before him, yearning for assistance. In his desperation, he was willing to forsake his dignity for his beloved. Great Professor Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts, I implore you, when the Potter family is in peril, to extend your hand and save Lily. Do not allow her to fall victim to this calamity. I beg you. But just then, Snape's voice, which had been steady, began to tremble. Dumbledore took a small step forward, his expression increasingly peculiar and perplexed. One could even detect a hint of irony in the slight upturn of his lips, a direct expression of mockery and disdain. Severus Snape, to be candid, I have always held you in high regard. Even when you allied yourself with Voldemort, I did not perceive you as a malevolent being. Exceptional individuals have the autonomy to choose their allegiances. Yet now, behold your current state, akin to a forsaken hound, beseeching your adversaries. You plead for a woman you once cherished, who has long since wed another, while your heart clings to her memory, even willing to sacrifice your dignity unbeknownst to her. Dumbledore, poised upon the precipice, advanced with an expression shadowed by foreboding. Snape, I must assert, you are truly a selfish individual. Your formidable presence compels you to retreat several paces. Lily, James, and Harry Potter, an inseparable trio, now find themselves in peril, yet your sole concern lies with Lily's safety, disregarding the fates of the other two. Such conduct is profoundly disconcerting. Fear filled Snape's eyes, his gaze evasive, and his voice laced with bitterness. I implore you, do not refuse me, Professor Dumbledore. I have a proposition. We could conceal the entire Potter family in a place where none could find them. With your power, you could accomplish this effortlessly. Even if the Death Eaters and Voldemort approach them, as long as they are under your protection, the Potter family would be safe. I beg you, I truly beseech you. Snape's body trembled as he exerted every ounce of his being in his plea. Professor Dumbledore, I implore you. The Lily family truly requires your assistance." Dumbledore, standing upon the cliff, regarded him with profound astonishment. His benevolent visage took on an unsettling quality, his lips curling into a slight smile, his voice adopting a beguiling tone. "Then, Mr. Severus Snape, you present me with such a sincere request. Please, reflect upon your position. I may consider your plea, but what will you offer in return? What can you provide? You must recognize your identity. You are a Death Eater, an accomplice to Voldemort. A veritable villain." Severus Snape remained rooted in place, confronted by Dumbledore who seemed utterly unfamiliar. "This expression, this tone, these gestures, Professor Dumbledore, how can you?" Snape's resolve hardened as he spoke. "In exchange for your protection of the Lily family, I am willing to act as your spy beneath Voldemort. For her sake, I would betray my master." A low, mocking laughter escaped Dumbledore. As he turned away from the cliff, a parchment floated down, resting in Snape's palm. "Snape, this is the topographical map surrounding London. At the very bottom lies an area known as Godric's Hollow, which once was my home. I shall settle the Potter family in this place. You must also uphold your promise and serve me under Voldemort's command. Silence. Be gone from my presence." He gazed upon the cliff where his former self once stood, almost instinctively raising a hand to cast spell, mental dispersion. In that fleeting moment, a radiant curtain of light suddenly erupted, a dazzling brilliance illuminating the surroundings. Chapter 34. The true identity of the ancient magical creature revealed. Spell, mental dispersion. Dumbledore intoned the incantation, and beside him, a luminous veil erupted, a striking white light flaring forth. A torrent of magical energy surged forward, pop, like the explosion of bubbles. Simultaneously, the timid figure of Snape vanished from sight. Standing upon the cliff, Dumbledore's form began to blur. Amidst the overwhelming wave of magic, his body swayed precariously, his features appearing as if cast in multiple shadows. "Albus Dumbledore, how many times have you visited this place? You know such an assault cannot extinguish my life. You lack the power to alter this reality. Surrender." The voice of the ethereal figure echoed. Dumbledore's tone turned grave, his voice unusually somber. "Get out of my body." "Ah." The spectral figure chuckled. "Get out? These are all deeds you have wrought yourself. Even if you were to kill me, you cannot deny the facts of your own making. Now, you can only extricate me from your mind, imprisoning me within this pensieve. Was there any meaning in that? The one who is eternally wounded is you, and I am fully aware of your inner schemes." Dumbledore took a deep breath. "I am not like you. I have resolved to relinquish power and authority. I, Albus Dumbledore, must not possess power. Do you not understand?" The apparition smirked. "Humph. Absurd. Deceiving oneself. Do not presume I am unaware. 10 years ago, you began your machinations. Trelawney's 8 prophecies are exceedingly clear. The one who possesses the power to vanquish the Dark Lord is soon to appear. He is likely to be born into a family that has confronted the Dark Lord thrice. His birth date will be the last day of July. He will be regarded by the Dark Lord as a formidable adversary. The child of prophecy will wield powers unknown to the Dark Lord. They are destined to meet. One shall perish at the hands of the other. The two can never coexist. In a new era, the child of prophecy and the Dark Lord shall meet their demise at the jaws of ancient magical beasts. You are well aware that prophecies come to fruition under any circumstances. And in the words, Harry Potter shall not perish. Yet, you have chosen to intervene in this matter. You incessantly claim to forsake power and authority, yet these are merely harbingers of your own calamity. However, in the end, you choose to confront everything with wisdom. You aim to protect yourself solely through strategy, without engaging in any conflict. You claim that you intend to rely on your intellect to maintain power. Dumbledore's eyes widened in fury as he retorted, "Be silent. You understand nothing. Do I not understand? Then why did you not keep Harry by your side? Because you know that a genius must endure suffering before acquiring strength. Only through profound and harrowing experiences can one avoid becoming a perpetrator. Absurd. It is sheer nonsense." Dumbledore's gaze was resolute as he calmly regarded the shadow before him, the incantations flowing from his lips growing ever more rapid. Spell, mental dispersion. Spell, mental lock. Spell, mental severance. A torrent of magical energy surged forth, the white specter fading rapidly, just as it was on the verge of vanishing. A faint voice resonated in Dumbledore's mind. "Do not deceive yourself. You are well aware of the meaning behind the last words of Trelawney. In the new era, the prophesied child and the Dark Lord shall meet their demise at the jaws of an ancient beast. Is this ancient beast not a reference to yourself? Albus Dumbledore." With a thunderous boom, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and the realm of memory shattered. There came a knock at the door of the headmaster's office at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. An elderly man clad in a light red robe and adorned with a tall hat sat in a chair. His complexion was somewhat pale, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. With a creak, the door opened, and a pure white owl fluttered onto the desk, clutching a letter in its beak. Dumbledore reached out to receive it. Noticing an inscription upon the envelope, dictated, Sender, Rubius Hagrid. Recipient, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, I have successfully arrived at the home of Harry Potter. I have made a new discovery. Your nephew, Dudley Dursley, exhibits noticeable magical fluctuations, which I initially assess may be a natural awakening, dictated. Due to Hagrid's difficulties with literacy, I am simplifying this for him. He has discovered a muggle, a common person with naturally awakened magic, in London, numbered 9947-17157. Signed, Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore regarded the letter in his hand with curiosity. However, similar occurrences had transpired throughout the centuries, and Dudley Dursley's situation was not of great concern. After all, some of his relatives had become wizards, much like Harry's mother, Lily. Furthermore, a considerable influx of new wizards would benefit Hogwarts' development. The school required fresh blood. Contemplating this, Dumbledore flicked his fingers, and a pre-prepared magical envelope soared toward him. It was a finely crafted acceptance letter. He filled in the name according to the formula in the designated section. Dudley Dursley, congratulations on receiving your acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Chapter 35. The Ministry of Magic. The Dursley family's troubling situation. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth on a London morning, two figures ambled leisurely along the asphalt road. Observing the swaying, sluggish silhouette ahead, one could not help but voice a complaint. Hagrid, I must say, you really ought to consider shedding a few pounds, exclaimed a middle-aged man with red hair, dressed in a suit. Mr. Weasley, you must understand that my physique is rather extraordinary. It is not merely my pace that is slow. I carry within me the blood of giants. It is a natural condition, Hagrid retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Arthur Weasley, somewhat exasperated, lamented, I should have anticipated this predicament. After all, Muggle transportation simply cannot accommodate your stature. However, the Ministry has assigned me a task without providing any suitable vehicles. Hagrid glanced at the somewhat loquacious Weasley, expressing his frustration. In truth, giants are not slow over short distances, but that should not serve as an excuse for you to insist we walk several kilometers. If only we could utilize magical transportation. Weasley shrugged his shoulders. What could be done? The Ministry strictly prohibits the casual use of magic in the Muggle world. In my position, I must lead by example. Indeed, it is written in the regulations. Weasley nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Hagrid halted his steps. I must admit, your reasoning is quite compelling. However, would you kindly dismount from my back, Mr. Weasley? I have been carrying you this entire way. While it is not an issue, I feel the curious gazes of passers-by are becoming rather uncomfortable. With a hint of embarrassment, Arthur Weasley jumped down from Hagrid's back. He chose not to regard Hagrid's expression, but instead strode forward, reaching into his briefcase. Hagrid, as a member of the Ministry, I am well aware of your needs. If I understand correctly, there is a Muggle family with a child who has awakened magical abilities. However, due to their guardian's unreasonable demands, you find yourself in need of our assistance. I require a mediator. Upon hearing Arthur's voice, Hagrid sighed. Indeed, Mr. Weasley, the Dursleys have indeed birthed a young wizard, but it seems the father is rather difficult to manage. He appears to be quite disapproving. Before Hagrid could complete his thought, Arthur interrupted him. I grasp the situation clearly now. It is likely that the parents, upon witnessing their child's extraordinary phenomena, have experienced discomfort, leading to fear, avoidance, and varying degrees of negative emotions, which they subsequently project onto others. Am I correct? Hagrid wore a conflicted expression. Well, one could say that. Arthur declared, I believe you have come to the right person this time. Among all the grassroots workers in the Ministry, none are more suited for such mediation than I. The difficulty you experience arises from your failure to consider matters from the perspective of a Muggle. It is essential to cultivate the ability to empathize. Such a practice will facilitate the resolution of issues considerably. After all, the values upheld by Muggles differ significantly from ours as wizards, and I believe we must employ a gentle approach. Hagrid halted, momentarily vexed, as he ran his fingers through his hair, exclaiming, Mr. Weasley, this is exceedingly troublesome. In my view, we should simply take the young wizard and then erase his memory with a powerful charm. Arthur, in a huff, pushed Hagrid slightly. His brow furrowed. Let me clarify. Muggles live in a society governed by law. We cannot act recklessly. Hagrid frowned. Are you afraid of their wrath? Arthur turned to continue. Never mind. You wouldn't comprehend. Just let me see the precise location of this young wizard you mentioned, Dudley. Ah, yes, London, Surrey, Little Whinging. Number 4, Privet Drive. Is this the place? He paused, glancing at the two-story house before him, confirming the address in his hand. It was indeed correct. He turned back to Hagrid, gesturing for him to wait outside for a moment. Weasley adjusted his suit collar and cleared his throat softly, preparing to knock on the door as he gazed at the plaque inscribed with the name Dursley. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from within the house. The furious voice of Vernon rang out. Harry, you little brat, get out here this instant. No, I don't want to go out. Uncle Vernon, I believe the cupboard under the stairs is safe. If I go out, you must promise not to scold me. Vernon's angry retort followed. You, how dare you defy me? You wretched little boy. Harry, I'll say this once more, come out immediately, or I'll punish you by denying you food for an entire day. Harry, feeling utterly aggrieved, defended himself. Uncle Vernon, let me explain. Dudley's current state has nothing to do with me. You must believe me. Vernon, exasperated, replied, My precious son has turned into this, and it's not your fault? You must be joking. Such words would not convince even a wizard. Harry, I warn you, your sordid tricks always result in inexplicable occurrences. This is far from the first time. My son's condition demands a reasonable explanation from you. Harry shook his head vigorously. Uncle Vernon, you can't do this. Dudley has already explained everything to you. Vernon angrily retorted. Explain? That is not an explanation. You must have used your vile tricks to mislead my child. Get out here. You wretched little imp. A series of loud crashes echoed, a cacophony of chaos. Outside the door, Weasley's fingers froze, his knocking halted abruptly. He sensed that perhaps Hagrid had not been entirely truthful. The Dursleys were clearly a family with significant issues. Chapter 36. The Boundless Achievements of a Genius. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. The firmly shut door was suddenly flung open, and Harry, a slight figure, dashed out. In his haste, he wore loose clothing and, upon seeing Ron Weasley before him, did not pause his hurried steps, his voice tinged with urgency. Uncle Vernon, you cannot do this. Dudley's situation has nothing to do with me. Immediately, Ron beheld a corpulent middle-aged man standing in front of him. Breathing heavily, Vernon leaned against the doorframe, demanding, Who are you? What are you doing at my doorstep? Adjusting his briefcase, Ron endeavored to present a friendly smile. Good day. I presume you are Mr. Vernon Dursley? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Arthur Weasley. Vernon, eyeing the impeccably dressed man in a suit, took a deep breath, his plump face revealing a hint of confusion. Yet he gestured for Ron to proceed. Inside the dining room of the two-story house, Petunia was preparing tea in the background while several individuals occupied the table. Dudley glanced at the man in the suit before shifting his gaze to Harry, standing behind him, then surveyed his father's somewhat sullen countenance. Arthur hesitated, but ultimately produced a folded letter from his pocket, dividing it into two parts and handing one to Dudley and the other to Vernon. You are likely already aware of the general circumstances. Dudley may first examine the letter I hold from Hogwarts. In contrast to Vernon's dismissive demeanor, Dudley began to read intently. As he had envisioned, it was an acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Along with the letter, there were several enrollment handbooks and lists, some of which piqued Dudley's interest. Beginner's Wizarding Spells, History of Magic, Theory of Magic, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Magical Creatures and Their Habitats, and Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. Very well, Mr. Dursley. I could distinctly sense the magical energy emanating from Dudley. The most prudent course of action would be to allow him to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. From our previous discussions, it was clear that Dudley does not reject the phenomenon of magic. The sole obstacle is the man before me, Dudley's guardian, Vernon. Vernon's nose wrinkled as he poked at the letter in front of him. It is not my intention to place you in a difficult position, Mr. Weasley. Education is a serious matter. The environment and qualifications can determine whether a child becomes a valuable member of society. If my son Dudley were to join your magical school, as things stand, let alone anything else, 5 years hence, he would inevitably be cast aside by society and unable to enter the upper echelons of London. Before Ron could interject, Vernon's expression darkened. Mr. Weasley, I believe you should take a good look at the curriculum of your magical school. History of magic? Theory of magic? What on earth are these? What purpose do they serve? In addition to 1,000 wonderful herbs and grasses in this day and age, treating a cold or illness typically involves injections or medication. Otherwise, one resorts to surgery. Have you ever encountered anyone utilizing herbal remedies? If memory serves me right, herbal medicine is quite the antiquity. As for monsters and their locations, may I presume that the legends of Godzilla still resonate within the magical realm of Hogwarts? Could it be that animated series depicting young heroes battling monsters were also conceived by your institution? We may set aside these musings for now. Regarding dark forces, a guide to self-defense, what is this? Attending Hogwarts necessitates the acquisition of self-protective skills. Should not the safety of students be the school's responsibility? Most importantly, there's my son Dudley. At this juncture, Vernon cast a glance at his son before addressing Weasley with a deliberate tone. My son is currently studying biology under the esteemed Professor Morrison Hill at the illustrious University of Cambridge. His future is unmistakably bright and promising. Yet, you would send such a prodigy to that institution, which I perceive as backward, ignorant, and even insular, a veritable den of darkness. It is utterly ludicrous. Any father would categorically refuse to allow his child to attend such a place. At this point, Vernon sought Dudley's affirmation, saying, "Dudley, my beloved son, is what your father says not entirely accurate?" Chapter 37. Escape into the magical world. My dear son, surely you must agree with your father. Vernon gazed at Dudley with hopeful anticipation. Dudley, after a moment of silence, meticulously examined the list from Hogwarts in his hands, then glanced at his father's expectant gaze. Indeed, father, you are quite right. Snap. Vernon snapped his fingers, a triumphant expression adorning his face as he regarded Weasley. See here, Mr. Weasley, please respect my son's personal wishes. He would never consider attending such a disreputable institution. Weasley appeared flustered and busy, but before he could respond, Dudley raised a hand and calmly addressed Weasley, saying, "No, father, I believe Hogwarts is a splendid place. Moreover, I have made my decision. I shall attend this magical school." Vernon's expression turned to one of shock. Disbelief etched across his features. Harry beamed with delight at the prospect of attending school alongside his cousin. Meanwhile, Petunia bit her lip, her conflicted gaze revealing a flicker of unusual excitement, while Weasley wore a troubled expression. "I'm afraid, Dudley, that this matter may not solely be yours to decide. In a Muggle world, minors lack the authority to make such decisions. Only guardians possess that right. Dudley, you are still a minor." Dudley's calm smile faltered slightly. He had indeed momentarily forgotten this fact. Time flowed on. A day later, in London, aboard a swiftly moving underground train, Dudley sat attentively, poring over the letter from Hogwarts. Beside him sat two figures, one small and visibly anxious, the other tall and silently brooding. The two individuals in question were none other than Harry and Hagrid, whom he had met once before. Gulp. Harry swallowed nervously. "Cousin Dudley, is it really fine for us to go like this?" he voiced anxiously, casting a worried glance at Dudley. In response, Dudley gently patted Harry on the head, tousling his hair with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Harry, everything will be all right. Trust your cousin, things are not as dire as you imagine." Yet Harry could not shake off his apprehensions. "Cousin Dudley, we've snuck out, and Aunt Petunia will be upset. What if we encounter Uncle Vernon and he gets angry?" Dudley, seemingly unfazed, glanced at Hagrid and casually remarked, "All right, Harry, I've explained this already. I promised my father that after we complete our studies at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I would retake the entrance exams for Cambridge University's biology program when I turn 18. Then, I plan to pursue both a master's and a doctoral degree. Though my father says he will think about it, I know that to make him consider it, he will employ his business negotiation tactics. We don't have much time." Hagrid, looking somewhat exasperated, addressed Dudley. "All right, my boy, I understand your intentions. As a condition for assisting Harry in successfully enrolling at Hogwarts, your little your cat, will accompany you as your personal pet into the school. Additionally, you may acquire an owl, a cat, or a toad." Hagrid's gaze drifted to the top of Dudley's head, where a furry creature was dozing, unmistakably resembling a mouse. It was to be referred to by a more whimsical name. In the magical realm, dragons are known to be ferocious beasts, while cats are often regarded as aloof and unfriendly creatures. The combination of the two, however, had resulted in a name befitting a mouse. One could only hope that when the school term commenced, Professor McGonagall would not harbor any grievances towards Dudley due to this peculiar naming. The creature atop Dudley's head seemed to sense the scrutiny of an unfamiliar presence. Squinting, it cast a sidelong glance at Hagrid, its furry ears twitching. With a turn, it shifted positions and resumed its slumber. Meanwhile, Dudley remained oblivious to Hagrid's contemplations, instead perusing the school supplies list sent by Hogwarts. Hogwarts enrollment guidelines. First-year students need 3 plain black robes, a plain black pointed hat for daytime wear, a pair of protective gloves, dragon hide, or similar material, a winter cloak, black with silver. Then there were the previously mentioned textbooks, covering subjects such as history, herbology, and core courses. Among the supplementary materials that piqued Dudley's interest was the note stating that students might prepare, as needed, a cauldron, tin, standard size 2, a set of glass or crystal vials, and a telescope. A brass balance scale suggests that within this magical academy, there must undoubtedly be elements associated with experimentation. Consequently, upon enrollment, he is permitted to bring along high-precision microscopes and various glass reagents for his scientific endeavors. Previously, he had worried that carrying such items would make him conspicuous. But that concern has since dissipated. The mere thought of experimentation prompts Derry to glance ahead. The subway hurtles forward at great speed, and the glass mirrors reflect his form. Since the incident on the island, his endeavors with the magic virus I, influenza, and magic virus 2, bacteriophage, have not yielded the anticipated results. However, this does not imply that the experiments were entirely futile. The gates of science and magic have been flung open. Now, he can walk normally and even jog lightly, though he must restrain his voice and manage his emotions to avoid breathlessness and severe coughing, clear signs of pulmonary distress. Compared to the past, he has lost his robust musculature, appearing visibly weaker than Harry, almost emaciated. Yet, he possesses a strikingly refined and somewhat fragile beauty. In a moment of introspection, Derry senses a hint of femininity in his current appearance, but he knows this is merely temporary. Compared to his initial gauntness, his present state is worlds apart. Regrettably, upon awakening his magical powers, Derry realizes he has lost the peculiar abilities he once had in the tower on the island. During the injection of the magic virus I, influenza, and magic virus 2, bacteriophage, he could accomplish anything with sheer willpower. Now, regardless of how vividly he imagines soaring through the skies or breathing fire, such fantasies are in vain. If not for Hagrid and the Weasleys, who have sensed his magic, he would be left pondering this predicament, which can only be unraveled through learning and experimentation. Cough, cough. All right, children, gather your things and follow me. Hagrid announces as he rises from his seat and approaches the subway door. Derry stands, taking Harry's hand and following closely behind. Harry, with a puzzled expression, leans towards Derry. Mr. Hagrid, where are we headed? Hagrid smiles mysteriously, shaking his head to a place only adults frequent. I believe you shall enjoy it. Harry's curiosity is piqued. Derry gently pushes Harry's head down, calmly advising, Harry, you are still young. Do not let curiosity about the adult world consume you. Chapter 38. Enchanting Magical Artifacts. Hagrid gazes at Harry and Derry, letting out a resigned sigh. Do not overthink it. The place adults go is a rite of passage for many young wizards. It is a pub, the Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron? Derry muses thoughtfully, nodding in understanding. The trio exits the subway and steps onto the streets of London, with Hagrid leading the way, his tousled hair framing his face, while Derry and Harry closely follow. To speak candidly, since arriving in London, Dudley has devoted considerable effort to optimizing his physical genetics. Most of his time has been consumed by Morrison's biological laboratory and a regimen of self-imposed discipline, leaving him little opportunity to relish the charm of 20th century London. As he strolls through the streets, observing passers-by and the chairs placed outside shops, he notices clusters of young men and women or middle-aged couples, all engaging in gentlemanly exchanges, creating an atmosphere of indescribable tranquility. After a brief contemplation of the crowd, Dudley reflects that had he been unaware of the existence of magic, he might have enjoyed life as effortlessly as those around him. The current happiness index in London appears quite commendable. Dudley cousin, what exactly is the pub that Uncle Hagrid just mentioned? Harry, you're still too young. A place like a pub is not suitable for you to visit. Harry, taken aback, inquires, is a pub a terrifying place? Why can't I go? Dudley smiles faintly. Of course, pub can be exceedingly perilous, often frequented by certain kind of individuals. This group can be irritable, volatile, and prone to outbursts. Moreover, a certain liquid permeates the space, the consumption of which can lead to dire consequences. Harry appears alarmed, his body trembling slightly. What are these dire consequences, Dudley cousin? Do those who enter a pub become far more irritable than Uncle Vernon? Indeed, they can become several times more irate than Uncle Vernon. Harry's heart tightens, and he halts, gripping Dudley's wrist, shaking his head vigorously. Dudley cousin, that sounds terrifying. Can we please not go? Enough. Where did you hear such nonsense? Hagrid glances at Dudley with exasperation. This Dursley child frequently utters astonishing statements, much to his dismay. I have heard whispers of such situations myself, having encountered similar descriptions in Muggle research records. However, you must understand, wizards and Muggles are distinct. We are wizards, and even in a pub, we are a collection of courteous wizards. Just like me. Whenever I enter a pub, no matter how much I drink, the patrons remain polite and refined. They are not as fearsome as you imagine. Listening to Hagrid's rather dismissive explanation, Dudley coolly surveys him, thinking that perhaps his imposing stature deters others from provoking him. Nonetheless, he refrains from debating the issue of the pub with Hagrid. Modern wizarding history. History of magic. How Hogwarts endures in the wizarding world. Some records from these texts piqued Dudley's interest. Hagrid continued to lead the way, while Harry, with his head down, appeared somewhat timid and burdened with thoughts. Above Dudley, the cat-bus lay quietly, dozing. Approximately 20 minutes later, Hagrid's somewhat gruff voice broke the silence. "All right, children, please wait a moment. We have arrived at the Leaky Cauldron." Hagrid's finger prodded the corner of a nearby building. Dudley noticed that a sign had been affixed to the modest corner, approximately 2 meters away, yet it bore no markings. Dudley clearly observed 2 young individuals passing beneath the sign, while the sign itself remained unchanged. However, as Hagrid approached, an image resembling a cauldron abruptly manifested on the sign. This was rather unscientific. Without electricity to animate or alter images, was this the effect of a magical object? The peculiar transformation captured Dudley's attention. Could it be that this sign autonomously recognized wizards and muggles? "Dudley, I believe this is your and Harry's first visit to such a place. Be cautious. It is a hub where wizards frequently engage in conversation. Once inside, refrain from speaking out of turn and stay close to me. It could become quite troublesome if we lose our way." Hagrid rambled on. Suddenly, the tightly shut door creaked open without warning, revealing a pitch-black entrance. As Hagrid stepped over the threshold, a hand unexpectedly shot out and grasped him. "Wait!" Dudley tugged at Hagrid's coat, pulling down with force. "It seems I accidentally lost the money my parents gave me when I reached into my pocket 10 minutes ago." He pointed his right pocket. Hagrid frowned in mild irritation. "Why are you only telling me this now?" Dudley shrugged helplessly. Meanwhile, Harry stood by, wide-eyed and curiously observing his cousin. His expression a mix of confusion and hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Hagrid produced an umbrella and gently tapped it against both Dudley and Harry. The tip of the umbrella glowed with a white light, and he muttered something under his breath. After a brief pause, Hagrid mumbled, watching Hagrid's hurried departure. Harry could no longer contain his curiosity. "If I recall correctly, I distinctly saw you drop your wallet on the ground and motion for me not to inquire about it. You shouldn't have done that." Harry's voice was somewhat feeble. Dudley, however, paid no heed, meticulously scanning the surroundings and noting that no one seemed to be paying attention. With a calm and gentle expression, he stated, "Harry, as time is of the essence, from now on, please refrain from asking questions or interrupting my speech. Just listen." Harry was taken aback. Dudley was behaving unusually. The tone of his cousin was unexpectedly grave, a demeanor Harry had seldom witnessed on Dudley's face. Dudley then produced a notebook from behind him, waving it in front of Harry. "Harry, take a good look at this. It's my excerpted notes. And the text is sourced from A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. What I am about to share pertains to the wizarding world as recorded in magical history. I have a habit of thoroughly understanding everything I undertake. Confusion embodies an exceedingly irresponsible attitude, both for myself and for you." Harry tilted his head, finding his cousin Dudley's words rather profound and somewhat incomprehensible. Noticing Harry's perplexity, Dudley casually elaborated. 2 days prior to the Weasleys' visit to our home, I inquired and managed to acquire a copy of the esteemed book, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. During the interim, I diligently studied it and gleaned some fundamental knowledge. The magical realm remains an enigma to us. Bathilda Bagshot explicitly mentions both humans and wizards in A History of Magic. The world of ordinary people is referred to by them as the Muggle living area. Furthermore, the wizarding world has shrouded the existence of magic from all Muggles. Although the text does not elucidate why wizards adopt such a stance, I fear that a deeper inquiry would yield an unpromising outlook. It is premature to delve into these matters. My primary purpose in seeking you is that I have unearthed several pivotal pieces of information within this book. Among them, 2 stand out. One pertains to you, Harry Potter, and the other concerns Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Through mere snippets, it is my personal perspective that, at this juncture, there are significant issues surrounding Hogwarts. Significant issues? And ones that bear some relation to myself? Outside the Leaky Cauldron, Harry gazed at his cousin Dudley, feeling an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. Truth be told, much of what Dudley expressed was lost on him, even challenging to comprehend. However, through Dudley's tone, Harry sensed that his cousin was addressing a matter of great importance. Time was of the essence, and Dudley, unable to provide a thorough explanation, resorted to the most succinct phrasing. Harry, do not overthink it. You need only to remember what I am about to say. I know you are exceptionally intelligent. From now on, commit each of my words to memory. Upon hearing this, Harry nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Dudley, I will. Dudley spoke plainly. From my perspective, I will analyze the situation rationally. In a history of magic, I discovered your name, Harry Potter. Harry Potter, a miraculous symbol. He survived the Dark Lord and triumphed over him, heralded as a hero among wizards. Furthermore, a history of magic is listed as one of the textbooks at Hogwarts. If this book is a compulsory subject for all first-year students at Hogwarts, it implies that a significant portion of the wizarding community is aware of your existence, and you are regarded as the boy who saved the world. In the wizarding realm, at least within the confines of Hogwarts, you are a hero. A hero? I once saved the wizarding world? Harry gazed incredulously at his cousin Dudley. Dudley, speaking with increasing urgency, did not elaborate further. Harry, when faced with a problem, it is essential to remain calm and analyze. According to the records in a history of magic, you have become an object of admiration for all wizards. However, in reality, why have you been fostered in our home for so many years? It is the most straightforward question. The Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, not to mention the Ministry of Magic, which is directly associated with it, seems entirely indifferent to your circumstances. Harry appeared dazed, struggling to comprehend much of what his cousin was saying, unable to grasp the implications, yet he could discern one crucial point. Perhaps the current situation was not safe. Dudley, what should we do now? Dudley regarded Harry with a placid expression, feeling a twinge of helplessness within himself. After all, he was just a child. Expecting him to understand and interpret human nature was perhaps premature. However, Dudley expressed these thoughts purely out of a desire to protect Harry. In biology, the moment a young organism opens its eyes, it often perceives the first creature it sees as its closest companion. Moreover, in biology, emotions tied to first impressions hold significant importance. In navigating unfamiliar worlds, maintaining calmness and rationality, coupled with analytical skills, greatly enhances one's ability to preserve oneself. Harry could not grasp these concepts, and Dudley, aware of this, gently placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, his expression softening as he affectionately ruffled Harry's hair. Harry, do not worry. I will not prevent you from attending Hogwarts, for I shall accompany you, nor will I hinder your quest to uncover the truth behind your parents' demise. I merely hope you can maintain a clear and rational mind. I cannot guarantee that everything I say is correct, as the information we possess about the wizarding world is exceedingly limited. Harry, listen. Remain silent. Observe more. Think deeply. Contemplate thoroughly. At this, Dudley leaned forward slightly, a gentle smile gracing his face as he raised a finger to lightly poke Harry's forehead. Harry, knowledge empowers us. Over the years, my studies in biology with Professor Morrison have revealed that every species possesses its own survival patterns. In this world, the notion of the survival of the fittest is a misrepresentation. In the realm of biology, the most unassuming and seemingly weak creatures do not necessarily lead miserable lives. Their strength is often overlooked. Observe more, learn more, think deeply, and let wisdom fill your mind. Dudley reached out again to poke Harry's head. His voice faded, leaving only the shape of his lips forming the words. Harry, my brother, you must learn to think critically. Meanwhile, Dudley's peripheral vision caught sight of a robust wizard approaching from the end of the alley. Chapter 41. Biological Genes versus Voldemort Combined. Dudley's eyes had already seen Hagrid's figure drawing near from the alley's end. Harry, meanwhile, stood frozen, gazing at his cousin's back, feeling a fleeting moment of foolishness. If only he could possess the sagacity of Dudley. Hagrid approached the two, panting heavily. Had he not feared that muggles would see him cast magic, he would not have felt so fatigued. Dudley, honestly, setting aside your usual mature demeanor, I never thought you would make such a basic mistake. Make sure to keep this well, for I do not wish to witness a similar situation again. Hagrid shot a glare at Dudley, who was the first to step forward. With a piercing creak, the door of the leaky cauldron was forcefully pushed open. Dudley's expression remained unchanged as he willingly followed suit, while Harry kept his head down, trailing behind Dudley. His young mind was consumed with thoughts about Dudley's earlier remarks. Harry, you must learn to think with your brain. In his memories, Dudley had lived alongside him for over a decade. Although Uncle Vernon often berated him, his cousin had always treated him well. Perhaps, aside from his parents, Dudley was the only one who truly cared for him. As this thought crossed his mind, Harry, despite his tender age, was not foolish. Dudley was right. If he truly was a hero in the wizarding world, The descriptions of heroes in school were always of those revered by the masses. How could they allow him to sleep in a cupboard for over 10 years, deprived of proper meals and new clothes, subjected to the ridicule of his classmates? Though he remained silent and endured it all, Harry was acutely aware of his disdain for being the subject of mockery and the loathing gazes directed at him. Harry's thoughts were so chaotic that he failed to notice how the initial excitement about leaving Uncle Vernon for the wizarding world had somewhat diminished. Dudley quietly observed Harry's changing state of mind. Every child experiences confusion before they grow. During this phase, he felt no need to guide Harry excessively. The boy would navigate these experiences and arrive at his own conclusions. Dudley had never imagined that Hogwarts or the wizarding world could be either entirely good or entirely bad. As a student of biology, he always remembered that weak and fragile creatures often possess heightened awareness, which helps them survive their early stages of life. Caution is never a detriment, drawing upon decades of experience from both his past and present life. He recalled an Eastern proverb, "There is no such thing as a free lunch." To offer unsolicited kindness may conceal ulterior motives. The arrival of Hogwarts required careful contemplation. One must admit that Harry's years spent in his home were far from pleasant. Thus, when a powerful figure suddenly appeared before him, cloaked in the aura of redemption and offering love and tenderness, it perfectly aligned with the maternal logic of biology. Such gestures easily won Harry's affection. After all, the impact of receiving help in times of need leaves an indelible mark. From an adult's perspective, as Harry matures and enters the rebellious phase of adolescence, he may readily follow his initial instincts. Moreover, all the viruses in the biological laboratory, such as the Magic Eye virus, influenza, and Magic 2 virus, bacteriophage, were based on Harry's cellular prototype. His exploration of the wizarding world was inextricably linked to him. In this new life, he could not afford to neglect the warmth of human connection, as he had in his previous existence, consumed by academic pursuits. This time, he would not easily let go. A new life, where one takes charge. Upon entering the Broken Cauldron Bar, Dudley surveyed his surroundings. Everything here was starkly different from the outside world. The worn-out chairs, clusters of patrons engaged in hushed discussions, and even a couple of cloaked figures sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. A peculiar odor wafted through the bar, reminiscent of spoiled liquor, indescribable, yet undeniably strange. Young men refrained from staring. It is exceedingly impolite to gawk at unfamiliar wizards. Hagrid slowed his pace, his voice lacking its usual robust resonance, lowered intentionally. Dudley, with Harry firmly grasped by the wrist, reassured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Hagrid." At that moment, Dudley felt an unexpected sting at the crown of his head. The creature that had been perched there, a chinchilla, now stood upright, leaping gracefully down to his shoulder. Its fluffy body was erect, long whiskers quivering rhythmically, and half-closed eyes gazed ahead. Dudley halted in his tracks. Harry, head bowed, inadvertently collided with him, teetering backward as if about to fall. A strong hand reached out. Hagrid caught Harry with a firm grip. Startled, Harry regained his balance and instinctively ducked behind Dudley. Hagrid shrugged in resignation, aware of children's shyness, yet he cast a slightly reproachful glance at Dudley. As the older brother, could you not be more careful? Dudley, however, disregarded Hagrid's admonition, his expression one of astonishment as he beheld a man before him, his head wrapped in thick bandages. Were it not for his composed demeanor, Dudley might have blurted out, "Brother, you two have traversed realms?" Yet he suppressed the urge to voice his thoughts upon noticing the chinchilla on his arm, its fur standing on end, a clear signal of danger. Meanwhile, Hagrid stepped forward with a friendly greeting. "Hello. What a surprise to encounter you here, Professor Quirrell." Quirrell turned, his face a portrait of astonishment. "Hagrid, what brings you here?" "It is indeed a coincidence." Hagrid took the initiative to introduce Quirrell to Dudley and Harry, casually stating, "This is your future professor for the defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And do not be deceived by his gentle appearance. He is renowned for his extensive knowledge." Quirrell's voice trembled as he glanced at Dudley and Harry, his hands instinctively clenching, words stumbling from his lips. "No, this cannot be." "What cannot be?" Hagrid inquired, puzzled. Yet Quirrell's retreat abruptly halted, his gaze fixated above Dudley's shoulder, mouth agape in a silent shock. His expression betrayed the overwhelming astonishment within. "A monster! You are a monster!" However, before it could finish speaking, the docile Totoro, perched upon Dolly's shoulder, lifted its eyelids halfway, its pitch-black pupils constricting into narrow slits. Its fluffy fur erupted into a disheveled state. The barbed fangs bared, and its claws gleamed ominously. With a sudden shift of its body, it vanished in a thin air, reappearing before Chilo, its little paw striking downward with force. Chilo's expression shifted from terror to a brooding darkness. With no wand in hand, he invoked a spell. Incantation, unbind the confinement. Chapter 42. The Eighth Soul Artifact of the Demon King. The battle commenced in an instant. The atmosphere within the leaky cauldron was dimly lit. The Totoro's sudden explosive reaction left Dolly utterly unprepared. The pace was simply too rapid. Before him, Chilo's mouth moved silently, words unspoken. The air around them slowed, as if an invisible hand caressed the surface of everyone's skin. This sensation was pure magic. The Totoro's body became rigid, suspended in mid-air. Stop. Chilo, what does this mean? Hagrid immediately sensed the anomaly. He took a step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry and Dolly. His large hands clenched into fists, prepared to intervene should the situation turn dire to safeguard his students. Ugh. Chilo's expression transformed from malevolent to panic. No, this isn't what it appears to be. Hagrid, sensing the unforeseen turn of events, hastened to clarify, but before he could articulate his thoughts fluently, the Totoro, held aloft by magic, vanished once more. By the time everyone comprehended the situation, the Totoro was already mere inches from Chilo's face. He instinctively recoiled, but shallow gashes had already appeared upon his cheek. Simultaneously, Dolly felt a soft sensation within the palm of his hand. Looking down, he saw the Totoro standing in his palm, its diminutive form striking a fierce and clawed pose. Clearly challenging Chilo. This could very well be the inception of all troubles. Yet, contrary to Dolly's expectations of Chilo being provoked into a flustered rage, he instead tended to his own wounds with apparent composure. Chilo, it seems you are not in the best of states. However, do not take it to heart. You know these two are merely children, yet I must still extend my apologies on their behalf. Hagrid sighed in resignation, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events during what was supposed to be a simple meeting. He privately chastised himself for succumbing to Dolly's request to bring his pet to the leaky cauldron. Not at all, Hagrid. You are aware that prior to my role as a lecturer in Hogwarts Dark Arts theory, my studies primarily focused on the field of Muggle research and wizarding exploration. Professor Chilo retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket. While gently tending to the minor wounds on his face, he struggled to complete his sentence. All right, Professor Chilo. Our time is limited. These two students will be attending your class in the future, and you shall have opportunities to meet again. I will take my leave with them now. As more and more individuals began to take notice, Hagrid, without hesitation, grasped Dudley and Harry and swiftly departed from the scene. Observing the wounds upon his face, the thick bandages wrapped around his head, and the perpetual calm smile he maintained, Quirrell waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for concern. Dudley said nothing further, following Hagrid to a solid wall. The wall, constructed from weathered bricks, bore the marks of time, its age unmistakably apparent. Mr. Hagrid, this is merely a wall. There is no passage. Harry inquired softly, gazing at the barrier. You see, this is not just a wall. It is a door. With a series of clicks, the wall opened from the center, revealing a passage on either side. Harry stood in astonishment, while Hagrid wore an expression of pride. Dudley's brow furrowed in confusion. Inside the leaky cauldron, within a secluded chamber, stood Quirinus Quirrell, the Hogwarts professor of dark arts, who had previously encountered Dudley and his group. He stood there, lost in thought, surrounded by flickering candlelight. Quirrell raised a hand to touch the band around his head, murmuring to himself. Unlike before, his speech flowed with remarkable fluency, devoid of any stutter or hesitation. O great and exalted being, I have heard your summons. Your most devoted servant, Quirinus Quirrell, is here, ready to heed your teachings. Quirrell's voice carried a dull quality, as a face emerged on the back of his head, its features contorted, lips moving in silent speech. I sense its presence. Quirrell hesitated, then continued, O great master, are you referring to that rat? According to my recollection, it should be a rat with fine fur, yet it possesses sharp claws and considerable magical aptitude. The face on his head abruptly interrupted him. No. This little creature emanates a familiarity that draws me to it. Its anomalies extend beyond mere claws and magical talent. I can sense that it can adequately bear my soul. I require it. As the voice faded, Quirrell found himself kneeling involuntarily, terror-stricken. Master, you cannot demand such a thing. Am I, your humble servant, to be deemed inferior to a mere rat? Am I but a temporary vessel, a discarded tool at your whim? Quirrell's expression contorted in fear as the visage on his head took on a menacing demeanor. No, that is not the case, master. Do not misunderstand. I am your devoted servant, eternally loyal to you. Yet, as Quirrell uttered these words, A sharp pain erupted in his mind, causing his body to convulse. Cold sweat drenched him as he gritted his teeth, unable to utter a word. After a long moment, he managed to force out a series of words through clenched jaws. Great master. Upon arriving here this time, I have not forgotten the teachings of my master. Since you desire this new body, I shall exert every effort to assist you. I have already uncovered the whereabouts of the Eternal Life Stone, aided by their strength. The agitation of the face upon Chilo's head began to diminish, and his voice, no longer hoarse, took on a chilling tone. Go, Chilo. This is an opportunity for redemption. Utilize the power I have imparted to you to summon those concealed in the shadows. The new body may delay, but the power of immortality must belong to me. Chilo knelt on the ground, and a black mist began to emanate from his body. The fog seeped through the crevices of the door and windows as he rasped. Yes. Master, I have sent out the signal to assemble. The Death Eaters lurking in the darkness nearby will gather at number 1 Diagon Alley. The immortality of the stone, along with the body you desire, will be secured. In the Wizarding World Diagon Alley, the trio strolled down the street, Hagrid leading the way, while Harry gazed around in awe. Mr. Hagrid, is this the Wizarding World you spoke of before? Are all the people around us wizards? Hagrid glanced at Harry's expression and casually explained. Harry, this is number 1 Diagon Alley. You may consider it the trade center of the Wizarding World. Due to commerce, this place is replete with magical items and merchants, not limited to just humans. You will encounter unicorns, skeletons, elves, monsters, and even creatures beyond your imagination. Listening to Hagrid's introduction, Harry's gaze fell upon a large glass window showcasing a broomstick. Are you interested in this? It is a mode of transportation for wizards. Once you enroll at Hogwarts, there will be corresponding classes that will teach you how to ride a broomstick. It will lift you into the air. Hagrid explained, but then noticed Dudley pondering silently beside him, prompting Hagrid to express his confusion. What is the matter, Dudley? Are you still troubled by what happened earlier? I assured you there would be no issues, and do you not find the magical items around us quite captivating? Dudley cast a questioning glance at Hagrid and spoke hesitantly. Mr. Hagrid, shouldn't wizards use wands and recite spells when casting magic? That is how it was described in the books. But why did Professor Chilo only raise a finger, and my Totoro was ensnared in the air? Hearing Dudley's inquiry, Hagrid glanced at the Totoro sleeping atop Dudley's head. After a moment's thought, he began to explain. Under normal circumstances, a wizard casts magic by using a wand and reciting a spell. However, there are exceptions. Some powerful wizards have attained such high mastery of spellcasting that with a mere flick of their fingers, they can unleash magic. This is what is known as wandless or wordless magic. Dudley raised an eyebrow. Are there not many people like that? Hagrid let out a sigh, observing that individuals capable of casting magic silently are indeed rare. It is akin to Quirinus Quirrell, who has achieved great mastery in the theory of dark magic and even passed Dumbledore's examination. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as a lecturer for such courses at our esteemed Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Do not be misled by his frail appearance. His magical prowess is undeniably formidable. Noticing Dudley's eagerness to inquire further, Hagrid quickly gestured dismissively. Enough, Dursley. These matters will be addressed once you arrive at the magical school. For now, we must embark on a shopping expedition as outlined in the detailed list from your Hogwarts acceptance letter. Harry, somewhat perplexed, interjected, shopping? Mr. Hagrid, I do not believe I possess the funds to acquire such items. To which Hagrid responded with a mysterious smile. No, Harry, whether you have money or not. You have your cousin Dudley, do you not? Dudley, not particularly concerned, thought that if pounds could be exchanged for wizarding currency, it would be quite advantageous. Money was not a pressing issue for him at this moment. Hagrid waved his hand. Children, the next destination is the only bank in the wizarding world. Upon hearing Hagrid's introduction, Dudley became intrigued as he learned that this so-called financial institution could exchange Muggle currency for wizarding currency. This alone suggested that perhaps the real world was not entirely detached from the wizarding realm. Chapter 44. The Vault Conspiracy for the Philosopher's Stone combined. In the bustling heart of Diagon Alley, they arrived at Gringotts. Throughout the journey to the bank, Harry remained curious yet silent, while Dudley posed a series of peculiar questions. Hagrid found himself at a loss. He could handle ordinary inquiries, but Dudley's questions were rather challenging, even delving into matters he had never heard of. For instance, the exchange rate between pounds and sickles, or whether Gringotts offered loan services and what the interest rates were. It was as if he were the king of questions. Where did an ordinary child acquire such bizarre curiosities? In an effort to quell Dudley's relentless inquiries, Hagrid purchased a brochure about Gringotts from a nearby shop, handed it to Dudley, and pointed out that all his questions were addressed therein. To be honest, Hagrid had not read a single word of the overview. Following this, Hagrid finally relished a moment of tranquility. Dudley scrutinized the information pamphlet, his brow furrowing. Gringotts, established in London in 1474, was nearly 500 years old in the year 1991. If one were to consider this fact alone, it was astonishing to think that 500 years ago, humanity was still in the Iron Age, and Gringotts had already been in existence. As a financial institution, it suggested that true wizarding civilization could be traced back several centuries further. The history of wizards was far more ancient than he had ever imagined. He entered the interior of Gringotts alongside the throng of people, and Hagrid cautioned, "Children, be careful." Observing a group of diminutive beings perched upon high stools, distinguished by their elongated ears, pointed noses, and human-like hands, a term abruptly sprang to Dudley's mind: fairy. No, that description was inadequate. These creatures resembled goblins more closely. "Mr. Hagrid, are these the employees of Gringotts?" Harry inquired with a hint of skepticism. For guardians of treasure were typically formidable beings. The security of Gringotts had withstood the test of time, having never suffered theft, loss, or any financial misfortune since its inception. Harry nodded in astonishment as Hagrid's introduction came to a halt, for the trio had approached a long, rectangular workbench. A goblin, adorned with a monocle, paused in his tasks and scrutinized the newcomers. "Ah, Criolum, Ascard appears you are one of our esteemed patrons. Mr. Harry Potter, you seem to be doing quite well. What business do you wish to conduct today?" Harry gazed at the goblin, momentarily at a loss for words. Dudley, sensing his cousin's hesitation, gently patted Harry's back to reassure him and gestured towards Hagrid. Harry leaned in the direction Dudley indicated and noticed Hagrid frantically rummaging through his thick, unruly black hair. "How peculiar. Where's my item gone? I distinctly remember having it just moments ago." Harry's mouth opened slightly in confusion, pondering Hagrid's predicament and the reason for Dudley's gesture. "Mr. Hagrid, I believe the item you seek is situated atop your head," Dudley pointed out, his finger directed at the center of Hagrid's tousled mane. There a small figure emerged, its tiny mouth clasping a crumpled yellow envelope. "Be gentle, little one. That is of great importance," Harry remarked, glancing at the envelope's surface before handing it back to Hagrid. With a sigh of relief, Hagrid exclaimed, "Thank goodness. I'm so relieved it's not lost. Dear clients, time is money. Please refrain from further frivolity." The goblin on the elevated platform interjected with an irritable tone. Hagrid, disregarding any annoyance towards Dudley and Harry, promptly presented the letter to the goblin. "Sir, please take a look. These are his requests. I sincerely hope you can expedite the process. Otherwise, I shall be in a difficult position regarding timing." Hagrid spoke, his expression betraying a sense of urgency. The goblin scrutinized the envelope for a considerable time without uttering a word, then signaled for the staff to escort Hagrid and the others to the vault to retrieve their belongings. As they approached the subterranean tracks, Hagrid suddenly announced, "I have a matter to attend to and must step away. Dudley, as the older brother, I trust you can look after Harry for a while. We shall split our paths and reconvene in the lobby shortly." Dudley gazed into Hagrid's eyes and smiled faintly. "All right, Uncle Hagrid, I will take good care of Harry," he casually promised, leading Harry to board another underground train with a different staff member. It struck Hagrid as peculiar how obedient the boy's tone was. On the other side, guided by the staff, Dudley and Harry arrived at the vault of Harry's parents. The goblin from Gringotts gestured for Harry and Dudley to enter, while he stood outside, discreetly guarding the entrance. Inside the vault left to Harry by his parents, piles of gold galleons loomed like small mountains, with a few scattered silver sickles and bronze nuts beside them. However, Harry paid little attention to the gleaming coins, as his expression shifted the moment the vault door closed. "Cousin Dudley, according to the plan you devised earlier, I just glimpsed some words on that letter's surface," Harry remarked, his tone grave. Dudley leaned against the wall and replied calmly, "Time is of the essence. Let us get to the point and analyze swiftly." Due to the brevity of their time, Harry could only vaguely recall a few key phrases. Vault 713, the Philosopher's Stone is sealed. Harry looked at Dudley with a puzzled expression, for as soon as he mentioned the Philosopher's Stone, Dudley fell silent against the wall. "What should we do now, Cousin Dudley?" Harry inquired. Chapter 45, Detective Harry and Scientific Thought. Dudley pondered Harry's somewhat pleading gaze for a moment, glancing at the galleons before him, and then back at Harry's mixture of confusion and urgency. Choosing his words carefully, he explained, "Harry, I believe this matter requires discretion. Regardless of what transpires, do not mention anything related to the Philosopher's Stone when we see Hagrid. In my view, we should follow the steps we agreed upon earlier." Upon hearing Dudley's words, Harry nodded in agreement, yet his expression suggested he was on the verge of saying something else. Dudley, curious, asked, "Do you have something to say?" Harry hesitated, as if making a resolution, and finally said, "Cousin Dudley, I think you're right." Dudley looked up in confusion, unable to comprehend why Harry would suddenly voice such sentiments. Harry continued earnestly, "Just as you mentioned before, given the unusual circumstances we are facing, it's best for us to remain silent and observe attentively. Through keywords like Philosopher's Stone and Vault 713, I can deduce that Hogwarts must have a specific purpose in assigning Hagrid as my guide to the Wizarding School. They're likely concealing something from us. Moreover, Hagrid had never shared similar information within Gringotts. He deceived us and lied. This indicates that Hagrid did not treat us sincerely." Wait a moment. Before Harry could finish speaking, Dudley swiftly waved his hand to halt Harry's endless flights of fancy and speculation. If it weren't for his understanding of the general context, Dudley would have felt as though his cousin was on the verge of transforming into the famed Detective Harry. Aside from the round glasses, there were some similarities. However, clues and suspicions cannot be wielded in such a manner. Observing the earnest expression on Harry's face, Dudley was certain that young Harry had begun to concoct negative notions about Hogwarts. A flicker of unease washed over Dudley. He felt as though he had inadvertently led Harry to unearth the buried conspiracies and doubts that lay within his latent personality. Upon reflection, Dudley could comprehend the shift in Harry's mindset at that moment. For over a decade in their home, Harry had endured a lack of regard from Vernon Dursley, facing beatings, reprimands, and humiliation as a daily fare. It was akin to the significance of his own words. Suddenly, a figure like Hagrid emerged from Hogwarts, embodying a positive presence before him, promising Harry a new life. Hagrid asserted that, in the wizarding world, most would treat him kindly, support him, and cherish him, much like Hagrid himself, who would personally present a birthday cake to Harry on his special day. Yet, this upright and benevolent individual had lied to Harry, concealing the true purpose of bringing him to Gringotts. Trust and deceit, along with a lack of mutual sincerity, created a profound sense of disillusionment in Harry's sensitive heart at that moment. Perhaps it was Harry's tender feelings that were at play. Dudley surmised that Harry must have thought that after finally encountering someone trustworthy, he naturally did not wish for any secrets to exist between them. True friends should not harbor hidden truths from one another. Dudley observed the faint glimmer of disappointment in Harry's eyes and understood that he needed to say something. Using one's intellect does not equate to fostering suspicion. The innocence of a child must not be extinguished. Although deep thinking, Harry's tendency to overanalyze and his immature perceptions were indeed shortcomings, for he was merely an 11-year-old boy, and expectations should not be set too high. Resolutely, Dudley extended his hand. A crisp sound echoed as his palm met Harry's shoulder. Dudley's demeanor remained calm, and his voice was gentle, measured as he began to explain. "Harry, I know that discussing this with you now may seem somewhat inappropriate, but I feel compelled to address the adult world. First and foremost, you must understand that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a collective. Hagrid represents only a certain type of person within that community, or perhaps a particular kind of wizard. Just as you can discern love and kindness from him, you also sense the appropriate distance and distrust in the underground vault. These feelings are entirely natural. Harry, when confronted with such emotions, what you need to do is to comprehend and embrace them, rather than excessively speculate on the thoughts of others." Dudley's tone softened. After a while, Harry, who had remained silent, suddenly lifted his head to meet his cousin's gaze. With a slightly confused and misty expression in his eyes, Harry explained, "Dudley, I do not understand what you are saying, but I simply wish to find someone who can fully accept me. Hagrid is a good person, at the very least. I hope he will not deliberately conceal or lie to me." Dudley chuckled softly, observing the seriousness etched on Harry's face, and offered some words of comfort. "Harry, you must understand that lies will always exist in this world, whether they are benevolent or malevolent." Harry's expression grew somewhat rigid, his eyes dimming slightly. Dudley let out a gentle sigh, his usually warm voice tinged with an unusual rasp. "Harry, there is no need for you to feel this way, to be sad. Perhaps there are other ways in this world." "What ways?" "Dudley, do you have any means to eliminate lies from this world? Can you solve this problem?" Harry gazed into Dudley's eyes, hope radiating from his own. "Cousin, please tell me what the method is. There are many ways to dispel lies. Let me give you an example." Dudley turned to the towering pile of galleons before them. "Do you see this?" Harry, puzzled, responded, "See what?" Dudley replied nonchalantly, "The method is quite ordinary. It relies on this pile of gold coins." Harry, still confused, asked, "Gold coins? What use are they?" "They can grant you immense power." Yet Harry's eyes still brimmed with uncertainty. "Power? Galleons? What does this have to do with power and lies? Dudley rotated his head, tapping the top of it. Do you know where this is? Dudley smiled faintly, yes. This is Gringotts, which houses a vast wealth of the wizarding world. I believe those in need would appreciate this place. Cousin, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Dudley gestured casually in your eyes. How do you perceive those goblins sitting at the desks? Harry instinctively replied. They are small in stature, with wrinkled skin. They appear rather unsettling. These goblins possess kind character, a diligent work ethic, clever minds, and a responsible spirit. What do these have to do with power and lies? Harry, you are mistaken. These are the qualities that earn them respect and admiration. Dudley's smile remained unchanged. Harry, I believe you possess these excellent qualities and spirit as well. You are kind, reliable, sincere, and considerate of others. So why do you still face bullying at school, rejection from teachers, and neglect at home? Realizing something, Harry opened his mouth to argue. That's because they think I'm a freak. I'm a monster. Dudley quietly regarded Harry, saying nothing further until he noticed Harry instinctively diverting his gaze. Only then did Dudley speak slowly and deliberately. In your eyes, are not these goblins and Gringotts also considered freaks? Why are they able to earn respect, understanding, and affection? The fairies are anomalies, and I too am an anomaly. If they can succeed, why can't I? At this moment, Dudley stepped forward and gently caressed Harry's head. Harry, do not overthink. Many matters cannot be resolved merely through contemplation. One must experience and perceive them firsthand to arrive at one's own conclusions. As I mentioned before, do not focus on changing anything right now. Instead, devote yourself to observing, learning, and reflecting, especially to exercise your mind. After speaking, Dudley raised a finger and lightly tapped Harry's forehead. On his delicate cheek, a calm and gentle smile radiated. Inside the resplendent vault, the scattered galleons on the ground reflected golden glimmers. Before Harry, Dudley's exceedingly gentle smile was as warm as the golden sunlight. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, and the entire vault began to tremble. Chapter 46. The Attack of the Death Eaters. Hello. Hurry up. The conversation between Harry and Dudley paused abruptly at the sound of the goblin's voice. Gentlemen, Mr. Hagrid is urging you to be quick. He is waiting for you upstairs. The goblin staff outside the vault opened the heavy door with an anxious expression, gesturing animatedly, finally reminding them that they could not linger within the vault any longer. With a face full of confusion, Harry was about to inquire further when Dudley stopped him, assisting Harry in opening the pre-prepared package and stuffing it with numerous galleons. Once the coins were securely packed, Dudley and Harry followed the anxious goblin out of the cave. In the Grand Hall of Gringotts, Dudley and Harry rode the underground cart, guided by the goblin out of the vault. At the exit, Hagrid looked at the two boys behind him, smiling broadly. It seems, Harry, that you have made quite a haul. Next, we should consider visiting the bookshop in Diagon Alley, where we can procure all the items listed in your Hogwarts acceptance letter. Oh, let me see what else we need to buy. As Hagrid spoke, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a letter. Currently, we are lacking 3 plain work robes, a daytime pointed hat, a pair of protective gloves, and a winter cloak. We can purchase these items at the shop across the way. Well, Harry, I think you should prepare some extra galleons. Dudley followed closely behind Hagrid, listening to his intermittent chatter about their shopping plans. He glanced at Harry, who appeared to be lost in thought, perhaps struggling to comprehend the recent conversation, his head bowed in distraction. Dudley chose not to elaborate further, understanding that many things require time to grasp. Growth is not an instantaneous process. Just then, Dudley felt a sharp pain on his head. The previously dozing chinchilla, nestled atop his head, suddenly stood upright, its tiny paws clutching at his hair. Easy there, little one, Dudley muttered, gently lifting the chinchilla from his head. At that moment, the creature's fur bristled, resembling a common cat in a state of alarm. Was it showing its claws? A warning? The phenomenon sparked the thought of one word in Dudley's mind: danger. Having spent years studying biology, he understood that such a posture in animals typically served as a preemptive warning, often displayed in the presence of an adversary whose strength was unknown or formidable. The chinchilla's demeanor heightened his awareness. He focused on his surroundings. The threat, he concluded, was unlikely to stem from Hagrid, but rather from the vicinity. His gaze followed the direction in which the chinchilla was facing, where a group of cloaked wizards concealed their faces at the entrance of the leaky cauldron, being interrogated by several fairies. Their demeanor was brazen, their movements impatient. Meanwhile, Dudley noticed that Hagrid's steps had abruptly halted. His expression shifted from surprise to an immediate nonchalance as he turned. Glancing back at Harry, he spoke casually, Harry, since you've always been curious about wizards, our next destination is Ollivander's wand shop. There, you shall choose your very first wand. Hagrid proclaimed, his enormous hand guiding Harry and Dudley toward the left side of the leaky cauldron. Nearby, the group of cloaked figures had clearly sensed something amiss, their demeanor shifting ominously. The leader of the group forcefully shoved a fairy aside, exclaiming, "Get out of the way. This is not your affair." Hagrid's large frame visibly trembled, a shadow crossing his features. Seizing the moment, he reached into his robe and retrieved an object, discreetly placing it into Dudley's hand. Dudley, in turn, showed no inclination to question him. "All right, children, let us proceed to Ollivander's wand shop." Hagrid continued, producing a handful of powder and handing it to Harry. "Harry, repeat the name of the shop I mentioned earlier, but keep your voice low, and then sprinkle the powder." Using his imposing stature, Hagrid shielded the two children from view. Coincidentally, behind Harry stood a fireplace. Filled with uncertainty, Harry was about to ask a question when Dudley grasped his arm, pulling him into the fireplace. He whispered a few words in Harry's ear. Understanding dawned on Harry. All he needed to do was wave his hand and quietly chant, "Ollivander's wand shop, number 1. Diagon Alley." Just before Harry released his grip, Dudley heard a cacophony of angry shouts erupt from the other side. "Spell, Gravity Crush." In his line of sight, the cloaked figure drew a jet-black wand from his robes, its tip shimmering with a green light as visible magic coalesced. Hagrid's robust form began to levitate off the ground, hurtling at an astonishing angle toward the wall with a deafening crash. Darcy clearly observed as the crowd parted, revealing the leading black-robed wizard whose wrist bore a sinuous tattoo resembling a serpent. Within the fireplace of Gringotts, the powder in Harry's hand spilled. With a soft puff, a slight surge of magical energy emanated, and in a flash of white light, both Harry and Darcy vanished from their original location. At number 1 Diagon Alley, within Ollivander's wand shop, the fireplace in the utility room flickered with brilliance. Two figures abruptly materialized, and before Darcy could steady himself, he was startled by a cacophony of sounds nearby. Harry attempted to rise, but found his sense of balance disoriented, struggling to maintain his footing. "Darcy, I feel dizzy," Harry lamented, collapsing onto the floor amidst a toppled bookshelf and scattered sheets of parchment. "It's all right, Harry, don't worry," Darcy reassured, extending a hand to help him up. "What just happened, Darcy? Where are we? Why are we alone? What about Hagrid?" Upon hearing Harry's inquiry regarding Hagrid, a troubling memory flashed through Darcy's mind, causing his expression to darken. The wizarding world, indeed, was as perilous as he had imagined. Darcy turned to Harry, explaining, "It seems Hagrid must have encountered some trouble. He first sent us away from Gringotts." "Trouble?" Harry exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. "No, what should we do, Darcy? We cannot just abandon him. We must seek help." Harry's voice was tinged with urgency. "Hagrid must be in danger." However, Darcy shook his head. "No, Harry, you need to calm down. It would be prudent for us to refrain from any rash actions. We are not yet familiar with the wizarding world, and we possess little power. Making a grand appearance could only invite further complications." Harry opened his mouth to protest, but suddenly his words were interrupted. Who was so impolite? At that moment, the door near Harry and Darcy swung open, revealing an elderly man with silver hair, frowning in indignation as he regarded the two. "Gentlemen, it is now noon. At Ollivander's wand shop, our regular hours are from 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., and then from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. The 2-hour intermission is my designated break. This is the policy of my establishment, if you cannot provide a reasonable explanation." Seeing the elderly man's expression, Harry quickly interjected, "I apologize, Mr. Ollivander. We are here to procure." Yet, Ollivander waved his hand, silencing Harry's words. His gaze fixed upon the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, eyes widening in astonishment. "Oh no, Mr. Potter?" Inside Ollivander's wand shop, in the reception area, Darcy sat in a chair, perusing the promotional brochure in his hands. Ollivander's wand shop, the premier manufacturer of wands in the wizarding world. Note: every wizard in Britain has traded at this wand shop. Upon reading the final line, Darcy looked up in wonder, uncertainly asking, "Mr. Ollivander, is your wand shop the exclusive establishment of the British wizarding community?" Ollivander casually waved his hand, stating, "While not exclusive, our wand shop is indeed one of the oldest establishments in history. Just look at the sign. It clearly states that this shop was founded in the year 382. My ancestors have been running this wand shop for generations." Dudley looked up, exclaiming, 382 BC? This is undoubtedly a millennia-old business. Dudley pondered deeply, his gaze towards Ollivander growing more scrutinizing. Ollivander turned to face Harry, saying, "Very well, Mr. Potter, let's put aside the reminiscing. Our wands are composed of wand wood and core materials, and I believe the options available for a wand worthy of you are rather limited. After all, you are the child who survived the Dark Lord. Who is the Dark Lord? Harry mused. That is irrelevant. You are correct. I do indeed need a wand. Harry nodded affirmatively. Ollivander fell silent for a moment before turning and entering the wand storage room, muttering to himself, unicorn hair, dragon heartstring. Phoenix feather, which one would suit you best? Harry was puzzled and somewhat bemused. Observing Harry's bewildered expression, Ollivander instinctively furrowed his brow. Mr. Potter, it seems you are not well versed in the knowledge of wands. Harry paused, feeling slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. I apologize, I had never learned about these things. Until 3 days ago, I believed wands existed solely in the realm of imagination. Ollivander furrowed his brow again, contemplating before responding. This complicates matters, Mr. Potter. Each wand possesses its own spirit. Within my wand shop, the wand itself chooses its suitable owner, rather than you selecting a wand that aligns with your personality. At a loss for words, Harry was about to speak when Dudley interjected, Mr. Ollivander, are you saying that when a wizard holds a wand, it reads the compatibility with its user to determine whether they are well-suited? Ollivander glanced at Dudley with surprise, slowly replying, Little one, I did not expect you to use the term read. Here, I do not believe that the electronic data reading from the Muggle world applies to wands. These are two entirely different concepts. Although my mother is a Muggle, I can comprehend your reasoning. However, the wonders of the wizarding world are not something they can easily imagine. Intrigued by this explanation, Dudley perked up. Meanwhile, Ollivander turned once more to the wand storage and selected a wand, presenting it solemnly to Harry. Mr. Potter, you may try this wand. Made of you wood with a male unicorn hair core. Harry reached out to take the wand, though he was uncertain of what to do next. Ollivander patiently gestured, Mr. Potter, relax your body and give it a gentle wave. Harry instinctively waved the wand in his hand, and in an instant, the papers strewn across the floor and the boxes stored in the compartment scattered chaotically, tumbling to the ground. Observing this disarray, Ollivander sighed, remarking, It seems this wand does not appreciate the power residing within you. This is indeed somewhat vexing. Let me ponder for a moment. The wand shop was engulfed in chaos. Meanwhile, Dudley watched as Ollivander presented an array of peculiar wands to Harry. Aside from the indescribable mystical destruction unleashed with each wave, there were instances when mere contact with a wand caused the glassware in the room to shatter spectacularly. This enchanting spectacle captivated Dudley, who quietly observed with keen interest. Is this the effect of a wizard's magic being awakened? Ollivander, however, felt utterly helpless, sensing a profound powerlessness. Indeed, exceptional wizards inspire awe from a young age. After a while, Dudley, gazing at Ollivander, whose eyes were momentarily glazed over from Harry's fright, inquired, Mr. Ollivander, you previously mentioned unicorn hair, dragon heartstring, and phoenix feather. What specific effects do these components have when used in wands? The astonishment was interrupted, and Ollivander glanced at Dudley, casually explaining, unicorn hair possesses remarkable stability. Throughout the annals of wizardry, it has exhibited exceptional characteristics, such as unparalleled resistance to dark magic, making it a choice for wands that are absolutely loyal to their masters. However, there are evident drawbacks. Wizards wielding such wands often find their other talents suppressed once endowed with formidable protective abilities. Moreover, there is the dragon heartstring as a core. Wielders of such wands typically possess significant potential, exhibiting outstanding qualities and adaptability, especially when confronting dark magic. Although powerful, they are not invincible, as their primary flaw lies in the dragon's inherently wild nature, which can provoke the core during use. As Ollivander spoke, his tone momentarily paused, his gaze fixed upon Harry, as if he had come to a profound realization. He bent down and presented a wand approximately 10 inches in length. Harry, the remaining option is the wand with a phoenix feather core. This type of wand has a wide range of applications and performs admirably. Its only shortcoming is its selectiveness towards its user. The phoenix is exceedingly proud, and few can master it. Come, Harry, give this one try. It is 11 inches long, crafted from holly wood, with a phoenix tail feather as its core. I hope you find success. Ollivander's many terms bewildered Harry. But this was of little consequence, for upon first sight of the wand, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. He felt a sense of anticipation. The moment Harry grasped the wand, it quivered lightly, and a brilliant light emerged. The entirety of the first floor suddenly became extraordinarily radiant. Within Dudley's line of sight, a faint orange-red glow enveloped the surroundings, and Harry's hair danced in the absence of wind, creating a dreamlike and enchanting scene. Mr. Potter, it appears that this wand is exceptionally suited to you, much like its previous owner. However, before Ollivander could finish his sentence, Dudley stood up from his seat and curiously approached the wand counter, inquiring, "Mr. Ollivander, I am quite curious. Excluding unicorn hair, dragon heartstring, and phoenix feather, are there other types of wand cores?" Ollivander cast a sidelong glance at Dudley, his tone slightly displeased. "Young man, interrupting someone while they speak is quite impolite. Yet your curiosity is well placed. Crafting wands is an exceedingly intricate art, and the core is of paramount importance. Aside from the aforementioned 3, I have personally crafted wands with many other cores. Our Ollivander's wand shop has interacted with countless wizards over the ages, including many peculiar creatures. For instance, the tail hair of centaurs or the hair of a Vila." Dudley, listening to Ollivander's introduction, instinctively interjected, "Vila? What are they? Are they creatures?" Ollivander sighed in exasperation. "Child, your questions are indeed numerous. Like Harry, you have not been well acquainted with the wizarding world over the past decade or so. The magical realm is home to many bizarre species, and I cannot elucidate all of them at once. Once you enroll at Hogwarts, relevant courses will be provided for your education. Vila are rare creatures, but not particularly difficult to find. By contrast, phoenixes are truly noteworthy. Moreover, should you come to truly understand Vila, you may find your interest in them waning." Meanwhile, Harry observed the exchange between Dudley and Ollivander with little interest. His excitement focused on the newly acquired wand, which felt intrinsically connected to him. This wand belonged to him. Harry was overjoyed. Yet at that moment, Ollivander exclaimed in surprise, his expression grave and somewhat astonished. Harry curiously shifted his gaze, witnessing the previously composed elder's face now filled with astonishment. "Young lad, what did you just say?" Ollivander's eyes were fixed on Dudley, his voice inexplicably hoarse and trembling. However, Dudley did not afford him any time to respond. He reiterated slowly, "Mr. Ollivander, as I just mentioned, your extensive knowledge of the wizarding world, along with your familiarity with various wand materials, is unparalleled. Therefore, I believe that since the founding of Ollivander's wand shop in 382 BC, which has stood for over a millennium in the wizarding world, you must be aware of what the Philosopher's Stone is." The Philosopher's Stone. This time, Ollivander confirmed he had not misheard. The Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, it was the Philosopher's Stone. It was utterly astonishing that he heard the term Philosopher's Stone emerge from the mouth of a mere child. He found it incomprehensible, even somewhat terrifying. The very utterance of such a phrase from an 11-year-old left Ollivander at a loss for words to describe his feelings. Simultaneously surprised, Ollivander's keen gaze shifted toward Harry, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Dudley, however, fixed his unwavering stare upon Ollivander. After a moment's hesitation, Ollivander finally spoke hesitantly, "My dear child, I believe the Philosopher's Stone you mention is merely a stone imbued with magical properties, quite common in the wizarding world, often utilized by alchemists." Yet Dudley gently rapped the table, signaling Harry beside him, then turned his gaze back to Ollivander, saying, "Mr. Ollivander, the Philosopher's Stone I refer to is related to Hogwarts. The wizard who transported us here not only wishes for us to purchase a wand from you, but also hopes you can divulge the secret of the Philosopher's Stone." Ollivander furrowed his brow and replied, "Divulge to you?" Dudley shook his head calmly, asserting, "No, not to us, but specifically to Harry Potter." His voice trembled slightly. "Child, I believe you must be jesting with me. This is Ollivander's wand shop, and I am merely a craftsman studying wands. I have never heard of such a thing as the Philosopher's Stone. Mr. Ollivander, the Philosopher's Stone we speak of is not merely a literal term, but refers to the one guarded by the goblins within Gringotts." "Enough, children." Before Harry could finish his sentence, Ollivander swiftly grasped a wand from the table. The wand's tip radiated a pearlescent glow, and his expression grew exceedingly grave as he intoned, "Spell, Silencio." A beam of white light erupted. The light enveloped the surroundings. Harry's mouth moved, and it was evident he was speaking, yet not a sound reached Dudley's ears. Harry, sensing the oddity, tugged at Dudley's sleeve, but despite his loud attempts at communication, Dudley remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Ollivander's eyes remained fixated on the two children, his gaze once again trailing over the lightning scar on Harry's forehead, conjuring unsettling images in his mind. The wand's tip ignited with a crimson glow, swirling in the air until words formed. "Children, this is not a matter for you to investigate or inquire about. I do not know what stone you speak of. The shop requires renovation, and I need rest. You must leave at once." Harry, upon deciphering the text, opened his mouth in exasperation. However, Dudley's expression remained unchanged as he reached into Harry's bag and seized a handful of gold galleons, placing them on the countertop with both hands. Ollivander, gazing at the golden galleon before him and then at Dudley's expression, instinctively felt compelled to utter something. However, at that moment, Dudley deftly seized a quill from the table, dipped it in ink, and swiftly inscribed several words on the parchment. Philosopher's Stone XXXX. Ollivander's countenance instantaneously darkened, and with a flick of his wand, the words penned by Dudley combusted into thin air, reducing to ashes. With a sigh, Ollivander turned and retreated into the storeroom, re-emerging after a while with an ancient tome in his hands, the Alchemical Compendium of Wizards. Recognizing the significance of this book, Dudley smiled as he reached out to accept the alchemical ledger, simultaneously discovering a wand ensconced within its pages. After concluding their business, Ollivander led Harry and Dudley to a nearby fireplace. Once the green light erupted and the two vanished, he remained behind, murmuring to himself, "This should not be. They ought not to know these things. I am merely a wand maker in Diagon Alley." Meanwhile, within the confines of an ordinary London residence, a sudden whoosh heralded the arrival of two figures emerging from the fireplace. Harry, still feeling somewhat lightheaded, was noticeably better than the last time. "Dudley, where are we now?" he inquired, surveying the surroundings and noting that it was a typical living room. A round table stood before him, cluttered with half-eaten food. Dudley, unfazed, shook his head. "It's all right, Harry. When I scattered the powder in the fireplace, I was reciting the address Arthur Weasley had given me." Harry looked astonished. "Uncle Weasley? When did he give you the address?" Dudley scanned the room for any signs of danger before explaining. "When Uncle Weasley visited our home, my father initially opposed my enrollment in Hogwarts. He devised several strategies, one of which was that if I wished I could write him a letter, and he would find a way to forcibly take me away." Listening to Dudley's explanation, Harry opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. "By the way, Dudley, back at Ollivander's wand shop, I thought we were going to fail. What did you write that changed his mind?" Dudley glanced at Harry and ruffled his hair. "That's a secret, Harry. Next time we visit one Diagon Alley, I will reveal it to you in front of Ollivander." Noticing Harry's slight displeasure as he turned away, Dudley sighed. Harry was still too young. If he were to discover the nature of Dudley's threatening words, it might adversely affect him. For now, it was best that he remained unaware. "All right, Harry, we must leave this place," Dudley declared, checking the belongings he had on him. The alchemical ledger from Ollivander and the bag from Hagrid containing the Philosopher's Stone were in his possession. There was also a silvery wand, approximately 12 inches in length, lacking detailed information, seemingly requiring personal exploration. Apart from this, nothing else was amiss. Resolute, Dudley turned and rummaged through the room, retrieving a piece of draft paper upon which he began to write. Harry, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer. Dudley shook his head, exclaiming, "No, we cannot linger here. The outcome of the recent incident at Gringotts remains uncertain for all of us. Judging by the current circumstances, the world of ordinary people is isolated from the wizarding realm, whereas Uncle Weasley maintains a connection to the magical world. By this alone, we are not yet entirely safe. We must act. I have left a note for Uncle Weasley. He will contact us after work." Harry's expression turned to one of dismay. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, an unusual noise emanated from within the room. Chapter 47. Witnessing with Science, Turning or to Gold. London, Ministry of Magic. In the bustling administrative hall on the first floor, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, with a somewhat ominous demeanor, approached. "Mr. Weasley, I believe you have been rather inattentive to your duties of late." Mr. Weasley stood in shock, his lips moving without a sound for a prolonged moment. The man in the black suit raised his voice several octaves higher. "Mr. Weasley, to serve in our Ministry of Magic, one must demonstrate their worth. However, you have repeatedly declined the reassignment documents proposed by your superiors. Do you truly wish to continue your employment here?" Mr. Weasley opened his mouth, initially intending to retort, yet found himself speechless for an extended period. The man in black felt as though he had struck a bubble, his frustration unexpressed. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a crumpled newspaper from his pocket and forcefully tossed it at Mr. Weasley's face. "Mr. Arthur Weasley, I believe it is imperative to remind you that you seem entirely unaware of the errors you have committed. Peruse this copy of the Daily Prophet closely." Mr. Weasley reached out to unfold the newspaper, his heart racing as he read the bold headline. Daily Prophet front page news. "The renowned Gringotts, our trusted wizarding bank, has recently been infiltrated by unidentified individuals, resulting in serious losses. Preliminary reports indicate that the injured party is none other than Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Our special correspondent, Rita Skeeter, has conducted in-depth interviews with witnesses and victims at the scene, uncovering that the only person who interacted with Mr. Hagrid the day prior to the attack was none other than Mr. Arthur Weasley." As Mr. Weasley absorbed the shocking revelation, he felt as though his lungs were about to burst from indignation. Lifting his gaze to the man in black, his voice brimming with fervor. I believe it is essential for you to hear my explanation. The special correspondent for the Daily Prophet is evidently attempting to sway public opinion. She is entirely ignorant of the unfolding events and has merely followed such conjectures to publicly disclose my name. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in a black suit smirked disdainfully, proclaiming, "Mr. Weasley, among the majority of those employed at the Ministry of Magic, there are no fools, yet you have managed to become one of them. You must submit an explanation, otherwise, the next to be dismissed will be you. Even your pure-blood surname, Weasley, cannot save you." After the man's words, Weasley remained silent, clutching the Daily Prophet in his hand. However, compared to the speculations and slander of the Daily Prophet, Weasley was far more concerned about Harry and his companions. If his memory served him correctly, according to the timeline, today was indeed the day Hagrid was leading Harry and Dudley to Diagon Alley to procure Hogwarts supplies. On the other side, at the Weasley residence, an abrupt sound caught the attention of Harry and Dudley. "Dudley, should we go see what is happening?" Harry furrowed his brow, clearly aware that Arthur Weasley had already left for work, leaving only himself and Dudley in the house. "Harry, don't overthink it. If you're worried, you can check it out yourself." Dudley waved his hand dismissively. Due to the numerous unexpected occurrences in Diagon Alley that day, he had not had the chance to feed the creature, resulting in it dashing straight to the kitchen upon entering the Weasley home. The little creature, with its keen nose, was likely rummaging through the refrigerator for cream or bread. "Dudley, Uncle Weasley's kitchen." Dudley interrupted Harry's train of thought with a wave of his hand, a small, fleeting figure appearing in his palm. Observing the rotund little belly of the creature, Dudley sighed. "Little one, you should eat less, otherwise you'll become quite plump." The creature shook its head, half closing its eyes as it curled up in Dudley's hand, drifting off to sleep. Witnessing this scene, Dudley casually tucked it into his pocket and, with his other hand, grasped Harry's wrist, swiftly exiting the Weasley residence. Upon reaching the roadside, Dudley found a designated parking spot, beckoning a taxi. After informing the driver of their destination, he finally exhaled in relief. Watching the scenery retreat outside the taxi window, Dudley placed a hand on his chest, where the wand and alchemical artifact notebook gifted by Ollivander lay securely in his palm. Sitting in the taxi, Dudley felt a slight sense of ease. Now entering the Muggle neighborhood, based on Weasley's description of the separation between the wizarding world and that of ordinary people, he felt he was safe. With time to spare, Dudley unfolded the alchemical artifact notebook he had received from Ollivander. The volume was substantial, appearing to have no less than 1,000 pages at first glance. Had it not been for Ollivander's timely markings at the corresponding locations, Dudley surmised that locating the Philosopher's Stone would not prove to be an easy endeavor. Upon turning to the first page, Dudley found himself deeply captivated by the text. The Philosopher's Stone, forward, is rooted in ancient history. This year marks the 4th since I, Ollivander, departed from England to explore the continental realms. As the sole heir of my family lineage, I harbor no fondness for dilapidated houses or animal pelts. Rather, I am drawn to adventure and the allure of the world's most wondrous places. Just 2 days ago, I stumbled upon a rumor regarding an elderly wizard who, lacking funds to repair his wand, offered secretive information in exchange. Upon hearing this, I was utterly astonished. From the old wizard's lips, I learned of a clandestine legend. He confessed that an angel had descended upon him, revealing in a dream that the fortunate Philosopher's Stone would soon arrive. Only those who possess the stone may further refine their mastery along the path of wizardry. Of course, I dismissed this as mere fabrication and paid it no heed. Wizard Consultation. The most distinguished alchemical genius in the wizarding world, Nicholas Flamel, after over 20 years of devoted research, has finally demonstrated to the wizarding community the feasibility of transmuting base metals into gold. This is not a mere transformation of wizardless spells, but a genuine alchemical process. The gold extracted from, or has received validation from esteemed wizarding organizations and can now circulate within the market. As Dudley perused the foreword of the Philosopher's Stone overview, he casually closed the alchemical notes. In science, matter remains constant. Just as charcoal and diamonds share the same carbon atoms, their forms and textures differ entirely, yet their essence remains unchanged. However, what the Philosopher's Stone claims to accomplish is the conversion of ore into gold. How could such an extraordinary feat be achieved? Does it alter the very nature of matter? This is simply unfathomable. To attribute it solely to the blessing of an angel would be far too imprecise. The transformation of matter. The Philosopher's Stone possesses the ability to transmute ore into gold. This exceedingly unscientific phenomenon, if placed within the realm of the microscopic world, what might such a scene reveal? Could the power of the Philosopher's Stone directly influence the properties of atoms? If I could glean some useful information from the Philosopher's Stone, might it provide the breakthrough necessary for my stagnant, wizarding biological experiments? Dudley, what are you pondering? Harry queried, his face a mask of confusion as he gazed at his cousin. Dudley merely shook his head, opting not to elucidate. All right, Harry, we've arrived home. Chapter 48, The Eternal Flame, an exploration of wizarding origins 2 in 1. London, Surrey 4, Holly Road, a small two-story house stood before a silver sedan parked outside. The driver's door swung open. Penny, what do you think Dudley will encounter today? Vernon descended from the driver's seat, his corpulent frame swaying as he reached out to accept the luggage handed to him by Petunia from the back seat. Vernon, did you not assert earlier that you would not concern yourself with such matters? She chided. You've only been out of sight for 7 or 8 hours, and yet you've already begun to nag incessantly in my ear. Vernon squinted his small eyes and exclaimed, Oh dear, Petunia, I truly did not anticipate that my well-behaved son would exhibit such childish behavior. Petunia shrugged in resignation. Let's not forget, before we wed, you confided in me that your father urged you to excel in your studies, yet you found academic pursuits utterly dull, preferring instead the art of conversation. If memory serves me correctly, you even ran away from home at 13? Vernon sulked, replying, Do not mention it. Had it not been for my father's insistence on overnourishing me in my youth, my plan to abscond at 13 would have been flawlessly executed. Petunia offered a gentle smile. But Vernon furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. In any case, Petunia, I remain steadfast in my disapproval of Dudley attending Hogwarts, for we know nothing of that place. Petunia retorted, Vernon, you mustn't speak so dismissively. Dudley has spent the last decade and more in the ordinary world, and I fear he may be bullied if he suddenly encounters those peculiar beings. She shook her head in exasperation. Moreover, Dudley must have already had some exposure to the magical realm. You could always ask him directly to ascertain the situation. Vernon sighed again, gazing at his wife, and after a moment of hesitation, stammered, Petunia, I believe you should share my perspective. After all, allowing our child to attend that peculiar institution, Hogwarts, what kind of individuals could it possibly cultivate? The Dursleys must produce someone of scholarly merit. Otherwise, my father's aspirations will remain forever unattainable. I have become a businessman, and my son a wizard. What a travesty. Petunia shot her husband a glare, choosing not to engage with his arguments. At this juncture, Vernon's mindset had yet to shift. No matter what she said, he would invariably conjure in negative associations. Once prejudice takes root, altering such perceptions is no small feat. As Vernon grumbled ahead, he held a silent hope that Dudley would indeed make significant strides in biology. After such prolonged exposure to Professor Morrison, perhaps he might even gain admission to Cambridge University for further studies upon graduating from middle school. This was a tangible vision of future success. Just then, 2 familiar figures emerged from the rear compartment. Dudley? In London, Surrey County, at 4 Privet Drive, behind the window of a 2-story house, Dudley sat quietly, observing a gray cloth bag resting before him. This was the item Hagrid had discreetly handed him at Gringotts the previous day, a rather ordinary pink stone. At first glance, this gemstone appears to be closer to its raw form. Based on the quotidian evaluation of gemstones, in terms of transparency, luster, and refractive index, its grade is rather low, often misleading one into perceiving it as inexpensive. The surface of the red gemstone is pitted and, under sunlight, one can distinctly observe the impurities within. Such a gem would hardly fetch a desirable price in the market. Yet, this seemingly lowly gemstone, viewed as trivial by the common folk, is safeguarded by the most secure fairy bank in the wizarding world. It has also garnered the particular attention of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, being referred to as the Philosopher's Stone. This alone speaks volumes about its intrinsic value. Darcy rotated the Philosopher's Stone in his hand and laid it flat on the table. Meanwhile, he retrieved a hefty tome titled The Compendium of Wizarding Alchemical Oddities from the other side of the desk. This was a volume he had acquired from Ollivander but had not thoroughly examined during his taxi ride. As the night deepened outside, the dim light within the room flickered softly. Darcy gazed at the Compendium of Wizarding Alchemical Oddities, lost in contemplation. He had perused the pages concerning the Philosopher's Stone several times, while the rest of the book had only been skimmed. It contained numerous peculiar materials. Ollivander's wand shop, indeed one of the oldest wizarding establishments, boasted a rich history that fascinated Darcy with its eclectic assortment of products. Examples included fairy wings, the teeth of deep-sea leviathans, and the pelts of creatures atop snowy peaks. Were it not for his substantial understanding of the mundane world, Darcy might have felt as though he were reading a new fantasy novel. However, the information regarding the Philosopher's Stone was rather scant. Through his own deductions, he concluded that the stone was a legendary artifact, entwined with tales of angels. The author of the compendium had gleaned these stories while traversing the wizarding realm, often recounted by the elderly. The author had made a particular note that these might all be mere fabrications, as Ollivander had never encountered a second individual claiming to have seen an angel. The fundamental reason why Ollivander's lineage ultimately categorized the Philosopher's Stone as a myth is due to the legend that anyone who possesses it can transcend the barriers of time, attaining an ultimate pursuit within the wizarding world, eternal life. Immortality? Upon reading the words eternal life, Darcy nearly believed he had picked up the wrong book. Could it be that the author of the compendium had traversed to the eastern continent to discuss grand visions of longevity with a mysterious founding emperor? Yet, it is likely that powerful beings universally share a common flaw, the desire for their might to endure eternally. Dispelling the impractical notions in his mind, Darcy diligently organized the information he had gleaned from his reading. Even in a world of legendary sorcery, after centuries of evolution, it remains impossible for most to attain immortality through magical prowess. Sorcerers possess the ability to wield magic, yet none can transcend the barriers of time and life. It is as if this community of wizards serves merely as vessels of power. They can accomplish numerous feats with their magical abilities, but the profound mysteries of existence remain unbroken by all but a rare few. Contemplating these thoughts, Dolly absent-mindedly stroked his chin. If the rumors held any truth, could this magical stone truly grant its bearer eternal life? Now, a fledgling sorcerer, having awakened his magical potential, he clutched the stone tightly. Yet, aside from its cold, unyielding surface, he felt no extraordinary phenomena or reactions. Gazing intently at the stone, Dolly understood that if it indeed possessed the capabilities described in the wizard's alchemical compendium, then even if it were merely a rumor, its allure would be undeniable. He realized that such an object could not remain in his possession for long. Time was of the essence, and within this constrained space and fleeting moments, he needed to uncover its secrets. Having organized his thoughts, Dolly departed his home under the cover of night, making his way to the Morrison Hill laboratory. Before leaving, he perused another notebook, which contained 2 entries, one titled Observations of Wizard Cells and the other Experimental Records of Wizard Genetic Heritage. He hesitated momentarily before designating this new entry as the exploration of the origins of the immortal flame wizard species, Magical Stone Edition. Chapter 49, The Heavy Metal Species Gene Project, Reboot, a Triad. The exploration of the origins of the immortal flame wizard species, Magical Stone Edition. Research records on the Magical Stone, I. London, August 25th. Since acquiring the Magical Stone, I have come to realize its significance through the Wizard's Alchemical Compendium. Eager to seize the moment, I hastened to the biological laboratory at Morrison Hill. My arrival astonished Evans, who praised my thirst for knowledge. He expressed his gratitude for my insights, noting that the genetic similarity between dragonfly larvae and the eyes of the silk mouse had transitioned from theory to practice, yielding groundbreaking discoveries in genetic research. He would be preoccupied and unable to attend to me, which suited me just fine. As Evans immersed himself in his research, I sought a secluded corner to begin my exploration of the Magical Stone. Research records on a Magical Stone, too. London, August 26th. Afternoon. I must admit, this time I acted rather rashly. Gazing at the red magical stone in my hand, I fell into contemplation. Due to the limitations of my knowledge, I struggled to find a suitable angle for exploration. From the perspective of an ordinary person, it is exceedingly difficult to develop and observe the intricacies of the magical stone. Now I realize that I have yet to master the art of magic. I possess a wand, yet I lack the incantations. The magical stone before me resembles a vast mine, yet I am bereft of the tools to excavate it. Is it truly the case that the adage claiming only magic can vanquish magic holds any validity? This predicament leaves me somewhat at a loss. When mistakes arise, it is time to reflect. During this period, I took a mere 2 hours of rest. Upon revisiting and studying the notebook of wizardly alchemical wonders, I was astounded to discover that my thinking may have strayed from the most fundamental concepts. The aspirations of transmuting base materials into gold or achieving immortality seem exceedingly distant. Starting from scratch necessitates a return to the very basics. I must employ the simplest methods to experiment. Since my observations are to be experimental, I shall begin by analyzing the most fundamental aspects, namely the material itself. The magical stone is a pale crimson crystal, angular in form, yet its surface appears irregular. suggesting that the smallest internal crystals do not exhibit orderly growth. Were there uniform growth, this magical stone would display properties akin to quartzite. Regardless of whether it is fractured or its surface structure, it should exhibit a standard quadrilateral form. Upon examining the cross-section, one side of the magical stone's surface reveals a rugged texture. To validate my hypothesis, I must commence from the fundamentals. Given the surface irregularities, I surmise that the Mohs hardness of the magical stone's surface is likely not very high. I resolve to employ stainless steel tweezers and a knife for another attempt. Indeed, upon collision, when the stainless steel knife gently made contact with the magical stone's surface, I successfully detached some fragments. I was astonished to find that I could easily procure a small amount of powder from the surface of the magical stone. This powder adhered to the blade. Soon, an astonishing scene unfolded. When I gazed upon the metallic knife in my hand, the transformation in the surroundings left me utterly astounded, even somewhat bewildered. The silver-hued metal tweezers and steel knife had inexplicably turned a resplendent gold, and they felt remarkably heavy in my grasp. If my conjecture holds true, then the density has indeed changed. Research record on the magical stone, 3. London, August 27th, morning. Yesterday's shock compelled me to hastily suspend my experiment. The unknown is the root of confusion and fear. I must revisit the notebook of wizardly alchemical wonders. I sense that I have overlooked something. Today, with a heart full of trepidation, I arrived at Morrison's biological laboratory. After witnessing the metal knife transform into gold yesterday, I steeled myself against my discomfort and forcibly sawed the metal knife in half. The internal structure had also uniformly transformed into a golden hue. Based on the properties of gold and its weight, I can deduce that the metal touching the surface of the magical stone has, due to some peculiar factor, transmuted into gold. This is an extraordinary phenomenon. From internal composition to external characteristics, the stainless steel knife has unequivocally morphed into gold. What could be the reason behind this? Research record on the magical stone, 4. London, August 28th, morning. Stainless steel has transformed into gold. Although the quality of the metallic form and various other aspects indicate that the tool in my possession has completely transformed into gold, the direct alteration of the intrinsic properties of the object remains somewhat unfathomable. Can we then hypothesize that all metallic elements possess the potential to transmute into gold? If my conjecture holds true, then theoretically, mercury, being a liquid metal, could also be transformed into gold. Upon revisiting the alchemical notes of the wizarding world, I stumbled upon a record that I had previously overlooked. It detailed an instance where someone utilized the philosopher's stone to transmute mercury into gold. The specifics of the method remain unclear. However, I am left to ponder. When mercury, in its liquid state at room temperature, encounters the philosopher's stone, does it solidify, or does it persist in its liquid form? I sense that time is of the essence. Today marks August 28th, and only 3 days remain until the commencement of classes at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Thus, I must expedite my experimental endeavors. The laboratory at Morrison Hill houses a considerable quantity of sealed mercury, yet I am reluctant to employ it. Instead, I procured a thermometer from my backup toolbox. Using the tweezers and knife, which have already transformed into gold, I extracted a small amount of powder from the philosopher's stone and introduced this powder into the mercury I had scavenged from the laboratory. I am eager to witness the forthcoming developments. Magic Stone Research Record v. London, August 28th, noon. I apologize for pausing my experiment. I once again sense a deviation in the direction of my research. The philosopher's stone can indeed transmute metallic substances into gold. That much is a given. Yet I am unable to observe this phenomenon from a microscopic perspective. The trajectory of this transformation eludes my sight, since I cannot perceive it then. Regardless of what the philosopher's stone converts into gold, it holds no significance for me at present. I must alter my approach. The electron microscope at Morrison Hill can observe cells, yet it cannot detect atoms, which are smaller still. Cells are composed of molecules, which in turn are formed from atoms. Given the current state of experimental equipment, it is virtually impossible to fully observe atomic changes, even if future technological advancements occur. Achieving a clear observation of atomic transformations will not be an easy feat. The Magic Stone Research Record must be promptly revised. I find myself lost in contemplation. After much reflection, an experimental plan from my previous life, once deemed a taboo, emerges as a necessity to revisit. As I prepare to enter the wizarding world, I may confront dangers far greater than those I have faced thus far. I resolve to activate the experimental data that had been shelved prior to my crossing over. If the changes in cells can indirectly validate the arrangement of genetic sequences, then I can also explore the magical process of atomic transformation through cellular changes. Most mammals, primates, aquatic creatures, and insects harbor heavy metals within their systems. The existence of living beings is inextricably linked to these heavy metals, regardless of their abundance or scarcity. Heavy metals exert a tangible influence on the organisms themselves. Primates contain iron, mercury, and various other heavy metals within their bodies. From this perspective, the theory of magical influence on the human form may indeed yield a groundbreaking insight. Mercury, as one of the heavy metals, exists as a liquid metal at room temperature, with a melting point of 388.7 degrees Celsius and a boiling point of 356.58 degrees Celsius. Its chemical properties are remarkably stable. At ambient temperatures, it possesses immense surface tension, capable of allowing iron to float upon its surface. However, it is also recognized by humanity as a lethal threat, with a fatal dose of approximately 1 gram, categorizing it as a highly toxic substance. It is undeniable that most metals, upon entering the human body, can be regarded as poisonous. Yet, the endeavor to implement the Heavy Metal Species Gene Project synchronously in the laboratory at Morrison Hill is evidently no simple task. Achieving a cellular environment saturated with mercury without leading to biological toxicity and death is indeed considered a taboo experiment. In the late hours at Morrison Hill Biological Research Institute, Dr. Dudley gazed quietly at a new notebook before him. The combination of wizard cells and heavy metal elements, I. The combination of animal cells and heavy metal elements, 2. The combination of plant cells and heavy metal elements, 3. The overarching theme, Heavy Metal Species Gene Project, Reboot. As a notebook snapped shut, Dr. Dudley, clad in a white lab coat and donned with rubber gloves, was illuminated by the stark glow of the laboratory lights, casting a pallid hue upon his face. His gaze fixed on a nearby subject, his expression serene. The laboratory's live, experimental animals were present, and Dr. Dudley's demeanor remained gentle as he raised his hand to secure a thick gas mask over his face. This time, he intended to breach the taboo and propel his academic field to new heights. Chapter 50. The Leader of a New Era of Wizards. On August 29th, London time, in a lobby of the Morrison Hill Biological Laboratory, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. A young man in a white lab coat approached a middle-aged individual with palpable excitement. Professor Morrison, our hypothesis is correct, and our experimental direction is not flawed. We have successfully articulated the genetic inheritance characteristics in biology. There's a wealth of data available for reference. Professor Morrison regarded his assistant, Evans, with a contemplative expression. Evans, are you certain that your experimental records are reliable? Evans, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, Professor, look at the observational data we have recorded. Based on our actual hypotheses, we discovered that the larval form of dragonflies, prior to metamorphosis, exhibits a remarkable genetic similarity in the ocular region to that of the genes controlling eye function in the woolly mouse. Observing various insects and the woolly mouse, it appears that newly emerged dragonfly larvae develop new eyes. Although these eyes may seem peculiar, we cannot deny that they successfully replace the original ocular structure of the dragonfly. Evans explained with fervor, while Professor Morrison pondered in silence. After a moment of hesitation, Evans shook his head with a hint of regret. However, Professor, this experiment was not entirely successful. It exhibits glaring deficiencies. Firstly, the ocular cells from the voles that grew into eyeballs within the dragonfly larva's embryo appear rather peculiar. Although we have confirmed that the genome within the dragonfly cells can successfully read and initiate normal growth following the gene transplantation from voles, the majority of the results are still deformed. Even though there are a few non-deformed eyeballs, we have detected that these new crystalline structures are neither typical dragonfly eyes nor those of the voles under the microscope. I find myself at a loss for appropriate terminology to describe their existence. Upon hearing this, Morrison carefully reviewed the data before lifting his gaze to meet Evans's. Did any of the dragonfly larvae successfully undergo metamorphosis into dragonflies during your experiment? Evans opened his mouth, but ultimately shook his head in resignation. I'm afraid, Professor Morrison, that thus far, none of the dragonfly larvae have survived to the point of metamorphosis. They seem to follow a pattern, dying completely within 2 to 3 weeks after birth, with not a single one breaking this trend. Morrison observed the slightly despondent expression on Evans's face and sighed softly. The reality of the situation is here, Evans. Currently, this research data is not suitable for public disclosure. Let us temporarily set aside experiments related to biological genetics I have other tasks for you. Evans felt a jolt of surprise, but nodded in dejection, accepting his mentor's directives. After Professor Morrison departed, Evans instinctively glanced down at the data he had been laboriously preparing overnight, feeling a sense of unwillingness yet utterly powerless. This child's imaginative ideas always left a deep impression. Would learning that the experiment had been shelved dampen his enthusiasm? As he pondered this, he recalled the whereabouts of Dolly and endeavored to locate his room. How curious. He should be on the second floor. After a while, Evans shook his head in resignation, deciding to search for Dolly another time. With this thought, he casually opened the trash bin beside the staircase on the second floor, intending to discard the research materials he held. Although Professor Morrison had articulated his sentiments delicately, Evans was well aware that this project had, in effect, met an indefinite demise. Yet, as he opened the lid, he found himself frozen in place, having spotted an abandoned glass vessel. Inside the glass container lay what appeared to be a recently deceased vole. How strange. Was this vole part of his biological experiments? Through the glass cover, Evans could clearly see that the vole's body had turned black and shriveled. Had he not been observing the voles closely of late, he might not have recognized it at first glance. Driven by curiosity, Evans instinctively reached his hand into the trash bin. The blackened and shriveled condition indicated it had been dead for over a month. His palm gently brushed the glass cover, and at that moment, a childish voice rang out from behind him. "Uncle Evans, what are you doing here?" "Nothing, really." Evans instinctively shook his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of overwhelming pressure emanating from the seemingly adolescent boy before him. Particularly striking were those calm, gentle eyes. A sharp crack echoed as his fingers pressed against the glass cover with unintentional force. "Uncle Evans," Dolly inquired with a furrowed brow, "could you please move aside?" Evans quickly shifted his position, his mind recalling Professor Morrison's indifferent demeanor toward his experimental results, which only deepened his despondency. It dawned on him that his mentor had been observing him from behind and had likely conducted relevant experiments. This mouse must be part of the professor's exploratory studies. As he watched Dolly's retreating figure, Evans instinctively raised a finger, revealing a small wound on the tip, for which a drop of crimson blood oozed. With a sigh of frustration, he lamented the misfortunes that seemed to cluster together. Perhaps the glass vessel had shattered in the trash can, injuring his finger. Truly, it was a streak of bad luck. His project was halted, and now he bore an injury. Meanwhile, Dolly pushed the trash can, exiting Morrison's biology laboratory, feeling a sense of relief. Had he arrived a moment later, Evans might have discovered his earlier experiment records. Oddly enough, according to the laboratory's cleaning protocols, the trash cans on the second floor should have been regularly attended to. These experimental materials should have been disposed of in a specialized waste facility. As for the recent heavy metal biological initiative, Dolly had delayed such actions. The uncertainties surrounding dangerous experiments were too numerous, and presently, he had a more relaxed approach that required a gradual progression. Nevertheless, he was grateful for Evans's actions today, which had revealed some flaws he had previously overlooked. Only the most cautious practitioners in research could traverse further along the paths of science or magic. Chapter 51. The Disappearance of the Magic School, London, Surrey, Little Whinging. Number 4, Privet Drive. Across the broad avenue stood a two-story house, from which a man's voice resonated. "Penny, what would you like to prepare for breakfast today?" Vernon remarked, observing her cheerful disposition. "Yes, dear. Do you know what date is today?" "What's the matter?" "Today is quite ordinary, just another typical weekend." Vernon shook his head, his jowls quivering. "My dear, surely you understand that what we experience is fundamentally different." As he spoke, he cast a mysterious glance at his wife. "I think you could use some cream and honey. I hope this delightful treat will make your speech a tad more coherent. I have little patience for your enigmatic demeanor." Noticing Penny's indifferent attitude, Vernon decided to abandon his teasing. After all, a good performer cannot thrive without an audience. "Dudley, Harry, hurry down for breakfast." Surprisingly, it was not Penny, but rather Vernon who initiated the invitation for the two to dine together. Penny gazed at her husband in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his unusual demeanor that day. Meanwhile, Dudley, who had been upstairs diligently taking biology notes, emerged with his notebook and glanced at Harry, who stood in the stairwell with a look of confusion. Without uttering a word, he proceeded to the dining room alongside him. "Good morning, Uncle Vernon," Harry stammered, feeling somewhat awkward as he stood hesitantly at the entrance, reluctant to step into the dining area. Typically, this space was off-limits to him. Any trespass would result in reprimands or, at worst, a day without food. Dudley nudged Harry's shoulder, signaling him not to be concerned, as this time, Vernon had not objected to Harry's imminent entry into the living room during mealtime. Dudley approached the stove to assist his mother in arranging breakfast on the table. As Harry beheld the array of cakes, cream, pancakes, sausages, and potato soup, he instinctively swallowed. He timidly inquired, "Uncle Vernon, may I eat this?" His apprehensive demeanor elicited a mixture of amusement and exasperation from Dudley, yet deeper still was the ingrained severity of Vernon's influence over Harry. "All right, Harry. Since your father has permitted you to dine at the table, you should do so confidently, without dwelling on inconsequential matters. Such thoughts will only bring you discontent." Dudley consoled Harry, handing him a piece of dry bread and casually spreading some fruit jam atop it, before adding several slices of sausage. The delectable sandwich was remarkably tempting. Dudley's cheerful chatter eased Harry's tension slightly, though he remained anxious about Vernon's potential outburst. Fortunately, Vernon appeared quite amiable today, his expression radiating an indefinable warmth. "Well then, Vernon, you seem rather enigmatic and cheerful today. Do share what it is that remains unspoken," Penny remarked, unable to contain her curiosity about her husband's teasing demeanor. Dudley, too, felt intrigued, as his father typically exhibited a rather unfriendly attitude towards Harry. Even upon learning that he would be attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry alongside Harry, his father had merely reduced the usual torment, without altering his overall demeanor. Today's behavior, however, was indeed unprecedented. Vernon, his face adorned with rolls of flesh, smiled broadly at everyone present. "Since you are all gathered here, I shall disclose what I know," he declared, locking eyes with Harry and enunciating deliberately, "Congratulations, Mr. Harry Potter. I believe you shall be unable to continue your studies at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." As Vernon's words sank in, Harry stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with panic as he turned to Dudley and stammered, "Cousin Dudley, what does Uncle Vernon mean by this?" Dudley looked back at his father, equally perplexed. However, Vernon waved his hand dismissively. "Harry, asking your cousin is futile. Let me ask you, what is today's date?" Vernon then shrugged. "It goes without saying. You should take a good look at the date on Hogwarts' acceptance letter. If I recall correctly, it clearly states that young wizards must arrive at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry before September 1st. Should they arrive late, it is assumed they forfeit their enrollment for the academic year." As Vernon's words fell, he gazed at Harry Potter with a grin. "Harry, I believe you can spend the upcoming year at home, reflecting on the losses you caused me in that tower on the island." Beside him, Petunia interjected, "Dear, what do you mean by that?" Vernon picked up a napkin from the table to wipe his greasy mouth. "Petunia, calculate the time yourself. If we are not mistaken, the address of Hogwarts should be in London, England, heading north into Scotland, finally arriving in a rugged area. Such a vast distance would require at least a day and a night by train, and with only a few hours remaining until September 1st. I do not believe those wizards can arrive directly." As Vernon's voice trailed off, he glanced at Harry, who was looking downcast, and chuckled nonchalantly. "As I said, that so-called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, neither the teachers nor the headmaster seem particularly reliable. Clearly, they should ensure the children's educational progress. Yet here you two are, abandoned and neglected. But that is fine, Dudley. I will take you to the Royal Private Junior School in London tomorrow. If they do not adhere to their commitments, then I shall not hesitate." Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Vernon frowned and gestured for Harry to see who it was. Chapter 52. Harry's Hedwig. The reversal of the food chain. Harry approached the door, but upon opening it, Vernon heard a voice he dreaded. "My dear Mr. Potter, it seems you have not been faring well lately. I apologize for the minor troubles at the Ministry of Magic a few days ago. There was an intrusion at Gringotts." Immediately, another voice chimed in. "Sorry, Harry, due to the Gringotts incident, we are unable to spare anyone to assist you." At the threshold stood Arthur Weasley, dressed in a suit with a tie, cheerfully stepping into the Dursley household and waving to everyone present. Vernon's expression darkened, his lips pressed tight in silence. Dudley, however, willingly descended from his chair, his gaze landing on a familiar figure waving at him. Following Weasley was a towering silhouette, Hagrid. Dudley sighed and approached. Hagrid nodded, his face wrapped in white bandages, showing signs of a possible neck injury. It appeared that the pain from the curse attack by the unknown assailants at Gringotts had yet to heal. Hagrid stood at the doorway, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Dudley, his imposing stature instilling a sense of intimidation. "All right, child, return to me what I entrusted to you." Dudley feigned ignorance, but Hagrid shook his thick mane of hair and reiterated emphatically, "Dudley, you know precisely what I am referring to, do you not?" Beside them, Ron Weasley looked on in astonishment, having heard nothing of this matter from the giant who had come from Hogwarts the previous day. Ron attempted to step forward, only to be halted by Hagrid's outstretched hand. Dudley sighed, aware that he could not retain the item in question. It felt somewhat regrettable. Although he had learned the truth about the Philosopher's Stone from Ollivander, he pondered the possibility that he might glean something from it, something that perhaps even an emperor in the far-off East could not decipher regarding the secret of immortality. Nevertheless, this belonged to Hogwarts, and he was merely a fledgling wizard of limited power. Confronting Hagrid directly was hardly a prudent course of action. Resolving this, Dudley reached into his pocket, rummaging about until he retrieved a gray cloth pouch, which he then handed back to Hagrid. Hagrid, with his enormous hand, weighed the stone and inspected it thoroughly. Once assured of its integrity, he carefully stowed it away in his own robe and released a long, relieved breath. His gaze shifted away from Dudley, landing instead on Harry, who was tucked away in the corner, watching with a hint of wariness in his eyes. However, Hagrid paid little heed to Harry's caution, attributing it to the burden his colossal frame imposed upon others. After all, his size was twice that of an average person, a rarity in London. I apologize, Harry, for the abruptness of my visit today. I wish to present you with a small gift as compensation for the unfulfilled obligations regarding your enrollment at Hogwarts. As Hagrid's voice faded, Harry leaned slightly out from his corner. Observing this, Dudley sighed inwardly. After all, he was merely a teenager, and it was only natural to feel a surge of excitement upon receiving a gift. Hagrid then produced a large iron cage from behind him, within which resided a white owl. Its feathers were sleek, and its large, bright eyes were irresistibly charming. It grasped the bars with its talons, gazing forward and instinctively hooting softly. Harry, look, this is a new gift for you, a snowy owl named Hedwig. With that, Hagrid placed the cage before Harry, who gazed in delight at the adorable creature blinking up at him. Dudley, too, felt a twinge of curiosity. There seemed to be something rather special about this owl. Harry, beaming with joy, glanced up at Dudley, contemplating whether to accept the gift. Just then, Dudley felt a sharp pain atop his head. The sudden fright caused the owl within the cage to flap its wings agitatedly, displaying a hint of apprehension. Mr. Hagrid, if my memory serves me right, the diet of an owl should indeed include mice. It is rather astonishing that a mere mouse could instill fear in an owl. Having frequently interacted with animals, he found this quite incredible. It seemed as though the roles had reversed, with the mouse now pursuing the cat. Harry, I believe you need not concern yourself with such matters. After all, the wonders of the magical world cannot be judged by ordinary standards, much like this owl, which may possess a rather unique disposition. Hagrid awkwardly uttered words he himself found hard to believe. He suspected that the proprietor of a magical creature shop in Diagon Alley had indeed misled him. As Harry stood in a daze, he felt a gentle push from behind him. Hagrid, with an expression of embarrassment, hoped no one present would challenge his credibility. Beside him, Mr. Weasley chuckled, clearly uninterested in coming to his aid. Mr. Weasley, I must entrust the following matters to you. As you know, I have pressing obligations. Hogwarts requires my timely consultation. With that, Hagrid waved goodbye to Harry and turned away, disappearing from Dudley's view. It was the first time Harry had witnessed someone vanish before his eyes like a magician's trick, and he turned to Mr. Weasley with an excited smile. Uncle Arthur, how did Hagrid manage that? Mr. Weasley shrugged apologetically. I'm afraid, Harry, that until you officially enroll at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I cannot divulge such information. According to regulations, he has already breached the Ministry of Magic's restrictions. Oh, I see. However, Mr. Weasley then produced a ticket from his pocket and handed it to the two children. Here you go, children. We must hasten to King's Cross Station. Just as Dudley received the ticket, a gruff voice erupted from behind him. Damn Hogwarts. Damn the magical school. Damn the tricks. You all swarm around like persistent flies. Vernon stormed out of the dining room and stood before Harry and Dudley, glaring at Mr. Weasley. Mr. Arthur Weasley, I believe it is clearly stated in your acceptance letter that if you do not arrive at Hogwarts by September 1st, your enrollment will be forfeited. Today is August 31st, and in just a few hours, it will be September 1st. I need not elaborate further, but my son, Dudley, clearly lacks your extraordinary abilities. How could he possibly reach the school in time? Mr. Weasley's voice fell silent. After a pause for contemplation, he carefully gathered his thoughts and responded slowly. Mr. Vernon, this document pertains to your latest 2 orders from the London project team. I have secured this community project for you. This represents my personal efforts and does not reflect the Ministry of Magic. Harry opened his mouth in confusion. Dudley felt a sense of helplessness, acutely aware that he seemed to have been sold out. Penny stamped her foot, gazing incredulously at her husband. Meanwhile, Wesley meticulously adjusted his suit. Only Vernon remained silent, taking the contract from Wesley's hands, scanning its contents, and nodding in satisfaction. Observing Vernon standing at the doorway, Wesley's expression was notably neutral. "Mr. Dursley, please listen carefully. Regarding the matter of young wizards attending Hogwarts, our Ministry of Magic has instituted certain measures. In the absence of a ministry or proper order, most wizards wishing to pursue their education resorted to riding broomsticks, driving cars, or using magical creatures. However, such practices were deemed deplorable and explicitly forbidden long ago. The mystique of wizards should not be frequently exposed to Muggle sight, as it disrupts their ordinary lives. Consequently, we have adopted a new method. Hogwarts will finance, and the ministry will manage a magical train, which all new students will board to enter Hogwarts. Therefore, your concerns need not be expressed." Vernon waved his hand dismissively. Frankly, it could be said that the ministry was subsidizing his son Dudley and Harry's education at Hogwarts. Although he was unclear as to why Hogwarts would afford his family such generous treatment, with the ministry presenting him with 2 new contracts. He felt assured that once Dudley graduated from the magical institution, he could secure a fortune for him. Ample finances would undoubtedly facilitate better academic progress. At least in Vernon's eyes, an exceptional scholar aiming to commence their studies from scratch, completing a biology degree at Cambridge, progressing to postgraduate studies, and ultimately earning a doctorate, would require substantial funding and tuition fees. To ensure his son Dudley's future success as the sole prominent figure in the British academic circle of the Dursley family, he must pave a broad path in advance. Dudley looked at his father, completely taken aback that he would consider provisions for his future, even a decade ahead. At that moment, he gazed at the ticket Mr. Wesley had handed him, deep in thought. Platform 9, London, train station. 2 figures navigated through the bustling streets. Harry pushed a cart laden with various items, including a change of clothes, several large suitcases, and atop one suitcase sat a cage. Inside the cage, a white owl curiously surveyed the surrounding crowd. "Cousin Dudley, I can't shake the feeling that Hedwig's expression seems a bit off." Chapter 54, My Foolish Brother Encounters Ron. Harry, pushing the cart, hesitantly spoke up. Dudley walked alongside Harry, his hands empty, clad in a simple short-sleeved t-shirt. In comparison, Harry's attire appeared rather shabby. Despite inheriting a substantial fortune from his parents, the exchange between galleons and pounds was a mystery to Harry, given his current knowledge. Dudley halted, gazing helplessly at the scene within the cage. "Harry, don't you think this is quite an unscientific matter?" Dudley remarked, glancing at the lively creature inside the cage. Contrary to its usual lethargy, the creature seemed invigorated, particularly fond of burrowing into Hedwig's enclosure. This resulted in the once spacious cage for Hedwig becoming a cramped space. As the white owl huddled at the edge, feathers ruffled against the cage's framework, appearing quite disheveled. Regardless of the circumstances, this was the second gift from Hagrid to Harry, imbued with sentimental value. Should his beloved creature become frightened and lose its ability to deliver messages, Harry might need to contemplate acquiring another messenger. Notably, Dudley could perceive the affection Harry held for Hedwig through his worried expression. In truth, Harry possessed very few personal belongings. "Cousin Dudley, I feel Uncle Weasley is just as unreliable as Hagrid." Harry's voice echoed once more. Dudley nodded, clearly concerned. "The ministry had arranged for Weasley to escort you and me into King's Cross Station, and then we would board the express train to Hogwarts. However, midway, he seemed to be interrupted by some unforeseen circumstance and left us without a word, abandoning minors in such a perilous location. Is that truly acceptable?" Dudley scoffed. Rather than questioning Weasley's bewildering actions, Dudley was more preoccupied with how to locate Platform 9. Lacking familiarity with the original narrative, he found himself perplexed by the strange signage. Despite his clever mind, express train ticket, London Hogwarts, Platform 9, 34. Could such a platform genuinely exist? At that moment, Dudley felt a sharp sting above his head, realizing he was positioned between platforms 9 and 10. Curiously, since arriving at King's Cross, Dudley confirmed that he and Harry had passed this area several times without noticing it, seemingly overlooking it subconsciously. It was only guided by the creature that he became aware of its existence. Without further hesitation, Dudley directed Harry towards the enormous stone pillar. "Cousin Dudley, what are we supposed to do?" Harry inquired, filled with curiosity. "Run straight into it," Dudley exclaimed. Harry was taken aback. "Cousin Dudley, what do you mean? If I run into it, I'll collide, and Hedwig will get hurt." Dudley said nothing more and advanced, disappearing from Harry's view as he approached the stone pillar. Before him stood a new express train, and Dudley knew this was the very train that would take him and Harry to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry quickly steadied himself and waved at Dudley, who was not far ahead. "Hi, Cousin Dudley." Before Dudley could respond, a male voice chimed in from beside him. "Harry, is this the cousin you just mentioned? He doesn't seem very reliable. leaving you out here all alone, perhaps realizing the impropriety of his words. The red-haired boy smiled and boldly introduced himself to Dudley. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ron Weasley. Dudley, observing Ron's somewhat foolish demeanor, chose to ignore him and approached Harry with a serious expression. Harry, do you remember what we agreed upon when we arrived at the train station? Harry, who had been smiling, suddenly froze, his slender frame recoiling slightly as he lowered his head like a chastised child. Cousin Dudley, I'm sorry. We had said that we shouldn't talk to strangers when we're out. Beneath Dudley's calm facade, a mix of emotions brewed. Oh, my foolish brother. Why must you openly disclose our agreement in front of others? Chapter 55. The mystery and charm of the older cousin. Seeing Harry's somewhat awkward demeanor, Dudley sighed in resignation. After all, he was just a teenager. Whether a wizard or a mere human, children tend to be more innocent and carefree, devoid of complex thoughts. His perspective, influenced by the patterns of a past life, had caused him to overlook this fact. With this in mind, Dudley stepped closer to Harry. Let us call it past this time. Harry, you need to stick close to me from now on and not wander off again. With that, Dudley reached out and ruffled Harry's hair. Feeling the warmth of his cousin's affectionate hand, Harry relaxed slightly, a smile returning to his previously guilty face. Hey, why are you being so rude? I'm trying to introduce myself here. Don't pretend you can't hear me, Ron Weasley exclaimed, a hint of annoyance in his voice. He glanced at Harry, who obediently stood by Dudley's side, and continued, Harry, you say he is your cousin? What a joke. This guy irresponsibly left you alone outside Platform 9, completely failing in his duty as an older brother. Ron shook his fiery, mop-like hair in frustration. Though his words were strong, he despised arrogant individuals the most. Dudley regarded the boy before him, arms crossed and wearing an indignant expression, but chose not to respond. Just a brat. A few harsh words would bother him too much. Harry, let us go. Dudley turned and took Harry's wrist, leading him toward the nearby Magical Express train. Halfway there, Harry discreetly turned his head, offering a sheepish wave while mouthing a silent thank you to Ron. But how could these two brothers be so different? Ron immediately thought of his two twin brothers. George and Fred share the same mother, yet their personalities are worlds apart. In this regard, Harry's cousin, though unreliable, seems somewhat more tolerable compared to his two brothers. Shaking his head, Ron decided to stop pondering and move toward the other side of the train, muttering to himself, Harry, why does that name sound so familiar? Meanwhile, Dudley gazed at the one-way train ticket in his hand. It was a special piece of golden paper, the exact material indiscernible. Yet it felt soft and smooth, somewhat akin to rubber, though distinct from plastic. The ticket bore ornate golden-edged patterns, presumably made of some metal, although it clearly did not appear to be gold. It read, London Hogwarts, one-way ticket, Platform 9. The ticket lacked a specific seat number. Was it merely a standing ticket? Or perhaps the Magical Express train did not adhere to conventional seating arrangements? As Dudley pondered these questions, he felt a stir beside him. Turning, he saw Harry, eyes wide with wonder, gazing at the scene before them. Cousin Dudley, look, it's the train. It's a train, Harry exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Having often been confined to the small cupboard at the Dursleys, he rarely had the opportunity to venture out, making this grand steam locomotive his first sighting. The steam engine, crafted from steel, bore a crown emblem at the front, with the number 5972 prominently displayed. Great plumes of steam wafted from both sides of the underground tracks. Harry's eyes widened further as he instinctively slipped out of Dudley's grasp and dashed towards the train, arms outstretched in a grand embrace, his expression bordering on disbelief. Dudley, look how enormous this train is. Dudley merely smiled slightly at the sight. Having previously immersed himself in research, he had a limited social circle and little childhood experience. Now in a magical world, he found himself unconsciously employing adult reasoning to interpret the history of wizards, fostering a natural wariness of the current wizarding landscape. Yet, children must remain innocent and exuberant, embracing their nature without excessive constraints. Engaging in the appropriate activities for their age is crucial. Missing such moments may render them forever lost. Dudley smiled at Harry, offering him an affirming glance. Harry's exuberance attracted the attention of many peers, most of whom looked on with curiosity, while some regarded him with a disdainful gaze typically reserved for those from the countryside. Dudley stepped forward, shielding Harry from the mocking stares, preventing any interaction between them. Sensitive children are remarkably perceptive. A mere glance can convey profound meanings. Cousin Harry looked up at Dudley, puzzled. All right, Harry, it's time aboard. Dudley reached out and took Harry's wrist, guiding him towards the entrance of the adjacent carriage. Harry momentarily set aside his inquiries, his attention captured by the novelty of the situation. Cousin, do you know where this train is headed? How far can it go? Observing the inquisitive glint in Harry's eyes, Dudley casually explained, "This vehicle departs from London, traverses the English border, and then crosses into Scotland, ultimately reaching a place known as the Highlands. Our magical school, Hogwarts, is situated in a certain region of those Highlands." Listening to Dudley's description, Harry felt a twinge of disappointment as he scratched his head, pondering, if only I could possess knowledge like my cousin Dudley. Dudley patted Harry's back dismissively, saying, "It's not difficult, Harry. If you read more, you'll outsmart me, and besides, you're still young, so don't be too hard on yourself." Harry tossed his head back, muttering, "Humph, you're only a few days older than me, always acting so wise." Dudley chuckled lightly, unperturbed by Harry's sentiments. Instead, directing his gaze towards the entrance of the train compartment, Dudley was caught in a dilemma. This step is rather high. The entrance to the specially designed Hogwarts Express had only a few steps, but each one reached up to the level of both Dudley's and Harry's calves. Glancing back at the towering pile of luggage, Harry seemed to grasp the seriousness of the situation. "Cousin, what should we do now?" Dudley remained silent. He wished to say, "How should I know? Harry, you are the legendary magical genius. Can't you use a levitation charm or something?" Despite his thoughts, Dudley finally spoke up, "Come on, let's get to it." Harry looked at Dudley with hopeful eyes, confident that his cousin, being quite capable, would resolve the current predicament. However, Dudley's next words plunged Harry into despair. Dudley stated flatly, "You go up first, and I'll hand things up to you." "You can drag them up little by little," Harry exclaimed. "That is not right. Something off with today's cousin." Reluctantly, Harry stepped forward and obediently stood on the second step of the train, straining to lift the luggage Dudley handed him. "Yes, Harry, just like that. Your body needs exercise, and working out will benefit your health." Harry's face flushed crimson as he mustered all his strength to pull the suitcase upwards. Being small in stature made the task quite arduous. Just then, a large hand clasped around Harry's wrist. Two similarly featured young men smiled at Harry, saying, "It appears you need assistance." Harry instinctively shook his head to refuse, but upon glancing at his cousin Dudley, he gritted his teeth and asserted, "Yes, we need help." "Thank you." Several minutes later, within the compartment of the express magical train, a double-facing seating area welcomed them. Dudley held a copy of the Wizarding Chronicles and was engrossed in reading. Harry's voice echoed from outside the compartment. "Fred, George, thank you. Moments latte, Fari, bunting." Rushed to Dudley's side and plopped down beside him, excitedly bouncing on the sofa cushions. "Cousin, I feel that the students at Hogwarts are quite wonderful." George and Fred, the senior students, were always eager to lend a helping hand. Harry smiled, but remained silent. Ever since the awakening of his magical lineage on Tower Island, the conflict between the magic virus I, influenza, and magic virus 2, bacteriophage, had exceeded his expectations in terms of complexity. He had miraculously survived, but his body was left in a state of great weakness. The physical prowess he had cultivated over the years had been thoroughly tested by the viruses. Although his health was gradually improving through a period of careful recuperation, it was not a swift process. According to scientific planning, if he adhered to the regimen, he was confident that within 2 years, his body would be fully restored. Yet, challenges loomed ahead. Fortunately, all plans were proceeding in an orderly manner. Now awakened to his magical talents, he found himself aboard the train heading to Hogwarts. The moment the Hogwarts Express entered the magical school, he would officially step into the realm of wizards. The engine of the train roared, and sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the books. Harry gazed out at the verdant world beyond the window, his eyes sparkling with an inexplicable brilliance, a blend of excitement and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Eager to unveil the mysteries ahead, beside him, Harry, equally exhilarated, fell into a thoughtful silence, staring at his cousin in astonishment. Sunlight graced Harry's profile, captivating Harry with his strikingly handsome features. His deep, dark eyes held a book titled Chronicles of Magic. For some reason, Harry felt that his cousin, basking in the sunlight, exuded a certain indescribable charm. No, it was more of a mystique. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the train. Chapter 56. Harry's identity revealed. Apologies for no one believing. Thud. At the same time, a sound of knocking on wood resonated. Curiously, Harry turned his head to see a red-haired boy leaning against the door, his expression hinting at hesitation. "Sorry, this carriage is full. May I ask if there is space here?" "Harry?" Ron exclaimed in surprise. Harry waved his hand instinctively, saying, "Come on in, it's fine." However, he immediately regretted it, casting a slightly anxious glance at his cousin. Harry nodded subtly. Harry felt an immediate sense of relief and smiled at Ron. Seeing this, Ron stepped into the carriage and sat, on the opposite seat. I didn't expect to see you here, Harry exclaimed happily. Yeah, I'm glad to see you too. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I'm Harry Potter. Ron froze momentarily, then burst into laughter. Harry Potter? Come on, Harry, don't joke with me. That's impossible. Harry, taken aback, had never intended to deceive anyone. He hurriedly explained, Ron, I never lie. Ron, however, was unfazed, his excitement unabated as he looked at the slender boy before him. Harry, you don't need to explain. I can tell you've grown up in the world of ordinary people. Ordinary folks have limited understanding of the wizarding world. My father once recounted to me that in the annals of modern magical history, a boy named Harry Potter emerged as the hero of all wizards. He rescued everyone in the wizarding world. Many children of his age envied him immensely. I, too, engaged in similar antics of impersonating Harry during my childhood, but I was swiftly unmasked. Ron's expression was notably exaggerated. Harry chuckled awkwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Just as he was about to utter something more, a voice interrupted his words. All right, Harry, since a friend has arrived, make sure to treat him well. Harry instinctively glanced at his cousin Dudley, who was fixated on the door of the carriage. Knock, knock. Two dull thuds echoed once more. The wooden door of the train was rapped upon again. A middle-aged woman clad in a uniform approached with a long cart of snacks beside the group. Children, what would you like? I have an array of magical treats, including chocolate frogs, cockroach clusters, bubblegum blowing bubbles, butterbeer, ice cream balls, ginger gnome cookies, and licorice wands. I believe these would delight you. Seeing this, Ron smiled awkwardly. His father, Arthur Weasley, worked at the Ministry of Magic with a meager salary while supporting a large family. Even the coat he wore today was a hand-me-down from his brothers Fred and George, one being Fred's from 2 years ago and the trousers being a patched-up pair for George last year. Both items appeared quite oversized on him. Ron bit his lip and instinctively reached into his pocket to extract a sticky rice ball. Sorry, we brought our own food and do not require anything. Without hesitation, Ron opted to decline, having noticed that Harry's attire was quite similar to his own. It seemed that Harry's background in the non-magical world might not be particularly affluent either. The snack vendor smiled politely and turned to push her cart away. Ron swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of envy. Wait, Mom. At that moment, everyone turned to the voice, discovering Dudley at the window, having set his book aside, gazing at Harry with a benign expression. Harry, I told you, since a friend is here, be generous. Harry instinctively turned his head, an expression of surprise crossing his face. So, can I buy all of these? He asked, looking at his cousin Dudley with hopeful eyes. After all, he seldom indulged in snacks, as Uncle Vernon made him eat leftovers daily. Now, freed from their grasp, the child's innate curiosity compelled him to wish to purchase the entire cart of delightful treats. Dudley regarded Harry in silence, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly uttered 2 words, no way. However, he quickly patted Harry on the shoulder and looked at the red-haired boy. Ron, this is our first visit to Hogwarts. Please help us choose some snacks, I beg of you. Upon hearing this, Harry discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Ron. Their unspoken agreement was sealed. Ron dashed to the cart, filling his pockets and arms with an ample assortment of snacks. In the end, Ron displayed a mischievous expression before Dudley, having deliberately chosen the most extravagant snacks from the cart. Oof, these are the finest selections. A sense of delight from a small act of revenge surged within him, causing Ron to secretly rejoice. Dudley, however, merely shook his head, indifferent. The temperament of a spoiled child was ever-changing. Were it up to him, he would resolutely avoid such trivial social interactions. Although harsh, it was evident through Ron's attire, demeanor, and speech that his family background was not particularly affluent. Yet, this very mindset could easily rob one of the most joyous moments of childhood. Since he had traversed into this realm, he resolved to remedy the regrets of his past life as childhood, as long as he remained safe. Besides, what malice could truly exist among children at play? Soon enough, Dudley's attention was captivated by the magical snacks before him. Harry was also somewhat astonished. His cousin, who was usually only interested in books, seemed intrigued by the treats. Chapter 57, The First Spell Cast. Ron proudly showcased a bag of colorful jelly beans before Harry, exclaiming, Harry, what I hold is none other than Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans. Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans? What is that? Harry inquired, genuinely perplexed, for he had never heard of such a thing. Hey, don't underestimate these. The name alone suggests an array of flavors that is simply staggering. Wait, let me describe it to you. The flavors are beyond imagination. As Ron popped a handful of jelly beans into his mouth, he mumbled, Harry, I can't believe I just tasted eggplant flavor, sardine flavor, and even hamburger flavor. Harry, intrigued, tried one himself, exclaiming, Ron, I think I just tasted cream flavor. Ron chuckled, You're lucky, Harry. Several of my friends have encountered the sewer flavor. The novelty of the snacks piqued Dudley's curiosity, prompting him to grab a jelly bean and chew on it. To his astonishment, it turned out to be eggplant with fish flavor. In that instant, Dudley speculated that these beans were likely a magical confection that randomly simulated flavors conjured from one's imagination, serving as a substitute for similar foods to tantalize the taste buds. Is this what magical snacks are like? Dudley pondered, curiously holding the bean in his hand. His scientific curiosity urged him to unravel how such a phenomenon occurred. But now was not the time. Meanwhile, a furry shadow appeared on the back of Dudley's hand. A small paw reached out and snatched the jelly bean from his grasp, promptly popping it into its mouth, cheeks puffing up as it chewed. With its large ears twitching, the Totoro suddenly opened its mouth and, in a remarkably human-like manner, stuck out its tongue. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Dudley laughed, poking the Totoro's head. Looks like your luck isn't too great. The Totoro flopped down, its facial whiskers drooping to the side, clearly expressing that this was the most distasteful thing it had ever encountered in its life. Dudley, you needn't look any further. This mouse must be reacting to the scent from the sewer, Ron speculated casually. Dudley chuckled and clarified, this is not a mouse. He is called Totoro. Ron appeared puzzled, but rather than the novelty of Totoro, he was more intrigued by the snacks before him. It seemed that Harry's cousin Dudley was not particularly fond of these magical treats, leaving them for Ron to indulge without hesitation. As he rummaged through the snacks, Ron retrieved a small box. Harry, curious, inquired, what is this? With a confident gesture, Ron replied, this is the renowned chocolate frog. Observing Harry's bewildered expression, Ron excitedly elaborated, Harry, I must tell you that chocolate frogs are among the most popular confections at the Wizarding Academy. One of the main reasons for their popularity is the collectible card featuring the likeness of a famous wizard included within the packaging. With Harry's intrigued yet confused gaze upon him, Ron slowly opened the box. Harry caught a glimpse of the contents, a chocolate-shaped frog. Ron handed the box to Harry, pointing to the design on it. Harry, let me tell you, the students at Hogwarts are quite passionate about collecting these cards, and I myself have amassed over 500 of them. Hey, what are you waiting for? Quickly grab that frog and eat it, Ron urged impatiently. Harry, somewhat alarmed, stammered it. It will move. Before Harry could finish, the chocolate frog leaped onto the table. Ron, nonchalantly waving his hand, said, give up, Harry. Once it jumps away, no one can catch that chocolate frog. I learned it the hard way. So now the first thing I do when I open a box is eat the frog. As Ron spoke, the chocolate frog made another leap. See, Harry? It's trying to escape. In an instant, a furry figure flickered and intercepted the chocolate frog mid-air. Totoro landed atop Dudley's head, its tiny paws clutching the chocolate frog and shoving it into its mouth. With a satisfied gulp, it squinted its eyes in sheer delight. Not bad. Harry, your cousin S. Totoro is far superior to my mouse, Scabbers, Ron remarked, glancing at his own brown mouse nestled on his thigh. Scabbers, have you not yet shaken off your penchant for pilfering? Observing the mouse's head completely buried in the snack box, Ron's expression grew somewhat stiff. Without comparison, there's no pain. Glancing at the curled-up Totoro on Dudley's head, Ron felt a twinge of envy for his magical pet, which was not nearly as obedient. Hey, Harry, can you perform magic? Ron asked, chewing on his treat. Harry instinctively shook his head. Not yet. I don't know how to perform magic. Ron's interest piqued. He pulled out a wand from his pocket and waved it in front of Dudley. Harry, does your cousin Dudley know how to perform magic? Dudley looked on with keen interest at the young wizard before him. Indeed, it seems that children often possess an insatiable desire for attention. However, Dudley is also curious to witness the kind of magic that an untrained young wizard can conjure. This way, he can have a point of reference in his mind. Observing Dudley's silence, Ron smirked with satisfaction. Well then, allow me to broaden your horizons. Chapter 58. My name is Harry Dursley, with a flourish of his wand. Ron directed it towards the speckled rat resting on his thigh, preparing to cast a spell. Just then, a knock resonated at the door. A young girl's figure appeared from the side, her long chestnut hair cascading down and her face subtly shaped like a round egg. She wore an oversized black robe, with a bow tie adorning her neck, giving her an impression of a little adult. Hey, I'm looking for a toad. Have you seen one? Ron's movement with the wand froze, and he glared at the girl in frustration. This was his first attempt at magic, and to have it interrupted was quite displeasing. Are you casting a spell? How fascinating. Hurry, let me see. The chestnut-haired girl entered the room with ease, showing no sign of shyness in the presence of strangers. She boldly seated herself next to Dudley. Ron's expression turned awkward as he glanced at Harry, who remained silent, leaving him with no choice but to let out a resigned sigh. All right, I shall attempt the spell again. Pay close attention. With that, Ron began to chant a series of incantations. Daisy, sweet cream, and sunshine wand, heed my command. Transform the fur of this foolish fat rat into yellow. Dudley furrowed his brow at the start of the incantation. Although he had yet to learn how to cast spells, Ron's verbalization sounded suspiciously akin to the jump rope chants he recalled, lacking seriousness. This seemed rather unprofessional. But soon after, at the tip of Ron's wand, light began to gather, shimmering brilliantly. After a moment, the rat on his thigh continued to munch on the cookie within the box. Ron's expression stiffened, and he looked bewilderingly at the three beside him, feeling quite helpless. No, this spell must have been a trick by my brother. A stifled giggle erupted. The chestnut-haired girl covered her face with her hand, laughing lightly, and then with an air of pride, she gazed at Ron. Is this it? This is the magic you intended to perform? Ron was left speechless. The girl naturally retrieved a black wand from her pocket. What are you going to do? Ron instinctively inquired. With a serene expression on her egg-shaped face, the girl replied, not to criticize. But are you sure that what you just attempted can be deemed as magic? To be honest, I have already studied the content in the textbook before the term began, and nobody in my family can perform magic. I practiced a few spells on my own. As she spoke, the girl surveyed the room, ultimately sighing in resignation. It seems there are no suitable objects here. Hey, if you can't perform magic, just admit it. Ron finally found an opportunity to counterattack. Feeling somewhat displeased as he had been consistently overshadowed by the girl of higher stature, the brown-haired girl pouted, exclaiming, Who says I can't perform magic? I have just learned the repairing charm. Ron glanced around, shrugging nonchalantly. It appears there is nothing in need of your repair. How unfortunate. However, Dudley interjected, Wait a moment. If it's the repairing charm, he then snatched the wooden box of chocolate frogs from Harry, pressing down forcefully on it. With a crisp crack, a small section of the box crumbled. Care to give it a try? Dudley grinned, offering the box forward. The brown-haired girl looked curiously at the handsome boy before her, wrinkling her nose slightly. All right then. She raised her wand and softly chanted, Repairing charm, reparo. As her words echoed, the tip of her wand glowed with a bright light. The damaged wooden box began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The splintered wood chips floated into the air from within the box, assembling together as if piecing together a jigsaw puzzle. In a mere 3 seconds, the box was restored to its original state. Ron's expression was one of astonishment, while Harry appeared utterly shocked. Dudley, on the other hand, examined the restored box with keen interest. Under the influence of such magic, it seemed that even the legendary notion of mending a broken mirror could be accomplished. Dudley's curiosity about the essence of magic deepened. Unlike most wizards, learning and using magic was not particularly difficult. However, mastering its intricacies was an arduous endeavor. It was akin to wielding a gun. Merely possessing it grants lethality, yet understanding its origin is paramount. To unravel these mysteries, perhaps Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry could offer enlightenment. It was as perplexing as why 11 equals 2, prompting profound contemplation. The distinction between understanding and merely knowing was vast. In contrast to Dudley's thirst for knowledge, Harry and Ron were exceptionally exhilarated. A girl of their age, capable of casting spells, allowed them to envision a future where they too could wield magic. How did you accomplish that? Harry inquired, astonished. The girl replied effortlessly, It's not that difficult. Although no one in my family practices magic, from the moment I received my acceptance letter from a magical school, I began voraciously reading related literature. I not only reviewed and memorized all the first-year wizarding curriculum, but also discovered that Hogwarts is the most prestigious institution in the wizarding world. With a confident smile, she introduced herself. I am Hermione Granger. And you? Ron, slightly taken aback, replied, I'm Ron Weasley. Harry, observing his cousin's serious fascination with the wooden box, instinctively interjected. He is Dudley Dursley, and I am Harry. No, Harry Dursley. Harry stared incredulously at his cousin, nearly exclaiming in surprise. I am Harry Dursley. Chapter 59. Harry's Wish, Cousin. You're truly kind. I am Harry. At this point, Harry's tone hesitated. He recalled Ron's earlier whispered disdain for those who jest frivolously. After a moment of uncertainty, as if to dispel the confusion of the two ahead and to affirm his identity, Harry proactively brushed aside the hair from his forehead, preparing to reveal the distinctive, lightning-shaped scar. Just then, a gentle hand caressed Harry's forehead. Confused, Harry looked at the figure beside him. Cousin Dudley, what are you doing? Dudley's expression was serene as he gazed at Harry and spoke calmly. Listen, Harry, indulging in tales of heroism is not always a virtue. Harry appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend his cousin's words. Dudley then released his hand, maintaining a composed demeanor as he addressed Hermione and Ron. He is my cousin, named Harry Dursley. Eh. Harry was taken aback. However, observing Dudley's unusually tranquil expression, he surmised that his cousin might have his own intentions. Pleased to meet you. Harry Dursley, Hermione said with a smile, extending her small hand. Harry awkwardly shook it, feeling uneasy at being referred to as Harry Dursley. If you don't mind, you may just call me Harry. Hermione laughed lightly, covering her face. Meanwhile, Ron could no longer contain himself, shaking with laughter as he slapped his thigh. Ha, 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 ha. Ron laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. Hey, you are rather impolite. Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance. Unfazed, Ron poked Harry's forehead, saying, actually, when I was young, I was just like him, obsessed with becoming a hero who saves the world. Unfortunately, no matter how much I drew lightning on my forehead or plaster band-aids on, it was all in vain. No one would believe it. Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively touched his forehead, glancing at the nearby glass window. Sure enough, Cousin Dudley had affixed a band-aid over his lightning scar. Hermione, looking at Ron with annoyance, remarked, let me tell you, no matter how you disguise yourself, it will never succeed. Your fiery red hair could never grow on Harry's head. One of Harry's parents must have black hair. I've seen descriptions of this in history books. Ron scoffed, dismissing any notion of arguing with a lady. Harry, suddenly invigorated, asked, have you heard anything about Harry's parents? Please tell me. Hermione tilted her head thoughtfully, assessed Harry, and sighed. I don't know much. But there are mere fragments of descriptions in modern magical history, the rise and fall of dark magic, and the greatest wizarding events of the 20th century. Hearing this, Harry's expression dimmed slightly. Hermione raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. However, sitting by the window, Dudley suddenly spoke up. All right, Harry, stop overthinking. If you wish to learn more about this matter, you will naturally discover relevant clues once you enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry lifted his head, astonished, gazing at his cousin. Dudley reached out and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Harry, I'll assist you. After all, the representatives from the Ministry of Magic who visited our home mentioned this matter. But you weren't there at the time. Hearing this, Harry adjusted his glasses, revealing a sincere smile. Thank you, Dudley. You're truly kind. Dudley, however, keenly sensed something amiss. He playfully ruffled Harry's hair. Umph. Don't think that just because you said a few nice words, I'll help you with your luggage when we get off. Harry felt somewhat bewildered. Why did he feel today that his communication with Dudley was off-kilter? Ron, unable to contain himself, chimed in, Harry, I truly envy you. I wish I had a gentle brother too. Look at my two brothers. When I was little, they delighted in teasing me. I certainly do not appreciate them. Meanwhile, the train speed abruptly began to dwindle. The scenery outside the express magical train gradually darkened. Well, I must take my leave. I hope we can successfully be sorted into the same house at Hogwarts. Hermione flicked her slightly curled shoulder-length hair, her small face lifting as she instinctively prepared to exit the compartment. Her footsteps paused as she regarded the three boys. Speaking each word deliberately, I advise you to quickly don your Hogwarts uniforms, or you will be publicly reprimanded on your first day. With that, Hermione turned on her heel, leaving the three with a briskly decisive silhouette. Ugh, that is truly irritating, Ron muttered, pouting in displeasure. Yet, he did not wait for Harry to rise and continued to grumble. She acts so high and mighty, as if we owe her money. The tone she uses is just like my nagging mother. It's absolutely exasperating. Ron, still grumbling, turned to Harry earnestly. Listen to me, Harry, my judgment is usually spot on. You'll definitely find Hermione's temperament maddening if you spend too much time with her. I would rather die than share a house with her at Hogwarts. Harry smiled awkwardly. Ron waved his hand dismissively. Harry, I must go. I need to retrieve my luggage and change clothes. I do not wish to be publicly reprimanded on the first day of school. That would be utterly humiliating. Once the two departed, only Dudley and Harry remained in the compartment. Observing the silhouette beside him, engrossed in a book, Harry could no longer restrain himself and asked, Dudley, why must I use a false name? This is strictly speaking deceit. Dudley glanced out the window, calmly setting down the book titled History of Dark Magic. Leaning against the side of the train window, his gaze fixed on Harry. Thunderous rumblings echoed within the train carriage, apart from the gentle sounds of the moving train. Only the heartbeats of the two remained. After a moment, Harry instinctively shrank his neck. The atmosphere felt somewhat eerie, although his cousin remained silent. There was an unmistakable seriousness about him. Dudley sighed, diverting his gaze from Harry to the window, seemingly casual as he inquired, Harry, upon arriving at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, what changes do you most desire? I wish to uncover clues about my parents. Besides that, I hope to make more good friends. Harry replied eagerly. Dudley maintained his flat tone. Making friends. Like those two little wizards from earlier? What do you think of those two? Dudley asked, appearing nonchalant. They're actually quite nice, though Hermione can be a bit temperamental and Ron loves to complain. Still, they give me a good vibe. At least I can feel their kindness towards me. They don't look at me oddly. As Dudley listened, he flipped through the pages of The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, mumbling to himself, Harry, have you forgotten what I previously told you? In an unfamiliar environment, lacking power and knowledge, the wisest choice is to observe, listen, learn, and then reflect. This book, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, clearly chronicles your parents' remarkable deeds and the respect all wizards hold for you, Harry Potter. After you triumphed over the dark forces of the magical world. In the past, Harry had not understood Dudley's words, but this time he scratched his head, tentatively asking, Cousin Dudley, are you suggesting that if strangers learn my name, that I am Harry Potter, it might affect my chances of making good friends? Harry gazed cautiously at his cousin. Dudley gently pinched Harry's cheek, assuring him, enough. Harry, don't overthink it. Things aren't as complicated as you imagine. Often, listening to your cousin is wise, but dwelling on such matters privately won't benefit you. Besides, we're on our way to Hogwarts. Harry winced, puffing out his cheeks and rubbing his face, looking at Dudley with a sense of grievance. Dudley smiled lightly. Harry, don't worry so much. To be honest, only the students may be unaware of your identity. For the magical teachers, it is hardly a secret. In theory, this should help you find the best confidant. Though the situation was somewhat convoluted and difficult to comprehend, Harry nodded his small head. Cousin, although I don't fully understand, I am willing to trust you. Because, Dudley, you are the kindest person towards me in this world. Harry's expression was earnest, his eyes wide with sincerity, looking into Harry's innocent gaze. A flicker of helplessness briefly crossed Dudley's otherwise calm eyes. Harry was still young. He deserved to enjoy a pure childhood. Hogwarts, in theory, represented an ivory tower. Yet it gathered together wizards of extraordinary abilities. Rules can sometimes feel cumbersome. In the lives of ordinary humans, there exists both light and darkness. Thus, in the enchanting realm of wizards, the principle of survival of the fittest undoubtedly prevails even more. All living beings are inescapably bound to competition. Ultimately, possessing a mature and sound mind is essential. It is only right to care for one's younger cousin. The act of changing a name carries a dual significance. This is a test, an endeavor for Dudley to gauge, from an adult's perspective, Hogwarts' attitude towards Harry Potter. Dudley seeks to probe and compare. Moreover, this exploration will soon yield results. Casting a glance at Harry, who was hurriedly donning his wizarding robes, Dudley turned to gaze out the train window. Through the heavy curtain of darkness, a semicircular spire faintly emerged. Hogwarts, that realm where wizardly elites congregate, marked the complete halt of the magical train. The sound of whistles echoed repeatedly. Observing the stream of young wizards disembarking from the carriage, Dudley seized Harry's wrist, leading the way. The small figure followed closely behind, while Harry, with the other hand, struggled to manage his heavy suitcase. Together, they departed the express train amidst the throng. Breathlessly, Harry inquired, Cousin Dudley, where should we go now? Dudley merely pointed ahead to the forefront of the crowd, where a familiar deep voice resonated. First-year students, this way. A robust man appeared, holding an oil lamp, towering over the majority of first years, who barely reached his knees. Cousin, it's Hagrid. Dudley nodded. Rubius Hagrid led the crowd, continuing deeper into the night as he raised the lamp once more, waiting for everyone to gather. Dudley clutched Harry tightly to prevent him from being swept away by the bustling crowd. They advanced through the darkness, and Dudley soon spotted a lake emerging ahead, shrouded in thick mist. The fog enveloped the entire surface of the water, obscuring what lay beyond. This scene only deepened Dudley's confusion. If he guessed correctly, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry must be hidden behind the veil of mist. Yet, why would a school be established amidst such dense fog? As Dudley pondered, a figure squeezed through the crowd. Hey, Harry, I've been looking for you. Upon seeing the distinctive red hair, Harry's face lit up with surprise. Ron, how did you get here? Dudley timely released his grip, allowing Harry and Ron to joyfully reunite. Before long, ripples spread across the lake's surface as wooden boats began to dock at the shore. All right, children, find a suitable boat and climb aboard. We are about to enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hagrid directed from the front. The young wizards gradually boarded the boats, and Harry and Ron quickly identified an empty vessel. As the boat was positioned somewhat high above the shore, they lent each other a hand to climb inside. However, Dudley observed a rather amusing scene. In the distance, Hermione was staring blankly at the wooden boat before her. She was not particularly tall, and ahead lay a pool of water that required her to step onto the water to board the vessel. Yet the individuals on the boat were clearly strangers to her. Hermione's round face hesitated, contemplating whether to call for help. Wait for me. She was quite anxious, but the boat, now steady, had already begun to drift away. Chapter 61. Hogwarts, immiscible with water, anti-science. Hermione, in frustration, stomped her foot on the shore. She had no choice but to change her target and soon found herself before another wooden boat. Hey, Hermione, you're too small. You should eat more regularly. Otherwise, how could you possibly climb aboard a wooden boat? Ron had witnessed Hermione's embarrassing predicament from the very beginning and couldn't help but mutter a few words before stepping forward to offer his hand at the side of the boat. Here, grab my hand, and I'll pull you up. Hermione's round face expressed irritation. Humph. No. She instinctively tossed her hair and turned to walk away. However, there were no available boats left along the shore. Look, Hermione, hurry up and get on, or you'll miss it, Ron urged, gesturing with his chin. No, I don't need your help. Take your hand away. Ron shrugged helplessly. All right, as you wish. He watched as Hermione struggled to pull herself up on the side of the wooden boat. This is what you said, not that I refuse to help you, Ron remarked, hands on his hips. Hermione, resigned, realized that she truly could not climb into the boat. Just then, she felt a pair of hands grasp her lower back. And with that support, Hermione successfully tumbled into the wooden vessel. Harry, give me a hand. All right, Dudley, cousin. Harry stood up and pulled Dudley up from the other side of the boat. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Dudley looked at his own body and shook his head in resignation. I really am weak. This slight exertion made him feel somewhat overwhelmed. Harry, noticing the beads of sweat forming on Dudley's forehead, expressed concern. Cousin Dudley, are you all right? Dudley waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. It's perfectly normal. Just need a moment to rest. At that moment, a pack of napkins was handed to Dudley. Observing the puzzled expression on his face, Hermione raised her round face slightly. These are for you. Remember to return them. Dudley chuckled helplessly. How could he return used napkins? Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude and accepted them, as the chilly night air could easily lead to a cold after sweating. Observing Dudley's flushed cheeks and perspiring forehead, Hermione suddenly spoke up. It seems your body is rather weak. Look at Harry. Though he is also quite slender, his physical condition is vastly superior to yours. Once you enter Hogwarts, to become a competent wizard, my advice is that a healthy body is an essential foundation. Moreover, there are physical competitions at school, such as Quidditch and broomstick flying. Harry couldn't help but speak up in defense of his cousin. He understood the feeling of being misunderstood and imagined that Dudley must be feeling quite hurt. However, Dudley smiled faintly, nonchalantly waving his hand and saying, All right, Harry, no need for explanations. We are about to arrive at Hogwarts. We must heighten our attentiveness. Beside them, Ron seemed to have caught wind of some intriguing gossip. Subtly shifting closer to Harry and whispering, Harry, what exactly happened to your cousin? Harry swallowed hard, sensing his cousin's calm gaze upon him from behind. Instinctively shaking his head, no, it's nothing. Disappointed by the lack of juicy details, Ron stuck out his tongue, TCH. So boring. Meanwhile, Hermione discreetly observed Dudley behind her. Her curiosity piqued. What kind of incident could have led this seemingly gentle boy to such a state of heavy breathing and flushed cheeks? Was it a past infection of a pulmonary ailment? This thought prompted Hermione to recall the outbreak of a novel flu near London a few years ago. On the other side, Dudley sat at the stern of the boat, gazing intently at the thin mist shrouding the lake's end. His speculations deepened. This wizarding school, at least in its majority, was enveloped in dense fog. Moreover, the water in this lake did not belong to the realm of the ordinary. Its color and reflective qualities revealed an unsettling darkness. If he was not mistaken, this was a dead lake. Yet, for now, it remained merely a hypothesis. After a moment's contemplation, Dudley turned to Harry, saying, Harry, lend me your water bottle. Harry, puzzled by his cousin's intentions, nonetheless retrieved the flask from within his coat. Here you go. Taking the bottle, Dudley promptly poured its contents onto the lake's surface. Oh, Dudley, what a waste. Ron instinctively admonished. However, Dudley seemed entirely unperturbed. Utilizing the torches on either side of the boat, he witnessed a most astonishing sight. Water. Water cannot dissolve in water. This was decidedly unscientific. There are many liquids that do not mix with water, such as edible oils or gasoline, directly related to their intrinsic properties and densities. Yet, the drinking water, under the flickering light, exhibited a striking tension against the dark surface of the lake. Indeed, the lake surrounding Hogwarts harbored significant mysteries. As the boat glided along, Dudley filled a small portion of the lake's water into his flask. How intriguing. Observing the water sealed within the cup, a smile crept across Dudley's lips. He had only just stepped into the magical realm, and already he had stumbled upon something fascinating. It appeared that entering Hogwarts would not be as dull as he had anticipated. "Harry, what is your cousin doing? Why would he pour fresh water into the lake?" "My mother told me that untreated water contains a plethora of bacteria, and drinking it without boiling can easily lead to illness." Harry chuckled awkwardly, unsure of his cousin's motives. "All right, Ron, there is nothing unusual about this. Water is abundant in this world." Upon witnessing Harry supporting Dudley, Ron reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Dudley reached out to pat Harry on the shoulder. "Harry, although it may seem somewhat untimely for me to say this, I must remind you that water is a scarce resource. Use it sparingly. It is non-renewable." Ron was left in a state of confusion, pondering the meaning of non-renewable and scarce, terms that exceeded his limited vocabulary. Harry, equally perplexed, gazed blankly at his cousin. Dudley had many admirable qualities, yet his penchant for uttering incomprehensible phrases was his sole flaw. Hermione, standing nearby, grasped a fraction of the meaning, while the statement appeared commonplace. A deeper examination revealed a kernel of truth. Pondering this, she couldn't help but scrutinize Dudley anew. Soon, the boat came to a steady halt, and the first-year wizarding students began to disembark. Before them lay an open area, leading to a stone edifice of European architectural style. The building's apex formed an inverted triangle, while its lower section was fortified with thick stone walls, inscribed with the words boathouse. Dudley surveyed the surroundings. The original guide for the wizard apprentices, Hagrid, had long since vanished. Nevertheless, the crowd seemed to move with an inherent sense of direction toward a specific destination. As the procession advanced, Dudley, still clutching Harry's hand beneath his wizard's robe, paused to step aside from the throng. Fixing his calm gaze upon Harry, silently, he mouthed a few words. Harry's expression shifted from surprise to understanding, and he nodded vigorously, whispering, "All right, Cousin Dudley, I'll follow your lead." "Will you follow?" Ron interjected. His curiosity piqued as he observed Harry. He sensed that there was a secret between the two cousins. Harry hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, "No, it's nothing. You must have misheard, Ron." Hermione joined in, scrutinizing Harry's expression, her round face lifting as she remarked, "Humph, your lies are so clumsy." Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment, while Dudley merely smiled noncommittally. The group of magical apprentices ascended the stairs into Hogwarts. Dudley surveyed the interior of the building. Previously, the dim light outside obscured the contours of Hogwarts. Upon entering, the walls, staircases, and decorations revealed a distinctive character. The walls were a robust, earthy yellow, with clearly defined beams and columns, and the staircase banisters were meticulously carved. Everything emanated a palpable sense of weightiness and antiquity. However, if Dudley were to offer an honest appraisal, he would declare that while the structures were steeped in the richness of history, they were undeniably antiquated, perhaps even stagnant. He felt an instinctive sense that within this heavy, archaic atmosphere lay stringent standards and regulations, an indelible mark borne by all edifices touched by the dust of history. As they turned a corner, the pace of the new wizarding students came to a halt. At the corner of the staircase ahead, a lady donned in a pointed, rounded hat adorned with magical stones appeared unexpectedly. The footsteps of the new students halted in unison. Harry gazed thoughtfully at the woman before him. Her visage bore the marks of age, likely in her 60s, yet her demeanor was strikingly unique. Her gaunt face imparted an immediate impression of sternness and gravity. The witch in the black robe cleared her throat and spoke in a measured tone. "Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The door behind me is the threshold you are about to cross. However, before you enter, there are a few matters you must understand. The school is your home, and every home has its rules. Hogwarts has stringent regulations, and I hope you will remember my words as you embark on this journey." As the black-robed witch's tone shifted, her hand turned, revealing a wondrous scene. The smooth wall behind her began to shed fragments of stone dramatically. Beneath the rubble emerged 4 distinct recesses. All the wizards were captivated by the spectacle. Harry found himself feeling a strange familiarity as he gazed at the sculptures within the wall. The witch continued, "Through this door, you will be sorted into one of 4 houses. Excelling within your house will earn you rewards, while poor performance will incur penalties. Let us briefly introduce them from left to right. The first, a red hourglass atop a lion, represents Gryffindor House. The second, a blue hourglass upon an eagle, signifies Ravenclaw House. The third, a yellow hourglass resting on a badger, denotes Hufflepuff House. The fourth, a green hourglass on a serpent, symbolizes Slytherin House." Once the black-robed, which concluded her explanation, she proclaimed, This is the emblem of Hogwarts. It features the lion, serpent, badger, and eagle, each corresponding to the 4 distinct houses of Hogwarts. Beneath this emblem are 4 phrases: dragon, slumber, never scratch. In an instant, Derry's pupils dilated, and his mind instinctively echoed a phrase. Never provoke a slumbering dragon? Goodness, what a revelation. Derry scratched his chin, realizing that Hogwarts indeed lived up to his expectations. The emblem and motto exuded an air of menace. In the magical realm, does even a school require veiled threats to instill fear in its peers? The historical fragments that linger in the annals of magic are irrefutable evidence of Hogwarts' lasting legacy. Just then, Derry felt an emptiness in the palm of his hand, which had previously nestled within his pocket. Almost instinctively, he glanced up and caught sight of a familiar, furry figure emerging from the shadowy recess behind the Slytherin serpent statue. The creature, a Totoro, lay atop the Slytherin glass case, its mouth agape in a fierce display. 2 tiny fangs protruded ominously. Awoo! The entire episode transpired in the blink of an eye. Oh no! Derry's expression stiffened as he felt the re-emergence of a fuzzy sensation in the palm of his hand. He instinctively contemplated the gravity of the situation. The serpentine creatures possessed an innate predatory instinct towards the chinchillas. Could this potentially provoke a stress response in the chinchillas? Suddenly, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted. The witch in the black robe spun around in astonishment, her expression one of sheer horror, her countenance deeply troubled. Simultaneously, all the young wizards stood in stunned silence. The glass hourglass representing Slytherin's points had shattered. The witch's demeanor was exceedingly grave, her face almost dripping with seriousness. Silence. Pay attention, she commanded. I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Do not presume that trivial tricks will capture attention. In my eyes, you are riddled with flaws, much like certain individuals among you. Do not let your self-proclaimed heroism lead you into arrogance. Such behavior is profoundly foolish and egotistical. Chapter 63. The Sacred Pure Blood Wizard. Oomph. Do not let fame cloud your judgment, she added, casting a pointed glare at Harry, for the recent surge of magical energy had emanated from this vicinity. Professor McGonagall recognized Harry. Among the young wizards, there was no one else who could possess such remarkable magical prowess. The witch's warning gaze perplexed Harry. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable sense of being targeted. Instinctively, he shrank his neck and concealed himself beside Dudley, using Dudley's form to shield himself from the witch's gaze. Professor McGonagall softly exhaled, waving her hand. Reparo. Without further ado, she turned and departed from the scene. The crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter. Ron, standing behind Harry, stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "That old woman is truly terrifying when she's angry, her wrath indiscriminate. It feels as if we owe her money. I have a hunch she is even stricter than my mom. Why is she glaring at us?" Ron inquired, perplexed. Harry shook his head in confusion and waved dismissively. "Sorry, I have no idea." Ron remained baffled. Just then, a gap in the crowd opened up. A voice, tinged with jest, rang out. "Listen what we have. Among our new first-year wizards, there is none other than Harry Potter." Instantly, silence fell. The entire assembly of young wizards became eerily quiet, their gazes fixating on a blond youth within the throng. The golden-haired boy seemed to revel in the attention, relishing the sensation of being the center of focus. Stepping forward, he parted the crowd with ease. With a slender face, chiseled features, and remarkably handsome looks, he approached Harry with brisk strides, one hand draped over the stair railing, his eyes glinting with scrutiny. After a moment, he revealed a barely perceptible smile. "Harry, it's a pleasure to meet you. Behind me are Clark and Goyle," and I, as the golden-haired youth furrowed his brow and spoke. "Why do you not step aside?" He assessed Ron, who stood in his path, and with a cold scoff, he derisively remarked, "That signature red hair and those tattered wizarding robes are truly pitiable. Weasley, step aside, you disgrace of the wizarding world." Malfoy's eyes narrowed, his disdain palpable as he recalled his father's disdain for the Weasley family, who had betrayed the sacred bloodline of the purebloods. He, Malfoy, would never bestow kindness upon them. The noble title of pureblood had been tarnished by the Weasley clan. Only wizards of Muggle descent would stoop to consorting with ordinary folk. Such base behavior left Ron's face flushed, his lips pressed together as he instinctively shifted aside. Malfoy chuckled lightly. "Look, Harry, some wizards are simply unworthy of your friendship. Nobility among wizards can only associate with their own kind. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Harry's expression shifted from astonishment to confusion as he glanced around, finally pointing at Malfoy and then at himself. questioning. Are you talking to me? Malfoy's brows knitted together as he extended his hand, frozen mid-air. Harry, in a bemused tone, replied, I'm sorry. I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Harry Dursley. Malfoy's smile faltered. Disbelief etched across his handsome features, which then contorted into something strange. Harry Dursley? Stunned, Malfoy scrutinized Harry closely, his gaze lingering on the bandage adorning Harry's forehead. He instinctively inquired, while Ron chuckled softly, emboldened now that Harry stood before him. What do you mean, Malfoy? I was in the same compartment as Harry and saw him accidentally bump his head. That's the cause of his injury. What? Do you intend to rudely rip off someone else's bandage in public? Malfoy's hand, poised to touch Harry's forehead, hesitated. As a scion of the noble lineage of the Sacred 28, Draco deemed it beneath him to waste words on these lowly wizards. Yet, the audacity of a destitute Weasley to challenge him was utterly outrageous. After a moment's thought, Malfoy bypassed Ron and addressed Harry. Harry Dursley, I am offering you a chance. If you agree to sever ties with this unsavory company, I can make you my subordinate. Understand, Harry, this is a singular opportunity to align yourself with the wizarding elite. I hope you see the truth and make the right choice. With a look of disdain, Malfoy cast a dismissive glance at Ron, letting out a cold huff. Harry's bright eyes behind his round glasses shimmered, as if filled with unspoken significance. The complexity of emotions enveloped Harry, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that this was the reality of the world his cousin Dudley had alluded to, a realm only accessible under a different name? Chapter 64. A different wizarding world in Harry's eyes. In the magical realm, the mere knowledge of his identity as Harry Potter would elevate Draco, the typically arrogant wizard aristocrat, to the status of a friend. Yet, he denied his heroic identity. In an instant, Draco's demeanor shifted to one of superiority. He deemed Harry unworthy even of friendship, relegating him to the role of a mere subordinate. This moment instilled a sense of confusion within Harry. He had never truly grasped Dudley's intentions, and in the past, his young mind had not pondered such matters deeply. However, the stark contrast of the situation ignited within him an impulse to question everything around him. With a conflicted expression, Harry felt a gentle pat on his back. He recognized it as Dudley's caring gesture, a reassurance amidst confusion. When faced with the incomprehensible, it was best to remain silent and observant, allowing understanding to unfold naturally in due time. Turning to Dudley, Harry offered a pure, bright smile, assuring him, Don't worry, cousin. Me fine. Just then, a witch clad in black robes suddenly appeared behind Draco. Her slender, tall figure and piercing black eyes gleamed with scrutiny. Ahem. Professor McGonagall gently coughed, wrapping the back of the blonde youth with the parchment she held. Who? Draco furrowed his brow and turned, recognizing the visitor, his face instantly flushing with embarrassment as he averted his gaze. My apologies. Unfazed by his glance, Professor McGonagall casually remarked, Often. The history of heroes does not bestow many advantages upon you. Kindness and unity form the bridge for communication among wizards. Her tone carried a hint of reproach as she regarded Harry, instinctively believing he had been misled by the sensational tales of the Daily Prophet and other legendary narratives within a magical world. From her perspective, such misconceptions appeared ludicrous. To embrace the accolades of a hero, one must bear the corresponding burdens, responsibilities, and capacity for humility. She hoped this admonition would instill some wisdom in young Harry, considering his upbringing without parental guidance and the lack of discipline he had endured. As the black-robed witch pondered, an unexpected voice interrupted. You are absolutely right. Often, the history of heroes does not confer many benefits to certain individuals. Indeed, Harry replied, his dark eyes calmly fixed on Professor McGonagall. I wholeheartedly agree with your assessment. Deputy Headmistress. Professor McGonagall was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. This child exuded an air of maturity that was disconcerting. The scene evoked a vague sense of familiarity within her. The last student to speak in such a questioning tone had been a once-renowned genius from Slytherin. Could it be? Professor McGonagall spoke softly, her initial suspicions confirmed. Dumbledore's decision had evidently been misguided. The Muggle family harbored a deep disdain for magic. It was only natural that placing a young wizard in such an environment would result in a character marked by a certain sharpness. The thought softened McGonagall's gaze slightly. Before she could speak, Harry stepped forward earnestly. Indeed, Deputy Headmistress, I believe you are absolutely correct, but I fear there may be a misunderstanding. Allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Harry Dursley. The witch in the black robe froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. as if she couldn't fathom the extraordinary revelation. When had Harry Potter become Harry Dursley? Nonetheless, as the deputy headmistress, McGonagall maintained her composure, merely responding, "Oh, is that so? Harry Dursley is quite a fine name. It seems you wish to sever ties with your past. Very well, I understand. And perhaps this is indeed a prudent choice for the time being. Clever Mr. Dursley." Her tone remained calm, devoid of any emotional inflection. As she turned and walked to the front of the wizard apprentice line, arms outstretched, the once closed doors swung open. Dudley grasped Harry's somewhat stiff, cold wrist, offering him an encouraging glance before they joined the throng entering the resplendent hall. Upon entering, they were greeted by clusters of students clad in wizarding robes, their faces alight with smiles as they welcomed the newcomers. Harry was captivated by the breathtaking scene. The hall was adorned with opulence, and as they walked down the central aisle, Dudley looked up to behold the domed ceiling, cloaked in clouds and shadows, with a glimpse of the starry sky. In an instant, he was certain that such a vivid environment was the handiwork of wizards, for beneath the dome floated dozens of flickering candles. "Wow, this is simply incredible," Harry murmured softly, his excitement mingling with awe as he gazed upon the hall that resembled a dream. "Is this truly the world of wizards?" Beside him, Ron remarked quietly, "It is indeed astonishing. The scene is far more splendid than our family's shabby, floating pots and pans." Dudley's perspective, however, diverged greatly from that of Harry and Ron. His gaze swept over the new students, landing on a row of seats not far away, occupied by wizards displaying various expressions. Some scrutinized, some were curious, others contemplative, while a few regarded the newcomers with indifference. Yet, uniformly, their eyes searched the crowd for something. Were they looking for someone? This was Dudley's first instinct, and it seemed his suspicions might hold greater weight than he had anticipated. Initially, he had thought Harry was merely a hero crafted within the pages of magical history. Unexpectedly, amidst the apparent hierarchy of the wizarding community, there exists a considerable number of individuals who remain concerned about him. This is certainly not a favorable development. Perhaps it is time to reassess Harry's significance. As Dudley pondered this, the entire wizarding entourage came to a halt. The witch leading the way, clutching a parchment scroll, strode forth confidently, then paused before a dusty yellow hat. Professor McGonagall, without uttering a word, gestured towards an elderly man with white hair seated at the center of the elevated platform. The old man's visage was benevolent, despite his advanced age. His eyes shone with remarkable clarity. Clearing his throat, the elderly wizard began, "Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is your home, and you shall feel no constraint. However, before we commence the sorting ceremony, I must reiterate the prohibitions of Hogwarts." Before Dumbledore could continue, Professor McGonagall unexpectedly approached him. Holding the parchment scroll, she unfurled it, revealing the names of the newly admitted young witches and wizards. Yet, her fingers lingered solely on one name, Harry Potter, which was crossed out and replaced with Harry Dudley. Dumbledore likewise furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he unusually closed his eyes, his fingers gently tapping on the tabletop. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 65. The Whisperings of Voldemort, Legilimency. Dumbledore's fingers continued their rhythmic tapping on the table. Yet, he disregarded Professor McGonagall and spoke for himself. "All right, young witches and wizards, welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is your home, and you shall feel no constraint. However, before we commence the sorting ceremony, I must once again emphasize the prohibitions of Hogwarts. Firstly, all students are strictly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. It is an exceedingly perilous place. Additionally, the school's dungeons are off-limits without explicit permission from a professor. Equally, the quarter on the right side of the third floor is also prohibited. I express this solely for your safety. If you wish to avoid peril, it is best to steer clear of these areas." Dumbledore's tone was calm. Yet to all the young witches and wizards, it resonated with a sense of profound gravity. Instinctively, a sense of inexplicable dread arose regarding these locations. Was it magic that influenced their thoughts? Among the crowd, Dudley frowned. He felt no awareness of the Forbidden Forest or the school's dungeons. There were no impressions or images conjured in his mind. Such dangers, outside of self-awareness, could hardly breed fear in many. Moreover, he possessed the reasoning and senses of an adult. Dissecting corpses was as familiar to him as the back of his hand. He had not encountered such feelings of fear in a long time. What was the origin of this emotional anomaly? Yet, he found himself enveloped by this peculiar fear. As Dolly beheld the venerable wizard, adorned with a flowing white beard and seated atop the highest dais, a profound impression was etched in his mind. Powerful. He must possess immense strength, for his casual murmurs seemed to sway the emotions and even the thoughts of all present. Such mastery of magic exemplified his profound expertise. Silence enveloped the room, and Dumbledore reveled in the reactions of the young wizards. Yet he continued to disregard Professor McGonagall. At that moment, Dolly felt a sharp sting at his fingertips. A bite. Suddenly, his body relaxed, and the waves of fear that had plagued him dissipated. He reveled in the soft, furry sensation in the palm of his hand, feeling a sense of relief that this cat bus, aside from its mischievous antics, had some utility. However, in that fleeting moment of regained clarity, he spotted, in the very center of the hall, a dusty yellow hat. If his eyes did not deceive him, he had seen this before, depicted in the pages of the wizard's alchemical notebook he had procured from Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley. The illustration bore striking resemblance to the hat before him. "Dolly, I've noticed you staring intently at that hat. Is there something peculiar about it?" Harry inquired, puzzled by Dolly's increasingly serious demeanor. Dolly whispered among the throng of wizards, "Harry, that should be a sorting hat." Harry, bewildered, replied, "Professor McGonagall mentioned that this hat helps us discern our houses. Is that strange?" Dolly shook his head. "No, you underestimate it, Harry. This is a hat steeped in legend. It was once the property of Gryffindor. The reason it graces the sorting ceremony is that it has been enchanted by the most illustrious figures of Hogwarts' 4 magical houses. I have encountered related information. It is said that Salazar Slytherin infused the hat with cunning and treachery. Helga Hufflepuff imparted loyalty and resilience. Godric Gryffindor endowed it with bravery and chivalry, and the distinguished figure from Ravenclaw bestowed cleverness and wisdom upon it." Dolly lowered his voice further. "Harry, do not underestimate the sorting hat before us. The wizard's alchemical notebook distinctly records that this hat encapsulates the wisdom of the 4 esteemed founders. After absorbing their magical essence, this hat possesses the ability to speak. Moreover, it awakens a legendary passive magical talent, one that instills trepidation in all wizards. This magical gift, devoid of any side effects for the hat, is classified as one of the forbidden spells, the charm of legilimency." Upon hearing Dolly's description, Harry instinctively recoiled, glancing apprehensively at the sorting hat perched upon the platform, and with some difficulty, he stammered, "Legilimency? What consequences might arise from wearing it?" Before Dudley could utter a word, a curious girl with an egg-shaped face leaned in closely, gazing at Harry with intrigue. "Were you just discussing the memory charm? The act of extracting memories from one's mind?" Upon hearing this, Harry instantly turned pale, hurriedly shaking his head. "And no, it's nothing." Hermione, with a hint of suspicion, asked, "Where did you hear that term?" "It's a forbidden curse explicitly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic, causing varying degrees of mental harm to both the caster and the subject." "What happens if one suffers mental damage?" Harry inquired weakly. Hermione shrugged. "What else could happen? I'm not entirely sure. There are mental hospitals in the Muggle world, but the most likely outcome would be, well, one could end up being a complete idiot." At her words, Harry instinctively swallowed hard. Just then, he suddenly gasped softly. Dudley turned, looking at Harry with confusion. Harry rubbed his forehead, slightly puzzled. "It's nothing, cousin, just a bit of headache." Beneath Dudley's calm facade, a hint of seriousness emerged for the first time. Meanwhile, at the sorting ceremony in Hogwarts, 2 figures stood side by side at the left corner. One wore a deep crimson turban, his back turned towards the throng of wizards. Professor Quirrell trembled slightly. His head bowed, his body slightly hunched. In a hoarse and somber voice, he murmured an obscure incantation. "He is coming. I can feel him. I see him. It is he, my new body, right there among the young wizards, the best vessel I have ever encountered. That rat." Chapter 66, The Eyes Severus Loved Most. Quirrell trembled again, his eyes tightly shut as he silently prayed, "Great and noble master, your loyal servant, Quirrell, shall fulfill your will. Please do not rush. There are many powerful wizards nearby, and we must not reveal any weaknesses. Rest assured, given enough time, I will locate it for you." Among the ranks of wizard apprentices, Dudley cast a puzzled glance at Harry. He found it odd that Harry was rubbing the area on his forehead where a band-aid was applied, directly over the distinctive lightning-shaped scar. Suddenly, he heard a soft call and lowered his head, noticing a furry little paw protruding from beneath his wizarding robes. The paw, reminiscent of a cat's, prodded the space before him. "Is someone there?" Instinctively, Dudley looked up and saw a dark-haired man at the edge of the high platform in the Hogwarts Great Hall, his head slightly tilted as he gazed in their direction. No, more precisely, his eyes were fixed on Harry beside him. A teacher from Hogwarts? Dudley wondered. Observing the man's melancholic expression, Dudley furrowed his brow. Through the serious gaze of the somber man in the dark robe, he sensed a profound emotional turmoil, something that most would likely overlook. However, with the discernment of an adult mind, Dudley was acutely aware that the gaze directed at him bore an uncanny resemblance to his own vivid imaginings. It was the look of one who had weathered life's storms, imbued with untold stories. Often, Dudley found himself alone, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings. A profound yearning for his homeland stirring within him, a sentiment rooted in the depths of the soul, evoking an emotional resonance tied to something or someone cherished. It was a weighty feeling, yet such a gaze should not rest upon a mere child of 10 years. A child could hardly bear such emotional gravity. Dudley was certain that in his years of living in London, he had never encountered the individual before him. It was peculiar, extraordinary. Dudley sensed the gravity of the situation. While perhaps Harry felt no trepidation under such a gaze from a wizard, Dudley instinctively reached out, pulling Harry close to shield him with his slightly taller frame. At the dining table of Hogwarts, a gentleman with long black hair and a melancholic visage suddenly sensed the familiar feeling dissipate. A sense of emptiness washed over him. Severus Snape, with a glimmer of confusion in his eyes, almost instinctively murmured words meant solely for himself. "Lily Evans, Potter, is it you who has come?" Snape stood at the side of the dais, his gaze fixed on the newly admitted students of Hogwarts. Since his tenure as a professor at Hogwarts began, he had grown accustomed to such occasions, perhaps even numb to them. Yet, this very numbness had now led him to a flicker of hope, the pair of girlhood eyes he had long awaited. Lily, in a moment of reverie, Snape perceived the figures around him beginning to fade away. The Hogwarts entrance hall was devoid of life. Even Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and familiar apprentice wizards had vanished. Everything around him was subtly transforming. This was the homeland nestled deep within Snape's memories. After decades, memories long sealed within his mind were being unearthed once more. Snape now stood before Street. This was another city near London, Corkworth. Standing there, the street sign in the alley before him bore the name he was about to forget, Spider's Tail Alley. Snape's expression turned rigid, his melancholic visage betraying no emotion. Instinctively, he stepped into the familiar alleyway. Surrounding the alley was a dense fog, the byproduct of factories producing steel, releasing fumes from their blazing furnaces. The air was thick with coal, causing a painful constriction in the throats of those who inhabited this place. Nevertheless, Snape remained undeterred. Continuing onward through the heart of the alley, ahead, the faint sound of flowing water reached his ears. Glancing about, he recalled that this river had never been clean. Even after all these years, it remained sullied. It was a repulsive sight. The water was littered with charcoal and a viscous black liquid, exuding an odor so foul it penetrated the nostrils. Yet Severus Snape continued to forge ahead, seemingly unfazed, until he found himself before a dilapidated house. Surrounding the structure was a heap of refuse, and from the chimney, wisps of white smoke occasionally billowed forth, leading Snape to deduce that there were indeed occupants within. A glance around revealed the dismal environment, where even insects and stray dogs shunned survival. Perhaps only those driven by necessity could endure such conditions. Scattered before the door lay remnants of battered fish skin, along with wrappers from fries and other inexpensive snacks. A flicker of something stirred within Snape's calm gaze. These might have once been among his preferred delicacies. Before the tightly shut door, he hesitated, his hand suspended in the air, unsure whether to push the door open. In that moment of indecision, the weathered door creaked open slightly as a small figure approached from behind him. It was a young boy. The door now ajar, the scene within the room came into clear view. A modest space where a woman, apron tied around her waist, stood at the stove, scrubbing dishes. She paused, gently wiped her hands dry, and embraced the boy with tenderness. Severus, she smiled softly. "Why have you gone out to play again?" "Mother, I made a wonderful new friend. Her name is Lily." The woman affectionately ruffled her child's hair, saying, "Severus, you're doing so well to make friends on your own. That is truly remarkable." The boy's face radiated joy. However, this warm moment was fleeting. Outside the door, a man appeared, a figure with a hooked nose and slanted eyes that seemed to narrow in disdain, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Boring work, tedious life. And you lot, tedious wizards." Chapter 67. "I, Severus Snape, shall change my life." The woman gently nudged her child, prompting Snape to turn reluctantly. "Stop right there," the man suddenly called out. The boy froze in place. He muttered defiantly. The man snorted dismissively as the door shut. The woman shot a reproachful look at her husband. "Tobias, how many times must I tell you not to take out your anger on the child? It's simply not right. And how could I have been so blind to have chosen you? Shut your mouth." Tobias slammed his hand on the table. "Aileen, are you blaming me? Damn it, do you have any idea what people say about me? They say I married a wife who performs magic tricks. My wife. Out in public, performing for attention, making fools of us all. Damn it. Do you know what they said when they saw me? They all call me a coward. Erin exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Tobias Snape, what do you mean by this? Are you blaming me? What gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner? The man, his eyes wide with rage, bellowed, You need to hold your ground, Erin. Is that not enough? As a housewife, is it not humiliating enough to perform for a living? Where am I supposed to show my face as your husband? Ridiculous. Erin scoffed. Humiliated? Look at yourself. Tobias, have you held a legitimate job since we wed? You've quit every single one I painstakingly secured for you after only a few weeks, following the birth of our child. All financial burdens have fallen solely on my shoulders. I'm not only supporting our child, but you as well. Can you live with yourself? Tobias, consumed by shame and anger, overturned the table, roaring, I've told you. Those jobs were unbearably dull. I detested them. Besides, that does not justify your performing on the streets. The woman nearly screamed, Tobias, you are utterly unreasonable. In the dilapidated entryway, the sounds of their furious accusations echoed intermittently. Meanwhile, a small boy huddled within the confines of the house, trembling helplessly, unable to alter the course of events. He harbored a deep disdain for the man who claimed to be his father, a mere muggle devoid of magic, who only knew how to shout. Why did he have to rage against his own mother? The boy drew a wand from his pocket, the tip glowing red as a beam of light shot forth, incinerating the flies in the room in an instant. Standing at the doorway, Snape remained silent for a long while. He despised this place. Even though it was once his home, filled with the mother he cherished and the father he loathed, he still abhorred it. I detest this place, and I have not even set foot inside. Snape waved his hand casually, and the house began to fade away. The dilapidated neighborhood, the decaying alleyways, and the foul surroundings vanished into thin air. Before him lay a lush green meadow, fragrant with blooming grass. At its center stood a magnificent tree, its branches sprawling and leaves rustling gently in the breeze. In the heart of this serene landscape were two figures, a boy and a girl, both appearing to be under 10 years of age. The girl, Lily, knelt beneath the grand tree, her bright eyes wide with concern, facing the tattered-clad Snape. Snape, truly, I did not deceive my sister Petunia. You must believe me, she implored, her lips pressed together, tears shimmering in her eyes. Snape gazed tenderly at the girl before him, responding softly, yes. I believe Lily would never lie. With gentle hands, he reached out to wipe away the tears from her cheeks. Yet the girl remained somewhat bewildered, saying, But my sister Penny claims that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is merely a fabrication. Snape, however, extended his hand voluntarily, retrieving a wand from within his robes and softly uttering an incantation, levitation charm. The tip of the wand glimmered with a radiant light as a fallen leaf inexplicably floated before the young girl. Snape gazed at her with a gentle smile, reassuringly stating, Do not worry, Lily. You and I are both children of magic. It is perfectly natural for us to receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts. As for Penny and her kind, they shall forever remain untouched by the world of magic. In theory, she is correct. Magic does not exist for her. The magical realm is a reality solely for young sorcerers like you and me. Lily, her eyes fixed on a leaf suspended in midair, hesitantly questioned, Is this truly real? Snape nodded firmly, affirming, Indeed, it is all genuine. Yet, Lily appeared troubled, stating, But I previously heard you say your mother was a witch. So it makes sense that you possess magic. My parents, however, have no magic. They are referred to as muggles in the wizarding world. Might my identity be somewhat? As she trailed off, her gaze fell to the ground, for she had never encountered magic and felt utterly ignorant of the magical world, unlike Snape, who had a witch for a mother. A wave of disdain surged within him, yet upon witnessing the despondency in Lily's eyes, he quelled his prejudice and reached out to grasp her hand, saying, Rest assured, Lily. Trust me, your muggle origins do not fundamentally differ from my wizarding heritage. We are the same kind. We are both wizards. The girl whimpered, But what if they bully me? Snape decisively replied, Trust me, Lily. I will protect you. Upon hearing this, the forlorn expression on Lily's face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile as she leaped into Snape's embrace, exclaiming, This is truly wonderful. Thank you so much, Snape. You are truly a good person. Filled with joy, Lily regarded Snape as the finest person in her life. As he looked into her bright, enchanting eyes, this moment was indelibly etched in Snape's memory. A pure beauty, breathtakingly exquisite, yet fleeting. Illusions last but an instant, once too feeble to alter the predetermined outcome. Severus Snape now found himself at a pivotal moment when a hand unexpectedly rested upon his shoulder. The sorting ceremony at Hogwarts is about to commence, Professor Snape. Chapter 68. Dudley's Predicament, The Heartbreak Curse. Professor Snape, what were you just gazing at? Or were you lost in thought? Snape furrowed his brow at Quirrell beside him, expressing his distaste. Remove your filthy hand. However, his eyes were also filled with curiosity. Why was the area Snape was staring at aligned with the direction his master was observing? What exactly lies beneath the surface? Has Snape uncovered something significant? Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, growing increasingly impatient, whispered Headmaster Dumbledore, "It has been over 10 minutes. If we do not commence soon, it may cast a negative light on the proceedings." However, Dumbledore appeared as if he had just awakened from slumber, stifling a yawn and waving his hand dismissively, showing no sign of urgency. It became evident that Harry Potter's name had not undergone any new alterations, remaining consistent with before. Harry Potter was crossed out, with Harry Dursley inscribed beside it. What could this signify? Professor McGonagall cast an exasperated glance at Dumbledore, whose thoughts always seemed elusive. It appeared that she would have to take charge of the situation. With a serious demeanor, she surveyed the gathered wizards and proclaimed, "Now, the sorting ceremony officially begins. Students whose names are called, please step forward." In due course, the witch McGonagall reached for the Hogwarts sorting hat placed at the center of the podium. Just then, the hat began to speak on its own accord. "Dearest young witches and wizards, allow me to introduce the various houses. Should you desire to join Gryffindor, be aware that it harbors courage deeply rooted within the heart, characterized by boldness, spirit, and a generosity. If Hufflepuff appeals to you, know that this house embodies integrity and loyalty, with its students being diligent and honest. Of course, if neither of the above captivates you, and if you possess a sharp intellect, you might find solace among the wise in Ravenclaw, where scholars abound. Lastly, do not underestimate Slytherin. It is a haven for the elite, where one may forge the finest friendships, but those who gain entry are invariably masterful schemers." As the sorting hat spoke, Hermione, standing behind Dudley, seemed to have an epiphany. She leaned closer to Harry and Dudley, whispering, "I just remembered, Dudley, the spell you mentioned, the Patronus charm, was discussed in some news articles in Diagon Alley. They claim that when one achieves a high level of proficiency in it, it is also referred to as the Heartbreak Curse." "Heartbreak Curse," Dudley responded, puzzled. "What is that?" Harry, too, was taken aback by Hermione's description. Hermione shook her head, uncertain. "Before the term started, I encountered intriguing books and newspapers at various stalls in Diagon Alley, but my understanding of the Heartbreak Curse is rather superficial. The Patronus charm allows the caster to glimpse into others' memories and thoughts. If we deduce solely from the name, the Heartbreak Curse likely alters the victim's mindset and psyche, dismantling their mental defenses." As Hermione elaborated, she glanced at Harry. Harry? Why does your complexion appear so pallid?" Harry took a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions. "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely startled by what you mentioned about the Heartbreak Curse." Hermione, with her egg-shaped face, appeared somewhat perplexed. She pouted, not convinced by Harry's explanation, but seeing his hesitance, she simply shrugged her shoulders, conceding, "All right then." Meanwhile, Harry felt a large hand resting on his shoulder. Looking up, he found his cousin Dudley gazing at him with a calm expression. "Harry, you need not worry. The sorting hat's primary function is to assess each student's potential and character to determine the most suitable house for them. Furthermore, the sorting hat had a long-standing history at Hogwarts, and the students had never perceived anything amiss about it." As Harry listened to Dudley's explanation, he felt a slight sense of reassurance and nodded encouragingly, displaying a sunny expression. "Rest assured, cousin, I will certainly make an effort. I hope we are sorted into the same house." Dudley, however, merely nodded noncommittally. In truth, the most anxious person present was undoubtedly himself. Despite all calculations, he had never anticipated that Hogwarts would employ such a scrutinizing mechanism during the sorting. Dudley had previously speculated that, according to the historical records of magic, the magical world was fraught with internal strife, with various factions entangled in conflict. The most crucial aspect of establishing a school amidst chaos was safety. Viewed from another perspective, a magical school produces wizards who venture into the magical realm. This is fundamentally different from the world of ordinary people. Wizards, wielding wands, are akin to possessing weapons of considerable lethality. From Dudley's mature and composed reasoning, the wizard apprentices within the Ivory Tower equate to military academies in the ordinary world. This is a bastion for nurturing talent and strength, where infiltration by enemies is most abhorred. Initially, Dudley believed that the magical guides assigned to each student would conduct a thorough vetting of the young wizard's identities before enrollment. To his surprise, there was a second layer of scrutiny. The Sorting Hat, possessing the forbidden spell Legilimency, placed him at a distinct disadvantage. If the spell could read thoughts, how much could it truly access? To what extent could it pry into memories? What effects could the Obliviate charm have? Though Dudley yearned to delve into the mysteries of this legendary magical artifact, he bore too many secrets of his own, aside from those distant memories from the East. The Wizard Gene Cell Experiment, the Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Reboot, the clever acquisition of information regarding the Philosopher's Stone from Ollivander's wand shop, and the residual fragments of the Philosopher's Stone within himself, if these would be uncovered by the Obliviate charm. Chapter 69. The Genius Hermione, Grade S Talent. Dudley furrowed his brow, his expression grave, and Harry, observing his cousin's serious demeanor, instinctively pursed his lips. Suddenly, Ron leaned in, glancing at Harry as he whispered, "Isn't it just so pretentious? Why does Hermione always have to flaunt her knowledge? Is it simply because she had spent a year at home preparing for all the first-year wizarding courses that she could exhibit such arrogance?" Harry felt somewhat bewildered, as he had not previously recognized these dynamics. In his past life, he had subconsciously adapted to the commands of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Faced with Hermione's somewhat haughty demeanor, Harry felt no sense of wrongdoing. However, upon hearing Ron's suggestion, he instinctively sensed a hint of validity in his words. Nevertheless, Harry recalled his cousin Dudley's advice to listen, observe, and reflect. He did not immediately express agreement with Ron's perspective. At that moment, Professor McGonagall unfolded a parchment on the dais. Glancing at the names inscribed, she proclaimed with a serious expression, "Miss Hermione Granger, please come forward." Hermione, amidst the crowd, was taken aback, her round face reflecting shock. "Me? Is it my turn?" she thought, surveying her surroundings in a daze. Her heart began to race. With her head bowed and eyes tightly shut, she muttered rapidly to herself, "It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Hermione, you're amazing. Believe in yourself. You are the best. Don't mind the gazes of others. Absolutely not." As Hermione hurried past, murmuring to herself, Ron smirked and nudged Harry, saying, "Did you see that? Harry? I told you, Hermione's not quite right in the head. What do you think?" Although Harry felt inclined to agree internally, he merely offered an awkward smile and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Dudley was oblivious to the tension surrounding the little witches and wizards, intently observing the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts. Remaining composed is an essential trait for any researcher. By meticulously observing and summarizing patterns, and thinking calmly, one can capture fleeting clues. Dudley's eyes were fixed ahead. At that moment, Hermione stepped out from the crowd, and as she left the throng, she decisively opened her eyes, which had previously been shut tight, now sparkling with newfound confidence. She ascended the steps, approaching the Sorting Hat with measured strides. With a confident smile and a graceful turn, a bold expression adorned her round face. Yet, Dudley saw through her facade with keen insight. Was she attempting to mask her anxiety with such fervent emotion? Many timid creatures possess this instinct to conceal their fear. Professor McGonagall, with her austere and rigid demeanor, regarded Hermione seated on the stool and placed the Sorting Hat atop her head. Time passed slowly. In the professor's indifferent gaze, a flicker of incredulity emerged. In her perception, this unassuming girl had managed to keep the Sorting Hat deliberating for several minutes without a conclusion. What could this signify? Did the girl possess a brilliant mind? Exceptional magical talent? A rare smile crept onto Professor McGonagall's lips. She was delighted. On the very first day of the sorting ceremony, she had stumbled upon a true gem. A young wizard brimming with exceptional potential is indeed a boon for Hogwarts. In the next moment, the tattered Sorting Hat opens its wide, dark mouth, seemingly engaged in a soliloquy. "Oh, it is indeed quite a conundrum, dear young wizard. To which house do you truly belong? From my perspective, you are intelligent, outstanding, and possess an insatiable curiosity that drives your quest for knowledge. These are commendable qualities. Let me ponder. Should I place you in Slytherin? No, no. The students there are cunning, shrewd, and ambitious. Your presence would surely incite envy among them. Then perhaps Hufflepuff? Though Hufflepuff is indeed a fine house, with warm and loyal students, and the dining hall's fare is quite splendid, I believe it may not suit you. You are an exceptional and astute young lady, and among such students, you would stand out, potentially leading to arrogance and complacency, thus squandering your gifts. It is not your fault. Truth be told, the students of Hufflepuff can be somewhat dim-witted. I truly believe that Ravenclaw is the most fitting for you. The students in Ravenclaw are characterized by their curiosity for the unknown. They are intelligent and thrive on the pursuit of knowledge and a quality life. Indeed, this place should be perfect for you, and I am certain you will forge friendships with a diverse array of wizarding companions. So, Ravenclaw it shall be. Harry, you are quite clever, but after delving into the biographies of wizards, I have come to realize that in the magical realm, perhaps emotional intelligence far outweighs mere intellect. As mentioned in the books, when a war of magic loomed, the wise fled, and the clever wizards lost their principles. Harry was perplexed, yet Hermione faintly sensed why, despite her excellence. She had so few friends. She fervently whispered, "No Ravenclaw. Absolutely not Ravenclaw. Do not place me in Ravenclaw." Chapter 70. The Flaw in the Veil, Harry's Challenge. No Ravenclaw. No Ravenclaw. No Ravenclaw. The Sorting Hat's voice faltered, seemingly perplexed, and after a moment, it spoke to itself. No Ravenclaw. Why? This place is indeed perfect for you. Exceptional individuals create the most magnificent sparks when together. Is this not what you have always yearned for? Since you despise Ravenclaw so much, let me see why that is. Oh, I see, my dear child. You possess remarkable wisdom, and you also understand the significance of responsibility. Well, Gryffindor is not without merit. The majority of its students are brave and noble, and among them are certainly some who are intelligent. Perhaps what you currently lack are the most vital qualities. I hope you find them in Gryffindor. At last, Hermione Granger, Gryffindor House. The Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly. Professor McGonagall instinctively adjusted her hat. The pallor on Hermione's oval face vanished entirely, replaced by an expression of unrestrained excitement. Her joy was palpable as she leapt from her seat. The entire hall, comprising both upperclassmen and faculty, erupted in applause to welcome her. With the sorting ceremony, Hermione officially commenced her journey at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dudley's gaze swept across Hermione's cheek, observing her acceptance into Gryffindor with a faint smile of satisfaction. He felt a sense of happiness, not for Hermione, but because he had discerned a crucial clue. As a legendary magical artifact, the Sorting Hat seemingly could not instantaneously access all the memories within a young wizard's mind. At present, it required time, an interval that Dudley meticulously calculated to range from a few seconds to several minutes. Powerful beings often reveal their vulnerabilities inadvertently, as they stubbornly believe that certain things are utterly impossible. Indeed, calm observation invariably leads to valuable insights. Dudley glanced at the elderly gentleman seated at the center, Dumbledore. He noticed the old man's hands gently interlaced, one remaining still while the other softly tapped against the back of his hand. His gaze was placid, devoid of any tumult. In that fleeting moment, Dudley felt a sense of familiarity. It was the hallmark expression he had encountered with his postdoctoral supervisor at the Biological Research Institute. Beneath the calmness lay a wellspring of wisdom. Dudley reflected with a sense of admiration. The headmaster of Hogwarts was indeed formidable. However, Dudley did not linger on this thought. As a newcomer to the magical school, he currently did not seek to attract undue attention. Too many eyes upon him would likely invite unnecessary complications. Soon after, the actions of the Sorting Hat further corroborated Dudley's hypothesis. The time taken for each young wizard to be sorted ranged from a mere 2 to 3 seconds, while a few extended to several minutes. The blonde youth, Malfoy, was sorted into Slytherin, while Ron Weasley was placed in Gryffindor. The identities of the other young wizards remained unfamiliar to Dudley. The number of young wizards on the platform dwindled significantly. Professor McGonagall, glancing at the parchment in her hands, displayed a rare expression of concern on her otherwise stern face. She turned to observe Dumbledore behind her. In response, Dumbledore adjusted his posture, leaning back slightly while maintaining an upright position, his hands firmly gripping the armrests. His expression remained unchanged, yet his focus evidently intensified. Beneath Professor McGonagall's ample black robe, her fingers tensed as she furrowed her brow at Dumbledore. She had ceased to engage with this cryptic headmaster. From the moment she first laid eyes on Harry, she sensed that this young lad possessed a rather disagreeable temperament. He dared to retort to an elder, displaying a lack of manners and a certain rudeness, an evident consequence of the irresponsible upbringing from the Dursley's Muggle household. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, bearing the weight of the hero's name, one must acknowledge the burdens that accompany such a title. In this moment, Harry appears unworthy in the eyes of Professor McGonagall, who believes that his renowned legacy may even endanger him. She has made her decision. Next, please welcome Harry Dursley to the stage for the sorting ceremony. The surrounding wizards do not react with fervor. Such a response is to be expected, as there are many with the same name in London. Moreover, the distinction in surnames is evident. The legendary wizard who saved the world is known as Harry Potter, while the boy before them is simply Harry Dursley, two entirely different individuals with no connection whatsoever. Professor McGonagall observes the audience's reaction with satisfaction. If he chooses to remain hidden, so be it. Embracing the life of an ordinary person may serve him well. Let this matter pass, and may Harry Potter fade into the annals of history. At this moment, Harry stands amidst the crowd, his complexion pale and his body reluctant to advance. Yet a gentle hand rests on his back, offering reassurance. Go on, Harry. It will be fine. You must trust me. Hearing his cousin Dudley's promise, Harry exhales deeply, nodding earnestly as he gazes at Dudley. Cousin Dudley, rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. With that, Harry retrieves a fresh bandage from his pocket, intending to seal his forehead scar once more. However, Dudley playfully restrains Harry's hand, wary of drawing unnecessary attention. Go on, Harry. Relax. Everything will turn out well. Dudley chuckles, ruffling Harry's hair. Harry adjusts his round glasses and ascends the steps to the sorting ceremony, ultimately taking a seat upon the designated stool under the watchful eyes of the assembly. A robust wizard on stage instinctively blinks in disbelief, astonished to find that the boy who was once known as Harry Potter has now become Harry Dursley. This transformation is utterly unfathomable. In a state of confusion, he turns to search for Dumbledore, only to find the esteemed headmaster indifferent to his dismay. No, it cannot be. Hagrid instinctively opens his mouth to inquire, but is silenced by McGonagall's stern gaze, which conveys a clear warning. Utter another word, and you shall face the consequences. This nearly 3-meter-tall giant deflates like a punctured balloon, while even Severus Snape stands in stunned astonishment. Harry Dursley? This cannot be. The familiar eyes and the almost adversarial expression on the boy's face convince Snape that this child is undeniably Harry Potter. The image of that insufferable bully is etched in his memory, leaving no room for doubt. This boy before him is indeed Harry Potter. Professor Dumbledore, why? Upon contemplating this, Snape directed his gaze toward Headmaster Dumbledore, whose expression remained serene and gentle, betraying not the slightest hint of emotional disturbance. Behind him, Professor McGonagall bore an expression of indifference as she inquired, Are you ready, Harry? Chapter 71, Stalemate Unveiled. In her grasp lay a parchment scroll, while the other hand held a dusty yellow hat. Harry's expression was tense, his face pale. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth and declared, I am ready. And thank you for accepting my new name, Professor McGonagall. At his words, McGonagall smiled with quiet satisfaction, choosing not to elaborate further, instead placing the sorting hat firmly upon Harry's head. In an instant, the incessant, prattling voice of the hat, known for its penchant for rambling and critiquing trivial matters, fell silent. The entire hall was enveloped in profound stillness. Seconds ticked by. McGonagall's initial calmness transformed into a look of bewilderment. No, it cannot be. Her face was a portrait of shock as she turned to Dumbledore, disbelief etched across her features. How is this possible, Professor Dumbledore? Wizards of considerable prowess can cast remarkably simple spells without wands. Much like the uncomplicated incantation exchange between the two, McGonagall's gaze conveyed an unspoken understanding of Dumbledore's thoughts. This was truly unfathomable. 5 minutes. The sorting hat remained silent for an astonishing duration exceeding 5 minutes. Professor Dumbledore. Since the inception of the sorting hat at Hogwarts, no peer had achieved such a feat apart from myself. The extent of Harry's magical talent and potential was staggering. What reserves of magic reside within him? Furthermore, is he truly comparable to that past Slytherin prodigy? Dumbledore's countenance remained unchanged, yet a benevolent voice resonated within McGonagall's mind. No. Professor McGonagall, you are mistaken. The Slytherin child was merely an immature youth, while Harry's magic and accomplishments will surpass his. This is inevitable, for Voldemort is but an ambitious schemer, whereas Harry is a hero, truly a hero. McGonagall was astonished. It was the first time she had ever heard the headmaster of Hogwarts bestow such high praise upon an individual, especially one so young. Amidst the gaze of the crowd, Harry instinctively closed his eyes. After a brief pause, the sorting hat seemingly spoke to itself. Harry, you are indeed a remarkably courageous child, yet courage alone is insufficient. It borders on recklessness. However, there is more to you. How curious. I can perceive two distinctly contrasting natures within you. You harbor two opposing emotions that are both contradictory and conflicting, introversion and extroversion. I sense that you are a clever, wise child, endowed with a measure of bravery. Splendid. I believe Slytherin may indeed be more suited to you. The wizards of Slytherin, though cunning, embody a certain cleverness. They are shrewd and astute, not lacking in formidable ambition. This aligns perfectly with you, Harry. I sense another emotion stirring within you. It is known as desire. Harry, do you find yourself yearning? Oh no, are you desperately attempting to prove something? You long to break free. The Sorting Hat murmured incessantly, its voice a continuous stream of sound. Meanwhile, Harry tightly shut his eyes, his mind fervently repeating a mantra. I am Harry Potter. I am Harry Potter. I am Harry Potter. Yet the Sorting Hat remained unyielding, its dark mouth writhing as it muttered to itself. Ah, it seems fitting. Ambition, yes, ambition. This feeling is most familiar to me. Excellent. I perceive that you are quite suitable for Slytherin. In this wizarding house, your desires will be fulfilled, and your personal power will be significantly enhanced. Your fragile spirit shall be tempered. As long as you become an exceptional figure in Slytherin, you shall undoubtedly realize your dreams. This is the path that brings you closest to your innermost aspirations. This time, Harry comprehended the Sorting Hat's words. Slytherin? What is this? Am I to attend Slytherin? In the same wizarding school as that blonde, pointed-faced Malfoy? The arrogant one who mocks and bullies ordinary wizards upon first meeting? Just the thought of that haughty Malfoy, who looks down upon others with disdain, filled Harry with instinctive aversion. He loathed the feeling of being bullied. Yet, he remained steadfast in remembering his cousin Dudley's promise. Casting aside distractions and silently repeating, I am Harry Potter. I am Harry Potter. I am Harry Potter. The voice of the Sorting Hat faltered. This time, it no longer ignored Harry's self-affirmations. The Sorting Hat's mouth curled in confusion, its tone dripping with dissatisfaction. What? You do not wish to be in Slytherin? You must understand. Should you enter Slytherin, you are destined to become a figure renowned throughout the wizarding world. You will attain everything you desire. Are you willing to forfeit this opportunity? Harry disregarded the Sorting Hat's temptations. In his view, as long as he did not go to Slytherin, any other house would suffice. The Sorting Hat fell silent, seemingly caught in profound contemplation. Finally, in a fit of irritation, it shook the tip of its hat and spoke with a tone of discontent. Very well, I understand. Since Slytherin is off the table, considering all factors, Gryffindor may indeed be a suitable choice. Quite fitting for you. After the Sorting Hat's declaration, it appeared to await Harry's decision, noticing no signs of dissent from him. The earthy-colored hat perked up, its dark mouth wide open in an expression of exuberance. Then, congratulations to Gryffindor House on the addition of a new wizarding student. The originally synchronized students of Gryffindor stood frozen in their rising postures, their faces etched with shock. Mr. Harry Potter, congratulations on joining Gryffindor. Chapter 72, The Glory of Wisdom. The students of Gryffindor, once standing in unison, were now seized by astonishment, their expressions betraying disbelief. Their hands, poised to applaud, remained suspended in midair. A sea of bewildered young wizards filled the hall, their shock palpable. The entire Hogwarts auditorium, regardless of whether the wizards were new or seasoned, was captivated by the scene on stage. Countless pairs of eyes burned with a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Harry Potter. Wasn't Professor McGonagall referring to him as Harry Dursley? How had he transformed into Harry Potter? Could it be a mistake on Professor McGonagall's part? This was inconceivable, as she was known for her seriousness and stern demeanor. Was it then the fault of the Sorting Hat? Such questions swirled among all the wizards present. My heavens! Could the Sorting Hat have erred? Hermione wore an expression of sheer horror, while Ron gazed at Harry on the stage as if he had seen a ghost. It was often said that forging friendships could lead to future assistance, and now Ron found himself befriending a legendary figure within the wizarding world. Malfoy furrowed his brow in frustration. How infuriating! He exclaimed, pounding his fist on the table. Clark and Goyle shared his bewilderment. Malfoy glared at his two companions, saying, What is there to be surprised or confused about? He is merely Harry Potter. Damn it, being a muggle-born is one thing. But to conceal his identity and audaciously reject my friendship in public, this is a blatant disregard for the Draco family. I must teach him a lesson. Goyle replied. You're right, Malfoy. Clark added, It makes sense. This Harry is truly despicable. Malfoy should show him who is boss. Snape's expression remained impassive, yet he sensed the underlying issues at play. The rare occurrence of a dilemma in the decision-making of Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, and Headmaster Dumbledore stirred his thoughts. Why had this transpired? Snape fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Great Hall became increasingly awkward, with murmurs of discussions among the crowd. Professor McGonagall's face darkened, her anger palpable. As deputy headmistress, this was the first time she felt her dignity was being challenged in such a public setting. Such an incident should never occur under the gaze of so many. The ongoing chatter and skepticism from the young wizards only served to harden her traditionally stern expression. Suddenly, The atmosphere shifted as she cast the transfiguration spell, illusory trap. An inexplicable aura enveloped the surroundings. The cacophony of students in the hall abruptly ceased. Dudley sensed a strange danger, an odd sensation, even though nothing around him had visibly changed. Yet in this very moment, his instincts were set on high alert, a sensation that arises only when living beings confront peril. This circumstance was all too familiar to him, reminiscent of Professor Dumbledore's previous demeanor. However, a distinct divergence existed between the two. Professor McGonagall had evidently cast a spell to orchestrate this entire scenario. What, then, is the principle behind such a phenomenon that can so profoundly influence the emotions of the masses? For the surrounding events were imperceptible to the naked eye. One could not ascertain the fluctuations of one's mind and emotions from a material perspective. If one were to compel Dolly to make a fundamental judgment, it would be akin to invisible radio waves, unseen and undetectable, yet capable of imparting understanding to the mind instantaneously. How intriguing. Gazing at Professor McGonagall on the platform, Dolly managed a composed smile. A humanoid signal transmitter and humanoid computer terminal, perhaps? The bridge that connects them might very well be the magic spoken of by wizards. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Professor McGonagall remained utterly still. Yet, a voice of inquiry pierced through, reaching Dumbledore's ears. Professor Dumbledore. What do you mean by this? I demand an explanation. A reasonable explanation. Professor McGonagall's voice was rigid, given that Dumbledore had tacitly assigned the decision to her. What was the purpose of suddenly revealing Harry Potter's identity? Furthermore, the Sorting Hat, a legendary artifact, had always been under Dumbledore's stewardship. If any issues arose with the Sorting Hat, Dumbledore bore undeniable responsibility. Professor McGonagall, I believe you have misunderstood. The authority to determine whether Harry can successfully cast aside his past identity does not lie with me. McGonagall interjected with a furrowed brow. If not you, then who? Dumbledore cast a significant glance at the Sorting Hat and remarked, Professor McGonagall, this matter is not one for you or I to resolve unilaterally. Since the founding of Hogwarts, a voting assembly system has been in place. I believe this is a decision made collectively by the most distinguished individuals from the four houses of Hogwarts: Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Their consensus has rendered this a fact. So, Professor McGonagall, there is no need for you to take it so personally. Dumbledore advanced, gently clapping his hands. The sound of applause resonated throughout the hall, and all the wizard apprentices instantly felt a wave of relief wash over them, the inexplicable pressure dissipating. In the center of the Hogwarts Great Hall, Harry stood as the focal point, his complexion pale, his small face filled with tension. In the heart of the hall, Harry instinctively placed his hand upon the bandage on his forehead. Summoning his courage, he steadied his gaze, recalling a figure from his memories, his emotions gradually calming. Finally, Harry spoke with a tone that was calm yet tinged with regret. First, I would like to apologize to everyone present. I'm sorry. Dumbledore's hands froze mid-applause, and Professor McGonagall's impending words faltered. All the wizards present were taken aback. The momentary silence bolstered Harry's confidence. I sincerely apologize for the trouble and misunderstandings I have caused. To be honest, changing my name was a desperate measure. I have always lived in the Muggle world, and upon discovering my true identity, I felt unworthy of being hailed as a hero in the wizarding realm. My intention in coming to Hogwarts and concealing my name was to forge genuine friendships. My adoptive parents warned me that fame would attract unwanted attention, and I did not wish for my status as a hero to taint the initial interactions with you all. Ultimately, I deceived you, and I extend my heartfelt apologies. I hope my fellow wizards can find it in their hearts to be understanding. As Harry concluded, he bowed earnestly to Gryffindor House. In that fleeting moment, the Great Hall held its breath. When a child speaks with the gravity of an adult, the audience cannot help but be charmed, for Harry's sincerity was palpable. He genuinely yearned for companionship. Emotions require a catalyst. Had the tension caused him to overlook the final step? Dudley silently observed Harry, who was calmly articulating all of this. The hero who had saved the world, Harry Potter, had changed his name solely to better integrate into Hogwarts. What an endearing child. Dudley smiled slightly and began to clap gently. Clap, clap. Soon 1, 2, 3. Waves of applause erupted, resonating throughout the hall. The thunderous applause was particularly pronounced among the wizards of Gryffindor, who stood in unison, some clapping, others waving their hands, expressing the warmest of welcomes. As Harry witnessed this spectacle, a profound sense of awe surged within him. This was the adoration described by his cousin Dudley. Was he truly at the center of such fervent admiration? Enveloped by the warmth of the crowd's enthusiasm, Harry felt an indescribable thrill, although he knew he was far from a true hero. The overwhelming acceptance and encouragement from the majority felt like a furnace slowly igniting in his heart. He longed for this. Harry's spirits soared. His face lit up with surprise. Here, in stark contrast to the Muggle world, they did not disdain him. They welcomed him. He descended the steps amidst the cheers, making his way toward Gryffindor, his gaze instinctively searching for Dudley. He wished to tell his cousin that he had succeeded. Yet, as his eyes fell upon the area where memories resided, he found it utterly deserted. Chapter 73. Dudley Dursley, please begin your sorting ceremony. Harry's excitement surged once more. He instinctively sought out Dudley, but there was no sign of his cousin. A hint of disappointment flickered within him. However, he was soon drawn into Gryffindor's warm embrace as they beckoned him with enthusiasm. Amidst the gathering of young wizards, Dudley had already relocated to a different spot, observing Harry's eyes filled with both excitement and melancholy. With a resigned smile, Dudley reflected on Harry's youthful exuberance, recognizing that the 10-year-old had momentarily lost sight of his own counsel. It was, after all, predictable that his age would render him susceptible to such lapses in self-control. However, it was fortuitous that he had narrowly avoided exposure. My foolish brother. On the sorting platform, Professor McGonagall watched as Harry was welcomed into Gryffindor with an expression of disbelief. Recalling the rude child who had once dared to challenge her, she had initially formed a poor impression of him. Yet now, he had executed a complete turnaround. If one were to encapsulate it in a phrase, it would be, a scholar's worth is recognized after 3 days apart. The transformation Harry exhibited in mere moments was astonishing. Not only had he alleviated the awkward atmosphere, but he had also offered an apology to the crowd, words that seemed far beyond his tender years. Nevertheless, Harry had successfully dispelled most of the attendees' doubts, fostering a greater sense of acceptance and closeness toward him as a hero, seamlessly integrating into the collective. This was undoubtedly a positive development for all of Hogwarts. Reflecting on this, Professor McGonagall turned her gaze toward Dumbledore, who had previously asserted that Harry Potter was unlike Voldemort. Voldemort was an ambitious schemer, while Harry embodied the essence of a hero. At present, it seemed plausible that Harry might achieve greater heights than Voldemort in the future. McGonagall smiled with satisfaction, yet she noticed Dumbledore's gaze wandering as if searching for something. Ultimately, his attention settled on an empty space. What could possibly captivate him there? McGonagall found herself perplexed. But the sorting ceremony must continue. Soon, she called out several more names: Neville Longbottom, Hilary, Luna, and Eliza. Dudley stood among the wizarding throng, his expression serene, hands tucked within the ample folds of his wizarding robe, betraying no sign of change. Following his earlier observations, Dudley had noted an intriguing phenomenon regarding the sorting hat's allocation of young wizards. Quietly recording his thoughts in his mind, he ultimately discerned that the sorting hat at Hogwarts had a precise timing mechanism for assigning students to their respective houses. Based solely on the young wizards he was familiar with, he concluded that Harry had the longest sorting duration, followed by Neville Longbottom, then Hermione Granger, then Ron Weasley, and lastly Draco Malfoy. Could it be inferred that, according to fundamental magical aptitude and other comprehensive factors, a longer sorting time signified a higher innate talent? While this was merely conjecture, Dudley felt a considerable degree of certainty. Yet he also recognized a critical truth. Hogwarts, the school of magic, harbored some underlying issues regarding its attitude toward Harry Potter. Harry had previously expressed the intention to remain incognito and engage with the students on equal footing, a notion beneficial to both parties and unlikely to adversely affect Hogwarts. However, the eventual outcome is thought-provoking. It appears that internal controversies and divisions have arisen within Hogwarts, ultimately leading to the rejection of the decision to conceal Harry's identity. This situation is indeed troubling. Fortunately, Dudley has always approached matters with calmness and prudence, having meticulously summarized the plan before the sorting ceremony. The plan can be broadly categorized into a standard procedure and an emergency protocol. Frankly speaking, aside from a few minor flaws at the end, Harry has performed admirably. The data collection has been thorough, providing a preliminary impression of Hogwarts' attitude towards its heroic cousin. The conclusion is clear. Hogwarts is not at peace. As chronicled in the annals of magical history, the peace bought by the Dark Lord's disappearance is but ephemeral, and history may soon plunge the magical world into a new vortex. Amidst the sorting ceremony, Dudley remained unperturbed, his hand nestled inside the pocket of his wizarding robe, gripping a furry creature. The once slumbering Totoro, nestled within the pocket, suddenly sensed the grasp of a hand. Unfazed, Totoro shifted its position, its large ears flickering as its head nuzzled against Dudley's palm before resuming its slumber. Yet, at that moment, with one eye half open, Totoro sniffed the air, its eyes widening in alarm. Squeak, squeak. The scent of cheese wafted through the air. Totoro grew anxious, desperately attempting to escape Dudley's grasp, only to find itself firmly held by human fingers. Arg! In frustration, Totoro displayed its tiny fangs and flailed about, but ultimately resigned itself to the confines of the pocket. Unseen by Dudley. After a moment, it seemed to have an epiphany, nodding earnestly. Just then, Dudley felt a new furry sensation in his right pocket, a subtle smile gracing his otherwise composed face. Success. As Dudley calmly engaged in analysis and planning, a familiar voice called out, "Dudley Dursley." Professor McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, recalled the name with some recognition. Wasn't Dursley the surname of Harry's guardians? Her gaze swept through the crowd, locking onto a pale, delicate-looking child, seemingly unwell, of a similar age to Harry. However, McGonagall's expression soured. This child must be the detestable offspring of the Muggle family, the Dursleys. It was unexpected that such a family, so averse to magic, could produce a child with awakened magical talent. It is difficult to imagine the feelings of the portly Vernon Dursley upon learning of this matter. However, one must say that Dursley is indeed quite deplorable. Not only does he mistreat Harry, but he has also raised his own son to such an unfortunate state. Professor McGonagall's countenance remained stern and unyielding. As Dudley approached and took his seat beneath the sorting hat, she remarked, perhaps intentionally, perhaps inadvertently, "My dear boy, you appear to lack a bit of exercise. Moreover, according to the regulations of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, you must pay heed to your appearance. Untidy hair can lead to a deduction of points. You are wizards, not wild children running unchecked in the streets. Do remember to tidy yourself up afterward." Chapter 74. The Frustrated Sorting Hat. A failure to maintain proper appearance will incur penalties, and I sincerely hope you can rid yourself of the habit of wiping your hands on your clothes after eating. Listening to Professor McGonagall's voice, Dudley offered a benign smile, choosing not to retort. "Thank you for your kindness, Professor McGonagall. I hope you will remember that." Professor McGonagall, having said enough, deftly placed the dusty yellow sorting hat upon Dudley's head. Although Dudley's expression remained unchanged, his hands remained motionless in his pockets, the soft sensation within his palm soon fading away. The moment the sorting hat settled on his forehead, its dark mouth puckered slightly, and it began to mutter, "Ah, Dudley Dursley, let me assess your character and preferences. You enjoy reading, you're fond of sports, and you value self-discipline. These are commendable traits. Oh, although it is not particularly difficult, dear young wizard, where do you truly belong? In my view, your love for reading, sports, and self-discipline are indeed admirable qualities. Let me ponder, shall I place you in Slytherin? Though that seems unfit, I cannot shake the feeling that you would be most suited here. It is a pity. Then, perhaps Hufflepuff? Let me reflect. While Hufflepuff is a fine house, its students are warm, loyal, and enjoy excellent meals in the dining hall. However, due to your excessive self-discipline and high expectations of yourself, I fear it may not suit you. You might squander your talents. In my estimation, the house that best suits you would be Ravenclaw. The students within Ravenclaw are, to be frank, curious, intelligent, and pursue knowledge and a quality of life that aligns almost perfectly with your interests, your love for reading, sports, and self-discipline. How wonderfully fitting. I believe you would be warmly welcomed by the Ravenclaw community. Now, let me take a closer look at you. Yet, as the sorting hat continued, its tone faltered. It seemed to be speaking to itself, perplexed. Curious. Curious. Young one, why have you suddenly changed your mind? Why do you no longer enjoy reading? Nor sports? Have you developed an aversion to self-discipline? Is there another self residing within you? How intriguing. I seem to have stumbled upon something quite fascinating. The sorting hat's emotions were clearly stirred. It began to mutter to itself with increasing rapidity. "Ah, little one, let me glimpse the deepest recesses of your heart's desires. Oh, I see it now. Deep down, what you truly cherish is napping. Were you not adhering to a regular schedule before? How is it that napping has become your favorite pastime? Ah, do you have other preferences? Dreaming with your mouth agape, surrounded by an endless bounty of cheese? My goodness. Young wizard, this is hardly a commendable habit. The insatiable pursuit of knowledge abhors such reckless indulgence." The voice of the sorting hat took on a somewhat rigid tone. "How can you think this way? You harbor a genuine disdain for self-discipline? Why is that? What? Because the repetitive nature of self-discipline brings you agony. It is an exceedingly tedious and monotonous endeavor. How peculiar it is that your life is filled with so many things you detest. Is there not a single point of positivity? Never mind. Let me uncover your true favorites. You actually prefer curling up to sleep? Yet now you claim to abhor lying down to rest? It is exceedingly dark here. You've noticed that curling up has left your neck sore lately? Poor sleep quality has adversely affected your spirits, impacting the condition of your hair and skin. What sort of hobbies are these, truly? The Sorting Hat was unusually irritable. Very well, let me examine your character. You are quite timid and easily startled. Yet, you harbor an intense disdain for those of larger stature, believing that defeating them is your rightful duty. It appears you perceive yourself as weak, yet you are never lacking in courage. And it is decided. Just then, the other hand of Dudley, tucked within his pocket, stirred once more. The Sorting Hat's tone remained unbroken. Dudley Dursley, your house is Gryffindor. May your courage be honed into something even more resilient here. Professor McGonagall promptly extended her hand, her expression unchanged, glancing at the clock. It had barely been 30 seconds. This young wizard from a Muggle family, Dudley Dursley, was not particularly gifted. As she lifted the Sorting Hat, Dudley's demeanor was remarkably calm as he made his way toward the Hogwarts campus. The applause around him was rather lukewarm. Yet he noticed Harry at the front table vigorously waving his small hand in welcome. Dudley smiled and approached Harry. Harry nudged Ron. You're in the way, move aside. Ron, somewhat reluctantly, wore a glum expression as he stood up to sit on Harry's left. All right, Harry, you must learn to think of your friends. Dudley patted Harry's shoulder and took a seat directly across from him. Hermione, curious, looked at Dudley and asked, Aren't you excited? So many people are welcoming you. How is it that you remain so composed? Truth be told, are you perhaps expressionless? Otherwise, this is truly astonishing. Epilogue. Darcy, what is bright is not necessarily useful. Hermione, what are you talking about? Chapter 75, The Forbidden Spell Conjuration. Hermione gazed at him, her round face reflecting her confusion. Darcy, I cannot comprehend your words. What language is this? A proverb from the distant east? Hermione tilted her head slightly, feeling a wave of disinterest. A proverb? The east? What place is that? I have never heard of it. Seated on the high platform, Dumbledore observed that no one remained before the Sorting Hat. He exchanged a knowing glance with Professor McGonagall before rising and gently clapping his hands. All right, young witches and wizards of Hogwarts, the sorting ceremony has officially concluded. Now, let us commence the formal feast. As soon as Dumbledore's words fell, an array of delectable foods appeared magically upon the plates of the wizarding students. Hey, Harry, look. There are my favorite drumsticks. I have been eagerly awaiting this. Ron exclaimed joyfully, reaching out to seize a chicken leg and devouring it with gusto. With his cheeks puffed out and lips gleaming with grease, he encouraged, It tastes delightful. Harry, you must try it. Hermione, unable to resist the allure of the grapes that had materialized before her, reached out and plucked one, savoring its taste. Ron, with curiosity etched on his face, turned to Harry. Hurry up and eat, Harry. Why aren't you touching all this food? He then tore off a piece of bread from his plate and attempted to place it onto Harry's. However, Harry shook his head in refusal, leaving Ron perplexed. Without explaining himself to Ron, Harry turned earnestly to his cousin, Darcy. Darcy, why aren't you eating? Darcy stared at the sumptuous feast that had appeared before him. To be honest, ever since he had subtly tested Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's attitude towards Harry Potter, he had instinctively grown more cautious. This caution stemmed from the instincts of a researcher, maintaining a healthy skepticism in an era rife with the unscientific. Yet it was also a flaw. Before him lay a grand platter of food that had materialized out of thin air, and Darcy could not shake the illogical sensation it evoked. There was an abundance of food, meats, vegetables, and even fruits, all meticulously arranged and intricately crafted. Yet, the sheer diversity of these items, each with its own distinct growing conditions, suddenly appearing before him instilled a sense of doubt. This skepticism did not arise from fearing that the food might be poisoned, but rather from questioning whether magic was truly so wondrous that it could transcend physical foundations and conjure matter from nothingness. If Hogwarts, or the wizarding world, possessed such capabilities, then why did he still see in the newspapers from Diagon Alley headlines proclaiming that some wizards had died of starvation, their decaying bodies discovered in the sewers? Pondering this, Darcy turned to Ron, who was relishing his food. What does your roast chicken taste like? Ron scratched his head. It tastes like chicken. What else could it taste like? Darcy then directed his gaze to Hermione. What did the fruit you just ate taste like? Hermione instinctively shook her small head. It's just ordinary grape flavor. But it seems Hogwarts grapes are particularly sweet. But why do you ask? As she spoke, Hermione suddenly appeared to realize something, her little face puffing up in indignation. Oh, really? Dudley, you won't eat it yourself. You actually want me and Ron to be your guinea pigs first. Dudley remained unperturbed and offered no explanation. Ron, still oblivious, questioned, Guinea pigs? What does that mean? Hermione retorted impatiently. Look how dense you are. Dudley hasn't touched the food on the table because he suspects there's something wrong with it. Ron, caught mid-chew, instinctively froze. He glanced around, observing the upperclassmen and fellow apprentices from their house, before finally exclaiming, but they seem to be enjoying it quite a lot. Could it be that you're overthinking it? At that moment, Harry could no longer contain himself and chimed in. Ron, you come from a wizarding family, yet I recall you mentioning that your mother prepares the meals. If wizards could conjure food out of thin air, what would be the purpose of kitchens? They could just magically produce food. As he spoke, Harry adjusted his round glasses. Ron felt inexplicably that Harry's reasoning was quite sound, and his smile faded. I suppose I never really considered that. His gaze wandered, finally resting on Draco Malfoy from Slytherin, who also appeared to have not eaten. Draco wore a cold expression, with a hint of a mischievous smile at the corners of his mouth. His two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, were happily devouring the feast before them. Malfoy, why aren't you eating? One of his chubby companions inquired, puzzled. Draco, maintaining his aloof demeanor, glanced at the food before him and replied coolly, the feast at Hogwarts pales in comparison to the afternoon tea at the Malfoy estate. I'm tired of all this. If you want to eat, go ahead, just don't bother me. Crabbe remarked, I really envy you. Goyle added, count me in, but it's a shame not to indulge in this. Ron, completely unaware of the conversation between Malfoy and his lackeys, halted his own actions as he observed Malfoy's disdainful expression toward the food. Before he could spit out the chicken in his mouth, something inexplicable seemed to bump against his back. Chapter 76, Science and Voldemort's Malevolence. All right, little ones, you needn't worry. Most of this banquet food was prepared in advance by Hufflepuff House. Then, it was magically presented on our plates by Professor Dumbledore. It didn't just appear out of nowhere as you imagined. What a vigilant bunch you are. Ron felt something lodge in his throat and quickly grabbed a drink beside him, gulping it down. After a moment, he finally caught his breath. Dudley looked at the speaker with a puzzled expression. Harry felt a tinge of curiosity, coupled with a hint of embarrassment, as he sensed the unwavering gaze directed towards him. Hey, don't interrupt casually, Ron, initially irked, found himself silenced upon catching sight of the newcomer. Ron averted his gaze, feeling somewhat intimidated. The young man before them boasted a mane of striking red hair and stood tall, appearing slightly older than the other young wizards present, attempting to feign indifference. Ron turned away, hoping to distract himself with a drink. However, the young man swiftly grasped his chin, compelling him to face him. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Percy Weasley. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter. I am thrilled to see you and Ron are so well acquainted. Harry, taken aback, glanced between the imposing Percy and the astonished Ron, exclaiming, Percy Weasley? Ron, is he your brother? With an awkward gulp, Ron nodded sheepishly. Hermione, equally surprised, chimed in, Percy, I've heard your name. The young wizard beside me just referred to you as a prefect. Percy nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I'm the prefect for the Gryffindor first-year class at Hogwarts. I am responsible for overseeing your daily routines and informing you about the dormitory rules and other mundane matters. As he spoke, Percy seamlessly settled himself beside Ron. Harry, Ron, since you are new here and unfamiliar with Hogwarts, let me introduce you to the various professors on stage, as they will be among your instructors. His words piqued the interest of Hermione, Ron, and Harry. However, Hermione noticed that Dudley was fixated on the copper candle holders adorning the dining table. Just as she was about to invite him to listen, Dudley interjected, Percy, if it's convenient, could you begin introducing the professors from the left? That way, we can better remember their faces. Percy found Dudley's suggestion quite sensible and, without further hesitation, began. The one at the far end, with black hair and dark eyes, wearing a stern expression, is Professor Snape. He is your potions teacher. Do not let his position mislead you. There are rumors circulating about his profound expertise in the dark arts, though the veracity of these tales remains uncertain. As Percy continued with his introductions, Dudley remained silent, choosing not to absorb the subsequent information. The reason for his lack of interest in the food on the table and his intense gaze upon the copper pillar stemmed from the moment the sorting hat was placed upon his head. He had sensed, albeit faintly, that someone was observing him. This peculiar feeling, initially dismissed as a mere illusion, became undeniable with the deliberate nudges from the Totoro in his pocket, leading Dudley to conclude that the source of his unease lay with the powerful wizards upon the platform. However, Dudley remained uncertain about who was observing him. The surface of the copper column was smooth enough to create a refractive angle. He chose to sit opposite Harry to avoid making direct eye contact with the wizard professors on stage. To Dudley, Wizards represented a mysterious faction. Making reckless moves without sufficient information could easily expose one's vulnerabilities. At that moment, Dally gazed at the copper column, which just so happened to reflect the silhouettes of two figures on the far left of the elevated platform. The figures shifted, and through Percy's introduction, Dally identified one as Professor Snape, the potions master, and the other as Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor. Both were staring in his direction. What could they possibly be observing? Following the deliberate gazes of the two wizards, Dally noticed that the Totoro, which had been hidden in his pocket, had now appeared beneath the enormous platter on the banquet table. The platter held a whole turkey, perfectly roasted to a golden crisp. The furry creature lay languidly beneath the platter, and after a moment, its tiny paws lifted, propping itself up. Its fluffy ears twitched, and finally, it leapt up to grab a chicken leg that was almost larger than its own body. With a wide-open mouth, it devoured the leg, causing its once slender form to swell dramatically, transforming into an oval shape. It swayed like a weeble, and ultimately, overwhelmed by the delectable feast, the Totoro toppled backward with a thud, sprawled out beneath the silver platter. At that moment, Professor Quirrell's head drooped behind the wizarding professor's table. The whisper in his mind grew increasingly urgent. Quirrell's expression shifted from initial terror to surprise, and finally to hesitation. "Oh, my great and noble master, your humble servant Quirrell has discovered the body you desire. It is within Gryffindor." Chapter 77. Utilizing Science to Materialize Magical Constructs. "Oh, my great and noble master, your devoted servant has found the body you have long sought. Please, master, be patient. I have confirmed that the Totoro resides in Gryffindor, and its master is also within Gryffindor. Obtaining a new body is not difficult. We have plenty of time and opportunities. As the defense against the dark arts instructor for the Gryffindor students, I will ensure he willingly offers his body to you. It would be his honor to become your vessel." Feeling the restless whispers in his mind subside, Professor Quirrell finally exhaled. He glanced at Snape beside him, his brow slightly furrowed as he stammered, "Professor Snape, what are you looking at over there?" Snape turned, his eyes gazing blankly at Quirrell, remaining silent. His gaze was profoundly deep, and Quirrell appeared as flustered as a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his stutter now somewhat fluid. "Listen to me, Snape. Absolutely. Absolutely. You shall not be overly strict with the students of Gryffindor. I am their sole professor of defense against the dark arts, and you shall not interfere." Quirrell's words were laden with significance, for Professor Snape was fixated on Harry. Before Harry lay a Kneazle, and he instinctively surmised that the potion's master, well-versed in dark arts, harbored an interest in this magical creature. The body favored by the great master must not be tainted by others. Thus, Quirrell resolved to subtly warn Snape. What foolishness! Quirrell was at a loss for words, his face flushed with anger. The constraints of Hogwarts were suffocating. Were it not for his fear of revealing his true powers, Quirrell would genuinely wish to make Snape suffer. Meanwhile, during the meal, a white, ethereal figure emerged from beneath the chair. Dudley curiously scrutinized the translucent, mist-like apparition. Percy, sitting nearby, casually remarked, "Just focus on your meal. Pay them no mind. These ghosts always appeared during Hogwarts ceremonies." "My goodness, ghosts!" Ron exclaimed, startled. Hermione and Harry were equally intrigued. Dudley then inquired, "Ghosts? What are they? Is there more concrete information about them?" Percy pondered momentarily, seemingly searching for the right words, as no one had ever posed such a question to him before. After a brief pause, Percy replied, "It may not be entirely appropriate to call them ghosts, as they can actually be regarded as souls. To put it simply, in the eyes of your Muggle world, these souls are transparent and three-dimensional. They lack physical touch, yet their forms can phase through all solid objects and non-magical items. They were all wizards in life, but upon becoming souls, they lose their emotions and instincts, and even the ability to communicate is a rarity." At this point, Percy hesitated, then added with a hint of sympathy and truth, "They are a pitiful and fragile bunch, and their condition evokes a certain compassion." Harry and Ron found themselves bewildered, while Hermione seemed to relish the information. Dudley, gazing at the ghost before him, remarked, "Since becoming a ghost entails losing so much, why do these wizards still choose to exist in such a form?" Percy shook his head. "Who knows? I have little interest in their wizarding lives. However, I've heard the defense against the dark arts instructor mention that only the weak and pitiful wish to remain in this form. They refuse to transcend. Truly wise wizards would never choose to become souls. Such an existence only brings endless suffering." Listening to Percy's explanation, Dudley instinctively reached out to touch the white misty apparition. However, the figure abruptly tore off its own head. The gruesome wound, with blood and flesh vividly apparent, left Harry and Ron pale, and even Hermione shut her eyes tightly. Dudley maintained his composure as his palm effortlessly passed through the figure before him. Soon, a look of intrigue crossed Dudley's face. It was indeed quite remarkable to possess no tactile sensation. If a wizard could exist in such a manner after death, could it be interpreted that in this realm of sorcery, there exists a vessel capable of materializing the thoughts of a mind? Contemplating this, Dudley's eyes narrowed. The time in the Hogwarts dining hall swiftly approached its conclusion. Percy, taking the initiative, stood up to break the silence. All right, first-year students, follow me. Chapter 78, The Wizarding World Abandoned by Time. Before long, the first-year wizards gathered together, with Percy standing at the forefront of the line. His strides were brisk and purposeful, and the young wizards followed closely behind. Wait up, Harry. Slow down, Ron murmured beside Harry, his voice laced with annoyance. Honestly, Harry, you should listen to me. My mom always says that if you eat too much and then exercise, you'll get a stomachache. Just look at my brother Percy. He completely changes from the obedient boy at home to someone so commanding at school. I hardly recognize him. Harry stared in astonishment at Ron, finally voicing his confusion. It seems you have some grievances about your brother. Grievances? No, 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 Ron exclaimed, as if he had found a confidant. Let me tell you, Harry, you have no idea what I endure at home. To be honest, several of my brothers take great pleasure in bullying and mocking me. Their favorite pastime is to watch me cry. I swear it's true. Don't be fooled by how lively Percy seems now. You don't know him when he is alone. Ron continued to enumerate his brother's shortcomings. Meanwhile, Dudley walked alongside Harry, seemingly indifferent to Ron's complaints. His attention was instead captivated by Percy's ongoing explanations. After departing from the Hogwarts dining hall, the young wizards traversed the main tower of the school. Dudley soon discovered that the interior of the magical school's tower featured staircases that changed direction autonomously. These stairs bore no signs of mechanical structure, no imagined crankshafts or gears, entirely devoid of any mechanical traces. Percy's narration continued, but Dudley's gaze was drawn to the black and white portraits adorning the walls. These images included oil paintings and watercolors, with most leaning towards a realistic style. Each flight of stairs was adorned with countless frames. Percy paused momentarily, glancing at one of the portraits as he explained. When you pass by these portraits, be polite. They're not ordinary paintings. As Percy finished speaking, one of the portraits featuring a lady in evening attire leaned forward, exclaiming, "Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. My dear young wizards." At that moment, Hermione, drawing closer to Harry and Dudley, whispered, "I once read in a book that some of the portraits at Hogwarts supposedly conceal secret passages to other parts of the school. But those are merely rumors. I wonder how true they are." Harry nodded thoughtfully upon hearing the words, while Dudley silently observed from the side. He casually took out a notebook, scribbling and doodling on its pages. Hermione furrowed her brow, her round face displaying a hint of confusion as she curiously leaned in to catch a glimpse. Yet, Dudley instinctively stepped forward, blocking Hermione's view. Frustrated by her unsuccessful attempt, Hermione pouted slightly. How petty, she thought, unfazed by her expression. Dudley continued along the path taken by the young wizards. After about 10 minutes, the group arrived at a long corridor. On either side stood clusters of copper torches. Percy halted, turning to address the new Gryffindor students behind him. Everyone, take note. Remember the way we came. We have now reached the entrance to the dormitory. There are many restricted areas within Hogwarts. Additionally, everyone must remember that the password for the dormitory changes daily. Changes the password? Ron instinctively nudged Harry beside him. Harry looked at Ron in confusion. What's wrong? Ron whispered. Don't you find this painting a bit strange? Harry observed carefully for a moment and shook his head. No, Ron, I don't find anything odd. Ron leaned closer to Harry's ear and murmured, I just saw it. The lady in the painting moved her eyes. The painting at the entrance of our dormitory is alive too. The two exchanged words, and at that moment, the lady in the mural shifted her body, addressing the group. Greetings, please state the password. Dragongrass. Upon hearing this, the lady extended her hand in a gesture of invitation, and the painting slowly swung open, revealing a door slightly taller than a person. Incredible. Harry and Ron stared in astonishment. They soon followed the crowd through the door. Percy stood firm, addressing the Hogwarts students behind him. The lady in the painting at the entrance is known as the Fat Lady. We are now in the common room of the Hogwarts dormitory. Here, the boys' and girls' dormitories are separate. The stairs to the boys' dormitory are on the left, and the girls' are on the right. Percy detailed various matters concerning the new wizards settling into Hogwarts, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione listened intently. Dudley, however, quietly observed the surroundings. From the outside, the common room appeared small, yet upon entering, the space felt remarkably expansive. Judging solely by the structure's volume, the interior was clearly larger than the exterior. This building was not merely a simple accumulation of bricks and stones. The discrepancy in space was likely influenced by lingering magical remnants in the vicinity. However, limited by his current knowledge of magic, Dudley could not fully comprehend this phenomenon of spatial expansion. The room style was distinctly antiquated, not in terms of wear and tear, but rather in its aesthetic. This imparted a profound sense of history to Dudley. The sensation is akin to becoming accustomed to the bustling traffic of a grand metropolis, only to suddenly find oneself in a quaint mountain village, where the sight of a traveler on a donkey unfolds before one's eyes. It is a bewildering juxtaposition of eras. Dolly gazed up at the chandelier overhead, which was fashioned in the shape of a five-pointed star. At each tip, a basin the size of a bowl rested, within which flickered a flame. Beneath the flame lay a candle. Dolly's brow furrowed as a question quietly surfaced in his mind. The backwardness of this place was strikingly apparent. Could it be that in such a fantastical realm as that of wizards, electricity had yet to become commonplace? This discordance rendered Dolly, who had thrived in a modern environment for 30 years, distinctly uncomfortable. "Excuse me, Senior Percy, may I pose a question?" Chapter 79, The Futility of Science. Summoning lightning with bare hands. Spell. Arc of lightning. "Senior Percy, may I ask something?" Dolly inquired. The sudden interruption caught Percy off guard. He turned to locate the source of the voice. Typically, first-time visitors to the magical realm would patiently listen to the recitation of rules and information about Hogwarts. It was rare for anyone to interrupt him so abruptly. However, before a multitude of new wizarding students, Percy smiled amiably and replied, "Dolly, feel free to ask your question. I will do my utmost to assist you with any information I possess." Dolly pointed quizzically at the chandelier adorned with candles. "Senior Percy, why have I yet to encounter the presence of electricity throughout my journey?" Electricity? Percy was momentarily taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. In his experience, new wizard students typically inquired about class schedules and magical texts. What could this sudden question regarding electricity imply? Observing Percy's bewildered expression, Dolly felt even more astonished. What sort of magical institution is this, where wizards are oblivious to the existence of electricity? "Are you inquiring about the lightning spell within the incantations?" Percy asked. Dolly shook his head, contemplating before clarifying. "What I refer to as electricity is that which illuminates bulbs in the mundane world, providing light as one walks down the street." Percy's eyes widened in realization. "My apologies, Dolly. Having lived in the wizarding world since childhood, I have had little exposure to the Muggle way of life. However, the electricity you speak of is merely the term used by Muggles. In our realm, from the perspective of lighting, a continuously cast fire spell is considerably easier than a lightning spell." Dolly frowned, pondering how electricity could be intertwined with magic. As he spoke, Percy produced a wand from within his robes, a smile brightening his face. With a casual flick of his wrist, he softly uttered the incantation, "Spell, Arc of Lightning." Upon completing the incantation, the tip of his wand glimmered with a white radiance. A pale blue arc, intertwined with azure light, shot forth from the wand's tip. The arc moved slowly, defying norms, allowing the naked eye to easily trace its trajectory. Guided by the wand, the arc descended upon the bowl-shaped lamp base in the Gryffindor common room. The once flickering orange flames within were supplanted by a cerulean arc of electricity that danced incessantly in the center. A cacophony of crackling sounds filled the air. For a moment, the entire dormitory was enveloped in the high-frequency brilliance of the electric arcs, casting a kaleidoscope of light and shadow all around. Then, with a casual flick of his wand, Percy dispelled the arcs. He turned to explain to Dudley. "This is the primary reason we wizards do not rely on electricity for illumination. It consumes too much energy and the light quality is subpar, failing to meet expectations. It is far less stable than fire," Percy stated earnestly. However, to Dudley's ears, it sounded absurd. This created a cognitive dissonance for Dudley. Was this the disparity born from differing subjective perspectives? What indeed was the cause of all this? These questions could only be explored in due time. Dudley refrained from further comments. Transforming a wizard-esque worldview was evidently not a matter resolvable with mere words. He nodded silently. Percy continued to elaborate on the dormitory rules. Meanwhile, a pair of curious eyes in the crowd sparkled with intrigue. Hermione quietly approached. "Dudley, how did you come to these conclusions?" "It's quite unexpected." Dudley shrugged. "It's nothing. Coming from a Muggle family, I was raised in the world of ordinary people and naturally questioned the illogical. Hermione looked taken aback. Your parents are ordinary? But your brother is Harry Potter, whose parents are renowned wizards. Dudley regarded Hermione with perplexity, but Harry's parents are not mine. Though a bit confused, he responded with composure, it's not a secret. After a while, everyone comes to know these things. Yet Hermione seemed to find joy in this revelation, exclaiming, I also grew up in an ordinary family. You know, when I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, my family thought it was a prank. Although they didn't say it, I could see their disbelief in their eyes. But I knew it was real, and when I told my best friend, she laughed and told me to get my head straight. Hermione's round face was flushed with indignation, her small fists clenched. Usually proud, she now became quite talkative, sharing her feelings of inadequacy as an ordinary person stepping into the magical realm. Dudley found little interest in the ramblings of a young girl, deeming it a waste of time. However, given that Percy's tedious exposition on dormitory regulations was even more uninteresting than Hermione's chatter, he opted for the lesser of two evils. After more than half an hour, as he watched Percy turn to leave the young wizard's dormitory, Dudley couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Hermione's loquaciousness. Was this an innate trait? Throughout the entire discourse, he merely nodded while she vented her grievances for what felt like an eternity, akin to a solo comedic performance. In the end, it was indeed Harry who stepped forward to provide assistance. It seems that refusing such matters truly requires the intervention of a cousin. Dudley made his way up the left staircase and entered the dormitory. The environment here was spacious, with windows all around. Outside, the mountains and forests surrounding Hogwarts could be seen. Dudley's footsteps faltered as if something were pressing against his back. Chapter 80. The Vulnerable Harry. All right, quiet, Dudley said, shoving the fidgeting creature into his pocket. Glancing out the window, he noted the sky was pitch black, indicating that it had already passed midnight. At present, they occupied a standard double room, complete with a communal area and a study. Their belongings had long been delivered to the Hogwarts dormitory. Upon entering the room and taking a brief assessment, Dudley noticed Harry, seemingly lost in thought, sitting alone on the windowsill. Harry's arms were wrapped around his knees, his gaze fixed intently on the outside world. Meanwhile, Hedwig, the snowy owl that had been confined in her cage, took the initiative to leave it and fluttered toward Harry. She stretched her white wings and turned her head, her keen eyes curiously observing the newcomer. Suddenly, as if startled beyond measure, the white owl took flight in a panic. Hedwig hurriedly attempted to return to her cage. However, the fluffy little creature that had been hiding in Dudley's pocket had vanished. The tiny figure of the chinchilla appeared in front of the cage, standing defiantly with its tiny body, ears twitching. Hedwig, frightened, pressed herself tightly against one side of the cage, her eyes wide with terror. The chinchilla, with its large, twitching ears, approached the metal cage, squeezing its plump body through a narrow gap. To Hedwig's horror, the chubby little creature, defying all expectations, slithered into the cage like a snake. Standing upright, the chinchilla raised its tiny paws, mimicking a predatory stance. With a clang, Hedwig, startled, fell from the bars of the cage. The chinchilla squeaked twice, playfully lifting the snowy owl's wing and snuggling inside, curling up to take a nap. Hedwig, utterly despondent, gazed helplessly at the shadow of the figure outside the cage. Dudley watched the scene with great interest, choosing not to disrupt the friendly interaction between the chinchilla and Hedwig. Instead, he approached the window, observing Harry's small frame curled up on the ledge. The moonlight spilled over Harry like water, illuminating him. What is wrong, Harry? What are you thinking about? Is the journey through the wizarding world as wondrous and exhilarating as you had imagined? Or was the magical realm simply too enchanting? Harry's eyes remained fixed outside, his round glasses shimmering in the moonlight. Dudley, unconcerned, began speaking to himself. If you're fine, Harry, you should get some rest. Adequate sleep is essential for us to possess the necessary spirit to absorb knowledge in our forthcoming magical studies. As this thought crossed his mind, Dudley naturally retrieved a notebook from his pocket and flipped open a page. We are now first-year students at Hogwarts, and first-year young wizards are required to learn 7 subjects. The first Transfiguration class is taught by Professor McGonagall. The second Potions class is conducted by Professor Snape. The third Defense Against the Dark Arts class is led by Professor Quirrell, followed by Herbology. Wait a moment, Dudley. Before Dudley could finish, Harry abruptly turned to face him. There was a flicker of uncertainty in Harry's eyes, and he could no longer restrain himself. Cousin Dudley, do you know why this is? Dudley calmly closed his notebook and regarded Harry with a steady gaze. What? Harry shook his head, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I'm not sure how to express this, Cousin Dudley. The magical world is truly enchanting and extraordinary. Everything here captivates me. I feel as though I belong here. Really, I belong here. Yet, I cannot shake off my discontent. Dudley continued to silently observe Harry, refraining from interrupting his monologue. It seemed as if Harry was both recounting and conversing with himself. Cousin, I've already applied to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I believe they should understand my intentions. I am not the hero that saves the world. Surely they know this. Yet, they still insist on uttering my true name. I was previously oblivious, but now I can clearly perceive the significance behind my name. The moment it is spoken, all the students and wizards at Hogwarts fall silent. I can see nothing but shock reflected in their eyes. I am perplexed, yet I know this does not pertain to me. Chapter 81. The Awakening of Plant Genes. At this point, Harry spoke in a flustered manner. Cousin Dudley, I never imagined my name would wield such influence. What if I truly am the hero they speak of, the one who saved the entire magical world? But I am acutely aware that I currently possess no formidable magic. I do not even understand the slightest incantation. How could I possibly become a worthy hero? Cousin, I believe you are right. It is better not to be referred to as a hero until I have achieved something. Otherwise, when they realize I am incapable, all that awaits me is ridicule. What will I do when classes commence tomorrow? Dudley silently observed Harry, listening to his disjointed ramblings. Harry continued speaking, and by the end, he was unsure of what he was even saying. His throat felt parched, and his gaze was unfocused. The bizarre magical world beckoned him. Yet, he was not a hero. Just as Harry was engulfed in distress, a hand suddenly rested upon Harry's shoulder, interrupting the words that hung on his lips. With a slight tremor in his voice, he asked Cousin Dudley, "What should I do now?" Dudley gazed silently at Harry. Yet Harry found the depth of his cousin's eyes to be profoundly calming. For reasons unknown, Dudley's serene and gentle countenance always brought Harry a sense of solace. After a moment's pause, Dudley released his grip and smiled warmly, saying, "Harry, your heart is in turmoil, and you seem to have forgotten the very first piece of advice I imparted to you." "Dudley, I haven't forgotten. You said to remain silent, to observe, listen, and reflect." Dudley smiled slightly. "Indeed, but you have only managed to observe and listen, neglecting to engage this," he remarked, tapping Harry's forehead gently. "Harry, you must reflect. When your heart is at peace, the worries that plague you do not truly exist. To put it plainly, all this pressure is self-imposed. A hero is merely what others call you. So, Harry, how do you perceive yourself?" Harry's expression turned bewildered. His cousin's words felt somewhat profound, leaving him perplexed. Yet he grasped the final sentence clearly. I'm not a hero. I'm just an ordinary person," he instinctively retorted. Dudley chuckled softly, patting Harry's shoulder. "See? Thus, the issue resolves itself. You consider yourself an ordinary person, so what relevance does heroism hold for you?" Upon hearing Dudley's explanation, Harry experienced a sudden clarity, as if a veil had been lifted. Although he still harbored many uncertainties, Dudley was right. He was merely a commonplace little wizard. The opinions of others belonged to them. He, Harry, did not exist to seek validation from others. As for everything else, he lacked the energy to ponder further. The doubts that had once weighed heavily upon him dissipated, and he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. "Good night, Cousin Dudley." "Good night, Harry. May you have sweet dreams." As Harry drifted into slumber, Dudley moved to the window, gazing into the dark, ominous night. The light-hearted, serene smile that once adorned his face vanished, replaced by a demeanor tinged with gravity and concern. There were many thoughts he could not directly share with Harry. This stemmed from an adult's sense of caution. Beyond the intricate dynamics surrounding Hogwarts' treatment of Harry, the environment itself was perilously treacherous. A senior wizard had cast spells before a gathering of young sorcerers. While the specifics of the incantation remained unclear, Percy's strike, marked by arcs of lightning, suggested a true voltage exceeding theoretical limits of 1000 V. Judging by the shape and duration of electric arcs, it was evident that should Percy harbor any ill intentions, the new wizarding students present would not fare well. This feeling can be most directly described as being in a school of ordinary people, where both teachers and students enter the church armed with lethal weapons. Danger lurks everywhere, and there are no stringent constraints. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry harbors considerable security risks. Unlike the world where weapons are confiscated, becoming the center of attention in the magical realm requires far more than in the mundane human world. Apologies, Harry, you had your childhood. But as a mature researcher, I cannot afford to ignore the imminent dangers. Nearby, I open a box and retrieve a notebook. This was a groundbreaking research topic I had deliberately left behind before departing London for Hogwarts. Titled Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Revised Plant Gene Awakening, Chapter 82. The Truth Explorer of Forbidden Experiments. It lay within the dormitory of Gryffindor House at Hogwarts. Dudley gazed at the notebook in his hand. Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project. Lost in contemplation. After a moment, he opened the door to his study and glanced at Harry, who was resting on the bed. After a brief silence, he shut the door behind him. The basic layout of the dormitory for new Gryffindor wizards was complete. Although it was dim outside, the moment the door closed, it seemed as if the room sensed an occupant's presence. The magical lamps on either side of the walls ignited with flickering flames, casting a brightness that was almost unnatural. The study became exceptionally illuminated through the lampshades. Dudley then knelt down by a suitcase and casually retrieved several bowl-shaped pots containing the pre-prepared soil. He arranged the pots sequentially in the corner of the windowsill. Finally, he took out a series of glass test tubes, each filled with a green plant. The water orchid, a close relative of weeds, known for its remarkable adaptability to various environments and broadleaf surfaces. Observing the water orchids within the glass tubes, Dudley nodded in satisfaction. These experimental samples showed no signs of dehydration. Without hesitation, he extracted the water orchids from their glass containers and carefully transplanted them into the pots on the windowsill, one by one. The water orchids were vibrant green, with long, flat leaves. Their resilience was extraordinary, requiring minimal demands from their growth environment, outstripping even weeds. This was Dudley's primary reason for selecting water orchids: short growth cycles, high observational efficiency, and excellent adaptability for reuse and transformation. The water orchid was indeed the guinea pig of the plant kingdom, perfectly suited for the current research topic on plant gene awakening. Following the initial concept, applying mercury directly within a biological organism was entirely impractical. Pure metallic mercury not only evaporates easily, but is also highly toxic. The toxicity of mercury is merely a concept. It is colorless and odorless, imperceptible to the senses, and cannot be directly absorbed by living organisms. Entering the living organism, a mere quantity is sufficient to induce mortality. To witness whether the mercury within a living entity can transmute into gold using a magical stone, it is imperative that the organism exhibits vital signs. Death holds no relevance in this context. During his postgraduate studies, Dudley once contemplated such an experimental design, yet it remained unpublished due to the constraints of taboo principles. His decades of biological research experience have demonstrated that the mercury found within animals or humans is not pure metal, but rather an amalgamation of mercury with cells and tissues, scientifically referred to as methylmercury. Dudley understands that his current objective is to cultivate plants capable of directly absorbing and storing methylmercury within biological systems. Methylmercury represents the final step in the awakening of heavy metal biology. Prior to this, the direct application of mercury on live animals is fraught with challenges. It is not only difficult to control the dosage, but also incapable of eliciting a direct reaction with a magical stone. An excessive amount could lead to death. Once mercury enters a living body, it predominantly precipitates and amalgamates with fat, making it nearly impossible to expel externally. A slight deviation in quantity can spell the end for a living organism. Even the most sophisticated instruments cannot ensure the precise administration of mercury. This taboo experiment necessitates a more scientific approach. The ultimate goal of Dudley's notes on plant gene awakening is to enable plants, during their growth cycles, to autonomously absorb mercury. The mercury element is intended to influence the internal structure of plant cells, primarily serving to indirectly verify the preliminary reactions of the cytoplasm, cell wall, endoplasmic reticulum, and vacuoles. Ultimately, it aims to ascertain whether the chloroplast can successfully continue photosynthesis under the corrosive effects of mercury, thereby maintaining essential vital signs. When plants have absorbed a sufficient amount of mercury and can still engage in photosynthesis to a certain degree, it signifies the emergence of methylmercury's precursor. The mercury element acting upon living beings should be the heavy metal water orchid that has ingested and survived with mercury. With the experimental concept refined, the focus shifts towards practical application. With this thought in mind, Dudley directs his gaze to the windowsill of his dormitory study, where 3 experimental pots for plant gene awakening reside. These will serve as his subjects. Engaging personally with the experiment pot, he plants the water orchid within, alongside a bowl of clear water containing a small amount of mercury that has vaporized and fully integrated with the tap water. The regular plan entails periodically watering the soil of experiment pot with tap water infused with a trace of mercury. Experiment 2 pot, similarly containing the water orchid, has a mercury bead the size of a grain of rice adjacent to its soil. The mercury, in liquid form at room temperature, will naturally vaporize. Regular plans are established for this pot as well. Experiment 2, designated as a potted plant, shall receive a regular infusion of water within its natural time frame. However, the glass enclosure it inhabits will be permeated with vaporized mercury. Within this enclosure, the water lily is cultivated, accompanied by a bowl of pristine water, which has been infused with a minuscule quantity of elemental mercury that remains unvaporized and does not amalgamate with the tap water. This process is meticulously scheduled. Experiment 3 entails the periodic irrigation of the water lily's leaves with tap water amalgamated with mercury. Each of the 3 experiments will be methodically documented in Derry's laboratory notebook. The endeavor of awakening plant genes is no trivial pursuit. It aims to investigate the effect of magical stones on living organisms from a microscopic perspective, observing the influence and implications of magic through 3 experimental materials. Cultivation shall commence today, as the growth rate of the water lily from seedling to maturity spans no more than a week. During this interval, careful analysis will ensure the most appropriate experimental plans are recorded. According to Derry's hypothesis, during the growth process, the plant's leaves contain an abundance of chloroplasts that converge to form a photonic complex. These chloroplasts perform photosynthesis, absorbing moisture from both the soil and the atmosphere, decomposing it to absorb hydrogen and release oxygen. In this nearly closed cycle, what transformations might occur if mercury were introduced? If water lilies infused with a certain quantity of mercury could be cultivated, would their foliage be safe to feed to living organisms, thereby enriching their bodies with additional heavy metal elements? Should this botanical endeavor prove successful, it could gradually ascend to a pivotal position within the food chain. Water lilies containing mercury would be consumed by fish, marine creatures, amphibians, and ultimately terrestrial viviparous beings. Gazing at his heavy metal biological gene project, Derry has meticulously charted a course. Having enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he engages in magical studies while concurrently conducting research, potentially leading to extraordinary discoveries. As he observes the separated experimental pots, he notes the hour has grown late, 3 o'clock in the morning. It is time to rest. Yet, he finds himself once again ensnared by his old habit of becoming wholly absorbed in novel endeavors. Were it not for the sudden recollection of tomorrow's magic class, Derry believes he could continue his research records throughout the night. Turning away from the study, he glances at the inky darkness outside the window. A faint smile graces his lips. The unknown is but a locked door. He is determined to push it open and unveil the mysteries that lie beyond. Chapter 83. A terrifying creature intrudes upon a magic school, Part 2 and 1. In the dead of night, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry stands at its pinnacle, the topmost tower. Surrounding him are shelves brimming with thick tomes. A long wooden table is complemented by European-style chairs, one of which supports an elderly gentleman adorned with flowing silver hair. The elderly man, with silver hair, tilted his forehead slightly to one side, his eyes half closed in a state of drowsiness. His gaze seemed to linger, both intentionally and unintentionally, upon the glass lamp shade before him, the enchanted crystal lamp. Within the shade, a small flame hovered at its core, flickering and casting a gentle orange glow around it. Ahem, Professor Dumbledore. The newly admitted young wizards of Hogwarts have had their courses arranged. Generally, on Mondays they will study transfiguration, charms, and herbology. Tuesdays will consist of defense against the dark arts and herbology. We shall adjust the schedule to include history of magic and Quidditch. Wednesdays are set for herbology, defense against the dark arts, history of magic, and astronomy. Thursdays will cover transfiguration, charms, flying lessons, and Quidditch. Fridays are reserved for potions classes. Lastly, aside from the rest periods over the weekend, I plan to schedule Quidditch matches. Professor McGonagall recounted her suggestions regarding the new cohort of Hogwarts wizards, glancing at the half-asleep headmaster. Ahem, Professor McGonagall coughed vehemently once more. Headmaster Dumbledore, although I recognize that it is quite late, it remains your responsibility to confirm the course arrangements for the young wizards, she stated somewhat testily. Dumbledore slowly turned his chair to face Professor McGonagall's somewhat stern visage. Minerva, you must have come to discuss something of significance, he remarked. I believe you understand my meaning. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. Headmaster, I refer not merely to the basic duties of your position, but to the true purpose of your visit. Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, McGonagall resignedly shrugged, placing down the document on the training of young wizards, and candidly stated, since you have broached the subject, I shall be forthright. What precisely did your earlier actions signify? Why did you allow the Sorting Hat to reveal Harry's original name during the sorting process? That rigid-minded Sorting Hat, humph. I believe such a course of action should not have been undertaken, Headmaster Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze upon him intently. Dumbledore slowly shook his head. Minerva, I have already stated that the decision was made by the leaders of the 4 houses of Hogwarts, not by me alone. The Sorting Hat carries the legacy of Slytherin. Gryffindor. Before Dumbledore could finish, McGonagall promptly interjected, Headmaster Dumbledore, it is just the 2 of us here. There is no need for you to resort to such evasive and clumsy excuses. You know better than anyone how significant Harry is. His parents and his tragic history evoke a sense of guilt in me when I confront him. The discord between wizards and muggles should not be projected onto a child. However, Harry Potter's current state is indeed peculiar. With that, Professor McGonagall raised her hand. A wand was firmly grasped in her palm, its tip glowing with a radiant white light. A string of incantations escaped Professor McGonagall's lips. The white glow coalesced in the air, soon revealing several images suspended mid-air. These images depicted Harry Potter's every word and action, even the slightest changes in his expressions, as observed through Professor McGonagall's eyes. Dumbledore, I believe you must take this matter seriously. From the very beginning, I oppose your decision to place Harry with the Dursleys, a family that harbors disdain for wizards and atheism. They possess no faith, and I dare say their belief may be nothing more than a repugnant obsession with gold. You must understand, growing up in such an environment is detrimental to a child's physical and mental well-being. How am I to face the deceased parents of Harry with such a decision? Professor McGonagall's voice was grave, her expression revealing a rare sense of helplessness. Lost in contemplation, take a good look at your previous decision. Observe what Harry has done. With a flick of her wand, the magical projection magnified. Look at Harry the moment he arrived at Hogwarts. In the presence of all the young wizards who held me in utmost respect, Harry dared to utter words tinged with provocation. He is but a child. Do you comprehend the implications of this? The adversities of life in that Muggle household have, in his heart, buried a desire to break the rules. Upon first meeting me, he requested to change his name from Harry Dursley. This alone indicates that Harry harbors a rather vague impression of the responsibilities tied to his name. I am at a loss as to how he has come to harbor such thoughts. Yet, in the face of these challenges, Harry's response was to avoid difficulty for the sake of safety, even renouncing the Potter surname. Then, with another wave of her wand, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, Let us set everything else aside for the moment. Professor Dumbledore, look here. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, I had already promised to allow him to forsake past honors, only to have the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts expose the truth on the spot. Witness Harry's actions. His reactions in the moment and his coping mechanisms were nothing short of exemplary. I cannot fathom how he became so astute. Not only did he alleviate the awkwardness with his peers, but he also successfully integrated into the Gryffindor family. His ability to respond and his psychological resilience are entirely uncharacteristic of a child who has just turned 11. Professor McGonagall poured out her doubts in one breath, her gaze fixed on Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore merely smiled gently, unfazed and instead preoccupied with preparing a pot of tea. Well then, Professor McGonagall, given all this, what exactly are you still concerned about? Professor McGonagall fell silent, her eyes locked onto Dumbledore, hesitating for quite some time before finally responding. Harry is undeniably astute, strikingly reminiscent of the Slytherin of yore. Indeed, at the same age, I dare say that even the Dark Lord Slytherin did not exhibit the same level of prowess as Harry does now, given similar circumstances. Professor McGonagall finally voiced the concern she had long harbored within. We must guide him. Dumbledore interjected with a wave of his hand, rising slowly and responding. So, Professor McGonagall, are you apprehensive that our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry might produce another being to rival Voldemort? Professor McGonagall nodded solemnly. One might say that, yet one might also argue otherwise. However, Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. Professor McGonagall, I believe you are being overly cautious. Professor McGonagall, perplexed, recalled that Voldemort's emergence had not only inflicted harm upon Hogwarts, but had also plunged the entire wizarding world into chaos, where sacrifice and terror became synonymous with his name. After the events of the past, Dumbledore ought to be more vigilant. How could he remain so untroubled? Dumbledore chuckled lightly. Professor McGonagall, have you forgotten the most crucial statement I previously shared with you? Voldemort is a man of ambition, whereas Harry is a hero. Their paths are destined to diverge. Moreover, regarding your suspicions about Voldemort, I believe you're already somewhat aware. Professor McGonagall gazed at Dumbledore's gentle smile, momentarily at a loss for the meaning behind his words. After a while, the pieces fell into place for her, and she looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. Professor Dumbledore, Are you suggesting that you wish to cultivate another prodigy? Dumbledore turned his head, gazing calmly at the flickering candles behind him. No one can be certain that Voldemort is truly dead. As a self-proclaimed heir of Slytherin, his power is well known to both you and me. Yet, that is of little consequence, Professor McGonagall. When a wolf infiltrates a flock of sheep, it becomes the embodiment of savagery. Now, if another wolf were to emerge among the new flock, during the ensuing struggle between wolves, he shall be the hero. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore in shock. No, that is unacceptable. You once placed such trust in him, yet he betrayed you. Headmaster Dumbledore, this course of action carries an exorbitant risk, and it is unnecessary to thrust Harry into the eye of the storm. Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged as he spread his palm, and suddenly, a blaze erupted within it, flames swelling and contracting, exploding into a cascade of light, transforming in an instant into a scarlet phoenix. The phoenix fell, and the flames shifted form once more. The surging magical energy pulsed as Dumbledore gazed at the creature racing across the table, smiling at Professor McGonagall. Do you know what this is, Professor McGonagall? Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, her expression evolving from astonishment to a hint of disarray. Chapter 84. The Shepherd's Promotion to Fiery Lion. Do you know what this is, Professor McGonagall? The esteemed Professor McGonagall remained silent. Is this a wolf? Dumbledore countered. No, this is a sheepdog. Wolves and dogs bear a striking resemblance in their youth. Yet their future accomplishments are profoundly influenced by their surroundings. A wolf can become a dog, and conversely, a dog can transform into a wolf. Professor McGonagall, I believe you have overlooked a crucial point. As a mentor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, you bear both the duty and the responsibility to guide our young wizards towards positivity, instilling within them love and courage, rather than allowing fear to take precedence. Such an approach contradicts your role as a Hogwarts professor. With a grave expression, she inquired, are you intending to nurture another guardian of Hogwarts? To mold Harry into a sheepdog? Dumbledore gazed at Professor McGonagall with a gentle smile and replied, no, that is not the case. A sheepdog does not affect change. Such a notion is far too conventional. Only a majestic lion, embodying strength and valor, will fiercely protect its pride. What Hogwarts truly needs is a genuine lion, one who will safeguard us all and emerge as the next generation's hero. As his words resonated, the flames in Dumbledore's hand suddenly surged. The sheepdogs that had been darting about disintegrated and swiftly coalesced into a resplendent lion, exuding fire and power, standing proudly atop the desk in Dumbledore's office. With a silent roar, flames erupted and magic surged. Professor McGonagall was taken aback by the spectacle before her. She gazed at the fiery lion, feeling its heat emanating through her very being. Cough, cough. Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe I now know what must be done. However, I shall adhere to my own methods in teaching the young wizards. As for the correctness of your decision, let time be the judge. History will always provide us with an answer. As she reached for the doorknob, Professor McGonagall paused, turning slightly to say, I apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore. I neglected to inform you that Hagrid has been waiting outside for quite some time. With that, she prepared to depart. However, Dumbledore interjected, wait, Professor McGonagall. Please let Hagrid wait a moment longer. I will call for him shortly. Professor McGonagall, hearing this, chose not to linger and left Dumbledore's office directly. Hagrid had been leaning against the door for over an hour, growing increasingly impatient. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall emerge, he exclaimed, Professor McGonagall, at last you are finished. Is Professor Dumbledore still occupied? When I sought him earlier, he instructed me to wait at the door. Professor McGonagall regarded Hagrid's anxious demeanor and furrowed her brow, stating, Headmaster Dumbledore requested that you wait a little longer. He will call for you shortly. Hagrid watched as Professor McGonagall briskly departed. Dumbledore rose from his seat, maneuvering around the desk before him to approach the metallic door on the opposite side. His gaze lingered momentarily on the ancient and intricate magical patterns adorning its surface before he stepped forward. With a whoosh, Dumbledore's form seamlessly passed through the iron door, entering a confined chamber beyond. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the absence of candles. The walls loomed dark and impenetrable, enclosing a space of roughly 4 square meters. Dumbledore's attention was drawn to the center, where a faint, cerulean light flickered in the oppressive gloom. From his vantage point, it appeared as a wide, hollow basin, emanating a stream of magical energy that flowed like water. In this moment of contemplation, Chapter 85, attracting Grindelwald, and the incantation's sizzling fireball echoed in his mind. Dumbledore leaned forward, his pale visage inching closer to the meditation basin. Just as he was about to make contact, his body stiffened, and his tightly shut eyes abruptly opened. His lips moved silently, forming words that did not escape his mouth. A soft sigh escaped him as he gazed into the basin, shaking his head slowly. Not yet. This is not the time for reflection. With that, he exerted himself to pull away from the basin, smoothing the creases of his wizarding robe as he turned and stepped away from the constricted space. Yet in that fleeting moment of his turn, the basin, brimming with magical energy, began to ripple, casting layers of water-like waves and a shimmering blue aura that illuminated the dark confines. Dumbledore halted, acutely aware of the pulsating magical waves emanating from the basin. Was his memory stirring once more? But as he pondered, a voice beckoned. Why not take a look? I sense your purest longing for her. This is an opportunity one can offer you, Dumbledore, for it has been far too long since you last met. Instinctively, his eyes shut once more, and he shook his head. No, you misunderstand. I do not wish to see her. From that fateful day, the moment of my sister's tragic demise it has meant, his words trailed off into silence, enveloping the small chamber in an oppressive hush. So be it, he thought, a wave of gentle melancholy rising within him as he prepared to depart. A resigned sigh escaped his lips as he opened his eyes, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. The cramped, confining space had vanished, replaced by an expansive meadow stretching out before him, lush and vibrant. Surrounding him were flourishing trees, and, along the paths, students clad in distinctive wizarding robes. Where am I? Dumbledore raised his head, his gaze falling upon a magnificent edifice not far away. It was the grand entrance of a school, prominently inscribed with Durmstrang Institute of Magic. As memories gradually resurfaced, this scene felt strikingly familiar to him. Almost instinctively, he stepped forward into the Durmstrang Institute. Approaching a distinctive teaching building, he hesitated not a moment, traversing through the house entrance and ascending the staircase, arriving at the door of a circular classroom. Before he could enter, a cacophony of desperate roars reached his ears. Mr. Gellert Grindelwald, are you attending my charms class or not? Who gave you the audacity to be so brazen? A younger man's voice interjected. Professor, please calm down. Of course, I intend to attend the charms class, but the way you teach, Mr. Mace, is dreadfully dull, bordering on insufferable. Dumbledore stood outside the classroom, observing a silver-haired youth casually toying with a wand. On the platform, a middle-aged wizard glowered at the young man. Grindelwald, excellent, excellent. You dare to openly challenge the content of my charms lesson as being overly tedious? How utterly barbaric. I beg to differ, Grindelwald retorted, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he waved his wand, conjuring a series of flames that danced in the air like jubilant sprites. The expression on Professor Mace's face darkened as he pronounced each word with deliberation. Grindelwald, I warn you once more, do not disrupt my class. Otherwise, you shall be expelled. Your reckless use of magic shows a complete disregard for your own safety, and I assure you, no one appreciates such foolishness. With a scoff, Grindelwald leapt down from the desk, casting a challenging glance at the middle-aged wizard. Old man, silence. Do not constrain me with your rules. I have long since mastered your charms class. Theory is a concern only for children. Magic itself is merely a means of exerting influence over everything around us. From a muggle's perspective, it appears as the supernatural. Within your rigid curriculum, the education provided amounts to nothing more than a tedious repetition. First grasp the wand, then recite the spell, and finally make a statement. The connection between spirit and focus, the transformation of spells through incantations, and the resultant beams of light projected during magic. These are mere platitudes. If, during the casting process, the beam is obstructed or evaded, the spell will fail to manifest. You spend your days regurgitating these trivialities. Professor, my ears are nearly calloused from it all. What you speak of is utterly worthless in my eyes. The middle-aged wizard's expression was one of astonishment, quickly transforming into a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Grindelwald, what on earth do you mean? If you do not wish to attend class, you may leave. However, should you continue to disrupt the lesson and hinder the learning of other wizarding students, I will have no choice but to summon the disciplinary wizards who will not entertain your magical debates. Yet, Grindelwald simply turned away, his wand swirling gracefully in his hand. With a casual flick, he tucked it into the folds of his wizarding robes. His eyes, brimming with a fierce spirit, locked onto the middle-aged professor. Professor Mace, how do you propose to explain this? As he spoke, Grindelwald snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. The spell, Fiery Burst, manifested before him as waves of magical energy rippled outwards. Dark red flames flickered and danced, ultimately crystallizing mid-air in an orderly formation. Professor Mace, I am without a wand. Can you enlighten me on the nature of my ability to cast magic unarmed? The middle-aged wizard stood there, struck dumb by the audacity of the young man before him. His eyes glazed over, and he muttered to himself, "No, this cannot be. No one has ever achieved such a feat at your age. Indeed, Professor Mace, I have done it. This is wandless magic," Grindelwald proclaimed, his demeanor exuding pride. "So, Professor, does this make me a genius? And will I no longer need to arrive punctually for your future classes?" He was merely a teacher of spells at Durmstrang Institute, having dedicated decades to his vocation. Yet, the actions of this prodigious wizard student left him at a loss for words. No one had ever prepared him for encountering a talent of such magnitude. At that moment, in the last row of the spell classroom, Dumbledore observed the unfolding scene with penetrating focus. His hand instinctively raised and waved gently, extinguishing the flames that floated above the podium. "Who is that?" A handsome young man, radiating warmth and joy, gazed back at him. Dumbledore's aged figure seemed to merge with the standing youth, transcending countless years in an instant. Only their eyes remained timeless, colliding in mutual recognition. A long-buried heart flutter surged within Dumbledore, an inexplicable feeling that resonated deeply. This was a sense of kindred spirits, an awareness born from the confluence of two geniuses. Grindelwald and Dumbledore spoke in unison. "I admire your talent. Perhaps we could become close friends." Chapter 86. The Spark of War Between Technology and Magic. Dumbledore's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. This was not their first encounter, but it was the first time he felt drawn to Grindelwald's brilliance. As he opened his eyes once more, the spacious classroom had vanished, replaced by the desolate, chaotic halls of the wizarding school, now devoid of life. As the surrounding light softened, Dumbledore observed that he was in a room spanning hundreds of square meters. The doors and windows on either side had been boarded up. With a soft hiss, flames flickered to life. In the dimly lit environment, illumination began to spread as clusters of orange flames danced in the air. The vast, shadowy space was filled with a warm hue. This was a circular area where wizards clad in dark robes sat quietly in their chairs, clutching books. At the very center stood a young man, with silver hair and strikingly handsome features. His expression bore a hint of arrogance and indifference as he declared, "I trust you all know why I have summoned you here." One of the wizards rose from his seat. "Indeed, Mr. Grindelwald, we have gathered here because you openly stated in the Wizarding Daily that you abhor the international statute of wizarding secrecy. No, it is not merely dislike. It is disdain and hatred. My esteemed colleagues, I ask you, what has the international statute of wizarding secrecy brought us as wizards? This law, aimed at wizards, imposes restrictions not externally, but wholly internally. It is utterly ludicrous." Upon hearing this, the assembled wizards began to murmur amongst themselves. Grindelwald, standing at the center, shifted from his initial indifference to a tone of irreverence. "I believe most of you have not ventured beyond the wizarding world or into the realm of muggles. Allow me to enlighten you on the extravagant lives of those ordinary folk. These muggles possess vast lands and fertile fields, erecting towering edifices across expansive territories. They cultivate crops and live in abundance. Their lives are filled with comfort, each face adorned with the smile of what we call happiness." As he spoke, Grindelwald waved his wand, conjuring images that filled the vision of the gathered wizards: spacious and pristine landscapes, luxurious and stylish buildings, revered churches, and breathtaking natural scenery. Grindelwald gazed at the assembly of wizards, enunciating each word with gravity. "My wizarding friends, since the inception of that cursed international statute of wizarding secrecy, I implore you to consider what awaits you after mastering magic. Integration into the Muggle workforce, deemed one of the most menial occupations by fellow wizards. Alternatively, remaining within the wizarding realm, where you will be tasked with using magic to hunt livestock or to explore the mysteries of potions in enchanted forests. We constantly face peril for our survival, yet we are a pack of formidable beasts. Why must we feign harmlessness before the Muggle sheep? Listen, I now have cause to suspect that the international statute of wizarding secrecy is a malevolent curse. Wizards advocating such ideology are mere pawns of Muggle control. This approach seeks to alter our mindset, stifling our talents and leaving our fundamental rights as wizards utterly unprotected." The once vociferous assembly of black-robed wizards fell into a profound silence, their gazes fixated upon the silver-haired man before them. "We are powerful wizards, not mere livestock," Grindelwald proclaimed with a fierce intensity. In an instant, a palpable fury ignited within the eyes of the gathered wizards, a blend of anger and humiliation, their dignity as wizards suffocated. "We are the strong. This world should not be this way. Observing the transformation in the crowd, Grindelwald's expression shifted to one of righteous indignation and fervor. With a wave of his hand, a copy of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, stamped by the Ministry of Magic, levitated before him, its pages flipping open to reveal the stark words suspended in the air around him. Stepping forward, he positioned himself at the forefront of the podium. Surveying the black-robed wizards below, his eyes sparkled with an overwhelming confidence. What absurdities do these wizarding laws truly prescribe? Such foolish regulations reduce us to the level of rats dwelling in the sewers. With each utterance, flames erupted spontaneously, flickering and cascading downwards toward the pages of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. We demand freedom. Chapter 87. The Self-Devouring Howl Letter. With every word Grindelwald spoke, flames leapt forth, consuming the pages of the statute, transforming them to ash. Look at this. What ridiculous proclamations do these wizarding laws impose upon us? Such nonsensical ordinances render us equivalent to vermin in the underbelly of society. We are beasts, not rodents, our ferocity suppressed. It is akin to severing the fangs and claws of a cheetah, reducing it to a mere ornamental feline. As Grindelwald concluded, one page was entirely engulfed in flames, the fire roaring as it devoured a portion of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, reducing it to mere cinders. The crowd of wizards stirred with rising fervor, prompting Grindelwald to scoff coldly. From the perspective of a wizard, I pose this question to you. Does this wretched ordinance compel us to mimic a group of bewildered muggles? Such behavior is a flagrant affront to our dignity. Though this statute purports to protect us, it is in fact absurd. How can those frail beings, incapable of withstanding a single magical surge, be our adversaries? To allow the weak to command the mighty is a disgraceful folly. He then addressed the assembly of wizards. I ask you all, in your hearts, does this damned International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy truly safeguard our community, or does it serve to protect the muggles living in their Eden? With that, Grindelwald waved his hand once more, and flames surged forth, consuming the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, reducing it entirely to ash amidst the inferno. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black stood forth from the assembly of wizards, directing a steady gaze toward Grindelwald. Mr. Grindelwald, he articulated deliberately, if you were to confront the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, what course of action would you pursue? Grindelwald, with a flourish of his silver hair, regarded the congregation of wizards with an air of haughty defiance, responding, what would I do in the face of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy? That is indeed an intriguing and pertinent question. However, from my personal perspective, I choose to reject it. For the sake of freedom, I refuse to submit to its regulations. As his words echoed throughout the dimly lit chamber, the eyes of the gathered black-clad wizards sparkled with a fervent hope, their gazes pure yet aflame with passion. United in a chant, for freedom, for freedom, for freedom, we refuse to yield to such foolish regulations. Down with the detestable International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. It poisons the new generation of wizards. The room reverberated with the fervent cries of the wizards, wave after wave of passionate outcry filling the air. Enough! Dumbledore's hand rose, commanding silence. With a single, forceful gesture, the once tangible scene shattered, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. In that disoriented moment, a familiar and seductive voice resonated within his heart. Dumbledore, now that you are here, there is no avoiding what lies ahead. The opportunity is at hand. The Philosopher's Stone awaits just beyond the door. It is within your reach, and with it, you can alter the course of all that has transpired. Those who possess it can not only attain immortality, but can even resurrect those who have departed. I sense the call of your sister's spirit. Heed your own desire, Dumbledore. She yearns to see you, Albus Dumbledore. Be silent. Dumbledore halted, his brow furrowed, his voice a tapestry of complexity. No, the dead cannot be brought back to life. This has been a rule upheld by wizards for millennia. No matter how dearly I long for my loved ones, it is impossible. How absurd. No, it is indeed possible. Dumbledore, you have witnessed the power of the Philosopher's Stone firsthand. Your dear friend, who possessed the stone, has lived for over 6 centuries. Just contemplate that, an existence beyond the grasp of mortal men. Look at yourself now. Your skin is wrinkled, your body weary, yet your spirit remains vibrant. A vast reservoir of magic confined within a waning vessel. How tragic. The raspy voice grew increasingly beguiling. Enough. Dumbledore abruptly turned, extending his hand to rest upon the surface of the meditation basin, as reflective as glass. His voice rose in stern admonition. Be quiet. You should understand better than anyone that I must not wield power. Even a wand is beyond my grasp. Do you not comprehend what it means for me to possess a wand? I, Albus Dumbledore, cannot hold power again. This is a lesson steeped in blood. Dumbledore, adorned in his flowing wizard's robes that seemed to dance without a breeze, exuded an air of vitality. He chanted incantations, and the flickering blue light surrounding him converged towards the center of the meditation basin. In the ethereal silence, a raspy voice faded away along with a luminous aura. Departing through the hidden door of the headmaster's office, he waved his wrist, causing parchment to levitate, with lines of text materializing upon it. After a brief 2 minutes, having confirmed its accuracy, Dumbledore gestured dismissively, and the unfolded paper automatically folded into an envelope. With a flick of his finger, the envelope glided towards the crack of the door and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, outside the headmaster's office, Hagrid, resembling a small mountain, crouched on the ground. Truth be told, he had been waiting at the door for several hours, yet Dumbledore had not summoned him. Had it not been for Professor McGonagall's counsel to wait, Hagrid might have genuinely feared that Dumbledore had forgotten him. Before long, Hagrid heard a rustling sound beside him, and a folded letter materialized in front of him. Before Hagrid could reach for it, the letter began to contort, developing layers of creases that split open at the center, forming a mouth. Dumbledore's calm and soothing voice emanated from the Howler. Hagrid, take what I entrusted to you and conceal it in the dungeons of Hogwarts. I trust you know the location to which I refer. As the Howler concluded, the large mouth devoured itself, shredding its own body into countless fragments that cascaded to the ground. Hagrid stared in disbelief at the scattered remnants of paper. Having waited for several hours only to receive this solitary message, was Dumbledore jesting? Nevertheless, Hagrid adhered strictly to the command. In his understanding, the brilliant Dumbledore must have had profound reasons for his actions. Hogwarts, Gryffindor Common Room. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, a loud knocking jolted Harry from his slumber. He opened his bleary eyes to survey his surroundings, spotting a remarkably familiar figure. Good morning, Dudley. Chapter 88. The Magical Lesson. Poor Hermione. Rubbing his somewhat dazed forehead, Harry inquired, "What are you doing, Dudley?" Observing Dudley, who had dressed in a pristine wizard's robe, complemented by a white shirt and a red tie, Harry remained in a state of morning confusion. "Morning, Harry. You ought to rise. If you linger any longer, you might miss today's outdoor lesson." "Outdoor?" Harry scratched his head in puzzlement. Reluctantly, he extricated himself from the confines of his bedclothes, washed up, and donned a brand new wizard's robe. Harry, still perplexed, posed another question, prompting Dudley to produce a notebook and read aloud, enunciating each word. "Harry, you'll need to manage these matters on your own from now on. At the beginning of the term, I will merely remind you the first time. Prior to the school year, the Ministry of Magic sent us our timetables in letter form, clearly outlining the course schedule for first-year students at Hogwarts. On Monday, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class awaits, followed by Charms and Herbology. Tuesday introduces us to Cairo's Dark Arts Defense, alongside more Herbology, History of Magic, and Professor Hooch's Quidditch session. Wednesday's itinerary comprises Herbology, Defense Against the Dark Arts, History of Magic, and Astronomy. Thursday features Transfiguration, Charms, Flying Lessons, and Quidditch. Friday is reserved for Potions, with the weekend offering a schedule of spontaneous activities. Dudley recounted the schedule in one breath, observing Harry's somewhat dazed expression, and gently tousled his hair. "Come on, Harry, don't space out. By my calculations, we should have Professor Rolanda's Quidditch class this morning. If I recall correctly, it should be quite a significant lesson." Harry hurriedly dressed and, after washing up, voiced his confusion. "Cousin Dudley, what is a significant lesson?" Dudley promptly retrieved a piece of dry bread from the dormitory table and shoved it into Harry's mouth. Harry, cheeks bulging, instinctively chewed, the bread stifling his attempts to speak. Dudley then placed a bottle of milk into Harry's pocket. "All right, Harry, we have no time. Hurry up." Okay, Cousin Dudley," Harry mumbled, still chewing, his words barely discernible. Reaching the door, he opened it, only to find Dudley looking quizzically at the boy waiting outside. Goodness. Ron's expression shifted from shock to urgency, laced with a hint of reproach. "Harry, Dudley, why are you opening the door so slowly? This morning is Professor Rolanda's Quidditch class. I've heard she has quite the temper." As Ron's words echoed, Harry hastily swallowed the last of the bread and took a large gulp of milk. "Harry, slow down, or you'll choke," Ron admonished, though he too hurried ahead. Dudley and Harry followed Ron as they exited the Hogwarts dormitory. Curiosity piqued, Harry asked Ron, "Do you know what Quidditch is?" "This is the first time I've heard of it." Ron casually replied, "It's a sport. If I had to compare it, I'd say it's somewhat akin to rugby or football in your muggle world. It's all about scoring by getting the ball through designated points. Is that all? Harry felt a tinge of disappointment. Ron shrugged. I can't quite describe it, but this game is played in the air and is very popular among wizards. Harry pondered this. Meanwhile, Ron, wearing a glum expression, confessed, to be honest, Harry, I was hoping to skip class today. I can't stand that bunch from Slytherin. Just the thought of having to share a class with them makes me feel ill. Harry looked at Ron in confusion, but Ron offered no further explanation. The three of them ambled along, soon arriving at an expanse of grass. As they stepped through the circular archway, Dudley caught a whiff of fragrant grass. Ahead lay an open area, enclosed by walls. It appears to be a scenic leisure area within Hogwarts School. Not far away, a group of students clad in wizarding robes has gathered around a row of shelves. At the center of the crowd stands a middle-aged woman with short hair. All right, children, silence. Now, please line up according to your houses. Each of you must collect a magical broom before class begins. She instructs. Gryffindor on my left, Slytherin on my right. Ron and Harry hastily joined the queue forming for Gryffindor. Please, let us not reveal our position. Hermione, standing at the back of the line, gazed incredulously at the three behind her. Sleeping in on the first day of school? She remarked, somewhat irritated. Harry offered an awkward smile, while Ron scoffed dismissively. Hermione, clearly frustrated, exclaimed honestly, if we're late, Gryffindor will be penalized. Silence, she commanded, her footsteps halting as she turned to face Hermione, whose chestnut curls framed her serious expression. Gryffindor students? Miss Granger, I expect no one to disrupt the rules in my broomstick class. This is a warning. Do not disturb the order of the classroom. I also do not wish to be left with a poor impression of you, Miss Granger. Hermione's face paled, and she opened her mouth to defend herself, feeling unjustly accused. After all, it was Ron who had been teasing her. With tears welling in her eyes, she felt deeply wronged. Chapter 89, Transfiguration, Magical Attraction, an odd emotional line, 2 in 1. This is a warning. I hope you will pay attention in the future. All students are advised to refrain from whispering during my class. I detest careless little wizards. With that, Rolanda moved to the front of the crowd, disregarding Hermione's personal feelings. Ron lightly nudged Harry, casting a glance at Hermione and shaping his lips to silently convey, see, this is what meddling gets you. Harry chuckled awkwardly. Hermione, noticing Ron's gesture, stamped her foot in frustration, feeling a surge of injustice and indignation. She had only aimed to enhance Gryffindor's overall score for the greater good of the house. How could these two treat her this way? Determined, Hermione resolved never to engage with them again. This was simply too much. Beside her, Dudley observed the trio with a contemplative expression. He could easily see through Hermione's feelings of grievance and misunderstanding, as well as Ron's irritation at her meddling. However, Dudley did not wish to intervene in their dynamic. He did not subscribe to the notion that appearance equates to justice. He understood the importance of blending in and lowering his profile, focusing intently on continuing his biological experiments unnoticed. Consequently, Dudley reached out and pulled Harry closer, positioning himself strategically between Hermione and Ron. Ron looked at Dudley in confusion, uncertain why he had suddenly changed places. However, with Dudley blocking the way, he could not see the angry visage of Hermione. Out of sight, out of mind, this was perhaps a comfort to him. On the other side, observing Dudley positioned between herself and Ron, Hermione felt a mix of grievance and suppressed tears that she resolutely held back. It's nothing. I'm fine, she murmured, lowering her head, believing Dudley had come to offer her some solace, as she considered herself a strong child. Yet, after waiting for a considerable time, Dudley did not voice any words of concern, leaving Hermione perplexed. After a moment, Dudley suddenly furrowed his brow and looked at Hermione. What is wrong with you? Why are you looking at me? Let me switch places with Ron. I can't see the words Professor Rowland is writing on the wall. It's much clearer now. Hermione's face flushed crimson in an instant, and she awkwardly replied, if you can't see well, I can read it for you. Dudley shook his head. No need. I can see perfectly well now. Hermione, though uncertain of the reason and oblivious to any underlying issues, felt an inexplicable dissatisfaction. It seemed to her that this was even worse than facing Ron. She was torn. Indeed, it was an infuriating day. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the small wizarding group, the short-haired lady, Professor Rowland, ceased her wand movements. Before her, lines of red text materialized, proclaiming Rolanda Hooch. Hello, students. I am entirely responsible for your Quidditch lessons. I am your professor, Rolanda Hooch. Throughout the upcoming year, I will oversee your Quidditch training and organization. Firstly, Quidditch requires players to ride on enchanted brooms during matches. We have strict regulations concerning the manufacturers of these brooms. Additionally, there are 4 types of Quidditch balls used in the game. One of them is the bludger, which can attack and annoy the opposing team's goalposts for points. Then there is the quaffle, which is used to score by getting through your opponent's hoops. Finally, the golden snitch is of utmost importance. Capturing it will yield a significant score and lead to an immediate victory. The golden snitch is worth 150 points, and the match will cease the moment it is caught. That is all for the introduction, children. Today, let us familiarize ourselves with the flying broomsticks before we proceed further in our studies. After a moment, Professor Hooch's brow furrowed, her demeanor stern as she regarded the young wizards before her. She reached into her robe and produced a wand. Gryffindor House and Slytherin House. Form 2 lines and stand in order. As her words fell, she gracefully waved her wand. The tip of the wand glowed with a cerulean light, which spread outwards. Enveloping the area, Professor Hooch continued her motions, and the frequency of the blue glow intensified, captivating the curiosity of the young wizards. "Hey, Hermione, do you know what Professor Hooch is doing?" Ron poked his head around Dudley to glance at Hermione, who frowned and tossed her brown hair dismissively, exclaiming, "Don't ask me, I have no idea. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You can ask your dear friend Harry." Ron looked at Harry's bewildered expression and sighed. "No need to ask Harry. He hasn't yet learned how to cast spells, and among us, you're the only one who can perform magic." Hermione pouted and turned her head defiantly. "Not a chance. I won't tell you." She was still miffed from earlier when they had teased her, and Hermione was one to hold a grudge. Ron rolled his eyes and remarked, "See, Harry? I told you Hermione has a terrible temper and harbors grudges." Meanwhile, Dudley pondered aloud. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a type of spell. Based on the color and the degree of the aura, it likely falls under the category of transfiguration. Magical attraction." "Magical attraction? What is that?" Ron inquired curiously. "What is Professor Rolanda doing? Aren't we supposed to be in Quidditch class? What use is magical attraction?" Dudley merely smiled faintly, really dim-witted. Hermione seized the opportunity to retort, "Humph. Ron, you're truly foolish. Professor Rolanda is clearly summoning the enchanted brooms stored in the Hogwarts storeroom." At that moment, several wizarding brooms began to soar above the young wizards' heads, gliding gracefully through the air, approaching from a distance and weaving around the high walls before hovering above the open space. As Ron observed the scene before him and caught Hermione's incredulous gaze, he felt a pang of frustration. He turned to Harry and said, TSK, Harry. Did you see that? Someone once said they would follow the rules. No talking during Professor Rolanda's class to avoid losing points for Hogwarts. And now he broken the rules first." Harry, for a moment, found a semblance of logic in Ron's words. "Dobby, what did you say?" Hermione's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by a feeling of being at a loss for words. In exasperation, she could only kick at the grass, using it as a means of venting her frustration. The innocent grass patch sank slightly under her foot. Dudley observed Hermione's vexation and understood. From their previous conversation, he could tell that Hermione came from a well-educated family and excelled in school. Her exceptional performance likely left her with few friends, resulting in a rather formal manner of speaking. She was always so precise, having never encountered harsh words or bullying, surrounded mostly by admiration and envy, which made it difficult for her to hold her ground in a verbal spar with Ron. After all, it's hard to argue when a scholar meets a soldier. Dudley quietly watched as Hermione vented her little temper, not intending to intervene. Perhaps only through such behavior could they truly get to know one another. Contradictions and conflicts. Indeed, shattering the existing barriers of communication, Dursley found himself momentarily taken aback. He sensed that his scientific analysis this time lacked rigor, perhaps for Hermione. His logic was not entirely sound. Yet, from Dursley's perspective, it was perhaps unjust to blame Hermione. Just moments ago, Ron, who had held the upper hand in their verbal exchange, noticed Hermione sulking. Suddenly, he made a face at her, his mockery reaching its peak. Chapter 90. The cat bus and the memory orb of changing colors. Ron's derisive grimace inflicted an inexplicable emotional blow upon Hermione, who was on the verge of calming down. If she were to strike Ron, she would risk losing points for Gryffindor. Conversely, pretending not to see him would leave her feeling immensely distressed. It was an utterly perplexing situation. Hermione felt as though the day had stretched on interminably. In her frustration, her cheeks puffed out, and she turned on her heel. She sidestepped Dursley and delivered a firm kick to Ron's calf. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ron's face contorted in pain. He instinctively lost his balance and fell backward, colliding with another figure. Thud, thud. Two sounds echoed. Ron, along with the person beside him, tumbled to the ground. "Ron, what are you doing?" Neville exclaimed, somewhat annoyed as he pushed Ron away, perplexed by his sudden fall. Ron hurriedly assisted Neville to his feet, offering a flurry of apologies. Meanwhile, Harry merely shrugged, pondering what to do about the chaos. Should he act as if nothing had transpired? Hermione was deeply conflicted. Her head bowed as she repeatedly muttered to herself, "It's fine, it's fine." Dursley, however, did not direct his gaze towards Hermione, Ron, or Neville. Instead, his attention was captured by the grass beneath them. At the moment Neville hit the ground, a translucent white glass orb rolled out from his pocket. The orb spun, gliding past Dursley before coming to rest at Hermione's feet. Dursley observed clearly that it was a hollow glass sphere adorned with a copper metal piece along its arch. Hermione, noticing the transparent orb at her feet, exclaimed in astonishment, "A memory orb?" Dursley, intrigued, inquired, "You know what this is?" Hermione pondered for a moment before explaining. "I recall seeing this magical artifact for sale in Diagon Alley. It seems that when you touch this metal orb, if it remains unchanged, it signifies that you have not forgotten anything. However, if it suddenly changes color, it indicates that something has slipped your memory. I find it rather impractical, though. After all, when it comes to memory, forgetting something means that even acknowledging the forgetfulness is of little consequence, as you cannot recall anyway." Hermione shrugged her shoulders in exasperation. At that moment, she intended to bend down and retrieve the memory orb from the ground. However, Dursley reached out to halt her movement. "Be careful. Touching it recklessly could harm you," he cautioned. As he spoke, he glanced at the cat bus, which had just vanished from his pocket. At that moment, the cat bus was curiously observing the crystal orb of similar size lying on the grass. Its fluffy ears twitched, and a pair of ebony eyes fixated on the glass orb. As if drawn by an irresistible force, the Totoro leapt forward and embraced the spherical glass. Its entire furry body sprawled atop it. Cackling with delight, the Totoro seemed to have discovered a wondrous treasure, rubbing its small head against the glass orb with an expression of sheer ecstasy. "Enough now, it's time for class." At that moment, Dolly distinctly observed that the glass orb had mysteriously filled with a deep crimson mist. Had it changed color? Was there a gap in his memory? However, Dolly resolutely dismissed such notions. Based on the sequence of events, it appeared that the Totoro had experienced some memory loss. It must have forgotten something. At this instant, sunlight streamed onto the glass orb, transforming the deep red haze into an exquisite backdrop, allowing the orb to reflect its surroundings. Dolly furrowed his brow as he gazed at the glass orb in his hand, for it was reflecting a shadowy figure. The dark silhouette flickered behind him, then quietly concealed itself in the shadows. Who was it? Chapter 91, Voldemort, the possessed body of dark magic. Who exactly was this individual? Dolly frowned, observing the glass orb before him, which reflected the fleeting shadow that had stealthily retreated into the darkness. The figure's head was wrapped in thick bandages, a distinctive attire that, though obscuring its face, revealed to Dolly that it was Professor Quirrell from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. This was troubling. Why was their group attending a Quidditch lesson while a Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher lurked in the shadows, covertly observing? Dolly's expression remained unchanged as he gathered his thoughts and turned to return the magical memory orb to Neville. Gratefully, Neville accepted it, his face lighting up with appreciation. "Thank you so much, my friend. This memory orb is very important to me. It was a gift from my grandmother." After a moment of contemplation, Dolly decided to move from his original position and approached Harry. "Huh?" Harry looked at Dolly in confusion. "Cousin, why did you suddenly change your spot?" Dolly gently ruffled Harry's hair. "I'm here to supervise you. Note, daydreaming in class. Don't speak out of turn. And pay attention. I didn't mean to." Harry replied, his face falling into a pout of extreme grievance. Ron shrugged, instinctively taking Dolly's former position, feeling immensely relieved that he did not have an older brother of the same age. Otherwise, he would face a similar fate as Harry, being monitored at school. "Oomph." Hermione glanced at Ron, standing beside her. Then, without a word, she tossed her head aside, indicating her unwillingness to engage with him. Ron shrugged in exasperation, perplexed. Meanwhile, atop one of Hogwarts' tall towers, a figure slowly emerged near the window behind the stone walls. Quirrell's eyes gazed ahead, focusing on an expanse of open ground several hundred meters away. In an open field, two classes of young wizards gathered. One group donned the robes of Slytherin, while the other represented Gryffindor. With a sincere expression and bowed head, he clasped his hands tightly before his chest. "Great and noble master, your servant Quirinus Quirrell humbly beseeches you. I implore you to awaken from your slumber. Your lowly servant is prepared with a meticulous plan, yearning for your summons." Quirrell's demeanor was one of humility, as he fervently prayed in his heart. Before long, he felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. Quirrell's expression shifted to one of surprise. He understood that the great Master Voldemort had responded to his call. Great master. I possess a perfect scheme for the new body you have long desired. It is during Gryffindor's Quidditch lesson that I shall strike. Let him be injured and sent to the infirmary of the magical school. That area is scarcely populated, making it the opportune moment for my endeavor. The new body you covet is closely tied to the creature known as the Niffler and its master, Dudley. They're seldom apart. Only through a complete plan can I ensure their solitude. This is the best course of action at present, yet I hope you will lend your hand to assist me. Just moments ago, when I revealed myself, it seemed the Niffler could sense my presence. It always discovers my position with uncanny timing. This is utterly astonishing. Furthermore, the magic professor for this lesson is Madame Rolanda, whose magical prowess is formidable. We must exercise utmost caution. Professor Quirrell appeared flustered, uncertain whether the great being would grant him aid. Go forth, my servant. Empty your mind, open your heart, and surrender your body to me. Chapter 92. The first lesson in magic. Go forth, my servant. Surrender your body to me. I shall assist you in erasing the memories of that vigilant creature, allowing it to forget your existence today. As the words echoed, Quirrell's body stiffened, his expression momentarily vacant as he slowly extended a hand, drawing forth a pitch-black wand from within his robes. Dark mist swirled from the tip of the wand, which danced through the air like a nimble serpent, inscribing ancient and intricate symbols in the atmosphere. Ultimately, the wand thrust forward, dispersing the dark mist and inscriptions with a thunderous rush. Quirrell's eyes instantly regained clarity, and he turned towards the tower window, where he beheld a wispy strand of milky vapor floating gracefully before settling upon the tip of his wand. Gazing at the layer of milky mist, Quirrell's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, his revered master, Voldemort, could wield such incredible magic, even as a fragment of a soul. The spell was one of mental manipulation, target, memory extraction. Feeling the tumult within his mind gradually subside, Quirrell understood that the ensuing actions would depend solely upon him. He would trace back through memory to locate the precise position of the young wizard. Interfering with the young wizard's broomstick riding would require a sustained application of magic. From this moment onward, I must refrain from revealing myself, remaining concealed behind the wall. Otherwise, my continuous spell casting will attract the notice of Professor Rolanda. However, this is of little concern. I have thoroughly memorized the precise position of Gryffindor House and Dallet's Dance. All I need to do is quietly listen to the incantations released by the Quidditch instructor attempting to fly. He will be able to disrupt the trajectory of the young wizard's rides. At this very moment, Professor Quirrell has spread his hands, supporting himself against the heavy stone wall in front of him. The magical energy within him converges towards his palms. The target area has been locked in. His initial suitability for the role of defense against the dark arts instructor was not solely due to his exceptional skill in wandless magic. Years of diligent study, coupled with the gifts bestowed upon him by his master, have significantly enhanced his abilities. The secret of silent spellcasting has long been mastered by Quirinus Quirrell. On the other side, at the Quidditch pitch, Rolanda twirled her wizarding robe, her sharp eyes scanning the gathered wizards. All right, I hope I do not have to repeat this. From now on, silence collectively and heed my command. As she spoke, broomsticks descended beside each young wizardess' right hand. This is your first time using a flying broomstick. First, hold your breath and focus all your attention on the broom. Finally, with a commanding tone, utter the word up. Infuse your emotions into the words, imbuing them with magical power to control the broom. Professor Rolanda elaborated on the nuances of wielding magic through the wand. Just then, a hand suddenly shot up from the crowd, interrupting Professor Rolanda's discourse. "What's your question?" Rolanda inquired with a furrowed brow. A young wizard in the crowd hastily responded. "Excuse me, Professor Rolanda, you mentioned that we should place the broom on our right hand, but why not on the left?" Rolanda's eyes widened in surprise. Left or right? What does that have to do with our flying lesson? Gryffindor wizard, if you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, your actions will be deemed disruptive to the class. The chubby young wizard stammered defensively. "Professor Rolanda, please don't misunderstand. I'm a natural left-hander. My father, who is a wizard, always taught me to hold the wand with my left hand. This means that if I try to use my right hand, I am unable to cast spells." Rolanda raised an eyebrow and swiftly approached the chubby Gryffindor, pointing at the broom on the ground and enunciating each word. "A magical broomstick is merely a tool for wizards. Since you are capable of casting spells, follow my instructions step by step. First, concentrate entirely on the broom, and then fully articulate the incantation to initiate the spell." But that is not possible for me. The reluctant Gryffindor extended his hand towards the broom, weakly murmuring up. The broom remained utterly motionless. "Professor, This isn't working. The chubby little wizard instinctively muttered, "Rise." The magical broom shook a couple of times, but remained motionless. "Professor Roland, I told you this wouldn't work. I'm a natural lefty, and my right hand is useless." The chubby wizard lifted his head, a look of despair etched across his face, clearly indicating that for the broom to take flight, it must be positioned in his left hand. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed. "Ouch!" A cry of distress followed. The chubby wizard, clutching his backside, bore a look of grievance, his face resembling a shade of purple. The magical broom, which had been lying on the ground, had just struck him sharply on his soft flesh. Professor Roland's expression darkened as she sternly addressed the Gryffindor chubby wizard. "Listen, this is a warning. Your behavior is a blatant challenge to my teaching philosophy. Now, I expect you to concentrate fully and command the broom to rise in a firm tone. If your voice falters, I shan't treat you with the gentleness your father would. Next time, it will strike your forehead. No, please don't hit me. I'll do it. I'll do it right away." The Gryffindor chubby wizard, eyes wide with terror, quickly stood firm, extending his right hand with utmost focus, shouting, "Rise. Get up. I command you to rise." Sweat beaded on his forehead, his face contorted in agony, his backside burning like a volcano. He was desperate to avoid a second encounter. The broom, previously lying flat on the ground, abruptly rose with astonishing speed. Thud! Another dull sound resonated as the broom made intimate contact with the chubby wizard's cheek. Yet this time he did not cry out. Tears of excitement welled in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Professor Roland, I did it. I've broken the curse of being left-handed. Thank you, ma'am." Thud! Before he could finish his sentence, the Gryffindor chubby wizard toppled backward and fainted. "Poor fellow, he is really in a dire state," Ron whispered to Harry. Harry instinctively nodded. "Indeed, it's rather unfortunate. Professor Roland is even fiercer than Uncle Vernon." Curious, Ron inquired, "Vernon? Who is he?" Harry quickly corrected himself. "Oh, it's nothing. You misheard me, Ron." Meanwhile, Dudley observed thoughtfully, gathering information. Today marked his first genuine attempt at magic, although it was performed on a magical object. Judging by the reactions of the chubby wizard and Professor Roland, there seemed to be a correlation between the use of magical objects and the principles of wand magic. "Harry, why don't you give it a try?" Ron said eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, for Harry was a legendary hero, reputed to have vanquished the Dark Lord. Ron was curious about his abilities. He had heard his father, Arthur Weasley, speak of the Dark Lord, a terrifying entity of immense power and unfathomable strength. Though he was skeptical that Harry truly was the hero who defeated the Dark Lord, his curiosity was insatiable. Harry, however, simply adjusted his glasses. "All right, Ron. Since you've spoken up, I shall give it a try. Rise." Before Harry could finish his command, the broomstick gracefully levitated and settled steadily into his palm. Ron stood by astonished. It was truly remarkable. Had he not ventured to the east, he might have exclaimed in awe at the spectacle before him. Hermione, witnessing this, was equally taken aback. Mimicking the action, she extended her delicate hand and softly murmured, "Rise." Her voice rang clear, and as she finished, the wand gently ascended and landed securely in her grasp. With her lips pursed, she looked around in delight. However, she soon realized that everyone else was engrossed in their own broomsticks, paying her no heed. Gazing around once more, her eyes fell upon Dudley, whose gaze remained fixed on Harry, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Hermione instinctively raised her hand, only to let it fall in a moment of despondency. Chapter 93. The Heart's Magical Power Development and Obstacle Avoidance. Dudley had long been aware of Hermione's success. Yet, observing her eagerness to share her joy, he averted his gaze. Feigning ignorance, possessing a mature mindset, he understood precisely what he ought to do, embracing the prudent principles from the distant east. He deemed it wise to proceed with caution for now. "Not too shabby, Hermione. I didn't realize your magical talent was quite commendable," Ron said with a grin. Having noticed her efforts earlier, he had intended to tease her, but the impressive display of her skills rendered him unable to do so. For now, he could only bask in a verbal victory. "Humph, I don't need your approval," Hermione retorted, lifting her face without sparing a glance at Ron, her displeasure evident. Meanwhile, Dudley remained oblivious to their banter, his focus entirely on the broom at his feet. With his palm open, he held his breath, concentrating intently. Following Ms. Rowland's advice, he channeled his focus towards the broom. "Rise," he whispered softly, yet the wand merely wobbled slightly, failing to truly ascend. Dudley furrowed his brow, questioning whether his method of casting was flawed. He was acutely aware of his own concentration. Perhaps no one else there possessed as much focus as he did. He had observed that a child's restless nature often led to a lack of attention, making it difficult to control a broomstick, an insight he had recently gleaned. After contemplating, Dudley resolved to attempt the spell once more. He concentrated, guiding his sensations from his palm to the wand. Rise, he intoned again, and this time, the wand began to tremble and ascend ever so slowly from the ground. However, Dudley's expression grew grim. At that moment, he could distinctly feel his heart racing, blood pooling in his chest, his pulse quickening. This response bore a striking resemblance to the intense exertion experienced during a short sprint, providing immediate feedback. What is being consumed? Is it physical strength? Dudley's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The continuous exertion of magic was detrimental, placing a significant strain on his body. A problem had arisen. In an instant, Dudley comprehended the distinction between himself and the other wizards present. During the magical awakening experiment at the Island Tower, the fierce struggle between the magic virus I, influenza, and the magic virus II, bacteriophage, had been extraordinarily brutal. As an ordinary individual, he had managed to survive, yet he had not successfully transformed the cells within his body. Analyzing the situation now, he recognized that regardless of how the genetic cells of the heart divided or accumulated, due to their innate characteristics, this division could ultimately result in only one heart. Viewing the body as a whole, Dudley realized that he was merely allowing the invisible genes of the heart to be developed and manifested. However, in comparison to all the young wizards present, he was fundamentally different. They had been infused with cells capable of storing magic from the very beginning of their embryonic development. The issue had finally been validated. The distinction had been identified. Upon discovering the root of the problem, Dudley did not feel disheartened. Rather, he felt a profound joy. This is the essence of science. When faced with a problem, one must tackle it. When there is a goal, one must strive to achieve it. Concentrating efforts with high efficiency. A broad approach would merely squander time. Aware of this, Dudley instinctively relaxed his grip. The magical broom began to fall. He could not continue. His magical reserves were limited, and the space for exertion and control was minimal. If he were to stubbornly maintain appearances, it would only result in harm to his own body. Harry, your cousin seems to be struggling. Look, Ron spoke up instinctively. Harry, taken aback, shook his head. No, Ron. My cousin Dudley is quite capable. Ron, non-committal, nodded slightly. No, Harry. Perhaps among muggles your cousin is impressive, but among wizards, his talent surely pales in comparison to yours. Just as the two debated, the magical broom, which had begun to descend slowly, unexpectedly levitated again, ultimately landing securely in Dudley's palm. Ron was utterly perplexed. How was that possible? Harry, with a look of delight, exclaimed, Cousin, you did it. Dudley, equally puzzled, gazed at the enchanted broom in his hand. Only he knew that he had just shifted his focus and ceased the flow of magic. The cheerful quartet continued their escapade. Chapter 94, Malfoy's provocation. At that moment, Dudley felt a slight itch at the cuff of his sleeve, and a furry creature emerged from within. A chinchilla leaped from the inside of Dudley's arm onto the handle of the broom. With a thud, it stood upright and confidently began to climb towards the highest point along the wooden handle. Dudley's gaze remained calm as he extended a hand and gently poked the chinchilla on the forehead. The creature paused, shaking its furry head a couple of times before indignantly placing its paws on its hips, its whiskers quivering with a sense of self-importance. As Dudley observed the situation, a faint smile graced his lips. With a gentle curl of his fingers, he flicked lightly. Bang! The cat-like creature clutched its forehead, its entire body stiffening before it tumbled from the wooden handle of the magical broom. Simultaneously, Dudley deftly grasped the creature, tucking it into his pocket. The magical broom, however, remained firmly in his grip. In an instant, the earlier confusion dissipated as clarity dawned upon him. His cat-like creature could wield magic. No, it was more accurate to say it could learn to use magic. But, according to Ms. Rowland, one must utter incantations to activate the broom. His creature could not speak. Could it be that, with sufficient concentration and focus, one could achieve such effects without uttering a word? Dudley pondered silently. At that moment, the crowd parted slightly, creating a pathway. A boy with golden hair and a pointed face approached Dudley. Malfoy, what do you want? A voice from the Gryffindor students interjected. Yet, two children behind Malfoy stepped forward. Step aside. Malfoy advanced a step. Oof. Who did I think I was? You are Harry Potter. Why did you introduce yourself with a false name upon our first meeting, claiming to be Harry Dursley? Do you realize that such behavior is a profound disrespect towards me? Harry regarded Malfoy, adjusting his glasses, not immediately retorting, but instinctively glancing at Ron beside him. However, his cousin Dudley did not direct his gaze toward him. What? Lost your voice? Furthermore, this matter is between the two of us. Why are you concerning yourself with that pathetic excuse for a wizard beside you? Associating with the Weasley family, such unsavory individuals, is utterly distasteful. At this juncture, Malfoy shifted his tone, smoothing his golden hair once more. Harry Potter, I believe there's been a misunderstanding between us. However, this does not affect the Potters and the Malfoys, as we have no real conflict, do we? Being with such unworthy company will only tarnish your reputation, Harry. Listen to me. Harry inhaled deeply, preparing to respond. Yet, Malfoy unexpectedly interjected. I trust you will consider our friendship seriously, Harry. Ignore him. Harry, he is merely provoking you. Ron interjected, intending to pull Harry away. Others might not grasp the meaning behind Malfoy's reference to his family, but Ron understood well. As a descendant of a pure-blood wizarding lineage, Malfoy's family wielded considerable influence. Malfoy furrowed his brow. Be quiet, you uncouth wretch. Who permitted you to interrupt me? This is not a matter for the Weasley family to comment upon. Ron's expression stiffened, his red hair quivering slightly as he could no longer restrain himself. I am not an uncouth wretch. Oh, are you quite angry? Malfoy curled his lip, and the two Slytherin followers beside him erupted into laughter. He then spoke. Weasley, since you have boldly stepped forward, I shall grant you this opportunity. You have not yet made your broomstick hover, have you? Here's the deal. If your broom awakens faster than mine, I shall let the matter of Harry's taunting slide. Seeing Malfoy's provocation, Ron clenched his teeth and stepped forward, his voice filled with fury. All right, Malfoy, you said it. Remember, this is a wizard's agreement. Malfoy shrugged. Suit yourself. Will you go first, or shall I? Ron waved his hand dismissively. I'll go first. Watch closely. Malfoy, I hope you won't regret this. As Ron's voice fell, the broom on the ground trembled twice before springing up and landing his palm. Malfoy was taken aback. It seemed that this Weasley, a wizard of their lineage, was not as inept as the rumor suggested. At least Ron's magical talent was not to be underestimated. Chapter 95, The Double Spell Casting. Ron was quite astonished. This was his first time learning how to use a broomstick, and he had succeeded so effortlessly. Gripping the broom tightly, Ron looked at Malfoy with pride. See? What do you think, Malfoy? I believe there's no need for further comparison. From a moment I issued the command to the broom soaring into my hand. The entire process took barely a second, not even two. I think there's no contest here. Ron was brimming with pride. However, Malfoy flicked his golden hair and scoffed. Oof, ridiculous. Do you think this will erase your reputation as a coward? What did you say? Ron, initially smug, now felt a surge of anger. Malfoy, you have the courage to challenge me, but lack the guts to compete. You have no right to criticize me. You must have seen that I activated the broom faster than you and realized you had no chance. Hence your petty antics. Petty antics? Malfoy's handsome features darkened. Weasley, what do you mean? Who gave you the audacity to question me? Just because you managed to activate a broomstick, your meager skills are laughable. Malfoy's voice dripped with disdain. Stop boasting. If you have the ability, then try it yourself. Ron defiantly raised the broom in his hand, refusing to believe that Malfoy could truly outpace him. Having witnessed his father ride a broomstick since childhood, Ron was confident that his recent performance was comparable to Arthur Weasley's renowned speed in awakening a broom. In Ron's perspective, no matter how formidable Malfoy was, he could never surpass his father, who held a position at the Ministry of Magic. With that in mind, Ron awaited the outcome. Malfoy, with a disdainful expression, extended his palm, preparing to publicly humiliate Ron in front of their fellow wizard apprentices, ensuring that they would remember the superiority of the Malfoy name. The enchanted broomstick, from a tender age, was introduced to Malfoy by the family's resident preschool wizard, who provided him with supplementary lessons. Initially, he learned to summon the flying broom with verbal commands, but eventually, he mastered the art of invoking it purely through the concentration of his mental faculties. From the very beginning, Malfoy understood from his tutor that incantations merely serve to facilitate a wizard's focus. Once one achieves sufficient proficiency and mental clarity, one can elicit similar effects with magical objects that do not necessitate rigid incantations. He had witnessed his teacher perform magic in such a manner. Malfoy's countenance radiated confidence, and though he uttered not a word, the wand on the ground began to ascend gradually. Actions speak louder than words. The sight left Ron utterly astonished. He gripped his broom tightly, planting it firmly on the ground. There was little doubt that the moment Malfoy grasped the magical broom, this competition would be a loss for Ron. The commotion among the crowd caught the attention of Madame Rolanda at the forefront. She surveyed the scene with furrowed brows. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, drawing everyone's focus. Rolanda's voice then boomed, resonating in the ears of every young wizard present. young wizards who have successfully activated their brooms. Heed my command. Only upon my signal may you lift off the ground. Remember my words. I will count to 3. You may only commence thereafter. Should anyone act on their own accord, do not hold me accountable. However, before Rolanda could finish her admonition, chaos erupted. My goodness, how did you accomplish that? You can't do this. The outcry emanated from the rear of the line. Enough. Gryffindor and Slytherin young wizards, I have reached my limit of patience. Now, you shall all remain still. I shall see who dares to disrupt the order of my Quidditch class. Such audacious young wizards must face appropriate consequences. With a stern expression, Rolanda's temper was known to be rather volatile. Though she understood the excitement of the young wizards using broomsticks for the first time, the repeated disruptions to her lesson were a direct affront to her esteemed reputation at Hogwarts. As the most distinguished Quidditch coach, her standards of rigor and execution were paramount. While she was capable of nurturing exceptional Quidditch competitors, she also recognized that her tolerance as a professor was not boundless. The uproar intensified, and despite Rolanda's stern demeanor, the young wizards appeared as if they had been struck by a spell, frozen in place. Clear the way, Rolanda demanded, advancing with a frown. There, she beheld Ron from Gryffindor, one hand firmly pressing the broom to the ground while it began to levitate slowly. Don't do that. Come down, Ron exclaimed in a panic, desperately attempting to pull the broom back down. Yet, the broom's buoyancy only increased. Instinctively, Ron turned and mounted the enchanted broom, attempting to press it down with his weight. Yet, in an instant, the broom lifted him to a height of 3 meters, causing him to swallow hard in reflex. This was Ron's only thought. I'm doomed. Make way. Everyone step aside. Professor Rolanda hastily parted the crowd, her gaze fixed on Ron, suspended in midair. Let me see who is disrupting my class. Oomph. So it's a Gryffindor student. I believe your name is Ron Weasley. Am I correct? Listen, Ron, you have 2 choices. Come down immediately and sincerely apologize, or I shall deduct 5 points from Gryffindor this year. A young wizard who severely disrupts class and refuses to listen will face much graver consequences. Trust me, I have that authority. In the air, Ron looked down in terror, his head shaking like a rattle. Professor, please help me. I didn't want to come up here. This truly isn't my doing. His words were jumbled as he hung in the air. Professor Rolanda frowned. You can fly. Is it not simple to come down? Just think about descending, apply pressure with your elbows on the front of the broom, and it will lower itself automatically. However, given your behavior, I have reason to suspect. Before she could finish, Ron's face turned beet red as he desperately explained, Professor, really, I can't come down. Please think of a way. Rolanda furrowed her brow again. This did not seem like a jest. Could it be that this little Gryffindor had lost control of his magic? The thought made her pale. Although loss of magical control often occurred unconsciously in young wizards, with age and a better grasp of magic, such incidents should diminish entirely. Yet, it was plausible that some less gifted young wizards, like Weasley, could indeed find themselves in such a predicament. As she pondered, Rolanda reached beneath her wizarding robe and withdrew her wand. Her eyes fixed intently on Ron, her mind already formulating a rescue plan. With a flick of her wand, she traced an arc through the air, softly chanting, Dual casting, Petri Ficus Totalis. The tip of her wand glowed with a milky light, and a beam shot forth, not aimed at Ron himself, but rather at the broom beneath him. Once the broom was petrified and rendered immobile, Ron would naturally descend. At the same moment, Rolanda directed her wand toward the ground, and a white light shot out again. Mudfication. The earth beneath Ron began to sink, the soil softening as a deluge of mud began to rise up. Chapter 96. Ron's new Destiny 2 spells were cast almost simultaneously. In Rolanda's design, the petrifying curse would cause the enchanted broomstick to plummet from the sky, ultimately landing in the swamp. However, at the very moment the petrifying spell was about to hit Ron's broom, the entire magical broom unexpectedly soared to an incredible height, evading the curse. The audience of young wizards gasped in astonishment. Goodness, how did he manage that? They exclaimed. Indeed, how on earth did this Gryffindor student accomplish such a feat? It was astonishing that he had evaded Professor Rolanda's spell entirely. Derry, observing the scene before him, furrowed his brow slightly. With his keen insight, he had already discerned the underlying issue, yet he too was baffled as to why all the young wizards were so astounded. Derry, look, Ron has dodged it again. The spell from Professor Rolanda. Hermione could no longer contain her excitement. Initially indifferent towards Ron, she was taken aback by his exceptional talent. This gift was undeniably remarkable. The spotlight was entirely on Ron, captivating both Gryffindor and Slytherin students alike, much to Hermione's surprise. What, is dodging a spell such an extraordinary occurrence? Derry inquired casually. Hermione stared at him in disbelief before attempting to clarify. Evasion of magic itself is not inherently bizarre, but it largely depends on the caster. Professor Rolanda Hooch has trained countless excellent Quidditch players. Her accuracy in casting spells should theoretically be impeccable, leaving no room for error. Furthermore, her target is merely a first-year student at Hogwarts. After her earnest explanation, Hermione could not help but smirk. Honestly, I didn't expect this red-haired boy, who seems rather foolish, to possess such prowess. He certainly has some skill. I just wonder how long he can maintain this arrogance. At that moment, the scene in the air was nothing short of spectacular. Professor Rolanda, her wand flicking with urgency, gathered her magical energy. Streams of milky white light shot upwards. Yet Ron, gripping his broom tightly, evaded the spells with remarkable agility. His timing, trajectory, and angles were nothing short of perfect. Professor Rolanda was exceedingly frustrated. She felt an unprecedented challenge. It was utterly infuriating to feign fear only to witness such dazzling evasion in midair. If she allowed him to frolic freely on his enchanted broomstick, it would severely tarnish her reputation as a professor at Hogwarts. Ron Weasley, you little rascal, she thought. I shall take this seriously. With a huff, Professor Rolanda resolved not to indulge the impish boy any longer. Meanwhile, Ron was screaming desperately in midair, Professor, help me, save me. Rolanda's facial expression was rigid, almost resembling a character from a game, a blatant provocation. In an instant, Professor Rolanda's demeanor shifted to one of stern authority, her wand extended. Eyes locked on Ron with unwavering intensity. With a swift flick of her wand, she conjured 3 radiant orbs that hovered in the air, their luminescence intensifying. As Ron's figure positioned itself at the center of the triangular formation, she pointed her wand forward, the final orb materializing at the apex of the 3, solidifying the triangular trap. Each beam represented a distinct spell. This audacious Gryffindor student, who dared to mock her, would certainly face the consequences. His actions mirrored those of the Slytherin wizards. Suddenly, the beam shot forth. Ron's body twisted midair, hurtling towards the opposite tower at an astonishing angle. The sudden acceleration took everyone by surprise. Attempting to flee, Professor Rolanda scoffed, her wand swirling as 3 white rays followed closely behind Ron. She had finally grasped the situation, dispelling any lingering doubts. Ron was not merely a victim of uncontrolled magic. He was brazenly challenging her authority as an educator. Uncontrolled magic leads to unpredictable chaos. But Ron's repeated evasions of her spells confirmed that he was merely feigning incompetence. His cunning was remarkable. Why had he not been sorted into Slytherin during the house selection? It was utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, in a high-tower office at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall was diligently reviewing the homework assignments from the transformation class, submitted 2 days prior by her young wizards. Discussing the theory and development of transfiguration was one of her favorite activities. However, on this seemingly serene day, she was abruptly startled by a piercing scream. Approaching the window, she gazed outside, momentarily lost in thought, before retrieving a pair of spectacles from her desk and placing them upon her nose. In that moment, she discerned the identity of the figure in the air. It was none other than Ron Weasley, the new Gryffindor student, desperately evading a barrage of magical beams from below. Disrupting classroom order? This was Professor McGonagall's immediate reaction. Yet, she soon realized something significant. Her hand, poised to summon the Hogwarts Disciplinary Committee, hesitated. The excitement in her eyes behind the spectacles was palpable. As the deputy headmistress, she understood profoundly that the goal of education is not merely to impose restrictions. During the journey of the young wizard's growth, they continually discover their innate talents and subsequently cultivate these gifts, enabling them to excel in their areas of expertise. In this context, Ron Weasley embodies a certain mischievousness. However, he also possesses remarkable Quidditch skills, comparable to those of other distinguished individuals. Gryffindor is indeed presented with a rare opportunity. Chapter 97. The Laws of Physics We Follow. We're not friends. Excellent. A truly commendable talent for Quidditch. Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction, contemplating her next course of action. The Slytherins are exceedingly detestable. They have insidiously schemed against Gryffindor's finest members, sending them to the wizarding infirmary before the Quidditch match. Nonetheless, this decision is fraught with challenges. Hogwarts has a strict rule prohibiting first-year students from participating in Quidditch matches. Professor McGonagall found herself deep in thought, just as she wavered in her decision. A dark-haired boy soared into the air on a broomstick, unsteadily rising from the ground. Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall murmured to herself. She could discern that Harry's broomstick maneuvers were quite clumsy, indicative of a novice's initial attempts. Yet in the next moment, the previously unsteady boy suddenly shot into the sky. With both hands gripping the broom tightly, Harry transitioned from panic to a state of calm. This was a splendid adaptation to the exhilarating sensation. His foremost thought was to rescue Ron, who had been struck by a petrifying curse. Ahead, Ron's body narrowly evaded several magical beams, but the last one struck his broomstick. The enchanted broom began to plummet, adhering to the wall in midair. Ron's wizarding robe became ensnared by a spear thrust from a statue, leaving him suspended precariously. It appeared he was at risk of falling at any moment. Harry's singular thought was to protect his friend. In an instant, he accelerated towards Ron, whose robe was tearing under the force of gravity, threatening to send him crashing down. With no choice but to hasten once more, Harry, fully focused, recklessly charged towards the statue. Behind the statue lay a wall. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. This is far too reckless to display such audacity on one's first broom ride. If he fails to stop, the injuries could be severe. It seems I must intervene. Just as Professor McGonagall prepared to act, Harry's body executed a daring 360-degree turn, nimbly altering his trajectory. Simultaneously, he extended his hand and successfully grasped Ron's robe. "Phew, I cannot thank you enough," Ron exclaimed, still shaken, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Harry. In that moment, Harry truly resembled a hero. Harry smiled gently, reassuring Ron, "Don't worry, we are friends." Yet, in the next moment, the wizard's robe could no longer bear the weight and tore apart. Before Ron could finish his sentence, he plummeted downwards. Hermione gasped, but instinctively patted her chest, relieved. "Thank goodness, I almost forgot that Professor Rowland had just cast the spell mud marsh beneath Ron. It seems he is safe." However, Dudley shook his head with an air of indifference. "No, not at all." Hermione was taken aback. "How could that be? Didn't you see?" Dudley calmly interjected. "I did see, but based on calculations regarding distance and the tension of the liquid, falling from Ron's height, lying flat, would cause bruising even if it were water. In the case of a marsh, I suspect the best outcome for Ron would be a minor fracture." Hermione scoffed. "That shouldn't be the case. Ron will surely be fine." Yet, before her words could settle, Ron's body crashed heavily into the depths of the mud marsh. Today's lesson is about the use of magical brooms, not Quidditch training. As you have all witnessed, Ron from Gryffindor has disrupted the class, and I will report this to the Hogwarts Disciplinary Department. Before Professor Rowland could finish her sentence, a loud crash resonated, followed by a series of pained cries. The young wizards present, including Professor Rowland, wore expressions of shock. For it was indeed a cry of distress. "Oh dear!" Professor Rowland swiftly turned, her robe billowing as she rushed towards the mud pool beneath the tower on the other side of the lawn. Gryffindor and Slytherin students gathered around, equally astonished as they observed Ron within the marsh. From Dudley's perspective, Ron lay sprawled on the undulating surface of the marsh, while Hermione, her face a mask of disbelief, exclaimed, "Dudley, how did you predict that? Or rather, how did you know Ron would be injured? Does it relate to what you said earlier about water tension? Just like the mud marsh is a flowing liquid, and the force that reduces the surface area of a liquid is known as surface tension. Disrupting this surface tension is directly related to contact area, similar to a nail in wood." Dudley, calm and collected, regarded Hermione and remarked, "I think your focus is misplaced." Hermione tilted her head in confusion. Dudley pointed towards Ron. "He is hurt. As his friend, you should go help him." Upon hearing this, Hermione instinctively nodded. Although unsure of what fell amiss, she sensed the validity in Dudley's words. "All right, I'll check on him and notify the Hogwarts infirmary." As she took a few steps forward, she paused and added, "After class, could you explain the principles of tension to me in detail? I am genuinely intrigued. Furthermore, I must clarify that Ron is not my friend. He is merely my classmate." In Chapter 98, titled The Turning of Fate's Wheel, featuring the spell Soft Tissue Regeneration, I feel compelled to explain that Ron is not my friend. He is simply a fellow student. Hermione, too, was unsure of why she felt the need to explain. After all, she had felt quite uncomfortable being teased by Ron previously. Yet, the ever-intelligent Hermione found her innate curiosity and desire to learn compelling her to seek knowledge from Dudley. Her round face flushed with embarrassment as she fervently reassured herself. "It's fine, Hermione. It's perfectly normal to seek knowledge." Dudley regarded her with calmness, his voice gentle. "All right, when I have some free time, I will explain the relevant information to you. After all, Ron is my classmate, and so are you." Upon hearing this, Hermione instinctively felt a surge of joy. But she quickly realized something and lifted her head, excitement evident on her face. However, She noticed that Dudley had already turned his gaze away and was not paying attention to her. With a sigh, she begrudgingly kicked the grass. Dudley's manner of speaking and tone struck her as familiar, reminiscent of her father's daily rejections of door-to-door salesmen peddling food or household goods. How peculiar! Was she overthinking it? Meanwhile, Dudley had willingly immersed himself among the young wizards of Hogwarts, and while the throng shifted, he instinctively glanced toward the opposite side of the tower. The window, once occupied, was now devoid of any presence. There was no trace of Professor Quirrell, as she remembered him. This was indeed puzzling. Perhaps all the young wizards present believed this to be Ron's personal showcase. Yet, only Dudley understood that this was not a mere coincidence, but rather a meticulously planned scheme. This information was crucial. In his recollection, Totoro had always issued a warning whenever encountering Professor Quirrell. From a biological perspective, this was an instinctive response encoded within his genes. This response resembled the instinctive fear humans experience upon encountering a tiger, with its powerful muscles, fearsome claws, and sharp fangs. Such genetically imprinted reactions are innate knowledge, not learned. Many would instinctively feel trepidation and fear. However, this time, Totoro had issued no warning, but instead had lost its memory. Coupled with Professor Quirrell's role as the defense against the dark arts instructor, Dudley could almost guarantee that this Professor Quirrell harbored no benevolent intentions. So what was his objective? Was it aimed at him? Or perhaps at his cousin, Harry Potter? Or even at the pet Totoro? It seemed that the experiment of his heavy metal biological gene project needed to accelerate. With this thought in mind, Dudley purposefully maneuvered through the crowd, drawing closer to Professor Rolanda. The juvenile being, during its vulnerable phase, needed to rely on its surroundings to better conceal itself. As long as it could survive this early stage, the vast magical world would be extraordinarily captivating. At that moment, Ron had been lifted from the mire by Professor Rolanda using the levitation charm and was gently placed on the ground. Immediately, a brilliant light emanated from the tip of the wand, causing the mud on Ron to completely fall away. Ron's complexion turned pale, his jaw clenched tightly, revealing his evident agony. Dudley quickly discerned the location of Ron's injury. His shoulder blade was slightly askew, indicating a likely dislocation or fracture, though Dudley surmised that dislocation was the more probable scenario. If it were a fracture, Ron would surely not merely appear pale. At that moment, the chaotic young wizards fell silent as someone approached. Upon recognizing the figure, Dudley was taken aback, for it was none other than Professor McGonagall, the vice principal. Professor McGonagall, what brings you here? Rolanda hastily rose from the ground, eager to explain the incident, particularly as it pertained to a young wizard being injured during her magical instruction. To some extent, this could be deemed a teaching mishap. Fear not, Professor Rolanda, I will handle this. Just leave one person to look after Ron, McGonagall replied, pausing momentarily. And do have Harry come over. I have a matter to discuss with him. Rolanda nodded in agreement. Of course, Professor McGonagall. She then turned to the young wizards behind her, her expression serious. Disperse the crowd and gather on the other side of the playground. In the Slytherin house, a dashing boy with golden hair scoffed at the figures beside him. Look, did you see that? Disrupting class to the extent that even the vice principal is involved. I told you, Harry and Ron are in for a rough time. I truly hope they receive a reprimand from Hogwarts. Clark nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Malfoy. I share your sentiments. Goyle echoed his agreement. I suspect they will soon find themselves in detention, just as you said, and Hogwarts will deduct points. As the crowd dispersed, Professor McGonagall proactively withdrew her wand from her robes. A surge of magical energy flowed through it, and the tip glowed with a soft green aura, enveloping the area near Ron's right shoulder blade. Instantly, Ron's pallor transformed into a flush, accompanied by a tingling sensation that made him quite uncomfortable. Bear with it. This is the regeneration charm. Your bones are mending automatically. Although it may not restore you to your former state immediately, it will significantly alleviate your pain. Minutes later, the green light faded, stabilizing Ron's emotions. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, looking at Professor McGonagall with urgency. Professor McGonagall, please let me explain what just happened, however. Before Ron could continue, McGonagall waved her hand to interrupt. There is no need for you to explain, Ron. This incident is not of great concern. We at Hogwarts nurture young wizards without rigid inflexibility. Moreover, I have already discerned genuine potential in both you and Harry. With that, McGonagall disregarded Dudley's intentions to assist Ron and turned her gaze towards Ron and Harry. Harry had been standing somewhat timidly beside Dudley, aware that his earlier unauthorized flight on a broomstick had also constituted a breach of school regulations. Dudley proactively extended his hand, guiding Harry to Ron's side. Professor McGonagall cast a satisfied glance at the two Gryffindor children before her. Promising prospects, she mused, turning gracefully towards the other corridor, softly instructing, "You two, follow along." Chapter 99. The Emergence of Snape. Ron and Harry exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend Professor McGonagall's intent. Harry lowered his head, supporting Ron's right arm, while Dudley assisted with Ron's left. The trio silently trailed behind Professor McGonagall. The surrounding sounds gradually faded, and her footsteps slowed as if she were lost in contemplation. Letting out a gentle sigh. "What is it, Professor McGonagall?" Harry couldn't resist inquiring. "Harry, I truly admire you and Ron," he declared, somewhat taken aback. Ron shared a similar confusion, while Dudley appeared deep in thought. Professor McGonagall, seemingly speaking to herself, elaborated, "To be honest, decades ago, I was also an exceptionally talented Quidditch player. I was fortunate enough to be selected as a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, earning several accolades for our house. However, during a final match against Slytherin." At this juncture, Professor McGonagall paused, gazing back at Harry, Dudley, and Ron, letting out a sigh. "That is all in the past. In any case, the future of Gryffindor rests upon the two of you. Ron and Harry, I hope that once you take the field, you can lead Gryffindor to a decisive victory over those Slytherin wizards and secure the championship." Ron and Harry fell into stunned silence, overwhelmed by her words. Harry struggled to comprehend the situation, while Ron, wide-eyed with disbelief, pointed at himself and exclaimed, "Me? I actually get to play in a Quidditch match? You must be joking. This is simply—" Professor McGonagall nodded with a smile, affirming his incredulity. Ron, filled with excitement, spun around and embraced Harry tightly. "Harry, tell me this isn't real. This can't be happening, can it?" Harry attempted to push Ron away, but the embrace was too tight, and he resigned himself to the situation. Dudley, instinctively curious, interjected, "So, Professor McGonagall, you've been scouting for talented players in everyday life?" Professor McGonagall paused, her eyes widening in surprise as she regarded Dudley. "I must admit, your perceptiveness is quite impressive. Are you also interested in joining the Quidditch team? However, your physique is rather slender. You may not be suited for the rigors of the game." Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively pushed Ron away, wanting to assert that Dudley should not participate, nor should he. However, Dudley merely cast a casual glance at Harry, leaving him feeling slightly dejected and silent. Professor McGonagall remained oblivious to any unusual tension, understanding that children often care deeply about their friends. Aware of the disappointment of not being able to join their companions on the field. At that moment, a figure emerged from the opposite end of the corridor. The newcomer was robustly built, with striking features and an air of righteousness. "Professor McGonagall, I have arrived." Upon seeing the newcomers, Professor McGonagall proactively waved her hand, bringing them closer for introductions. "Harry, Ron, this is Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I encourage you to engage with him frequently in practice during your free time." Turning to Wood, she continued, "I feel it necessary to mention that this young lad, Ron, successfully evaded numerous spells cast by Professor Rolanda during his first flying lesson. As for this one, Harry, he executed a sharp 90-degree turn just feet away from a wall and swooped down to catch Ron just before he hit the ground. After my assessment, I believe both can become exceptionally talented Quidditch players. Harry has the potential to be a seeker, while Ron could be developed into a beater." Wood's expression was one of astonishment as he nodded at Ron and Harry, exclaiming, "If this is indeed true, they are undoubtedly geniuses for Gryffindor." However, first-year students are not permitted to participate in Quidditch matches. Before Wood could finish, McGonagall waved her hand dismissively. He nodded again. "What about the brooms? We need to acquire better ones like the Nimbus 2000 or the Firebolt." Professor McGonagall, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully. "Your suggestion is excellent, Wood. How could Gryffindor's outstanding Quidditch players not have top-notch brooms? You need not worry about this. I will handle it." Wood smiled and nodded in agreement. Turning to Harry and Ron, McGonagall instructed, "All right, you two, spend some time getting to know Wood. Let him take you to the Great Hall for a meal. I have a few matters to attend to." With that, she forced a stiff smile upon her somewhat aged visage and, with a swish of her robes, departed briskly. Ron, observing her haste, looked at Harry with confusion. "Harry, why do you think Professor McGonagall was in such a hurry? She seemed fine before." Harry shook his head. "I'm not sure, Ron, but I have a feeling her unusual behavior is connected to Professor Snape." "Snape?" Ron replied, his expression one of disbelief. "You mean our potions professor, Severus Snape? Did you actually see him?" Harry instinctively nodded. "Ron, you were holding on to me and didn't see. Professor Snape just passed around the corner, and McGonagall happened to miss their encounter. It seemed like they exchanged glances, and then she hurriedly concluded our conversation. That's about it. Chapter 100. The Peculiar Ron and the Missing Dudley. I truly did see Professor Snape. Ron, scratching his head, remarked, "That is rather odd. Why would he be here during class time?" Ron, I think you should take the initiative to seek out Professor Snape. Dudley, who had been assisting Ron, chimed in. Ron, perplexed, asked, "Why would I need to find Professor Snape?" Dudley pointed to Ron's shoulder. Professor McGonagall's meaning was unmistakable. You are now highly likely to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Moreover, Professor Snape, being an expert in potions, can concoct a remedy for you to enhance your physical condition. At this moment, Ron gradually emerged from his astonishment. Did you just say that I am quite likely to be selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Ron instinctively spoke again, still unable to accept the reality. Dudley maintained a calm demeanor, offering a faint smile. Meanwhile, Wood, who stood behind Ron, stepped forward and nodded, saying, Ron, Harry, I believe you can omit the word likely. Based on my understanding of Professor McGonagall, the probability of both of you joining the Quidditch team is nearly 100%. Ron, in sheer astonishment, felt as though the world was on the brink of collapse. He was acutely aware of his own abilities. In contrast, Harry appeared far more composed. Wood continued, aren't you curious as to why Professor McGonagall is so dedicated to finding talented Quidditch players? It is because in recent years, Gryffindor has scarcely triumphed against Slytherin in the inter-house competitions. Professor McGonagall herself suffered a broken rib during a Quidditch match against Slytherin due to their underhanded tactics, thus ending her involvement in official matches. This is merely a rumor, so refrain from spreading it. All right, Ron replied, still in a daze. Harry instinctively nodded. Regarding Professor Snape, would wave his hand dismissively. Snape is the professor for Slytherin. Last year, Professor McGonagall had considerable confidence in her newly selected Gryffindor Quidditch team. Yet on the Quidditch pitch, we were utterly overwhelmed by Slytherin. This was quite a blow to Gryffindor. Consequently, Professor McGonagall now opts to avoid Snape at all costs. Rumor has it that before the match began, she assured Snape that Gryffindor's Quidditch team would demonstrate their strength. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Harry nodded thoughtfully. Wood gestured for Dudley, Harry, and Ron to follow him, and as he drew near to Harry, he spoke in a mysteriously conspiratorial tone. Harry, I presume you are the renowned Harry Potter. Harry was taken aback, yet he managed a shy smile. Wood casually patted Harry on the shoulder. Little one, I never would have guessed you could perform so splendidly during the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts. To be truthful, had I not known you were merely a first-year student whom I had never encountered, I would have assumed you to be a mature and gentle gentleman. What does being a gentleman have to do with me? Harry thought, bewildered, glancing at his cousin Dudley for assistance. However, Wood directly pulled Harry around the corner of a corridor. This was the common passageway for students after classes at Hogwarts. The corridor was flanked by stone walls, each adorned with recesses. Dudley gazed at the scene before him with a perplexed expression, while Wood pointed at a specific area, exclaiming, Harry, this is what I wanted to show you. Harry stared in astonishment at the glass case atop the wooden surface, which housed a golden shield. Each U-shaped shield, roughly the size of fist, bore an inscription. The leftmost read 1969, the rightmost 1971, and the central one 1972. For reasons he could not comprehend, Harry's heart began to race upon glimpsing the central medal. Wood, pleased with Harry's reaction, indicated the area, saying, Harry, this is the display case for Gryffindor's Quidditch honors within Hogwarts. What you are observing is our finest Quidditch player, Seeker James Potter, 1972. Harry's eyes widened instinctively. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Wood, his voice trembling. Why, you mean him? Wood nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, Harry, James Potter is your father. A prodigious talent during his time as a wizarding apprentice, excelling both in his studies and in Quidditch. He was truly remarkable. Now that I see you, Harry, I believe that with the illustrious blood of the Potter family coursing through your veins, you may even surpass your father's achievements. Harry bit his lip, a faint blush coloring his pale cheeks, signaling a tempest of emotions within him. At last, he had uncovered a clue linked to his parents. The exhilaration surged through him. For countless days and nights, he had neither seen nor heard any description of his parents, leaving him with no real concept of their appearances. Each night, as he drifted into slumber, his dreams of them were devoid of faces. Although he was still faced with mere words, Harry understood that by familiarizing himself further with Hogwarts and remaining within Gryffindor, he would eventually trace the paths of his parents' past lives. With this thought, Harry turned his head in delight, eager to share his joy with his cousin Dudley. Cousin, did you see that? Cousin. Yet, he realized with dismay that Dudley was no longer behind him. Ron, have you seen Dudley? Harry inquired anxiously. However, Ron appeared as if he had just emerged from a fog of consciousness, exclaiming, No, the beater. Absolutely not. This cannot be. Ron's words tumbled out in a jumbled frenzy. Confused, Harry stared at Ron. Beat her? Not allowed? What does that mean? No, Ron. I asked you if you saw my cousin Dudley. Ron, irritated and bewildered, shook his head. Wood, observing Harry and Ron, chuckled and waved his hand, saying, all right, it seems you two are off to find someone. I'll take my leave, but if anything arises, we shall reconnect. However, Harry, I believe Ron is right. You won't get lost at Hogwarts. Watching Wood depart after his explanation, Harry felt a slight sense of relief. Ron, why do you suddenly seem so out of sorts? Harry gazed at Ron, who awkwardly chuckled and stammered, well, perhaps. Chapter 101, Dark Magic Spell, Vanishing Trace. Harry regarded Ron with a hint of disbelief, while Ron's heart brimmed with conflicting emotions. The opportunity to be selected for the Quidditch team filled him with immense joy. He had always heard his brothers speak of the honor of playing Quidditch. Even his parents held a passionate view of the sport. This was an accolade. Having been teased by his siblings throughout his childhood, he never anticipated that merely a short time after enrolling at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall would choose him for the Quidditch team. Such an honor left Ron instinctively exhilarated, as if favored by the goddess of fortune. However, a wave of horror washed over him as he realized he was utterly unprepared. Just a mere useless Weasley, as Malfoy would say. Truth be told, Ron didn't even understand how he had been selected for Gryffindor's Quidditch team. In his memory, he had barely managed to control a broomstick, having been flung into the air before crashing heavily into a muddy puddle. He had anticipated penalties and disciplinary action from Hogwarts. But instead, his dreams had manifested into reality. Ron swallowed hard and decided not to hide any longer. Harry, if I were to tell you that I actually can't ride a broomstick, would you believe me? Upon hearing this, Harry nodded affirmatively. Yes, I believe you. Was he too regarded as a failure in Harry's eyes? Ron felt a pang of disappointment. Yet Harry, with deliberate clarity, asserted, I believe, Ron, that you are a genius beyond me. You have never ridden a magical broom, and yet your ability to evade Professor Rolanda's spell in midair on your first attempt suggests that your Quidditch talent surpasses mine. Seeing the sincere expression on Harry's face, Ron felt a lump in his throat. He desperately wanted to scream, damn it, I can't play Quidditch at all. But the words would not escape his lips. Nevertheless, to receive praise from the legendary Harry Potter, to be recognized by Professor McGonagall, and to earn the respect of Captain Wood, within mere minutes, Ron experienced a treatment he had never known before. The aura of a star surrounded him, with admiration and well wishes from those around him. He recalled the memories of being scorned by classmates for his attire and being derided as useless Weasley by Malfoy. Ron understood that if he could succeed in Quidditch, he, Ron Weasley, would rise above it all. With that thought, Ron shook his head vigorously, for in his mind, he envisioned himself soaring on a broomstick, representing Hogwarts in a match that would draw the gaze of countless admirers. Yet another scene emerged, depicting oneself swaying on a magical broomstick, only to be thoroughly humbled during a Quidditch match. Ron dismissed the thought from his mind. Harry, I am genuinely curious. What accounts for your remarkable talent? Did you undergo any training before riding a broom? Surely, one cannot claim to be born with the ability to master a broomstick. Unable to contain himself, Ron voiced his inquiry, hoping for a chance to glean some insight. Harry, taken aback, observed Ron's hopeful expression. Please, Harry, you must possess some way to enhance my skills. Do share it with me. Ron's face was a portrait of despair, an image of heartfelt plea. In his eyes, Harry's genius surely held the key to his own improvement. After much hesitation, Harry finally spoke. Ron, I don't consider myself particularly gifted. I was rather dull in the past, but perhaps my newfound abilities are connected to my cousin. Ron stared at Harry in bewilderment. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that your proficiency in Quidditch stems directly from Dudley? Harry sensed that Ron might have misconstrued his words, yet found himself at a loss for the right explanation, responding ambiguously. There might be some correlation, I suppose. Well then, Harry, I understand. I shall visit Dudley to learn his Quidditch secrets. Rest assured, I will keep this under wraps. Having a friend like you is simply splendid. As Ron spoke, he instinctively opened his arms and embraced Harry, overwhelmed with joy. The thought of seeking out Dudley for Quidditch wisdom ignited a spark of hope within him. Surely, with effort, he too could shine in Hogwarts Quidditch matches. Harry smiled shyly, touched by Ron's earlier words. Having a friend like you is simply splendid. Was this what Dudley had meant by friendship? Assisting friends and overcoming challenges brings joy, and in turn, one's own spirits seemed to lift. As Ron and Harry conversed, they made their way towards the Gryffindor dormitory. However, lurking at the corridor's bend was a figure quietly observing their exchange. Concealed in the shadows, the figure wore a black wizard's robe, a melancholic expression etched upon his features. He silently watched Harry and Ron as they departed. Severus Snape held his wand aloft, its tip glowing with a soft blue radiance as he deftly maneuvered it through the air. The light twisted and coalesced into a somewhat intricate pattern. With a momentary pause, Snape's wand halted, and he unconsciously murmured a low incantation. Dark Arts, Obliviate Trace. Chapter 102. The Deathly Charcoal Hand-Seeking Spell. Flashback. Spell. Obliviate Trace. Snape's gaze remained fixed, first on Harry, then shifting to Ron. The wand in Snape's hand was gently raised, redirected, and thrust forward once more, gathering magical energy. A pale blue aura aimed at Ron's back. Moments later, Snape's wand began to tremble slightly. The pale blue light at the tip of his wand expanded and contracted, revealing an exceedingly bizarre scene. At the display case where Ron had just departed, a pair of pale blue shoes suddenly materialized upon the pristine ground. These ethereal shoes, composed of shimmering light, gradually faded, only to reappear near Snape's feet. As they continued to dissipate, they manifested once again atop the staircase behind Snape. The magic vibrated silently. Observing the shoes poised to vanish once more, a troubling realization struck Snape. He stepped forward, unbeknownst to anyone that prior to becoming a professor at Hogwarts, he had delved into extensive studies of dark magic. His wealth of experience encompassed both the techniques of casting and their applications. Among these dark arts was a spell known as the Seeking Charm. In Snape's estimation, this was a technique he had successfully employed on numerous occasions to assist Death Eaters in locating members of the Order of the Phoenix or those self-proclaimed agents of justice lurking within their ranks. The thought of employing this dark spell once more was prompted by a recent encounter with an exceedingly malevolent presence, one that bore a striking resemblance to the Dark Lord from his memories. Curiously, the last lingering trace of this aura had settled upon Ron Weasley, prompting Snape's myriad of suspicions. With a heavy heart, Snape followed the blue shoes to the front of the tower's high platform. The surface, walls, and windows before him revealed no anomalies. As Snape approached the window, he peered outside, where he could survey the entire courtyard of Hogwarts. His gaze fixated on the blue shoes before him. The Seeking Charm confirmed his suspicions. Someone had indeed been here. Yet, there were no traces left behind. Snape's countenance darkened further, and he waved his wand again, murmuring softly. In an instant, the pale blue aura at the tip of Snape's wand transformed into a light gray hue. The gray light expanded, enveloping everything around him: walls, corridors, platform, and windows, all shifting to a stark black and white palette. Within this gray world, a pair of skeletal handprints materialized prominently upon one wall. These grim impressions, blackened as if charred, were surrounded by swirling dark energies that wove a spine-chilling tapestry of anguish. Snape's somber expression froze in disbelief. This was impossible. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a figure traversed a spacious, stone-walled corridor. Just hours earlier, Dudley had voluntarily chosen to part ways with his cousin Harry, and the reasons for this separation were twofold. It is Professor McGonagall, and as the deputy headmistress, her profound concern for Harry is quite remarkable. From her tone and subsequent decisions, Dudley could even surmise that the rule stating first-year wizards cannot participate in Quidditch would undoubtedly be overturned. This is beyond question. Throughout the ages, there have always been individuals who enjoy special privileges within established rules. In the magical realm, the sole criterion for receiving such privileges is, after all, exceptional talent. Dudley, possessing a keen understanding of underlying principles, is well aware that any preferential treatment comes with a predetermined cost. To enjoy resources unavailable to other young wizards, one must also generate sufficient value in return. Having a mature mindset is not necessarily advantageous. At present, Dudley, fully cognizant of all this, does not wish to allow materialistic thoughts to influence Harry at such a tender age. Harry is still young and deserves to relish the unrestrained joys of school life. However, Dudley understands that he must seize the moment. As Dudley's footsteps came to a halt, he gazed at the flickering flames on the ochre walls surrounding him, his eyes reflecting an intense thirst for knowledge. Magic, what is it truly? It is akin to the magical lamp before him, which burns without kerosene or fuel, simply igniting in the air. Though he knows that the infinite supply of fuel for this flame is magic, he still finds himself unable to define what magic really is. From the initial concept of wizarding genes and the acquisition of magical power to stepping into the realm of magic itself, Dudley remains at a loss for a proper definition of magic. Since pondering it further proves futile, he decides to set it aside for now. At this moment, Dudley does not have the inclination to delve into such inquiries. What is your spirit? In terms of sheer efficiency, it is merely a waste of time. Ultimately, his decision to temporarily distance himself from Harry and Ron is deliberate, aimed at creating a space for independent thought. While Harry remains oblivious to the shifting circumstances around them, Dudley is acutely aware that he and Harry may already be in peril. The hidden dangers lurking within Hogwarts are gradually encroaching. Through the mirrored reflection of the memory orbs, he has glimpsed the peculiar behavior of Quirinius Quirrell. This professor of defense against the dark arts is indeed suspicious. Such malice appears to be directed towards him. During the flying broomstick lessons, Dudley has already formed an initial alert regarding the professor's actions. By analyzing Ron's movements, Dudley can formulate a hypothesis. Perhaps Quirrell intends for him to sustain an injury during the broomstick course. Although the ultimate significance of this outcome for Quirrell remains unclear, a rational assessment suggests that an injury would lead him to the hospital wing at Hogwarts. Dudley is well aware that prior to arriving at Hogwarts, he had studied the school's map, noting that the hospital wing is somewhat isolated. From this alone, Dudley arrives at a conclusion. Some individuals may wish to orchestrate a clandestine meeting with him. With a considerable degree of certainty, Dudley contemplates the possibility of pursuing this. For researchers, practical application is the only means to test a hypothesis. He surveys the empty expanse surrounding him. The flickering candlelight dances upon the walls, casting a dim illumination over the Gryffindor dormitory area, which lies eerily deserted during class hours. Suddenly, a soft thud interrupts the silence as Dudley pauses, his expression a mask of indifference as he gazes towards the corner of the corridor. In a tone that is both intentional and casual, he inquires, "Good day. I noticed a shadow on the ground. Is someone hidden behind the wall?" Chapter 103. The first clash between Muggles and Dark Wizards. The flames waver, and Dudley stands motionless, his gaze fixed silently on the distant corner. His line of sight reveals only the magical sconces affixed to the walls, their diffuse light offering no additional shadows. Could it be that he was mistaken? Was the malevolent Professor Quirrell not lurking in wait for him, after all? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Dudley muses that the other party must be exceedingly cautious, refraining from approaching him recklessly. This possibility indeed exists. Just then, he hears an unsettling sound behind him, a distinct thud. Who could it be? How is this possible? Instinctively, Dudley retreats a step. Before him stands a figure, facing the wall, its back turned towards him. He is utterly oblivious to their presence. The figure, adorned with a head wrapped in bandages, unmistakably belongs to Quirinius Quirrell. How on earth did he materialize so silently? Dudley's heart begins to race. Though he maintains a calm facade, anyone would react to such a ghostly apparition. Reflexes operate beyond the realm of conscious control. Moreover, Dudley is certain that he had been vigilant just moments ago, observing his surroundings. With his own eyes, he can affirm that just a moment ago, this place was utterly vacant. Professor Quirrell has inexplicably appeared without a sound. A soft cough breaks the tension as he slowly turns, his expression as timid as ever. Mixed with a stammering speech, "D. Dudley, why are you here instead of attending Quidditch practice?" "Apologies, Professor Quirrell. Your manner of speaking is somewhat difficult for me to comprehend." Quirrell, extending his hand, beckons Dudley. "Dudley, come here. The old professor has a task for you." "Very well, Professor Quirrell," Dudley replies. Yet his feet seem to stumble as if caught on an unseen obstacle, causing him to fall to the ground. Rubbing his ankle with a troubled expression, he mutters, "Professor Quirrell, I'm sorry. The floor is a bit uneven. I was rather careless." As he speaks, Dudley instinctively leans back, his heart now fully aware of the perilous situation he finds himself in. Fortunately, he had chosen a witness earlier. Glancing discreetly at the oil painting on the wall beside him, he sees the portrait of a plump woman, the guardian of Gryffindor, the Fat Lady. The portrait's head shifts, and she gazes down at Dudley with concern. The Fat Lady in the oil painting was puzzled. How could this child possibly trip himself when there was nothing behind him? What was the meaning of the little wizard from Gryffindor? On the other side, Professor Quirrell had fallen into a state of inexplicable stupor since uttering his previous words. He refrained from speaking further, as a torrent of thoughts and obscure whispers raged within his mind. "Kill him, kill him, kill him. My new body is in his grasp. He is a thief, a despicable scoundrel. How vile. He shamelessly seeks to usurp my body. He must be stopped. Kill him. Go quickly. Hurry. Useless servant." Rage. Destruction. Desire. Quirrell struggled to suppress the inner turmoil, desperately attempting to soothe himself in his mind. "Great and noble master, your humble servant Quirinius Quirrell is willing to serve you, but this is truly in an opportune moment. The body you covet is under the watchful eye of the Fat Lady from Gryffindor. If you act recklessly, silence. You worthless wretch, I have given you a chance, yet you have failed. It should have been easy. Then, you shall kill that damned painting as well. Kill him. Kill him. Quirrell's body involuntarily trembled as he reached out with a shaky hand toward his chest, his fingers still gripping the end of his wand. He murmured indistinctly, Dudley, you are injured. So let the teacher, seeing Professor Quirrell's actions, Dudley felt an uncontrollable urge to release the hand that had been tucked away in his pocket. Malicious intent. Dudley, with the intuition of an adult, sensed the hidden dagger behind the other's smile. Quirrell was preparing to act. Dudley could feel the agitation of his pet, Totoro. No, he must remain composed. But now was not the time. There were others. If Quirrell was behind him, then who was the shadow he had glimpsed around the corner of the wall earlier? At that moment, a voice softly echoed, Professor Quirrell, this child is injured. I believe the treatment of his wounds should be entrusted to me in potions class, rather than to you, the defense against the dark arts instructor. Chapter 104. The Awakening Record of Magical Plants. Severus Snape. As he spoke, a figure emerged from the corner of the Hogwarts wall. His expression was melancholic, his demeanor cold as he regarded Dudley and Quirrell before him. Professor Snape? Aren't you supposed to be in potions class with Slytherin? Why? Quirrell stammered, hesitating in his inquiry. No, I believe you have misphrased your question. Professor Quirrell, I am searching for something. The owner of that item seems to have misplaced something important in Hogwarts Tower. I imagine he must be quite anxious, or perhaps cautious. Quirrell's eyes displayed no hint of change, merely revealing a natural expression of confusion as he stuttered. Tower? Misplaced something? Professor Snape, what are you talking about? Snape's gaze was fixed intently on Professor Quirrell's eyes. He detected no signs of unusualness whatsoever. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Severus Snape spoke slowly. No, it's nothing. I merely hope that the owner of the lost item can exhibit some restraint, as this is, after all, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, not some. Professor Quirrell gradually rose, smiling at Snape, and stammered. It seems I have overstepped my bounds. According to school regulations, you are indeed qualified to heal young witches and wizards. This is a perfectly reasonable decision. Farewell, Professor Snape. With that, Professor Quirrell hurriedly departed the scene. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive and silent. After a moment, Snape tilted his head and cast a cold glance at Dudley, remarking, Lying is not a commendable habit, Mr. Dursley. Pay closer attention when observing reflections. Be careful not to mistake the shadow of a lampshade for that of a person. No one would be so careless. With that, Snape flicked his wizard's robe and turned to leave. Thank you for your reminder, Professor Snape, Dudley called out. Watching the distant black figure, Snape paused briefly but offered no further comment. His silhouette quickly faded into the corridors of Hogwarts. Dudley slowly rose from the ground and approached the portrait in front of the Gryffindor dormitory. Hello, young wizard. You must speak the password to enter the dormitory, said the fat lady, leaning forward and gesturing invitingly with one hand. Dudley entered the common room of Gryffindor. However, he did not linger, but instead proceeded directly toward the room he remembered. Ascending the stairs and turning around a corner, Dudley fixed his gaze upon the dormitory door and pushed it open. The room was empty. Observing the vacant space, Dudley finally exhaled softly after confirming his surroundings were secure. His palm, which had been clenched inside his pocket, relaxed. The furry sensation in his palm had vanished. Suddenly, a head popped out from Dudley's pocket, and the creature extended its tiny paws, baring its teeth at Dudley. Yet, noticing Dudley was oblivious to its presence, it reached out to explore its chin instead. Boring. The creature, a Totoro, shook its fuzzy body and diverted its attention to the cage nearby. Instantly, its dark eyes widened in surprise, as if a light bulb had illuminated above its head. In the next moment, the Totoro vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Hedwig, the snowy owl, who had been dozing during the day, sensed impending danger. However, by the time it flapped its wings to take flight, it was already too late. The Totoro swiftly climbed up the wooden edge of the table, traversed the surface, and approached the specially designed cage. Noticing the fine wire mesh, which was barely the width of a finger, the Totoro showed no concern. Its fluffy body deftly squeezed through the wire cage. Hoo-hoo! Hedwig, witnessing this scene, felt as though its entire existence was in peril. How could this mouse, which had always been a mouse, suddenly appear serpentine? Flap! Flap! Hedwig struggled fiercely, yearning to resist with all her might. Yet, the Totoro enveloped her feathers in a warm embrace, completely burrowing into the down beneath her wings. Despite the somewhat despondent gaze that Hedwig cast upon her, the amiable interaction between the Totoro and Hedwig went unnoticed by Dudley, who was preoccupied with contemplating his precarious situation. He had already devised a preliminary plan. With this thought in mind, Dudley promptly grasped a piece of paper and a pen from the nearby desk. Soon, He inscribed a cautionary note. Feeling unwell, need to rest. Harry, please help me take a leave. After reviewing the message, Dudley felt there was nothing amiss and proceeded directly into his study. Although he could enlist Harry's assistance in requesting a leave of absence, Dudley estimated that using the excuse of recuperating would only grant him a week at most. Through his own probing and analysis of the circumstances, he had come to suspect that Professor Quirrell harbored ill intentions toward him. The source of this malevolence remained shrouded in mystery. However, confronting a formidable wizard who taught the defense against the dark arts without adequate preparation was unthinkable. His own abilities were woefully insufficient. The disparity in magical prowess and external conditions was glaring. Nonetheless, understanding the identity of the target was a step forward. Weaker creatures, in terms of strength, claws, fangs, and muscle, could not compare with their more powerful counterparts. Yet, their resilience and capacity for camouflage are traits that elude the mightiest of beings. This can be likened to cockroaches, which can survive for over 7 days without sustenance, even in a decapitated state. Similarly, an earthworm can regenerate a new body from a severed tail. However, such remarkable survival traits are nearly absent in ferocious and dominant creatures. Due to the urgency of time, Dudley resolved to accelerate his endeavors. Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project. Upon returning to his study, he began preparing a new experimental record. As a researcher, Dudley understood that every experiment is predicated on hypotheses. This was akin to the powdered philosopher's stone in his possession, which retained its intrinsic properties even when separated from its original form. It had the power to transmute other metals into gold. What if, during the process of heavy metals transforming into gold, other substances were also present? For instance, when mercury enters a biological organism, it is highly likely to convert into methylmercury. The core logic of this hypothesis posits that if the mercury content within a living organism reaches a certain threshold without resulting in death, it could trigger a chain reaction with the philosopher's stone. What transformations might the organism undergo, then? This experiment aims to explore and uncover the secrets of the philosopher's stone. As a treasured gift from angels to wizards, the philosopher's stone holds immense significance. Its nature remains unchanged despite millennia of history. If one could reverse engineer the use of the philosopher's stone from the changes in the microscopic world, then, upon success, Dudley might just glimpse into a different magical realm. Perhaps the malevolent professor of dark magic defense, Chilo, will not pose a significant threat. Dudley meticulously organized his thoughts and ultimately recorded them in a new notebook entitled The Heavy Metal Biogenetic Project, Awakening of Plants. The urgency of scientific practice looms large. Active Awakening Records of Magical Plants Chapter 105. Magic. Research utilizing survival mechanisms. The Heavy Metal Biogenetic Project. Awakening of Plants. 1. Active Awakening Records of Magical Plants 1 Hogwarts. Gryffindor Dormitory. Day 1. I gaze at the clock beside me. Has it truly been 24 hours since I inscribed the door number? During this interval, Harry visited my door twice. Having seen the note, I left outside the study. With my reassurances and requests considered, I could sense Harry's palpable anxiety. Nevertheless, he agreed to assist me and proactively requested a sick leave from our magical studies professor the following day. The plan succeeded. Utilizing this time, I commenced further analysis and organization. I was not in a rush to disturb the 3 pots of experimental water orchids before me. According to my heavy metal plant project, their reaction time with mercury is currently insufficient. Given the circumstances, I also needed to document some previously significant information. Before arriving at Hogwarts, I was acutely aware of the limited space within my room. It was impossible to accommodate an electron microscope. Presently, I had only brought along a high-powered optical microscope, the most advanced portable device available for purchase in London. Although its optical magnification ranges from 100 to 200 times, theoretically, this only allows me to observe the surface of the cells and not the intricate internal structures of the plant cells. To gain a clearer view of the internal architecture of plant cells, an electron microscope is essential. From a purely physical standpoint, a magnification of at least 1,000 times is required to discern detailed content. Faced with these limitations, I was compelled to seek alternative methods. The microscopic world can be observed with clarity. To facilitate a comparative simulation, I ceased any superfluous thoughts and began to hand-draw the plant cells from memory. Opening my notebook, I commenced the detailed representation of plant cells in a cross-sectional diagram, including components such as cytoplasm, cell wall, endoplasmic reticulum, nuclear membrane, nucleus, nucleolus, followed by mitochondria, Golgi apparatus, ribosomes, and finally, the cell membrane and chloroplast near the vacuoles. These various types of plant cells are abundant. simplifying complexity. The overarching theme of this experiment is centered around the changes in heavy metal magic under the influence of plant photosynthesis. Herein, I distinctly marked the chloroplasts within the plant cells. The hand-drawn references require time and verification. Regrettably, I have not completed the preparatory work today. I resolved to take a brief respite. However, I am acutely aware that I cannot afford a rush. I must be adequately prepared before mercury can successfully infiltrate the cell's interior. The Heavy Metal Biogenetic Project, Awakening of Plants, 2. The Awakening Records of Magical Plants, 2. Hogwarts. Gryffindor Dormitory. Day 3. In pursuit of manifesting my thoughts, I have embarked on numerous endeavors. After enduring 2 days of monotonous sketches of plant cellular topographies, today I commenced the summarization and planning of my visualization project. Lacking an electron microscope, I could only enumerate the biological attributes etched in my memory. The water lily is an unremarkable plant. If a commonplace plant were to react with a magical entity, where would one begin? During my graduate studies in biology, I conducted a series of experiments and applied them practically. It was a meticulous observation at the microscopic level. I employed an electron microscope to magnify a leaf of the water lily to approximately 1,000 times its original size. Under this magnification, I successfully discerned numerous cavity-like pits within the leaf. Years of research have instilled in me the conviction that in the microscopic realm, no surface is perfectly smooth. They are constituted of molecules. Particularly at the smallest particle level, gaps inevitably exist. For the first time under the microscope, I observed these gaps, within which resided the ubiquitous chloroplasts found in plants. The chloroplasts resembled tiny mouths, incessantly opening and closing. This iteration of the magical plant modification experiment aims to observe the actual changes in chloroplasts, especially during the process of absorbing substantial quantities of heavy metal elements. In my design, chloroplasts are pivotal for the plant's photosynthesis. The initial phase of the magical plant modification experiment involves enabling the chloroplasts to nourish themselves by engulfing and assimilating minute mercury particles. I believe this is an audacious experiment. After all, to induce the effects of mercury within a living organism prior to its reaction with the philosopher's stone. The fundamental modification of the plant is an indispensable first step to leverage the plant's survival mechanisms and instill dynamic expression in the living organism. Light is essential. Light is of paramount importance for plant existence. In my previous research framework, sunlight, composed of photons, plays a crucial role.